It is now 2024, and the transfer of authority ceremony is taking place at Lijiang's Second City Academy. This is extremely important for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Chao Ningyi. Before he could adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Immediately afterward, Chao Van's sister suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. Medical expenses kept rising, and her part-time job income was no longer enough. So, in this class change, Zhou Yi was forced to switch to a combat profession to earn money in the dungeon and take his sister to meet a higher-level priest. Fate was on his side, and during the ritual, Zhou Yi unexpectedly activated a system and received a beginner gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Chao Ningyi received 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Cleric, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a purely transport-oriented profession, emitting a lot of energy but with few protective skills. In this world dominated by monsters, it's very easy to get injured or lose your life. The Holy Minister has many protective skills and also masters the forbidden art of resurrection. Unfortunately, the combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and not suitable for me. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded profession with absolute strength. Defense can withstand, offense can advance. Although I lack outstanding skills, the divine light and innate talent here suit me best. Thinking this over, Zhou Yi decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on your class change to Holy Knight. Level 10. After Zhou Yi completed the ritual, his friends immediately rushed over to flatter him. Class president, that's good. Can I join the college entrance exam team? I want to latch onto a powerful ally. I am a summoner. Our team can definitely score high. I'm a mage. Follow me. Don't gather here. Disperse. A former student pushed the students aside, then with shining eyes looked at Chao Ningyi and said, "Your performance isn't bad. Rest well today, and come to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in the room, Zhou Nuo finally had time to study his individual stats more closely. Strength 20, Stamina 18, Agility 17, Willpower 15, 10 unallocated attribute points. After class change, not only do the attributes increase significantly, but there are also unallocated points, prioritizing strength then stamina, with enough damage output to kill monsters more effectively. As Chao Ningyi thought, he operated the system, increasing strength by 6 points and adding 2 points each to stamina and agility. You can feel a surge of power boiling inside your body. This is the change brought by the attribute points. After checking, the first attribute point allocation for the fake profession activates the Holy Knight's mission. The daily quest allows you to freely choose 2 rewards from below. Reward 1. Gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or refuse. With such attractive rewards, of course, Zhou Nuo chooses to accept. Randomly match the trial field with the appropriate level. Successfully matched, eliminate the level E Gulabi monster. Please take this trial seriously. If you are defeated in the trial, you will also disappear from reality. After the message, Zhou Yi was teleported to another space. Are you cautiously observing the mineral mine? That makes sense. The textbook says that Gulabi monsters mainly live in mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous monsters like other monsters, they become bloodthirsty and violent when they see humans. Feeling the danger behind him, Zhou Yi quickly leapt into the air, easily avoiding the surprise attack from the Gulabi monster. Since it's his first time facing a monster, Zhou Nuo decided not to use any skills to see if he could handle the monster with basic attacks. His body became much more agile, and his jumping power increased thanks to the boost in his 4-dimensional attributes. Just as Chao Ningyi was feeling proud of dodging Gulabi's attacks, it suddenly pierced his stomach with its sharp tail like a dagger. Seeing the monster charge again, Chao Ningyi consecutively uses the pure white sword and the level 4D tiger armor to counterattack. After being hit by the enemy, they take damage from the light magic attribute and enter a stunned state. The D-level level 4 tiger armor grabs a target in front and runs forward a distance before throwing it away. It can deal more damage to enemies it hits while running. Finally, after Zhou Nagi's combo punches, the Gulabi monster officially disappeared. Defeating the Gulabi demon beast completes the trial. Achievement: A. Please choose your reward. Reward 1, you receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, you gain the Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of power for the profession of the fake. For now, I don't need to level up my skills quickly. Free attribute points are the best choice. A suitable weapon will also greatly assist me in future trials. Luckily, the system rewards weapons. Otherwise, with my current financial ability, I couldn't afford to buy one. Choose attribute points with random equipment. Received 10 free attribute points as a reward. received a basic sword as a reward, left the training ground, and Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Just as the phone rang, the screen displayed a preset notification. 17th Hospital. Meanwhile, Chao Van was sitting on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse raised the remote control and held up the bill, loudly demanding that the payment for the medication be made. 10,000, 10,000. Chao Van tremblingly took the bill. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My older brother works 3 places a month to earn 5,000. Where else could the rest of the money come from? The head nurse angrily replied, "This month, you've taken a lot of medication, including suppressants and stabilizers, seeing a pastor once, and having 3 episodes in the middle of the month, causing all the night shift nurses to be busy taking care of you. How can someone like you speak so harshly? If you think there's a problem, check it yourself," Zhou Wan hurriedly explained. "I didn't mean it. Don't misunderstand. Let me tell you, if you're not from a wealthy family, don't get the illnesses of the rich. The poor should accept it. If you can't handle it, then don't bother." "Nurse, I think I heard you cursing at the patient." A middle-aged man smiled faintly as he spoke. Standing beside him was a tall, dark, and sweaty bodyguard that made the nurse a bit wary. This person doesn't seem to be a good person. She wisely decided to leave, and before going, she reminded Chao Van that the medical bills must be paid today. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously, secretly thinking, "Are you here to collect a debt?" The man pulled out a business card and smiled, saying, "You must be Miss Chao Van? I'm a friend of your brother." A moment later, Chao Ngi, holding the hospital bill, pushed the door open. "Huh. Chao Van, I just went to pay, and the hospital system shows 10,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Chao Ngi looked away from the bill, raised his eyes to Chao Van, and seeing the 2 unfamiliar men, he asked cautiously, "I am Mr. Zhao Wenbin, the mayor's secretary, and I want to discuss something with you." Then he extended his hand forward. The mayor is the top figure in Guangtai City, and sometimes the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor himself. Why would someone like him come looking for me? Chao Ngi politely shook hands with Trio Van Ban and said, "The hospital room isn't suitable for talking. Let's change to a different place." Zhao Wenbin happily agreed and carefully reminded his bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun before leaving. News about Zhou Yi obtaining a hidden profession has been repeatedly covered by the media, so it's not hard to find people discussing him now, like the 3 female students sitting in the coffee shop not far from Zhou Yi. Have you seen Hotzi? The second academy has revealed a hidden profession. It seems his name is Chao Ngi. There's a picture of their school circulating here. He also looks quite handsome. Zhao Wenbin heard that and chuckled as he spoke to Zhou Nu. "Mr. Chao, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent, the protection of a divine angel, and your transformation into a holy knight. It's just luck. Receiving an S-rank talent through a normal transfer ceremony can't just be luck. The mayor takes it very seriously and specifically instructed the media not to bother you." At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued, especially arranging some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank's safe deposit box. This is the only key to the safe. If you have any other requests, just let me know. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me and is willing to invest heavily because he believes I can become a talented person in this field. So it would only bring benefits, not harm, but in this world nothing comes for free. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. Seeing Chao Ngi remain silent, Trio Van Ban immediately pulls out his trump card. Starting today, a team of professional caregivers will serve Miss Chao Van 24/7. In addition, the mayor has contacted a level 36 second-generation preacher who will specially come to Guangtai City in a month to treat Miss Chao Van. Hearing this, Chao Ngi immediately agreed to accept the subsidy from the mayor. After talking with Trio Van Ban, he returned to Chao Van and told her everything. After hearing that, Chu Van couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "So that means I'm already on cloud 9. Can you make jewelry for my feet?" Chao Ngi teased Chao Van with a loving scold, always saying random things. "Now you need to rest and recover properly." At this moment, Chao Van asked curiously, "Each profession has its own specialized skills, so what is yours?" Hearing that, Chao Ngi suddenly remembered something. After changing class, the 3 specialized skills of the Holy Knight appeared: the pure white blade for attack, the healing skill for recovery, and the blessing weapon for support. The healing skill can restore health points and can be tested on your sister. Chao Ngi placed his hand on Chao Van's head, then tried to activate the skill. It felt so relaxing, like being in a hot spring. Then he massaged her entire body. "Little Van, do you feel better now?" Chao Van, who was immersed in a feeling of relaxation, suddenly snapped out of it and excitedly said to her brother, "I don't feel pain anymore. My hands are warmer now. You're so amazing." Zheng Chaohui looked at his sister with a firm expression, secretly choosing the profession of a holy knight. Besides considering her strength, part of the reason was also due to Chao Van's mysterious illness. After all, the Holy Knight is also a caregiver profession. Although I can't completely cure Chao Van, helping her suffer a little less is also good. The next day, Principal Lahang personally came to Chao Ngi's office, happily recounting on the way, "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me for direct recruitment. My phone was about to explode. Today, in just a short while, 4 teachers from the top 10 schools called. Show your best. Seize the opportunity to get the best resources." These teachers are all second-level transfer teachers with a level of 35 or higher. If you can be directly admitted there, you will definitely receive top-tier training in the future. "Principal, what schools are those?" Zhou Ngi asked. "Vin Duang University, Xuannam University, Ancat University, and Hancheng University. Aren't the top 3 universities calling?" The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on exam results, not talent or profession, so they don't have direct admissions. As soon as they arrived at the office door, Chao Ngi and the principal immediately heard voices arguing inside. "Old Zhao, Xuan Province is more than 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Aren't you the one using a dedicated fighter jet? A fighter jet is nothing. I use a teleportation array for extremely long distances. Each time I activate it, I need to consume a level 30 magic core. You actually dared to use it? For a genius, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Chao Ngi, our Xuannam University has definitely accepted you, so let's see what both sides can do." At that moment, Lahang pushed the door open proudly and said, "The admissions teachers, genius student Chao Ngi has arrived." Then he turned to introduce each person to Chao Ngi. "This is Teacher Chu Tianfu from Vin Duang University, Teacher Lai Bang from Xuannam University, Miss Chu Ngach from Hancheng University, and Teacher Ngach Uyin from Ancat University." Dungi immediately bowed to all the teachers. This action pleased them greatly, yet he remained humble and composed, not arrogant or hot-headed, a well-behaved child, not bad at all. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu directly got to the point, saying, "Let me state the conditions of Vin Duang University. Just 200,000 mid to low-tier coins and 3 specialized skill books of the saint." Looking at Ingi was a bit surprised after hearing this. An ordinary family only earns about 6,000 a month, but Vin Duang University offers 2 million at once, along with the Holy Knight's specialized skill books that ordinary people can't even touch. Even the mayor wouldn't provide resources of this level. Ah, ha ha, is that all? Vin Duang University is still as stingy as ever, huh? Li Bang chuckled mockingly before making a suggestion. Chao Ngi will receive 3 million when enrolling at Suyen Nam University, along with 3 specialized skill books from Saint Knight each year, personally taught by Saint Knight Tam Truyen at level 56. Level 56, that is almost the highest peak in Lam Tin. If I could become his disciple, the future would be incredibly bright. Lahang secretly admired. But as soon as Mr. Chu Yue heard her, he was even more shocked. They still haven't shown enough sincerity. Paying for admission to Hancheng University costs only 2 million, but as soon as you enroll, I will immediately give you a level B cultivation resource. A level B cultivation resource. Lahang couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to look at Chao Ngi intently as if to say, "Hurry up and agree. Level B cultivation resources can't be bought with money. Those heavenly treasures and divine artifacts, even a pig can be trained into the strongest demon beast with a single strike." Despite the tempting direct admission offers from the 4 universities, Zhou Yi refused because he wanted to get into the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the positions of the top 3 are Tuhang University, Qingjing University, and Mado University, which are the most extraordinary and are called the 3 leading universities of Zhangxia country. They only recruit 1,000 new students each year, and their quotas are not limited to humans. Beings like elves and giants can also apply to the top 3 universities. Their strength is already greater than humans, and with the vast land and abundant resources of Zhangxia country, along with countless geniuses, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as reaching the sky. So, when he heard Zhou Nuo's reason for refusing, Zhao Tianfu unleashed his power, angrily scolding him, thinking he was a promising seed, but turned out to be someone who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. I've also reviewed your files. 18 years ago, you were severely lacking, with no good resources to compensate, weak strength, and low attribute value. Just relying on your current abilities, it's very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you do, you'll be the lowest ranked existence without strong and precise training, and that's all you'll have for your whole life. Chao Ngi tried to stand firm, thinking to himself how powerful the aura was. If it had been me before, I would have fallen to my knees already. Li Hang then stepped in front of Chao Ngi and also unleashed his strength to counter Trio Tianfu's aura. "Teacher Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to bully my students right here on my turf?" Chungok watched Chaunge from the side, secretly assessing that he could withstand Trio Thienfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This child truly is extraordinary. Trio Thienfu, realizing his overbearing attitude, withdrew his pressure and left. Admissions not only consider potential, but also character. A personality like that makes it hard to succeed, even if directly admitted. I will take my leave now. See you later, Principal La. Student Chaungi is ambitious, so I shouldn't stay too long. The 2 teachers also followed Zhao Tianfu as he left. Lahang saw this and quickly chased after, speaking up for Chaungi. Suddenly, only you and Teacher Chun Gach remained in the room. You are very brave, but Teacher Zhao's words are not without reason. It's truly as hard as reaching the sky for a genius from Zhonghua High to get into the top 3 universities, especially with the emergence of extraordinary races whose strength surpasses that of humans. But Eungi answered confidently, I will use my college entrance exam results to prove my strength. With a month left until the exam and the support of the system, I will definitely be able to improve my abilities beyond imagination. By then, the top 3 universities will be up to your choice. It's been a long time since I saw such a determined and profound gaze, as if returning to those days fighting on the front lines back then. In the peaceful place for a long time, my way of thinking has become centered on stability, thus creating a generational gap with the younger ones. Chungok looked at Chaungi for a long time, then turned and walked out the door, smiling as he said, All right, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. See you then. Classmate Chaungi. Time flies like a dog running across the field. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the college entrance exam is here. In the hall, students keep discussing that this year's exam questions were set by the notorious Duang Daima were doomed. A few years ago, it was him who set the exam questions, and our province's average score dropped to the lowest in history. Did you hear that? Zhou Yi refused direct admission and wanted to take exams for those 3 top universities. No way. He's also so arrogant, even a genius from the province or the city wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely pass the exam. What does he rely on? He is arrogant because he has a rare hidden profession. This time he's going to fall flat on his face. If I were the one paying over $1 million for tuition, I would have agreed long ago. What a pity. Just then, Zhou Yingyi appeared, and the young man who had been gossiping behind Zhou Yingyi's back suddenly looked up in surprise, and then spoke in a slightly strange tone. Why does it feel like Zhou Yingyi is not quite the same as before? He has an aura of a strong expert. Unlock the dungeon. After a loud shout, the information about the dungeon appeared immediately. The secret dungeon is deep in the dark, gloomy forest, with levels ranging from 10 to 13, including easy, normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties. The required number of people is 1 to 5. Beware, the depths of the dark forest are filled with demon cats and minotaur monsters. They are inherently evil and enjoy eating people. Damn it, and it's in the dark, gloomy forest. There can't be swampy terrain inside, right? The agile cat demon and the heavily armored minotaur are out in the city. The demon lord Duang here clearly doesn't want us to survive. The maximum number of people needed for the dungeon team according to the difficulty level. Previous exam requirements limited it to 3 people, but this time it's 5. As the contestants are complaining, Li Huang Duang steps forward and loudly reminds them, remember to act within your abilities. If you face danger and die, immediately use the scroll to return. If you die inside the dungeon, you'll die outside as well. Just like failing the university entrance exam, you must still protect your life. It's time. All contestants prepare to enter the dungeon. As soon as Li Huang Duang finished speaking, the contestants here turned into light and were teleported into the instance, while large screens began displaying their images for everyone to observe directly. Class 1, Tun Quang, Profession, Warrior, Nightmare Difficulty, Team of 1 person. Class 1, Mu holding the Profession, Assassin, Nightmare Difficulty, Team of 1 person. Class 1, Long Fai King, Fang Zunjian, Elemental Archer, Yu Light Mage, Nightmare Difficulty, 3 people in the team. Class 5, Holy Knight, Nightmare Difficulty, 1 person in the team. Everyone was discussing excitedly when suddenly a girl excitedly pointed at Chaungi's screen and shouted, Look, that's Chaungi clearing the nightmare level dungeon alone. At the same time, in a VIP row, Director Dao of the Department of Education was staring wide-eyed at the screen. He slammed the table and turned angrily to scold Lahang sitting beside him, saying, the support ability of the Holy Knight is extremely powerful, and whether cooperating with any team, they will cause destruction. Why does Zhao Yingyi have to clear dungeons alone? And still chose the nightmare difficulty level with a more than 40% death rate. Principal La, this month the city has provided Zhao Yingyi with many resources to help him achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected. What he's doing shows he doesn't truly value the government's training at all. Director La Hong quickly forced a smile and said reassuringly, "Rest assured, Director, Chaungi is not reckless. He must have some trump cards." Turning back to Chaungi, who was moving, he suddenly noticed a shadow swiftly gliding across the high branches. Chaungi, with a serious expression, takes out his weapon, readying himself, wielding a copper blade. After equipping a long-handled axe, strength increases by 7. Agility decreases by 2. In an instant, a monster swooped down from the high branch, claws reaching toward Chaungi. Just in time, die. He shouted loudly and swung his axe down, splitting the monster into 2 halves, strength 45, physique 51, agility 43, intelligence 52. Ning looks satisfied as he closes his character sheet, thinking to himself that in just 1 month, even though he's only level 10, the average of each attribute has reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 professional. Looking across Tuhang province, he can now be considered among the top candidates. Then Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Not brave enough to come. Then I will launch the attack. You charge forward to the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in your hand is now covered with a golden aura. The level 4 C-grade blessing weapon, infused with holy light, can increase the weapon's power, physical attack, and critical hit rate for allies within a certain range. Zhou Nuo, like a tiger encountering a flock of sheep, takes down each monster without exception with a single strike. Under the influence of his S-rank talent, the protection of the divine angel, the blessing effect of his weapon, and the exclusive skills of the Holy Knight are all enhanced. The power of the one-blade spear has increased by 21 points. With such a strong buff, other contestants would surely be very envious if they knew. Ultimately, in the college entrance exam dungeon, the 3-star silver weapon in his hand, after being enhanced, can rival a 5-star silver weapon. Every attribute is extremely valuable in the exam, creating a significant gap between him and others. At this moment, another group of monsters attacked from behind Zhou Ngi. Ngi sheaths his weapon, turns around, and softly mutters as he wields the white sword. A cross-shaped light shot out from his hands, slicing the monsters into pieces and falling to the ground. The pure white dagger has been upgraded to level 5, now possessing strong light attribute damage, and with the blessing of a holy angel, it can directly kill low-level monsters. He muttered to himself, casually grabbing a clawed, mutilated limb from the monster, then forcefully throwing it at the distant creature, the lucky monster that narrowly escaped his skill attack. The sharp, clawed limb sped toward the monster, piercing its belly and dragging it into the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, through the large screen, spectators watching Zhou Yi's performance were all excitedly cheering. Wow, that was really dangerous. The timing of Senior Brother Zhou's skill release was perfect, almost as if he launched the white dagger the moment he was attacked. After transforming, this move was instantly shattered. That was amazing. Class Monitor Zhou is truly mighty and imposing. I saw this axe at the mall. It's very heavy. Why does it look like Master Zhou is just playing around when he uses it? Could it be that he has added all the free attributes to his strength? Hearing this, Dong Tianjun frowned again. As a teacher, his observation skills are better than these students, so he can see more things. No, everyone look carefully. Chauni's speed is even faster than the Demon Cat. Not only is the speed extremely fast, but skill casting is also rapid, and the power of magic is incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, intelligence is definitely not low. His sword swing angle, attack range control, and force of strikes are all perfectly managed, truly a battle genius. After finishing, Dong Tianjun looked at Li Huanduang with envy and whispered, "Such a good seedling. Why was he placed in Class 5 at the beginning?" Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Zhou Yi has a strong fighting spirit, but what he did was really unwise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons only wasted his energy. The Nightmare Dungeon not only has powerful monsters, but also an enormous number of enemies. Even the best mages can fail due to exhaustion of their magic power. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden for a professional warrior. If you only swing the axe once or twice, you might not feel it, but swinging it hundreds of times in succession will leave you completely exhausted and unable to hold your battle axe anymore. In the end, he was torn to pieces by those cat's demons. At this moment, a new wave of monsters rushed toward Zhou Ngi on the screen, causing an immediate commotion. It's already the next wave of cat demons, not even a moment to catch your breath. That's too cruel, at least over 100 cat demons. Can Senior Chaungi do it this time? All the viewers are focused and full of anticipation, watching his performance. In the dungeon, Zhou Nuo also did not disappoint them. He smoothly combined weapons and skills, quickly taking down this wave of monsters. As the last monster falls, a small vortex appears in front of Zhou Yi and gradually widens. "This is the entrance to the next level," he whispered, then decisively stepped into the vortex. Emerging from it, a large group of monsters was already waiting in front of him. On the outside, the host points to Chaoyi's screen, broadcasting live to viewers. "Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I am your favorite host, and now we are broadcasting the performance of the most talented student from the Second Institute, the S+ gifted prodigy, and the brightest holy knight, Chaoyi. He used incredible efficiency to complete the first stage of the Nightmare Dungeon in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what is this supposed to mean? 3 minutes and 17 seconds, 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion." Because he was so enthusiastic, his big brother almost pressed his face against the camera lens, making the cameraman helplessly say, "Please, don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female fan exclaimed affectionately, "A guy running and slashing all the way until the last one finally takes a deep breath. How high do you think his stamina really is?" Tuang Fei shook her finger and said, "The fake instructor said it was unwise to exhaust too much stamina during the first monster attack. Now it seems we can't predict anything." In the front row, Li Huangduang reminded her, "Tuang Fei, watch the competition quietly. The fake instructor's words might also be false." Tuang Fei, covering his mouth teasingly, said, "Teacher Lai, I think your smile is quite happy too. Don't talk nonsense." But even so, Li Huangdong was a bit unsure, squeezing his face and muttering, "Is my smile really that obvious?" Senior Joe has entered the gate. I don't know who shouted, but everyone stopped discussing and focused on the big screen. In the dungeon, thanks to the appraisal spell, the information about the monsters became clear to Chaoyi. The monsters, the Minotaur-headed beast, level 14, with silver-grade talent, ferocious skills, savage battlefield combat, and crushing force. The first challenge is facing the soldiers of liberation, but the second is confronting a well-trained army. The threat of death suddenly skyrocketed hundreds of times. Without giving Chaoyi much time to think, the monsters began their attack. The melee fighters immediately charged forward while the mages stayed in place casting spells. Suddenly, black hands sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Chaoyi and immobilizing him. It forces him to face the monsters head-on, just as fireballs are about to strike, and outside the spectators gasp in horror, calling Chaoyi the cursed cat lover. "Oh my god, this is dangerous." In the dungeon, Chaoyi faced this perilous situation and smiled as he spoke. The vanguard soldier, the priest increasing his state, the mage casting support spells, their coordination is quite seamless. Engi waited until the claws of the leading monster were just a short distance from him before raising both hands to invoke the holy crosslight. Immediately, a large cross-shaped light burst forth, emitting a golden glow that engulfed the entire horde of monsters. The level 4 B-ranked holy crosslight gathered into a cross-shaped halo behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by radiant energy for several seconds. Screams of agony echoed as the golden light faded, revealing a forest of corpses lying on the ground instead of a horde of snarling monsters before Zhou. Outside, Fake Dao gawked and said, "That was too powerful." All the low-level monsters were killed instantly. Who told me that the Holy Knight is a support class, that the B-level wide area attack divine skill is like a talent, and that skills are also divided into 7 levels from low to high, with higher levels being more powerful and rare. Moreover, Jia Dao also had some doubts in his heart. The main government resources mostly consisted of C-level skills, so how did he get a B-level skill? This kid Chaoyi is not simple at all. Back in the dungeon, all the monsters are dead. Only the last Minotaur remains standing. Chaoyi points his weapon at the monster and taunts, "Come on, it's just you left." Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur use both Berserk and Berserk skills on itself. Then, it unleashed a spear attack skill, stomping its foot down hard, creating a crack that led straight to where Chaoyi was standing. Chaoyi reacts quickly, jumping high to dodge. While he is airborne and unable to evade, the Minotaur uses a savage charge to attack him. Because it is in a Berserk state, any damage cannot break its charge mode. Ngi also shows no intention of fleeing. He uses a skill to slash through the air directly at the Minotaur, successfully knocking it back, then crosses his arms, drawing a cross-shaped beam of white light with his sword towards the Minotaur while rushing forward. The white sword disappears into the body of the Minotaur, causing it to cry out in pain as its massive body falls backward. Softly, Chaoyi decisively swung down, splitting the body of the Minotaur. The Minotaur was still alive, lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open as it looked at Chaoyi. Chaoyi's face darkened as he walked over and stomped directly on the Minotaur's head. This time, Chaoyi was certain the Minotaur was dead, because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Seeing the vortex, Chaoyi whispered to himself, "The next stage is the boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience is already boiling with excitement, many unable to contain their enthusiasm and standing up to shout. Wow! An axe beheading a 4-meter-tall Minotaur. Absolutely stunning. Don't forget this Minotaur is in a berserk state. This power is almost unbelievable. Your continuous combo is so handsome. Senior Ngi, I love you. The MC looked at the clock and exclaimed that the second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. You're so skilled, so precise with your skill shots and in control of your power that it's hard to believe you're just a student who was promoted only a month ago. Next, Jia Dao turned to smile and said to Lahang, "Congratulations, Principal La. The Second Institute is about to produce a genius." Lahang also happily replied, "The river has its bends, people have their turns, and now it's our Second Institute's turn to have a talented individual emerge." In his heart, he secretly hoped that since the school was founded, the most outstanding college entrance exam student in the Second Institute, ranked 72nd in the province, maybe this time Zhou Ngi could elevate the Second Institute to a new level. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Why is senior brother Zhou Ngi not resting a bit longer and has already entered the boss's stage?" Everyone quickly looked at the screen, and when they saw that Zhou Ngi had entered the boss fight without resting, Jia Dao angrily scolded, "If he hasn't recovered to his best condition and ends up losing the advantage against the boss, it will be a big loss." Lahang quickly spoke to advise, "Zhou Ngi must have his reasons for doing so, we just need to wait patiently." In Lahang's mind, Tuhang province is densely populated with many geniuses, and he only aims to be among the top 100 students in the province, mainly clearing nightmare-level dungeons alone. With the same difficulty, to become the champion, you must complete the dungeon in the shortest time possible. Back in the dungeon, as Zhou Yi entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting nearby, so he used appraisal magic on the boss. The Minotaur boss, level 16, with golden talent, skills unknown, too far apart in level to be scouted. Note from the Minotaur race: human. If you dare step into my palace, you must be prepared to die. Lamin Truk blesses courage. The divine grants favor and protection. A series of skills are used simultaneously by Chaoyi. Then he appears behind the boss in full armor, waves his hand and says, "Hey kid, I'm here." All upgrades now include the basic level of the Holy Knight form. The boss, furious, turns back, and Chaoyi also charges forward to attack. Despite Chaoyi's attack, the Minotaur King simply raised his hand to block, and even with 4 buff skills activated, they couldn't harm his body. Feeling incredulous, Chaoyi darted forward and struck the creature again, but it was like hitting a piece of metal, sparks flying everywhere. King Bullhead roared angrily and swung his weapon down at Chaoyi's position, causing a shockwave and clouds of dust to rise high. Chaoyi narrowly dodged the attack and, emerging from the smoke, saw a flash of purple light. 1 second later, Bull King suddenly appeared in front of Chaoyi and swung his weapon down. Chaoyi couldn't dodge in time. His body was knocked away and pierced through 5 large pillars before finally stopping. Luckily, I had the Holy Knight's protective armor, or my bones would have shattered. Well done, our first fight. Now I know what to do. The spear just now wasn't wasted. He softly said. Chaoyi slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "Victory to the spear." In an instant, numerous small yellow whirlwinds appeared around Zhou Nuo's body, followed by sharp yellow spears protruding from within the whirlwinds, flying straight toward the Minotaur in the distance. The level 3 C-grade Victoria Spear, which channels divine power into the enemy, deals immense damage upon impact. Seeing this, the Minotaur King brandished its weapon to block, remaining unharmed no matter how many spears Chaoyi threw. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Warning: magic power is dropping low. Please replenish magic power. Chaoyi just glanced and then ignored it, continuing to maintain his skills while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The king is really strong, with better physique and strength than me. Using brute force to suppress it is impossible. Usually, people would choose to loosen the kite string to kill it. But doing that wouldn't guarantee victory. Considering the purpose of the person who set the challenge, they definitely wouldn't let the students be in danger, so there must be many ways to handle it. While Duqin and I sensed that its agility attribute was very low, attacking from multiple angles continuously would make it difficult for it to counterattack. Thinking so, Trong Ngi commanded the spears to attack from different directions. The effect was immediate, with a few spears successfully piercing the knee of the Minotaur King. Warning: magic power is low. Please replenish magic. Trong Eungi clenched his fist and detonated the spears, causing the Minotaur to kneel on one knee. Apart from being less agile, the bull-headed king also has a weakness in combat. He has high endurance and health stats, but is easily affected by attacks and can suffer serious damage. So, in a short period, you must continuously use high-damage skills. But to do that, you need to time your skill deployment precisely and control the number of releases. If he doesn't drain all his magic power before killing the bull-headed king, he will lose his qualification to compete. With calculations in place, Zhou Nuo knows his chance has come. You take advantage of the fact that the bull-headed man is still kneeling on the ground, unleashing all your strength to control the flames from all directions and detonate them immediately. Warning, your mana is running low. Please replenish your mana. He wanted to unleash his ultimate move, but ran out of time. Whispering softly, Zhou charged directly at the bull-headed king, drew his weapon, and delivered a decisive strike, splitting its body into two halves. Congratulations on completing the Sam Lam Dungeon Challenge Nightmare level. Your time was 9 minutes and 24 seconds, and your run has been recorded. Your score on this level is SS. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top scorer in this dungeon run. Hearing this announcement, Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned and whispered, "Could it be that the top scorer has already been confirmed as me in this Tuhang County exam?" But Chao Ngi quickly reacted, happily clenched his fist and whispered, "Great, I did it." Inside, he thought to himself that in the year he traveled here, his mother passed away from illness. His sister was seriously ill, he was drowning in foreign debt, and all the medical expenses for Xiaovan had overwhelmed him. But in that harsh environment, I chose not to give up and couldn't increase my attribute points, so I trained myself in combat skills and strengthened my fighting spirit. The appearance of the system has given me a second chance to change my life, but it also holds my fate in my hands. I must seize this opportunity and try harder than anyone else. I was determined not to waver, so I turned back. With that, I adjusted my mood. You remove the armor from your body and step towards the vortex. The system announces, "Congratulations, you have gained 121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Your level has increased to 11, then to 12, and now to 13. Congratulations on receiving the Tropical Rainforest Belt with plus 10 physical attribute and plus 7 strength. Level 10 required. The equipment set bonus during jungle combat continuously boosts based on your stamina. Respawn speed x3, stamina recovery speed x3, mana recovery speed x3. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Forest Ring equipment, level 10 required. The set bonus during jungle combat will provide continuous buffs based on your own stamina. Revival speed x3, stamina recovery speed x3, mana recovery speed x3. 10 strawberry items dropped. Note that after use, it will restore a certain amount of mana. Gold level bullhead card x1 item. Note the necromancy materials. After successful necromancy, the power can be used to enhance equipment by plus 120. Linky Chow just stepped out of the whirlpool and was greeted with a series of cheers. "Welcome back, Senior Chow. I love you, Chow Schoolmaster. You are my god. Chow Senior is so talented. Linghe is so powerful. Second god, second god, second god." Chow Nungi was startled and almost jumped out of his skin. Before he could even adapt, he heard the clicking sounds ringing in his ears. When Eungi turned around, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him, with flashes going off constantly. Alongside, two people are approaching him, Principal Lahang and the acting director of the Department of Education, with Lahang leading and smiling as he speaks. Spending 10 minutes alone to pass the nightmare-level dungeon is something that hasn't happened in 100 years of glory. With years of experience studying the exam, Zhou Yi can easily become the top student in Tuhang County. A bright future awaits. Chaungi smiled and replied, "You're too kind." At this moment, a car arrived, causing a commotion among everyone. Whose car is this? Why did they drive directly into the exam hall? Isn't this the S-400 magic artifact that can switch to flight mode? Huh? Is this the S-400 that can be transformed into a house in the capital? Yes, it is. The car stopped not far from Zhou Ningyi, and Jia Dao voluntarily opened the door and told him, "The results will be ready within 3 days at the latest, and we will inform you immediately then." "Thank you, Deputy Director." Then Zhongyi followed Lahang to the S-400. Lahang also spoke, telling him to rest and wait for good news from us. Not long after, Chaungi arrived at the hospital to visit Tu Van. After their last conversation, Zhao Wenbin quickly kept his promise and arranged for Xiaoyan to be placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital. The professional medical team monitors Xiaoyun's condition around the clock, and as Zhou Engi steps into the elevator, a nurse greets him with a smile. "Mr. Chow, you're here." Chaungi nodded and responded. "Yes, I came to visit Xiaoyun. I have good news to tell her. I heard your exam results were probably very good today." As the nurse pressed the 26th floor button, the elevator ascended, and suddenly the two inside felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse trembled slightly and asked, "It's strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioner set too low?" He paid close attention to the cold air seeping in from the door gap, his face turning serious. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and opened, the scene before the nurse made her scream in horror. What is going on? What's happening here? The entire long corridor is covered in a layer of ice, and even the people here have turned into ice statues with terrified faces. Van silently called out. Chaoyi hurriedly rushed to her side, leaving the nurse behind. Chao Tian, the nurse, tried to call Chaoyi, but before she could finish speaking, she too was turned into an ice statue. Chaoyi broke through the ice wall in Xiao Van's room and shouted her name, but a second later he was stunned by the terrifying scene before him. Tiny Van is lying on the hospital bed in pain, with a continuous stream of energy escaping from her body, forming a large ice dragon in the air. Next to the bed, a person is maintaining a spell, seemingly healing Tiny Van. Seeing Chaoyi about to attack the ice dragon, the girl performing the healing spell suddenly shouted, Stop! Don't attack!" Hearing this, Chaoyi had to abandon his plan to attack the ice dragon. Chaoyi approached the girl and said, "Sister Tin, please explain. If you hurt it carelessly, Tuvan's meridian might be severely damaged or shattered." Chaoyi asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Tin replied, suddenly worsening her cold. "Everyone will be frozen into ice columns. Now I can only suppress the cold air in this layer. You should leave quickly." Chaoyi looked worried and called out, but Chi Tin interrupted, saying, "Tuni, without a senior priest, there's only so much I can do." Chaoyi briefly regained his composure. "I understand." Then Chaoyi silently gave the order. All skill points gradually heal from level 4 to level 10, gradually restoring the team members within a certain range, while also increasing stamina and magic power for a limited time. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ni uses the gradual healing skill on Xiaoyan, and Sister Tin exclaims in surprise at the power contained within the Holy Knight's healing ability, which is so strong it even surpasses her level 23 priest stance. Zhou Ni maintains the skill while protecting. "Sister Tin, I am here to support. You need to go inform Secretary Zhao to urgently invite a senior priest." Sister Tin replies, "The schedule of the senior priest is full. Secretary Zhao has already scheduled her for next week. Even if we go now, it's too late." Zhou Ni turned back, his serious expression saying, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as we can invite a senior pastor, I will unconditionally agree to anything he asks in the future. I will never lie." Sister Tin looked at Chaoyi silently for a moment before agreeing, then turned around to find Secretary Zhao. Chaoyi continues to treat Xiaoyan, as the cold air outbreak is something Xiaoyan has endured every night for the past year. Under the influence of cold yin energy, her whole body is in excruciating pain, feeling worse than death. Recently, the cold yin has become more severe, and I never expected that the cold energy could affect the outside as well. He silently gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even as his hands showed signs of being affected by the cold energy. As time passed and night fell, just when Chaoyi's magic was about to run out, a green sphere suddenly flew into the room. It was like a rubber ball bouncing repeatedly, causing Banglong's body to crack slightly. Seeing Tiu Van's pained expression, Ingyi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green sphere hit Zhou Ni, knocking him backward. Then, a girl appeared in the room carrying a large pen, like a staff, waving her hand provocatively at Banglong. "Ow!" Banglong shouted and charged at the girl. The girl swung her pen like a club, striking Banglong's head hard, then continuously waved the pen tip, drawing special symbols on Banglong's body. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a blue light, and she slammed the pen down onto Banglong's body. A formation appears, and Banglong is struck towards Tiu Van. Its body shrinks until it finally turns into an ice sphere, merging into her. Seeing that Xiaoyun's expression had relaxed and no longer looked pained, so Zhongyi secretly thought, "It's fine." At this moment, the girl, Sister Lu, turned to look at Zhongyi and said, "You're Zhongyi, right? I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Thoiliet Na, a second-tier pastor level 35 from Convan City." Chaoyi greets her, and Thoiliet Na says that the fake supervisor begged her to come and treat your sister first. Watching Zhou Yi, Thoiliet Na thought to herself that if the fake chief didn't say this person's name could be the top scholar of the province, she wouldn't break the rule of first impression. If he could withstand Han Chi for so long, the fake chief wouldn't deceive her. Ning opened his mouth to ask her what exactly was wrong with my sister. "Can it be cured?" Thoiliet Na replied, as Han Ki burst out and Ning Ju into a shape. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening," Zhongyi gasped in surprise. "The bloodline awakening. You know that when the Eternal Game appeared, many players chose races like elves, giants, and demons. And after the game merges with reality, Players of different races also display the traits of their respective bloodlines, such as elves having green eyes and elongated, pointed ears. Those with giant bloodlines can reach a height of 34 meters. Over 200 years, intermarriage between demonized races and humans has diluted their bloodlines, causing their appearance and abilities to gradually fade, except in rare cases when the bloodline awakens. And if it fails, at best it leaves you paralyzed. At worst, it kills you. Your sister is suffering from the cold energy, and because she is too weak, she cannot withstand the power of the bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the frost bloodline, a rare bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, the body must be altered. As far as I know, only a rare treasure of extreme cold, the ice crystal of heaven and earth, can change a person's physique. However, this thing is very rare. The last time it appeared was at the 30-year auction, where a mysterious person bid $13 billion for it. 3 months later, the cold energy in your sister's body will be fully released and uncontrollable, and another method is to use a great sealing spell to directly seal the bloodline of the alien race. After you make your decision, use the token to contact me, but the price is that your sister's future will no longer be able to advance in rank. After Thoiliet Na left, Chaoyi stared into the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, he finally finished his daily task. A system panel appears. Squats 200-200. Push-ups 200-200, sit-ups 200-200, weapon swings 200-200. Completing the daily mission, I choose the reward. Chaoyi speaks about attribute points. Most of the time I choose free attribute rewards for daily missions. For the Holy Knight, physical and mental attributes are extremely important, but other attributes can't be overlooked either. So usually, distributing attribute points in a 2-3-3-2 pattern for balanced development minimizes weaknesses. And as Chaoyi was lost in thought, a system interface suddenly appeared before him. The exam results have been announced. The achievement mission has been completed. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer in Tuhang province in this exam. Based on your performance, the reward will be granted. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Level Divine Beast skill, S. Congratulations on acquiring the S-grade Resurrection Cross Relic. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time Divine Technique S-shape spell. Congratulations on acquiring a rare skill. Brightness illuminates the world. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exam ended, news about Chaoyi has been everywhere in newspapers and media. When Zhou changed his class to become a Holy Knight, I knew he definitely had a bright future, which is why I suggested to the city officials to invest more in his development. It's all thanks to my keen eyesight. A group of students listening to Jiadao being interviewed on TV couldn't help but be amazed. The top scholar of the province becoming a Holy Knight. Doesn't that mean heavy support equipment? I don't know much, don't fool me. The Holy Knight is slow to do dungeons. Level 10 is for nightmare dungeons. Are you joking? Is there cheating involved? A female student immediately took out her phone to defend Chaoyi, saying I recorded it at that time. There's evidence to back it up. Even the students who doubted Chaoyi's strength had to admit their admiration. The fierce power is incredible. The Holy Crosslight aura seems even stronger than the high-level fire magic of a mage. Trukfuk's weapons, gifts from the gods, the courage to bless. Can someone help me count how many buds this province has in total? Elsewhere, the red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, attentively watching Joungi's competition and commenting. The 9-minute, 24-second segment was even 20 seconds faster than his own. Chaoyi is interesting. However, at this point, the red-haired guy points to a spot not far away, causing it to explode, then smirks maliciously. Daring to steal his glory, there is only one way out. The next morning, while on his way to visit his sister, Chaoyi unexpectedly received a message on his phone informing him that he had received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Chaoyi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received a reply. Because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you like any particular neighborhood, or should we choose one for you? It seems they also received news that you are the top scholar of the province. I think you should choose for me. Well, I heard that the admissions officers from the top 3 universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need, they have arrived, Chaoyi replied, then looked at the man in front of him. I'm a student at Duel University. Duel University? Chaoyi was a bit surprised when a strange voice suddenly spoke up. Why did the initial comments from Duel University say that you, Chaoyi, were too arrogant and criticized you for being reckless and ignorant of the world? And now, why are things different? The admissions officer from Duel University looked up at the muscular man standing on the helicopter's cable. Zhao Tianfu's words truly show he has no idea how big the challenge is. He has already been expelled from the school. Then, the teacher from Duel looked at Chaoyi in confusion. Chaoyang, if you want to come to our school, Duel University is willing to pay 40 million. No matter what conditions Duel University offers, Mado City University will double them. Mado University is sure to get Chaoyang, so you should leave while you still can. The muscular man landed and spoke with a confident tone that made teacher Duel want to slam the table. At that moment, a girl's voice echoed in Chaoyang's ear. Have you asked Thonkin University yet? Then the girl with purple hair and angel wings embraced Chaoyang and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After monopolizing Chaoyang alone, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, You may not have much else besides your classmates at Thonkin University, but you have enough cultivation resources. 4 years of university, each year providing level A cultivation resources. As soon as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher wielding a black staff stood in front of Zhou Yi, and the other female teacher slowly threatened him. Stealing the top scholar requires risking resources, finances, and reputation. If Thonkin University can do it, then Tuhang University can do it too. Stealing someone directly, what's the big deal? If you don't let him down, don't blame me for being rude. The muscular teacher has already flown up to join the fun. That's right, ripe melons aren't sweet. Chaoyang, at Badu University, I not only provide A-level resources once a year, but also give you a full set of gold-grade equipment. The purple-haired teachers, though furious, wisely gradually lowered Zhou Nuo and then smiled kindly. I'm not kidnapping him. I just want to have a private friendly exchange with classmate Zhou Nuo for a moment. Chaoyang, you choose to go. I'm Tamini, a student of Tuhang University. Tuhang University values strength above all. As long as you can rank on the local and national charts within the school, you'll have access to A-level resources, even S-level resources. Moreover, Tuhang University has maintained its first place in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, proving its top-tier student training capabilities. The purple-haired teacher said angrily, What do you mean to me? You've only won a few competitions and you're already arrogant. Tuhang University's victory is an undeniable fact. Ms. Tan should still encourage the teachers and students at Thonkin School to try harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Chaoyang was seriously considering which school to choose. The special enrollment benefits offered by the 3 schools were roughly the same. Choosing any school freely also has unlimited prospects, but after some consideration, I want to develop stronger practical skills in the university that best suits me. Finally, Chaoyang decided to attend Tuhang University. Tamini immediately took out a scroll and said, This is Tuhang University's special survival contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, sign it. Professor Luke Luong was disappointed to lose talent, but was already beaten to it by Tuhang University. Ms. Tan still didn't give up and said, If Tuhang University isn't a good fit, you're welcome to transfer to Thonkin University. Tamini immediately shot a deadly glare at Tan, saying this is a technique only high-level mages can master. Chaoyang, reading the contract in shock, then asked Tamini in confusion, May I ask, what is Miss To's rank? The second-tier mage is level 42. Eungi looked even more confused, but she didn't seem to be over 30. The outside world is vast, and after entering university, Tuhang will be able to see many younger, strong fighters. That's great, Eungi replied excitedly. Anyway, lately, you haven't had any rivals your age, so entering Tuhang University might give you the chance to meet someone to spar with and improve faster. After signing the contract, Tamini put away the documents and advised, All right, you have 1 week to pack your belongings. I'll come to pick you up for enrollment in a week. Huh? Is the registration time for Tuhang University really that early? Tamini winked and replied, Of course, students who are not yet fully enrolled need to arrive early for advanced training, which will help improve their skills faster so they can perform even better in the upcoming National University Freshman Exchange Competition. A week has passed, and after Chaoyang and Chaovan moved into the new villa, it was also time for Chaoyang to start school. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister while he was away. Then he kept giving Chaovan advice about everything in the world before finally getting into Tumini's car. Seeing Chaoyang turn his head to look at his sister, Tumini smiled and asked, Is this your first time leaving home? That's right, so you need to prepare well. Before Ngi could understand Tumini's meaning, the car suddenly passed through the space gate. The security at Annin University in the city of Annin immediately appeared before you. We're not in a hurry, and there's no need to use the teleportation magic array. Then, Chaoyang looked around and was amazed to see magic vehicles flying out of the teleportation arrays everywhere. Normal teleportation arrays are controlled by the military, and even small teleportation arrays used by priests require approval from the city government. Tuhang University has a cooperation with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the school, which is very convenient and safe. Tamini explained, then tilted her chin forward. We've arrived. Eungi looked at everything unfolding before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's way too showy. Let's go, I'll take you to meet them," Tamini said to Chaungi. As Joongi was still looking around, he suddenly felt something brush past him, revealing a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl with white hair, her eyes blazing with warning. "I told you, I don't want to get to know you. That kick was a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't hold back anymore." After saying that, the white-haired girl left. The crowd then gathered around to look at the beaten-up young man and burst into mocking laughter. This time, Dong Tiu has run into Lady Sat. Every year at the start of school, he tries to seduce the younger female students. And now, he's finally met his match. Heaven has eyes. Ingi looked at the white-haired girl and thought to himself, "Mavan, she has the bloodline of the demon race." Tamini remembered Ungi's background and, seeing his current expression, offered a kind reminder. Many students and teachers in the university city carry bloodlines of different races, so if you encounter them later, you must not show any unusual reactions. Don't worry, even if everyone is a different race, as long as they stand on the side of humans, I won't hate them. I am not so lost in reason that I would hate the entire demon race because of my father's death. Then, that's good. This is your student ID card. Tamini produced a card and handed it to Chaoningi. Zhou Yi quickly glanced over the information on the ID card. I'll go over the school regulations. First is the ranking system. Each academic year has its own ranking, and the stronger your abilities, the higher your position will be. The ranking of new students is based on their university entrance exam results. You are in first place, so you are the strongest new student, but that's only a temporary ranking. A month from now, there will be a competition among new students, and the rankings will be based on the results. From today on, you'll become a target for attack, and everyone will want to take your spot. If I am already the top student now, I won't let this position slip away, Choungi proudly replied. Tumini smiled and continued to show Chaoningi around, explaining as they went along, next up are the credit system rules. New students will use their series number to get basic credits. Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and more. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy everything you want, including S-rank skills and resources. And besides the ranking order, there are 2 other ways to earn credits. One is through credit missions, where you can use your student ID card to register and search for missions on the website, accept suitable tasks, and complete them to earn the corresponding credits. The second method is to receive fixed credits based on the monthly ranking in the Underworld and Celestial rankings. This university has about 1,000 students. Those who want to enter the local and celestial maps as crowded as the Mongol army cannot be arrogant. In addition, this university also has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first dungeon is the Underground Goblin City, with a level cap from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Distorted Forest, with a level cap from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, the Hellfire level, has a limit of levels 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirements, you also need to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level to train in the training area, the trainees can be real people or fight against robots. The strongest possess absolute authority, the most resources, and this is the path to survival here. A group of students walking in the opposite direction of Joongi and Sumini. The young man leading the group greeted Sumini with a word, then continued to lead the students onward. As they passed by Joongi, a few students stared at him and whispered to each other, "Who is he that the teacher is taking him along? We are all being led around by senior students in groups of M. Could it be the back door of Wang Li?" A knowledgeable young man in the group says, "So you guys didn't know." The top scorer in the entrance exam will be specially taken care of by the admissions officer, both to help him quickly get used to the school environment and to attract top scorers in the future when choosing schools. If that's the case, then he's the top scorer of this admission round. Bak Hyu-sin, what's his background? Tell me more. The new students there include a white-haired girl eagerly waiting for Bak Hyu-sin's answer, Chaoningi, the top scorer of Tuhang Province, Holy Knight level 13. Just like everyone else, when they first heard about Joongi's profession, they couldn't help but be surprised. Are you sure that's right? Holy Knight is just a support profession. I remember you said that the second place is Shen Lingfeng, a level 14 berserker. How can someone like him, an assistant, surpass a berserk warrior? Hey, what are you guys talking about? You don't believe me? Bai Xiaosheng's reputation is not just for show. A female student couldn't help but gush about her passion for beauty. He's so handsome, he could easily become a star. The white-haired guy also looked at Jonwo with a surprised expression after hearing his impressive profile, recognizing him as the top student among the new students. Liu Jing, the level 13 knight ranked 38th, saw the white-haired CR watching Zhou Yi intently and grew envious, deliberately criticizing loudly. I think this top ranking is just a hollow title. Chaoningi indeed heard it and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lu Qin stepped forward in front of the students and issued a challenge to Chao Ningyi. Liu Jing, level 13 Night Enforcer, ranked 38th. I suspect you don't have the strength to hold the top spot. I want to challenge you. Classmate, arranging a duel is a private matter. Don't waste everyone's time. The senior student pats Liu Jing on the shoulder and mutters to himself, Idiot. Guiding new students, I'll earn a credit, so what are you causing trouble here for? Liu Jing pushed his hand away and replied, Sorry, I will keep it moderate. The leading student became even angrier. This idiot's ranking is decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the major academies, so it can't be wrong. The new students, hearing Liu Qin's challenge, start to gather and wait to see the show. There's a good show to watch. Wait a little longer and then go ahead, brother. Is Liu Jing trying to use a challenge against the leader as a stepping stone to boost his reputation? Then what do I have to rely on to accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, it will belong to you. If you lose, you won't lose anything. Seeing Liu Qin's uneasy expression and the group of freshmen, Eungi silently thought that for the peace of his future, he had to accept this challenge. But since he only wanted to scare him, the price he would pay would be even heavier. If that's the case, they'll remember it. So Zhongyi set a 300 credit bet, and I will fight a match with you. Liu Qin's face immediately changed color after hearing that, and the students started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th with only 400 credits. Liu Qin, at 38th, probably isn't much better. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. If he dares to stand out right at the start of the semester, he won't be the kind of brainless side character in a comic, right? Liu Qin was a bit nervous at this point, but as soon as he saw Qiar still watching Zhou Yi intently, envy clouded his judgment, and he finally accepted the challenge Zhou Yi proposed. 300 is 300. Let's go to the arena. You're a bit brave, but you don't need to step onto the arena. In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, I'll consider myself defeated. In the end, everyone still gathered around the arena, with Tomini personally acting as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately charged forward. He secretly calculated that both the Punisher Knight and the Holy Knight belonged to hidden professions. Punishing knights rely on brute strength, while holy skill users focus on support. If you can defeat the Holy Knight quickly without hesitation, you can easily win. At that moment, Liu Jing involuntarily looked at the white-haired girl standing under the arena, knowing she would be watching him. Regaining his composure, Liu Jing swung his sword, using the Blood Vitality slash skill to strike at Zhou Nuo. But Zhou Nuo easily dodged and then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. Vo vi, Zhou Ni said, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking he had some tricks up his sleeve, but now he was defeated. The male student led the team to check Liu Qin's injuries and then reported to Tomi Ni. Ma'am, Liu Qin has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma. Yes, send the priest to treat him. Tomi Ni said as she used Liu Qin and Chao Ningyi's student cards to operate the system, then returned the cards to Chao Ningyi. 300 credits have been transferred to his student card. The intense battle left the new students in awe. The bloodthirsty power of the punishing knight is hard to resist. So all he needs is 1 kick to break it? Is this the power of the top-ranked person? They are on completely different levels. The strength attributes of the two must differ by at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still and stepped forward to challenge Zhongyi to a fight. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the demon race, but also inherited equipment. Seeing inherited equipment for the first time, I also wanted to test its power. Zhou Nu used appraisal techniques to check information about the opponent, weapon, moon shadow, ancient sword, quality, 3-star inheritance, race, human, profession, swordsman, unclear effects. After a while, Zhou Nu replied, All right, another match is about to begin, and since the opponent doesn't seem to be an easy opponent, Zhou Nu decided to use the Mystic Light War Trident to face the white-haired girl. Weapon: Mystic Light Battle Trident, grade 3S gold quality with physical attribute, Pleasant 18, Intelligence +, boosting all level B light system skills, or lower by 1 level. System reward source. Even the second-year students from Class 53 are coming to watch this time. The new students just arrived at the school and there's already a conflict, but it's just a chicken fight. Li Dongthang, one of the ministers of the Ultralight Society, a level 29 ranger, happened to pass by, saw Tomini, approached to greet her, and then stayed to watch the fight. 3, 2, 1, start. The signal just sounded as both sides charged at each other. While the white-haired one used the Extreme Shadow Slash to strike at lightning-fast speed, Chao Ningyi used the method of violent trampling to lift the giant beast and slam it down, causing wide-area damage and pushing back the enemy. As soon as their moves collided with a loud explosion, both were pushed back by each other's techniques. Impressive. Truly a monster. He secretly thought that the white-haired opponent would intensify their attack, using dark attribute shadow/magic on their weapon and unleashing a powerful shadow slash toward Chaungi, who, seeing the enemy strike, was not afraid, but instead cheered excitedly. Excellent, at last there is someone who can face me head-on. Keep going. Lift up can perform an attack from below to above. Lift up the enemy. Enhance the consecutive attack while moving forward, delivering a second strike. The 3 slashes cut with a powerful attack ahead of the enemy and unleash the 3 slashes. Liba will deliver multiple attacks on the enemy, knocking them back. Bang Sun Keech jumps a short distance forward and strikes the ground with its weapon. There are many instances of attacking, with the final blow capable of knocking the enemy down. Both sides continue to skillfully use their techniques to attack each other, but the outcome remains undecided. The audience watching from below the arena stared in shock as the two figures moved at lightning speed across the stage. Could these really be two students fighting each other? Lai Dongthang, after a moment of contemplation, then spoke. A spirit swordmaster will lose quickly if they don't have a trump card. The male student leading the group looked a bit skeptical. Really? I think it's hard to tell who will win between those two, Li Dongthang analyzed. Enhancement blocks the attack and absorbs all enemy strikes. At first, the 3 strikes of the Holy Knight, she only needed to block 1. Now the Holy Knight swings 2 strikes, forcing her to block with her sword. When using large weapons for both defense and attack, it's common to swing only within a certain range to conserve stamina. When he spots an opening in the opponent's defense, Jono will suddenly strike to suppress them. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving his stamina. Either he's foolish, or he completely trusts in his own strength. From start to finish, Qian Chui kept restricting the movements of the new Lin Si, forcing her to use her sword to block Qian Chui's attacks. Watching Chaungi strike, each move was of high quality. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Such a beautiful woman, but her strikes are merciless. This Holy Knight is truly ruthless." The countdown begins. After finishing, Zhongyi immediately activated the Divine Blessing Point. The Courage Blessing Point, the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Liming Bamboo Blessing, and the Guardian Blessing Point, instantly forming a huge light surrounding him. This oppressive feeling is so strong. Is this really his best state? While the white-haired one hesitated slightly, Chao Ningyi used the victory spear and then pointed with his arm. White-haired, taking advantage of the time needed to cast a skill, quickly used Ghost Shadow Slash to approach the enemy and strike to defeat Chao Ningyi. Unexpectedly, Chao Ningyi smiled confidently and said, "I knew you would use this move." As he finished speaking, he swung his truncheon to strike the white-haired girl, who could only helplessly close her eyes and wait for the blow, but nothing happened for a long time. "Do you want to keep going?" White-haired person opened her eyes to see Chao Ningyi had already withdrawn his skill, standing there with his truncheon, looking at her. "No more fighting, your attack is almost crushing. Continuing would be the same result anyway. You haven't used your full strength," Chao Ningyi reveals. "You knew that in this battle, neither her powerful sword skills nor her shadow attribute strength were used." The white-haired girl smiled brightly like a flower and asked, "Got caught? It's just a test of my limits once. I won't use my trump card. Moreover, you also didn't use your full strength. I've watched your exam video. Let's be friends and compete again later." After the two of them finished chatting, Tamini continued to take Chao Ningyi around the school, feeling a bit of anticipation in her heart. The first day of school not only earned 600 points, but also made all the top students eligible for special scholarships. This freshman batch is about to get pretty intense. The freshman dormitory is located on a small mountain peak, while the regular students' dormitory is at the foot of the mountain with the back facing the mountain. The dormitories for specially admitted students are located on the mountain peak, and these dormitories are luxurious villas with varying levels of luxury and amenities based on their ranking. "From now on, you will live here." Tamini gestured towards the enormous house in front of them. As she swiped her card and entered, Tamini suddenly remembered something and immediately told Chao Ningyi, "Yes, I heard you're looking for Kukhan Lianhua." There was a small team that saw Kukhan Lianhua in the Storm Mountain Range, but they gave up harvesting it because high-level monsters were guarding the area. This was 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its accuracy. Based on the information provided by Tumini in the following days, Chao Ningyi threw himself into researching information about the Storm Mountain Range, which is known to be a large mountain range formed after the integration of the Eternal and Lamtin worlds. The area is vast, filled with countless geniuses, rare treasures, exotic herbs, and monstrous beasts. Even those with a third profession change dare not venture deep inside casually. With Chao Ningyi's current strength, if he encounters a high-level monster, he can only run away to survive. But luckily, after completing the college entrance exam achievement, the system rewarded him with a life-saving trick, so even if he is caught off guard, he can still survive. There's nothing to hesitate about. Buy some more skills and equipment, then let's go. Ngi looks for suitable skills on the computer while receiving a notification. After checking, you are a top-ranked student in the special admission process. Skills of a holy knight below level A can be learned for free and provide complete immunity to physical damage. Very effective, so I'll buy it. Long-range star shooting skills are free, Pepsi, you really got lucky. Accordingly, all the powerful free skills are purchased by Chao Ni, but unfortunately there is one item he still has to use exam reward points to collect, which is the jungle outfit. Preparation is complete. Chao Nungi immediately heads to the Storm Mountain range to find the extreme cold lotus to cure his sister. While wandering in the Windstorm Mountain searching for the extreme cold lotus, you see a massive explosion nearby. Curious, you immediately grab your pants and rush over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, after adding Chaogi on WeChat, Kwang So-nian took the initiative to message and get to know him. But ever since he said he would go to the Kwangfong mountain range, he went completely silent, making Kwang So-nian feel disappointed and call her best friend to share her youthful feelings. I met a very special boy yesterday. I challenged him to a duel, and during the fight he released some demonic power. He was completely unfazed, not even a look of infatuation. After hearing that, your friend couldn't help but be amazed, so his willpower must be incredibly strong and terrifying. Kwang So-nian casually responded, and then decided to go to the Windstorm Mountain range, just like Crass. Somewhere in the mountain range, a fierce battle was taking place between demons and a 4-person team, including Engineer Chu Niu, Summoner Ontian Shun, Artillery Master Chu Dan, and Swordswoman Tuthan Lian. First, Chu Niu drove the tank while throwing a few small discs with bombs attached at the monsters. As soon as they stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded. A few escaped monsters continued to rush wildly to attack the tank. Ontian Yuan used her Ice Spirit summoning skill to create an ice wall blocking the monster's advance, unaware that another one was leaping at high speed through the trees, aiming to approach their vehicle from behind at 9 o'clock. Following Chunhai's orders, Chu Dan immediately fired her gun, causing the creature behind to vanish. Finished, she continued to sweep with the machine gun and shouted, "Now is the moment." Immediately, Tuthan Lian used her supreme swordsman skill to deal with the remaining demons. "We did it," Chu Niu laughed happily. Ontian Yuan turned to look at Chu Niu celebrating, and suddenly her face turned pale. Then she pushed Chu Niu aside, quickly cast a spell, and created an ice shield outside the driver's window of Chu Niu. "Are you all okay?" Tuthan Lian hurriedly ran over to ask, but Ontian Yuan shouted a warning, "Watch out behind you." The other three all turned to look behind Tuthan Lian and saw a horde of demons like furious evil spirits rushing toward them, ready to burn them alive with fire magic. "Squad, we had to use all our trump cards to kill 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today?" Just as the 4 girls in the squad give up and accept their fate, Yingyi rides in on a white wolf from the forest, unleashing a divine windstorm to sweep the demons away. The gathering of light and wind, the storm descends, the light converges, and the hurricane arrives. As Yingyi finished speaking, a giant sword descended from the sky, piercing directly into the heart of the tornado and destroying the demons. The entire area suddenly erupted in flames. Zhao gently patted his pet beast, and the white wolf understood immediately, opening its mouth to extinguish the fire in a single breath. "Thank you, Junior Brother Joe. I didn't expect you to know me. The Than Lone Squad is the second-ranked team in the entire school. Of course I know that, which makes me feel even more ashamed." Tuthan Lian replied awkwardly with a smile. Then her expression turned serious as she made a suggestion. "See you, Junior Brother Chao. Your light attribute skill can counter demons, but demons are very dangerous. Let's return to the electric base with us. I have explored the entire outer area over the past month, but still no news of extreme cold ice lotus. In 3 days, the freshman competition will be over, so I can only wait for it to end and then continue searching for Kukanbang Lian. I think Hengyi will understand." Tuthan Lian turned to look at Chu Niu. Chu Niu nodded understanding, then began chanting the metal spell with a roaring speed, eerie growls and fierce energy shining brightly. As the spell finished, a giant robot car emerged from the magic circle created by Chu Niu, drawing admiration from Zhongyi and White Wolf. Without time to explain, "Get on quickly." Chu Niu quickly urged them on. Tuthan Lian, seeing her teammate Ser, said nothing but silently admired in her heart. "She's really impressive." On the way back, Zhou Engi asked, "Tao Shuijie, is the Kwangfong mountain range originally a place where demons live?" Tao Thun Lian honestly replied, Our squad has been in the Guangfang mountain range for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered such a thing. Ni then deduces that these demons come from deep within Guangfang mountain range or from a recent rift in the other world, and that they have escaped through it. Yes, we must quickly return to the base to inform the military district. Anghiala, Quan Kukhong Faiko Fapsu Gemsat Doanbo Kuvutsao. This place, Guangfang Mountain Range, is home to many monsters, and we have a trading and supply base at the entrance built by the army, with mages constantly monitoring the movements of the monsters in the range. Tuthan Lien furrowed her brow and replied, "If they exist, they do, but these monsters are too weak." Chao Ningyi became even more confused after hearing that. A level 30 evil beast like Baiyan is not exactly low level. Understanding Chao Ningyi's concerns, Tuthan Lien explained that the sorcerers mainly monitor the deep areas of Guangfang San Mak, and the movements of high-level monsters, legendary rank, and demonic auras are below the threshold of detection set by the sorcerers, so perhaps even they can't sense them. At this point, several questions arose in Tuthan Lien's mind, but if it was a dimensional rift, why would low-level demons be sent here? The army from the base would immediately destroy any demons they found, and since the rift could accommodate level 30 monsters, it could also allow level 50 monsters to pass through. The way the foreign realm operates not only risks our lives, but also reveals the location of the rift. Forget it. This isn't something we should worry about. Just bring back the news. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard many demons shouting loudly, "Food! Food!" At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot straight down to the ground, causing an explosion not far from Zhou Ningyi's convoy. Demon. Someone is surrounded by demons over there? This aura is what I was thinking. Chao Ningyi hurriedly said, "Everyone go ahead. I'll go and come back." Then, despite everyone's protests, he hurried alone to the site of the explosion. He will never forget this aura. Why is she here? Not only Chao Ningyi's group, but also another squad knows about someone in danger. At this moment, one of them hesitated and said, "Level 20. White-silver demon beast. She won't last long. Let's help her." Everyone fell silent. After a while, someone spoke up and said, "Don't try. We're trapped here and can't take care of ourselves. If she can escape and use her strength to defeat the demons, she will surely become a genius in the future." But unfortunately, they all turned their worried eyes toward the explosion site, while Guangzhou Nian, injured and struggling with the monsters, fought on. As she fought off the monsters, Guangzhou Nian clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems their current state only allows for containment, not attack, trying to trap me. These demons are scattered in groups across the plains. Even if I kill the 8 in front of me, the surrounding demons will immediately advance, leaving no chance to escape back to the base. If the ghostly power disappears before breaking through the encirclement," Guangzhou Nian's eyes turned cold at the thought. Just as she was about to use her skill, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck down, destroying the surrounding white-silver demon beasts and causing them to vanish instantly. Guangzhou Nian spun around to the back where the footsteps were coming from. Nihi riding a white horse, or rather a white wolf, charging like a god while shouting to Guangzhou Nian, who is still stunned. "Guangzhou Nian, get out of the way. The demon behind her is snarling and howling, creating a deafening sound that Guangzhou Nian can't bear, forcing her to cover her ears with both hands. The demon horde unleashes their frenzied flame skill and roars, charging forward together. Guangzhou Nian shouts a warning. "Chao Ningyi, run now!" That is the berserk mode of the demon race. She secretly worries that the power of the evil spirits has increased tenfold. I am certain Ningyi is no match for it. If I self-destruct, I have a 90% chance to destroy it and protect Chao Ningyi. Suddenly, Chao Ningyi, riding the white wolf, appeared behind Guangzhou Niqian, slipped his arm around her waist and lifted her onto the wolf's back. Guangzhou Niqian gasped in surprise, looking at Niki. At this moment, a demon rushes forward and throws a punch. The white wolf instinctively leaps forward to dodge. Chao Ningyi, sitting on the white wolf, turns his head back, raises his hand and shouts, "Quang Chi Trung Gioi." Suddenly, a massive lightning strike from the sky destroys the area in front of him. Chao Ningyi smiles and says, "No wonder everyone wants to become a mage. The feeling of destroying monsters from afar is pretty good, but the move just now made such a loud noise that all the evil spirits on the field ran over." They quickly formed a large circle surrounding the two of them. The 180 demons capable of using group attack skills to deal with them are now scattered. He whispered. Then Chao Ningyi placed 2 fingers on Guangzhou Nian's forehead. "Guangzhou Nian, you go attract the demons to the left. Don't be aggressive." Guangzhou Nian hesitantly speaks out, "Zhou Ningyi." Chao Ningyi did not speak, but began to perform a series of blessings for Guangzhou Nian. Delay, harmony, Lamin blessing, Yoi weapon blessing. The divine gift. Guangzhou Nian was startled and thought to herself, "It's an additional buff from the Holy Knight Legion." She quickly opened her personal panel to check her level 16. Her title, Swordsman, in the Duel demon form state. Seeing the stats for strength, speed, physique, and willpower all increased by 25%, Kuang So Nian was left stunned. Chao Ningyi doesn't bother to notice Kuang So Nian's reaction. Before she can finish speaking, he jumps off the wolf's back, draws his weapon, targets the nearest group of monsters, and charges forward, swinging his hammer to explode the area. Behind Kuang So Nian, she also dismounted from the wolf's back. She looked at Chao Ningyi and whispered in admiration, "Superb." The additional attributes increase your strength by 25%, effectively doubling your power. As far as I know, there is no such thing as 16 or not. Even a level 20 Holy Knight couldn't do that. At this moment, some of the monsters had already reached Kuang So Nian's position. No one needs to tell me to do it. The white wolf has already charged at a monster and opened its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about this. I have to follow his orders. Reminding herself, Kuang So Nian's expression turned serious. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Chao Ningyi, he is moving at high speed, with each strike capable of destroying one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak behind Zhou Nuo and swung its weapon at his head, but just as the strike was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, causing its weapon to fly out and saving Zhou Nuo from danger. An ominous voice responded, "Gather the dark energy in your hand to form a whip that strikes enemies, dealing heavy damage and adding shadow damage. Using the holy light profession can indeed attract demons. Countless demons from the plains have gathered here, so I can use this move." Tom said. Chao Ningyi casually cast the holy light shield skill towards Kuang So Nian and White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them and instructing Kuang So Nian, "Stay inside this." The holy light shield B+ enveloped the group within a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage for a certain period. Next, Zhongyi shouted, "Holy Cross of Light." The Holy Cross of Light summons a holy light that continuously deals fire attribute light damage to enemies within a certain range every second. Level 7. Range of 200 meters. A large cross appears, and Nyi Summon emits a golden light shining onto the monsters. The next second, a burst of yellow flames engulfs them, burning relentlessly and causing them to scream in agony. Kuang So Nian's eyes sparkled as she gazed in awe at this scene. After the attack subsided, most of the monsters had been defeated, leaving only the large, highly resistant ones still alive. All darkness will disappear under the illumination of light. Divine light converges. A storm of holy light descends, summoning a storm of sacred light at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. As Nyi finished speaking, massive holy lights gathered in the sky and then fell to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. 1 second later, a whirlwind rapidly took shape at the center, sweeping up the monsters and shredding them into pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people are wide-eyed watching the battle outside. This is terrifying. Who could they be? "Is he human, boss? Should we go say hello?" Hearing the team member ask, the squad leader hesitated briefly. "Besides me, who is level 26? The other 5 are all level 24. Don't tell me it's 1 versus 1, 6 versus 1. That's impossible. This person is truly terrifying, and he's still so young." In the end, the team leader decided to lead his group to meet Zhou Yi, thinking to himself that they must win this round. But before the group could move, they saw a machine rushing quickly toward Chao Ningyi's position. When the machine stopped, Chu Dan and the 3 others, Chun Hu, Ontien Huan, and Tu Than Lien, appeared on top of the machine. Chu Dan waved and said, "Junior brother Chao, we're here to help you." But when they saw the situation around them clearly, the 4 of them froze in place for 5 seconds. Yinghai turned to look at them, then took out a healing potion and drank it all. The system announced, "Congratulations on reaching level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 18 and gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Chao Ningyi's level is 18, 1324, your 42,000 health, 160 stamina, 162 intelligence, 172 wisdom." Nyi secretly thought, 180 demon, 60,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the pseudo-class has a limited experience gain, and at level 0, this battle could yield even more. Seeing the recovery potion slipping from his hand, Chao Ningyi silently thought, the magic power has increased significantly, but having too many high-level skills is still not enough. After returning to school, you should ask the teacher. Maybe she has a solution. At this moment, Chu Dan and the others finally snapped out of it, jumped off the mechanical spider, and went over to Chao Ningyi. Tu Than Lien said, "Chao Ningyi, all of this is your doing. Chudan also said, Chaoyi, your strength is even greater than I imagined. Before Chaoyi could speak, Kuang So-nian suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. The girls asked with concern, what's wrong with her? Chaoyi said, I guess I was overwhelmed and entered a weakened state. The girls went over to help Kuang So-nian. When you were defeating demons, did you encounter any that were particularly difficult to handle? Is something wrong? Tuhang Lian frowned and explained, the demon army and the human army both have leaders. If there is no leader here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place is not suitable for staying long. We must return to the base immediately. Zhou Yi immediately responded. Seeing Zhou Yi and the others leave from behind the bushes, a member asked the team leader, should we go out now since they're about to leave? The team leader hesitated. Yeah. Before the team leader finished speaking, they suddenly felt their bodies being pressed down by an invisible force, making them feel terrified. What's going on, boss? The boss looked outside, his face full of fear as he shouted, with a dense concentration of demonic energy. That is an evil spirit. The sky has now turned blood red as a vast area is covered by a membrane, and soon a hole opens in the membrane for a dragon to crawl through. It is carrying a humanoid creature on its back that emits a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal spell, the basic information of both creatures appears in everyone's eyes. Monster, level 30 demon, talent, legend, skill, notes, fire dragon, level 24, golden talent. The Liet Diem barrage skill activated, and at the same time, the security screens at the military base switched to red alert. Warning. Warning. Emergency status, alien aura, concentration. Exceeds limit analyzing. Data analysis, complete level 4. Alien invasion has locked the position. The surveillance personnel quickly took out the radio to notify the entire military zone upon seeing this scene. Confirmed level 4 alien invasion, all members of the Legion gather immediately and prepare for battle. Snow Dragon Legion soldiers and knights, please finish training quickly and move to the square for assembly. The clergy of the Snow Dragon Legion are well prepared for rescue, ensuring their bodies are filled with magic power. The Snow Dragon Legion's logistics team is distributing Monocore resources. The Mage Squad is securing the coordinates at 111.454 east and 15.305 north to form a large transportation array. Soon, the soldiers of the Legion lined up neatly within the large yellow formations on the ground. One soldier stepped forward to report to the Legion commander of the Snow Dragon. From Vuchu reports to the commander, all personnel are assembled and waiting for orders. From Vuchu draws his sword, points forward, and shouts loudly like a sword cutting through thorns or a shield protecting a region. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword cutting through all thorns, like a shield protecting a region. Tu Vuchu confidently ordered the departure. A few minutes earlier, why was the demon lord sitting on the throne at the demon's lair, watching the large crowd of demons and saying, each demon in the army was chosen and filtered by me. In half a year since arriving at Lam Tin, we lost no more than a few hundred. But in the final moments of despair before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 of our kin were hunted down and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy Realm. Before leaving, we must make a proud display. The group of demons below roared excitedly, Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Thank you, Your Highness. Then the demon lord began summoning his army. Alamus, the son of the demon sorcerer, used his summoning skill, summoning silver demons and gold demons. Tuhang Lian immediately used her appraisal skill, scanning the group of demons. Legendary level demons, gold level demon knights, silver level demon summoners. Chaoyi, wait until the Than Lone Squad protects you. If there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and escape. Yes, Chaoyi, you must keep on living. Chudan said, and then went ahead with the two girls, thinking that Zhou Nuo was the most monstrous genius they had ever met. With his talent, he deserves us to risk our lives to protect him. At this moment, a large yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. All members are level 30 or above, and the Legion commander is a level 51 warrior. We're saved. Contrary to Chudan's group's joy, Zhongyi frowned in suspicion. If they teleported here, why didn't they locate and teleport directly there? Chaoyi's suspicion was immediately confirmed when the opposing demon lord suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha, humans, don't worry. The magic array is covering us. Your army can't get in." What? No way. She looked up at the sky and realized there were many soldiers standing on large golden formations, blocked outside by a red barrier. Outside the barrier, Tu Vuchu looked at Vong Luong and asked, "What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away?" Wang Liang placed his hand on the red screen, sensing for a moment before answering seriously. This is a forbidden spell formation of the dark, fiery Black Flame clan. Once activated, the space inside cannot be transmitted, and external attacks will also be blocked. We need to gather the strength of at least 2 more armies to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. Tu Vuchu frowned and asked how long it would take if they waited for the magic circle to dissipate. Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Tu Vuchu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and issued a heavy order. He checked all the information about those people and kept the records. Wait for the battle to end and inform their families to come and claim the bodies. Wang Luang replied, yes. At the same time, inside the dark fire formation of Vayam Beach, the system detected the appearance of a legendary level demon, and a new mission has been issued. Achievement task, please the host eliminate the demon, failure will be punished. No. S+ grade innate talent reward. Duok Te Fak Lin. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Nuo quietly smiled and said, the new achievement mission has finally arrived. Then Zhou Nuo's whole body radiated a golden light as he slipped past Chudan's crowd to move forward. Tuhang Lian quickly grabbed Chao Ngi's hand and shouted, Chao Ngi! The demon lord is focusing his gaze on you from the opposite side. The holy aura is so dense it seems you have attacked my people. To show my respect for you, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces so you can leave in endless pain. With that, the demon lord rides the fire dragon and flies forward. Chao Ngi pushed away Tuhang Lian's hand and drew his weapon, ready to fight. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of magic towards Chao Ngi below. Tuhang Lian anxiously shouted, Chao Ngi! Chao Ngi calmly waved his hammer, creating a golden light that soared into the sky. The attacks from both sides clashed in midair, with Chao Ngi's strike tearing through Hualong's attack and continuing upward, slicing off one of Hualong's wings. With its wing gone, Hualong could no longer fly and fell straight down. The demon lord also fell freely as a result. A loud crash echoed as the massive body of the fire dragon slammed into the ground and remained motionless. The demon lord lands safely but still takes some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Nuo appears behind the demon lord and swings his hammer. The demon lord sensed the danger and swung his weapon backward, but only hit Zhou Nuo's shoulder armor, causing it to fall off. Immediately after, the demon lord saw a golden light approaching closely towards his face. So he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to push himself back. Seeing the ground where he just stood being torn apart by Chao Ngi's hammer, the demon lord couldn't believe it and silently shouted in his heart, what kind of cage is this? This human is only level 18, how can they have the strength to fight me? Nai also didn't rush to attack again, placing the hammer aside, cracking his knuckles, and speaking to the demon lord. You're holding up pretty well. Oh right, you're the first legendary level monster I've ever met. Your human race insults you, and the demon lord charges forward, stabbing a sword at Zhou Ngi. Ngi grabbed his weapon, jumped high to dodge, and simultaneously struck down a large cross-shaped attack on the demon lord below. The pure white branch's stunned state was successfully confirmed. He whispered to himself. Chao Ngi raised his hand high and shouted. The stun effect didn't last long, and before the lightning strike fell, the demon lord had already regained consciousness and shouted out the flame demon shield. Even the light barrier can't solve him? It seems ordinary tactics are simply not enough to defeat a legendary level demon like the demon lord. So he can only use the reward system skill after the final trial. As for the demon lord, he commands his army. My beloved warriors, destroy him for me. The demons, upon receiving the order, immediately roared and charged at Chao Ngi. Chao Ngi paid no attention to them. Around him, many holy lights appeared, and his body gradually rose into the air, radiating waves of golden magic. Everyone was watching Chao Ngi intently, only to see him raise both hands high, a huge vortex suddenly appear, and a giant hand reach out from within it. Why does it feel like some terrifying existence is about to emerge? As the demon lord finished speaking, the entire space was dyed yellow. The giant hand slammed down from above, causing the ground to shake and crack, swept by a fierce whirlwind. Am I dreaming? Is this really Chao Ngi's skill? Guangzhou Nian feels the demonic bloodline in her body trembling with fear. Outside the red curtain, Tu Vuchu speaks. This power rivals the demon spirit canon. Have you found out who is trapped inside yet? Wang Luang replied, they are all Tuhang University students, and the one who used the skill just now is this year's top scorer. Saint Night Chao Ngi. Tu Vuchu Thodai Tiek Noi Rang. Top scorer ha. Der Deng Tiech Ben Qua Chen Halej. Neo de Chao, Ngohithem Chut Hoi Gen Truong Ta. Chivoy Motkinang Do Da Du Tiu Diet Konak Makia. As expected, Tu Vuchu was right. After Chao Ngi's recent attack, the demon lord is still alive, and his aura now radiates a more terrifying demonic energy than before. The demon lord roared in anger. How dare you insult the great existence, the flaming demon legion charge, the flaming spellcasting legion. Immediately, the 4 directions were flooded with attacks from the demon horde, while the demon lord turned to the healing demon and said he's just an 18th level holy knight. The demon healer confirms that after many battles, his mana has definitely been exhausted. Without mana, facing our 3-man legion, he can only rely on numbers to determine life or death. That's right. Satisfied, the demon lord once again looked towards Zhongyi. At the center of the attack, Zhou Nuo silently thought that the divine shield was almost completely draining his magic, and the magic recovery speed of his equipment was too slow, so he had to rely on himself. A skill panel appeared before Zhou Nuo. The Holy Spirit Technique S is a one-time secret spell from the Holy Knight Temple that does not consume mana and is unaffected by silence skills. After using this secret spell, you will gain a portion of the power of Divine Light, and depending on your body's endurance, the 4 corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all Divine and Light skills will temporarily increase by 5, and the recovery speed of HP, stamina, and mana will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a certain period, and after the skill ends, you will enter a state of exhaustion. Then, 1 second later, a pillar of light descends from the sky, piercing through the red curtain and shining on Zhou Nuo. What is going on now? The demon lord secretly doubted, then looked up and saw Chaungi in the golden beam of light, surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings, each feather falling from above and burning any demon it touched, turning them to ash. Wuchu reached out and touched a feather, then exclaimed, "So it's a divine form technique after all." Vice Commander Wang Liang of the Snow Dragon Legion stood nearby, listening, and couldn't help but be curious. "Commander, what is the divine form technique?" It is a top-tier skill held by the pseudo-divine class, allowing the use of all divine energy and faith. I once saw a preacher perform the divine stance, and with just 1 move, he could restore the entire legion to its peak condition. It is also because of the divine stance that only our troops can endure, waiting for reinforcements under the encirclement of 3 demon legions. With divine power as vast as the sea, without us, he could also destroy the demons. The demon lord beneath the abyss stared in shock, unable to believe it, and shouted, "Impossible. Clearly, this is a top-tier secret technique. He's an 18th level holy knight, so what allows him to use divine energy? Your Highness, once you cast the divine form technique, you can only cut it using divine energy of the same level. Once he finishes the ritual, our entire army will be doomed. It's just a skill after all. How long does it take to set up the magic circle in the valley's tent for both offense and defense?" 1 minute later, the wizard replied, "I know. Now it's time for you to show your loyalty?" "Yes," the wizard replied, then loudly shouted, and all the demons obeyed the order. "Offer everything you have to the demon lord." Immediately after, he was the first to offer his soul. "Lord Demon Alama Roskin, I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you." "Great Lord Alama, I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you." And so hundreds of demons shout their slogans and willingly sacrifice their souls. Then their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. Watching the dark energy emanating from the demon lord grow stronger, the goddess sneered and said, "Pathetic, ugly, lowly creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you divine energy." The ground trembled as a deafening explosion erupted, clouds of dust billowing everywhere. But as the dust settled, everyone saw that the demon lord was still able to get back up. He even gathered a giant fireball. The power of demon fire is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its limit, with surface temperatures reaching up to 15 million degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the sacrifices of my kin, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. The demon lord then shouted, "Die, Holy Knight," and threw the fireball directly at Chaungi, but unfortunately, it only left him disappointed. As the dust settled, he still saw Zhou Nuo standing there unharmed, realizing that he and Zhou Nuo were not on the same level, so he dared not delay, and immediately grabbed his pants to run toward the magic circle to return. But Chaungi naturally did not give him that chance. "Heresy, I, in the name of a god, sentence you." As the execution finished, Chaungi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly claiming the demon lord's life. "I have completed my mission and returned. My glory is achieved." Returning to the Holy Realm, the demon lord mumbled a few delirious words before taking his final breath. Witnessing the scene, the remaining demons, like headless snakes, screamed in fear. What do we do now? The demon lord has sacrificed himself, the magic circle has been destroyed. How can we return to the Holy Realm? It's finally over. Zhongyi said a word, and then fell into a state of weakness, gradually losing consciousness, and his body dropped freely downward. Traungi, Huang Son Hien, and the Than Lone team rush over worriedly. Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion hurriedly orders, "Cleric, quickly check Chaungi's condition. Team 1 and Team 2 quickly search for any remaining survivors with fake professions around the mountain area. The rest of the troop and I will charge in." "It's too heavy. I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is it a shadow pressing down? Am I about to die? Hearing this, Jono suddenly woke up. Now you realize you're in the hospital room, and indeed, you've been possessed by the 50-pound shadow. Kwang Son Hien, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, Chaunhi, you're awake now. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go tell everyone. That's right. Thank you for saving me. This girl, Chaunhi said reluctantly. At this moment, the system panel suddenly appeared, showing that I haven't completed 200 push-ups, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups for the day. I slept for 2 days and missed the daily rewards for those days. Let's see if the achievement rewards compensate for completing the task. The demon slaying achievement has been completed, and the corresponding reward has been distributed. Congratulations, you have acquired the S-Healus innate skill, Death Resistance. Your body can resist death and recover quickly from any damage received. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank magic potion Fuck Lin. After drinking it, your luck will increase for 12 hours. Can a talent heal injuries? This kind of talent is available in any profession, but the effects vary. But being both an S+ level talent and known as Death Resistance, it must be extremely special. Thinking of this, Chaungi eagerly drew a knife, without hesitation stabbing lightly into his chest, then pulled out the knife and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at lightning speed, Joongi couldn't help but marvel. Recovering in 2 seconds? All right. In this situation, during the fight, you can't be affected by normal damage effects, and your survival ability is also increased. What if it's a serious injury? Thinking of that, Chaungi transformed into an axe. But after some thought, I finally didn't dare to be reckless and put away the axe, then continued to study the blessing potion that increases luck. Is luck really that important? How much does it increase by? Went outside and immediately picked up a legendary weapon? Or just a random old lady on the street who is a triple-class imposter and suddenly buys a top-tier equipment on the roadside, a divine potion that can unlock infinite possibilities. Later, while Zhou Nuo was shutting down the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Flame Radiant Ring. Level A condenses a sacred glow ring around the body, allowing control of the fire element and increasing fire and light damage for oneself and nearby allies by 20% for a certain duration. Flame Radiant Ring. What is this? The divine skill. I remember the moment I fought the Demon Lord was, at that time. The protection of the S+ level Holy Angel is bound to the user. Your light element is enhanced. All light and divine skill effects are greatly increased. The Holy Flame Radiance level A condenses a holy flame ring around the user, allowing control of the fire element and increasing their own and allies' fire and light damage by 20% for a duration. The Flame Radiance ring is a light-type skill enhanced by the protection of the Divine Angel. When using the Holy Radiance Halo, you can increase the damage of light and fire skills by 40%. If you also use the light punishment while using the Holy Radiance Halo, wouldn't that make you a dual-element lightning and fire mage? While Joongi was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to the present, and a stranger came to visit him. After settling into his seat, he introduced himself. I am the Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Liang. Classmate Joongi, this time thanks to your timely destruction of the creature and the teleportation array, we couldn't have captured so many demon prisoners otherwise. Joongi modestly replied, You're too kind. I was just doing my part. Is there something you want to see me about? The squad leader should have come to thank you himself, but he's busy now, so I have to go on his behalf. Chaungi's final strike, although destroying half of the cursed mountain, still preserved the traces of the demon's arrival perfectly. The army has uncovered the demon's secret. The squad leader went to report the matter to his superiors, then took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into an illusionary space with all kinds of items appearing before Chaungi. The resources of the Snow Dragon Legion had been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be polite, just tell me what you like, Wang Liang said generously. Chaungi looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. More high-grade S-level Earth treasure resources? After some searching, Zhou Nuo asked, Vice Captain Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have ultra-cold S-level ice crystals? Please wait a moment while I check. Vuong Luong performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, Is it this one? Exactly. Chaungi shouted excitedly. All right. Vuong Luong outwardly tries to appear fine, but deep inside, tears are like an ocean. 100 million contribution points are worth 3 years of his salary. I guess I have to ask the team leader to cover it. The extreme cold ice chain is in the main warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few more days. If you get bored, I can arrange for more people to go with you to hunt monsters in the mountain range. Vuong Luong, while pretending to be indifferent as he walks to the door, couldn't help but smile when Chaungi's back was turned. hoping to strengthen bonds with the young members of the team accompanying him to hunt monsters. Once Chaoyang becomes a top expert, the Snow Dragon Corps will also gain some glory. My move was perfect, but then Chaoyang's next words suddenly cooled Wang Long down. Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. Just send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dormitory. I forgot he's still a student. Wang Luang sighed and replied, the Kukan Bang Lian will be delivered to your dormitory 001 at Tuhang University in 2 days. From now on, if you encounter something you can't handle at Fongsan Mok, you must contact the Tuyet Long Army Corps. After saying that, he left. Joan-gi slumped onto the sofa, unable to hide his happy smile. Xiao Vuan has been saved. I really should thank that damn demon. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have a chance to get the extreme cold ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Ingoi secretly thought, I need to finish today's daily mission first. At the Than Lone Squad, Tuthan Lian was immediately surrounded and begged by her teammates as soon as she stepped out of the bathroom. Captain, we want to invite Ni to join the Than Lone Squad. What do you think? Tuthan Lian said indifferently. I don't think he will agree. With his strength, defeating monsters alone is even more effective. Chudan smiled and said, if you don't try, how will you know? Besides, isn't the captain also wanting him to join us like we do? Anthian Yuan added. I saw the captain secretly visiting Chaoyang a few times. Tuthan Lian didn't reply, but silently recalled her visit to Chaoyang. She had indeed intended to invite him to join the team, but he skillfully declined. Although Tuthan Lian felt regretful, she couldn't really insist, but before leaving she couldn't help but say, by the way, to thank you for saving us at Quangfong Mountain, this is a special token of appreciation for you. Then she kissed Chaoyang on the cheek and smiled brightly as she left. Chaoyang suddenly remembered Kwang Son Hyen's similar actions and couldn't help feeling a bit shy. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are really bold. Elsewhere, Tu Vu Chu is reporting to his superior. According to the investigation, compared to 3 years ago when the demon invasion occurred, they took turns appearing in the Furious Wind Mountain range. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized cracks. Are you sure? Do you understand what this report means? Tu Vu Chu has confirmed that so far, extraterrestrial creatures can only invade Lam Tin through large spatial cracks. Because large space cracks are rare, the risk of alien invasion is low, but medium-sized cracks on Lam Tin are countless. If extraterrestrial creatures can pass through medium-sized space cracks to invade, Lam Tin will face a crisis of extinction. That is why this investigation result has been checked multiple times. Fortunately, we found that only extraterrestrial creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized cracks. The man with horns immediately ordered that a response strategy be quickly devised for this issue. Senator Yang, please quickly notify all major military corps across the country to immediately investigate all medium-sized space cracks within their patrol areas. Senator Zhang, attend this United Nations Congress to report on this discovery and observe the reactions of other countries. At this moment, Dean Wang Yu from Tuhang University asked, Captain Tu, was this intelligence obtained from an 18-year-old teenager? Yes, it was. Vu Chu projects an image of Zhou Yi on the screen. This young hero is Zhou Yi, the newly risen Holy Knight, top scorer at Tuhang Province University, the leading freshman at Tuhang University who used divine magic to descend and defeat the demons, also destroying the teleportation array. This action has brought us enormous benefits. The others couldn't help but be surprised after hearing it. The Holy Knight becoming the top scorer of the province is quite rare. In Tuhang Province and with the surname Zhou, could he be a descendant of the Bang Shengzhou family? At this moment, the senior officer turned to Vuong Ui and said, Second Scholar Vuong, after you return to the school, help me check on Chaoyang. Got it. If he's a promising talent, remember to let us know, and don't hide it from us. Someone teased him, and Tu Vu Chu secretly admired Chaoyang. Everyone here is a top expert in the country. If you win their favor, your future will definitely be bright. The main competition for new students will officially start in 2 days. A flying robot is announcing across Tuhang University. Attention students, the freshman competition will start promptly at 10 a.m. Students are encouraged to take the opportunity to gather at the sports field for the event. As the time approaches, Director Qian Tran, representing the judging panel from the Weaponry, Elemental, Tactics, and Logistics Institutes, stands up to speak. I am Ngomeng, Director of the War Academy. Welcome to those choosing Tuhang University. This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a copy challenge of the Secret Realm based on difficulty and time spent to determine the order. The second stage is free challenge. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge the higher-ranked opponents, and success can change the ranking order. While Wu Mang speaks, Tu Mi Ni stands nearby, constantly worried, and Chaoyang and Huangso Nihian still haven't appeared. If they don't arrive at the exam hall soon, they'll lose their eligibility to participate in the freshman competition. You really shouldn't tell him until there's definite news about the extreme cold ice chain. We're running out of time now, and it's not just Tamini who notices Chaungi's absence. The other students started to whisper among themselves when they couldn't see Chaungi's figure. Hey, have you seen Chaungi yet? Not seen him yet. Has he forgotten about the freshman competition? That's quite possible. After all, he hasn't returned to school in a month. Good news. We can directly eliminate a rival. Tom Lin Fong quietly chuckled as he listened to these words. Chao Ninghi, you haven't been training at school, wasting a month of your time, and now you don't even have the courage to join the freshman competition. You can't seize the opportunity right in front of you. It's truly pitiful. Next, the first phase of the new student clone challenge to the Silver-White Secret Realm begins. As Nyomang finished speaking, the gate leading into the secret realm opened, and a dark flame burst out, covering the vast space. The scale and strength of this year's freshmen are the strongest in history to maximize everyone's abilities. This copy of the Secret Realm not only has easy, hard, and nightmare levels, but also features an additional Deep Abyss difficulty. Hearing that, one student couldn't help but get excited, so the depth level has already been unlocked. No wonder the Grand Gate of the Secret Realm is burning with flames. Ridiculous. I remember the difficulty of the Deep Abyss model was even 10 times more terrifying than Nightmare. Now there's a fun game. My little master will definitely clear the deep-level copy later. As he finished speaking, the students began to bustle and prepare their gear to enter the Secret Realm, bringing their best magic potion equipment and weapons. At the start, Nyomang finished speaking, and the information about the Secret Realm immediately appeared. The copy of the Secret Realm, the lair of the level 12 to 19 Phobong. The difficulty can be chosen easily, Nightmare or Abyss. The number of people required is from 1 to 6. Be cautious in the dark, gloomy forest, home to a group of fierce PH Bong. It is said that the human body cannot even fill the stomach of a small Phobong. After that moment, all the new students were teleported inside the secret realm. Nyomang looked at the screen displaying the difficulty options of Nightmare or Abyss and whispered in admiration. Not bad. They are all lively and positive children moving forward. At that moment, Nyomang noticed something unusual. Why can't I see the numbers 001 and 003? Tamini hesitated and replied, Director, 001 and 003 have been training at Fengshan Ridge all along and haven't returned yet, which is causing a delay. Nyomang angrily shouted, the freshman competition determines the direction and resources for cultivation in the future. How can something so important be missed? Being young, relying on your high rank makes you arrogant and careless. Director Chaungi is not that kind of person. Tamini was just trying to defend him. But before she could finish explaining, Nyomang cut her off with a wave of his hand. Students like that need to temper their character. If they can't make it, there's no need to participate, and they can be ranked last. Just then, Chaungi and Kwangso Hyen hurriedly ran over. Sorry, we're late. Then, you and Kwangso Nian directly chose the Deep Abyss difficulty and were quickly transported into the replica dungeon. You have arrived at Phobong's lair and chosen the Deep Abyss difficulty. Be aware that monsters in the Deep Abyss are extremely fierce, so please pay attention to using the turnaround opportunity. I hope the difficulty lives up to the rumors, Zhou Nuo said as he activated a series of buffs like Dawn's Blessing, the Gift of Courage, the Gift of the Gods, the Shield of Protection, while drawing out his weapon ready to fight. Monster, Phobong Warrior, level 17 with White-Silver Talent. Guardian Hair Skill, Furious Attack, Phobong Warrior Monster. Level 18. White-Silver Talent, Resilient Aura Skill, War Spear Charge. Look Nungi glances at the information about the monsters roaring and preparing to charge at him, hoping to unleash his full strength. Looking Nungi excitedly said, then jumped high, swinging a hammer. Elsewhere, Kwangso Nian was using a B-level skill, Shun Ying Po Quan Tram, continuously summoning weapons and firing sword energy to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng condensed his full-body flame power and unleashed his ultimate fire fist to deal massive damage to a single target against the monsters. Another top student chose to use a level C full wind attack skill, spun around, then jumped up and kicked the enemy to the ground, temporarily knocking it out, but facing simultaneous attacks from 16 phantom copies still left him stunned. The judges are watching the students' performances on the screen and beginning to give their initial comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is quite good. The Phobong clone is the most difficult Secret Realm copy our school has ever had. In the past, new students would be beaten so badly when entering the copy that they couldn't react in time and would be eliminated from the competition. This year, they all managed to hold on steadily. At this moment, Ngomang ordered the technical team to display window 001. I need to see how far I've come after wasting a month at Kwangfong Mountain Range. The screen immediately shows Zhou Yi's image. At this moment, he turns around amidst thick smoke and fire, and the system displays a message. Congratulations on passing the first gate by defeating 16 Fobong. 5 seconds passed, and the surreal result left Institute Director Chu Huayang of the Elemental Academy in shock. Why can Zhou Nengyi only use the supportive skill Holy Flame Light Wheel to achieve the strongest fire effect and directly kill the monster? Dean Tongji from the Weaponry Institute speculates vaguely, unless Zhou Nengyi's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Ningbo Mang, encountering this scene for the first time, dared not to jump to conclusions and had to analyze carefully. There are many reasons why the skill causes high damage. Intelligence attribute, significant boost, innate treasures. It's just that after one battle, it's still too early to determine the exact cause. Even someone with years of combat experience like me can't figure out the strange radiant wheel. What kind of skill is that? How effective was it? Zhou Neng didn't waste this month at all. This kid is interesting. Chaoyi has no idea he's causing a stir among the judges while still focusing entirely on the match. The punishment of light. As Chaoyi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monsters, directly sending them to meet their ancestors. Accordingly, the notification board continues to appear. Congratulations on passing the second level, defeating 200 Po Bong. With a time of 1 minute 23 seconds, Thuathong charged forward. Chaoyi continued to use the spear strike to win, successfully passing the third level in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the deep copy, with a time of 4 minutes and 57 seconds and an SSS rating, you have been recognized as the top record holder. The reward for passing the level includes a B+ level skill book, the Grey Hammer of Repentance, 13 to 212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. Wielding the Grey Hammer of Repentance, a weapon with divine power, will cause significant damage to enemies. As the first to clear the level, you have unlocked a new innate talent. Please choose one of the 3 options below. Specialize in Guanghuan A. Reaction speed increases by 30%. When using skills, there is a 30% chance to avoid interruption. After entering combat mode, the movement speed will continuously accelerate, reaching up to 50%. Stay firm in guarding ATR, while using the shield as a weapon, increasing resistance by 30%. Chaoyi was surprised to receive this notification. Can a clone really grant a new talent? Whether a professional is strong or not is closely related to their innate talent. I initially relied on an S+ level talent to participate in the promotion conference and activate the transition to Holy Knight. This must be a privilege of a copy with a silver grade, or higher. After all, I've already made new notes on my bronze copy from the competition, but I haven't received any rewards like this. But choosing one is quite humane too. No need to worry about picking a useless talent. Thinking of this, Nunu began to plan, firmly protecting the Holy Knight while riding the tank. But I don't have many places to use it, and practicing it backwards isn't bad, just a bit worse than focusing on the light orb. In actual combat, it takes more time from spotting the enemy to launching a counterattack. The stronger the enemy, the faster the attack, so quick nerve response becomes even more valuable. In unpredictable battles, focused light orbs can reduce danger caused by interrupted skills and serve as a pivot to turn the tide. At this moment, another gate filled with dark aura opens, and a message appears on the gate indicating that the deep-level clone has passed. Do you want to activate the auxiliary gate card? The aura that makes others feel disgusted is transmitted from the teleportation door, hoping the auxiliary gate card can make me a little happier. Jonu stepped eagerly and without hesitation through the outside gate, and his impressive performance just now left the judges once again in awe. Everyone relied on their expertise to comment on that fierce combat technique. Perfect control of elemental power, quick thinking, strong adaptability, the deep-level clone truly was worth the effort to unlock. Chaoyi is very versatile, not only mastering powerful offensive magic but also enhancing his strength, and even his melee skills are equally impressive. But Chaoyi's Holy Knight skills are too well-rounded, and with continuous leveling up and huge resource consumption, his performance might remain average. Ngomang nodded in agreement as Director Truong Lang from the Strategy Institute spoke. Here, this is indeed a problem. I'll wait until the new student battle is over. Then, I'll personally talk to him. Tongji and Chu Huayang responded enthusiastically upon hearing that. Director Ningbo, Chaoyi hasn't decided which academy to attend yet, so it's better for the other director to handle the decision. That's right, everything depends on which academy Chaoyi chooses. Chaoyi is very skilled in elemental magic, perfect for the Elemental Academy. This is the start of the recruitment. The words just spoken immediately drew everyone's attention. The principal, it seems everyone is very pleased with Chaoyi. Unfortunately, I arrived too late and didn't get to see him unleash his full power, Wang Hui said with a smile, turning back to Chao Ni. As soon as he stepped through the side door, a dark and deadly scene unfolded before his eyes. Looking at the pile of bones stacked nearby, Chao Ni wondered, wasn't there a ritual for the Tathan held here before? You stare intently at the skeleton on the throne atop the pile of bones and quietly reply, the world already has the god of light, so there must be a corresponding god of darkness. The god of darkness is not just a name for the shadowy gods, but also a general term for chaotic, mad gods. These two are very different. Worshipping the light or dark gods only requires loyalty, but worshipping the evil gods demands pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-generation priest who worshipped the Tathan. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city, causing millions of lives to perish in a single night, and in that moment he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and the Patrol Envoy, the millions of souls devoured by the demon god still could not be resurrected. From then on, the Central State strictly banned the worship of the demon god. Once discovered, they are immediately executed, but the power of worshipping the evil god continues to grow, and many willingly risk their lives. Of course, not only humans worship the evil god, beast tribes, elves, and angels also have the potential to worship it. He silently watched as Zhou Nuo stepped into the red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick purple fog enveloped the skeleton on the throne. And then, the monster awakens, the level 19 U-Spirit Phobong monster. Pay attention to the leader of the U-Spirit tribe who evolved after the evil god ritual. It's been a long time since I last saw such pure flesh and blood. Humans, you smell so good. I didn't expect you to be an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they'd probably faint. Looking at Ingyi carrying a hammer on his shoulder, he said with an excited tone to the boss, "Come on, eat this." Then he used the Divine Light Windstorm skill to summon a holy light storm at the designated spot, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range as a silent message. Beating a dead horse. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into a tornado and crushed. But just a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state and praised the human. I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but before the immortal strength bestowed upon me by Lord Jia, everything is just like throwing eggs at rocks. Seeing the aura surrounding Yi grow stronger, the boss guessed, with such intense holy light, it seems you are planning to use your ultimate move. It won't work. Everything you do is just futile struggle. How much strength do you still have left in your body after using all your deadly moves? Next time I come back to life, it'll be your turn to sacrifice. Oh, so what? Chao Ningyi sneered, then raised his hand toward the boss. Immediately, a giant sphere shot straight at the boss, making it scream in agony. But before disappearing, it still boldly said, I told you, you can't defeat me. Nonsense. After finishing, Zhou Yi stood still and kept firing light orbs at the boss, causing it to vanish instantly. Congratulations on completing the dungeon in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance reward. You have received 7,103 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 19. You have received the gold level illusory monster of the heroic phantom. It turns out that infinite resurrection is just a fantasy. It seems that destroying it only requires exhausting its power. Before leaving the secret copy, Zhou Yi looked back with some contemplation, recalling that when he first entered this space, he sensed a wild, overwhelming force. This source of power is not elemental, but using divine spells gives a similar feeling of strength, so I suspect it is the residual power of the demon god. When the Yu-Soul monster first revived, that strange power disappeared a little. That's why it's believed that Yuhan Heng Kuai has a limited number of respawns. The correct way to clear the level is to defeat Yuhan Heng Kuai one by one, causing it to continuously drain the demon god energy from the space until all the energy is exhausted. While Zhou Yi had completed his task, the other students were still struggling to pass the exam. Some students were defeated by the boss, but others managed to defeat it. Just like Shan Lingfeng, the side quest is indeed the most difficult part of the dungeon. It takes 10 kills of the evil spirit monster to completely destroy it. Luckily, I leveled up twice not long ago, allowing me to control the passage of time within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shan Lingfeng secretly felt proud and quickly left the dungeon. Divine Hand. Can Zhou Nuo use S-rank skills? Ngo Kak Kan. The director of Hukun Academy couldn't help but be surprised, smiling happily. The other teachers started whispering as Zhou Yi stepped out, saying he just guessed and found a shortcut. Oh, so this shortcut is like this. Let's let a new student try it out. That makes sense. It seems our holy knight also has his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a backwater area should have access to. Just as the teacher was about to finish his sentence, He heard the principal's meaningful cough, prompting him to immediately fall silent, though he couldn't help feeling confused as the principal was defending a student. At this moment, Tomini was watching Chaoyi intently and let out an amused sound. His level was somehow off. Why is it level 19? The others started to discuss after hearing that. Is it really level 19? When the exam ranking was announced, Zhou Yi was only at level 13, and even the Deep Abyss dungeon couldn't have helped him level up 6 times in a row. This person is truly terrifying. I also know some of the inside story, Wang Hui explained. After reporting, Zhou Yi left school to hunt monsters and level up. Zhou Yi went on a journey to the Crazy Wind mountain range. He also gained quite a lot. He reached level 18 right after entering the dungeon. It would be easy for him to personally eliminate the Flame Evil Demon Legion and win the new student tournament? Now. If it weren't for the fact that the tournament is also a basis for resource allocation, he probably wouldn't even bother to participate. Tianlin Feng was surprised to see Zhou Yi standing outside as soon as he stepped out of the dungeon. Why is he here? Could he have completed the dungeon before me? Thinking of this, he just convinced himself otherwise. No way, he must have failed the side mission and retreated early. Carrying the glory of the 8 major clans of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the impoverished north. Tom Lin Feng thought to himself, then retracted his skill and returned to his normal stance, while Han Jue's gaze flicked past Zhongyi without a word of greeting, leaving Zhongyi feeling puzzled. Too angry, huh? Could it be that you failed the dungeon? At that moment, he heard a scream not far away. Ning immediately looked toward the scream and saw Kuang Son Hien falling freely from the dungeon exit. "Be careful!" Chao Ningyi shouted and quickly ran over to catch Kuang Son Hien. "Big brother Chao Ningyi, you really got through the level faster than me, huh?" Kuang Son Hien said casually as she hugged Chao Ningyi. "Big brother." Chao Ningyi looked at Kuang Son Hien with a confused expression. "He's a few months older than me, so shouldn't I call him big brother?" "All right, since it's a small matter, Chao Ningyi goes along with Kuang Son Hien's wishes." At this moment, a group of students like Kuang Son Hien also fell freely out of the portal gate, but they weren't as lucky as Kuang Son Hien, who was caught by the popular guy. Moreover, it seems that being inside the instance isn't easy either. As soon as they entered the real world, they kept crying out in pain and begging for help. The medical team quickly begins treatment. Hurry up. Tomini hurriedly ordered as she ran to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students finally came out safely. Ngoman closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced that Phase 1 has officially ended. Now it's time to reveal the rankings and completion times. Finally, it's announced. I'm almost too excited to wait. Sham Lingfeng is smiling smugly, but when he sees the leaderboard, his face twists in frustration. Top 1. Trao Ni. Clearance time for the dungeon 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Side screen 1 minute and 12 seconds. Top 2. Tom Lin Feng completed the dungeon in 13 minutes and 35 seconds. The time to clear the side screen was 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Top 3. Kuang So Nian. Top 4. Tong Halan. Top 5. Tan Feng. Did he really beat the Tamuyan dungeon before me? Moreover, he was 15 minutes faster than before. Unable to accept this fact, Tam Lin Feng went crazy, climbing up a dragon-shaped pillar, cursing inwardly, "Chao Ngi, you stole my top scholar exam position and now you're taking the lead in the freshman competition, no matter what you've done, in the next phase." Sham Nin Feng looked at Chao Ngi with a deadly gaze and said, "I will definitely crush you under my foot." Chao Ngi had no idea about Tam Lin Feng's feelings. He was just distracted by his arrogant actions. Why climb so high? Next, the second phase of the free challenge round officially begins. Ngoman clapped his hands and a series of fighting arenas appeared in the air. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge, with a 5-minute break after each attempt. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession isn't suited for fighting monsters, but it's perfect for competing with others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Chao Ningyi. Tom Lin Feng shouted loudly, then directly jumped onto the arena, challenging eyes looking at Chao Ningyi. "Come on, Chao Ningyi. Let's see who's stronger." Kuang Son Hien shared some information with Chao Ningyi. He is Shen Lin Feng, the second ranked from Jiangning clan, possessing a rare flaming dragon bloodline. His desire to be number 1 in Tuhang was shattered by his appearance, so he hates you that much. Clearly out of his league and unaware of it, he's just a brainless hater, Chao Ningyi thought to himself as he leapt onto the arena, hoping to unleash his full strength. "Come on, Chao Ningyi. The Holy Knight fighting Berser to see who is stronger," Tam Lin Long said arrogantly. As soon as the referee shouted start, he immediately unleashed his power and charged at Chao Ningyi with Sich Viem Kuyen and Huyet Chi Kuang, while Vuong Hui in the stands recognized Tam Lin Feng's strategy, a signature move of Bo So Share. Tam Lin Fong is trying to win quickly. Ingo Mang agreed and immediately activated Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack. Wanting to cut off Chao Ni's ability to boost himself, Chu Huaduang admired Tam Lin Fong's noble family background and decided on a very decisive combat approach. Although Tam Lin Fong has good combat thinking, he was still a step behind Chao Ni. As soon as he realized his attack was ineffective against Chao Ni, Tam Lin Fong was stunned and exclaimed, "Holy Light Shield, when did you activate it?" The Holy Light Shield is a B+ level skill that can resist part of physical damage. This is the skill I least wanted him to use, and in the end, I was still a step too slow. Tam Lin Fong silently lamented. A wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but when I activated the Holy Light Shield, it only took me 1 second. Chao Ni said proudly, then took out the repentant hammer. I was hoping you might give me a proper fight, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry, you can't get me interested anymore. With that, Chao Ni raised his hammer high and struck Tam Lin Fong directly in the face, causing him to fall from above, face first onto the ground, shattering his protective barrier in an instant. How can he have such powerful energy? While Tam Lin Fong was distracted, he suddenly realized that Chao Ni had approached him from somewhere. As the hammer was about to strike, he couldn't dodge in time and knew he couldn't afford to lose. When Chao Ni's hammer came down, Tam Lin Fong was once again knocked off the arena. But unlike before, this time he used the Flame Dragon Fist, blocking one of Chao Ni's hammers with one hand before rushing forward, unleashing a lightning-fast punch at Chao Ni. Chao Ni, speaking softly like a gentle breeze, dodged Tam Lin Fong's high-speed attacks while secretly harboring some thoughts. Seeing Kuang So Nien like this, Tam Lin Fong as well, it seems that those with the profession of a fake possess the power to hold a strong trump card from their bloodline, which truly makes me somewhat envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're no match for me. Chao Ni grabbed Tam Lin Fong's raging attacking arm and swung his hammer once more. But this time it was different. Tam Lin Fong actually dodged this attack, surprising even Chao Ni. My Flaming Dragon bloodline is not limited in close combat. Today I will show you the power of the Flaming Dragon Claw. Dragon Roar. As he finished speaking, Tam Lin Long opened his mouth and spat fire at Chao Ni. Oh no, it's Long Tuk, the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Tam Lin Fong was forced to use his trump card, yet he claims Chao Ni didn't use any special bloodline, which could put him at a disadvantage. Chao Ni has lost. Kuang Son Hien is worried, and hearing the crowd's words makes her even more anxious. On the arena, Chao Ni now uses the Sacred Flame Halo, absorbing all the aura from Tam Lin Fong's Long Tuk, causing Tam Lin Fong to suddenly have a bad premonition. Chao Ni's gaze at this moment makes him feel like a deity facing a king. Unable to accept the truth before his eyes, Tam Lin Fong stubbornly spits out his dragon aura towards Chao Ni. It's useless. Your fire can't escape my control. Chao Ni grabbed Tam Lin Fong's dragon aura with his hands, then swung his hammer to push the fire back at him. Since the fight has come this far, it's time to end it. Use my fire to defeat me. Dreaming that I take back control of the fire now, Tam Lin Fong uses his dissolution skill. Unexpectedly, the fire continued straight to its target and hit Tam Lin Fong directly, knocking him to the ground. Tam Lin Fong lost consciousness. Zhu Nixiang. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed over to treat Tam Lin Fong. Tam Lin Fong, aka Burke, boldly claimed he was reckless, but he was defeated, completely crushed. Moreover, his true strength had not yet been fully unleashed. If it shows its full strength, just how terrifying could it be? Its rank combined with its extremely powerful combat knowledge makes crushing Tam Lin Fong completely normal. Well, who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month? As everyone was discussing excitedly, Ngo Meng tilted his chin toward the arena and said eagerly, "Look, there's another talented girl. A petite girl dressed as a Taoist priestess challenging Zhou Yi. I am Tong Holland, a level 17 spiritual mage. I look forward to your guidance." Her specialty is using various charms and sealing techniques. After diagnosing Xiaovan's strange illness as caused by bloodline awakening, the priest suggested using sealing magic to control it, and unexpectedly she found an opportunity here. Chao Ni silently assessed the opponent and responded. Level 19. Holy Knight, Chao Ni. Mr. Chao Ni, you probably haven't used all your strength just now, right? When the fight begins later, could you let me experience a bit of your full power breakthrough? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you when you unleash your enhanced skill. Under the stands, many students finally realized this and found it hard to believe. When did Chao Ni reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use the appraisal technique to investigate him. It turns out he's 3 levels above me. That's right, when Chao Ni fought Tam Lin Fong, he didn't use any skill enhancement at all. It's hard to believe. Isn't Tong Holland the young lady of the Tong family from Quivan province? The only family with verified external travel credentials. Chaoying saw Tong Holland say that and smiled eagerly, saying, I won't hold back, I'll do as you wish. Then it settled. Tong Holland clasped her hands and smiled, then their battle officially began. Chaoying successively activated the skills of Lamin Chu Fuch, courage and blessing and protection, leaving Tong Holland stunned in shock. This is my state of prosperity. Now enjoy watching our battle unfold. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light headed toward Tong Holland. Since it's come to this, I have to fight with all my strength too. Tong Holland's expression turned serious as she began activating her protective talisman and reciting her repentance spell. A series of talismans float in the air, forming a circle barrier that separates her from the beam of light shot by Chaoying. Then she takes a talisman, recites a spell, causing the light to explode. As Tong Hala was running through the dust cloud that obscured her view, she realized that Chaoying was no longer in his original position. Just as she looked around cautiously to search, she heard Chaoying's voice coming from behind her. Do you think changing your position is enough to escape my pursuit? Ngi said as he swung his hammer, but Tong Holland reacted quickly, spinning around and summoning a barrier with a talisman to successfully block the surprise attack from Chaoying. But deep down she couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. When did he arrive here? In truth, although all the defensive spells were activated, they could only barely hold out, so she decided to take a gamble with this move. Interesting, I didn't expect the divine army of bean soldiers. Following Tong Holland's command, the bean army soldiers charged forward together. Chaoying, after a few punches, was able to defeat the bean army, but they quickly revived and continued attacking him. These legions are not hard to deal with on their own, but they have a regeneration ability similar to ghostly spirits. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the only way to truly destroy them is to cut off their source of magic power. Just as she thought, Jono kept fighting with a bewildered look in her eyes. This is ridiculous. My army is strong enough to hold off a level 30 fake profession, yet Chaoying can handle it freely. Just as Tong Holland fell into thought, Chaoying once again swept past her like a gust of wind, swinging a hammer. Tong Holland immediately raised both hands in surrender. I admit defeat. Chaoying wins. Chaoying stops his move, looking puzzled and asking, Are you not planning to have a real fight with me? The two of us are fundamentally not on the same level. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Next time, I will gladly learn from you. Then Tong Holland jumped down from the arena. Chaoying at this moment twirled the hammer in his hand before looking down and coldly asking, Is there anyone who still doubts I am here waiting for challengers? Of course, no one wants to be beaten, so Institute 7749 makes excuses to avoid challenging Chaoying. Kwang Son-hien looked up at Chaoying and grinned, saying, No wonder they call you Chaoying. Tumini also looked up at Chaoying, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. His physical strength outmatched agile warriors, and his intellect surpassed that of a superior mage. Chaoying's strength completely exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a teacher asked his male colleague standing nearby with suspicion. He really comes from a poor, ordinary family in the north and not from a noble lineage, right? He's the top of the new student's ranking. 2 words, genius, are no longer enough to describe him. This is the monster. At the same time, Ngomang looked at the tense expression of the deans, thinking to himself that the second round was about to end and it was time for the student selectors. Without even thinking, it's obvious that Chaoying will definitely become the target of competition among the academies. Taminhi also understood this, so she turned to quietly ask Ngomang, Dean, rest assured, I have prepared in advance. This Chaoying, I must get him in a different situation. And Tam Lin Fong's ranking continued to plummet uncontrollably. Although bitter, he could do nothing but curse inwardly, waiting for his injuries to heal so he could show them what true regret is. Half an hour later, the second round of the competition and the free challenge finally concluded with the top rankings held by Jono, Kwang So-hien, and Tong Holland. All the freshman tournament officially ended. Now everyone has been rearranged in order, and then the housing and credit points of the contestants will also be redistributed. Even if you're ranked lower and have fewer points, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points, as long as everyone tries their best. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will give a brief introduction to the educational philosophy of each academy. Ngomang, who spoke first, will introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of monstrous invasions has passed, countless mercenaries still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield each year. The goal of the War Academy is to train students with stronger combat skills to improve survival rates on the battlefield, extreme, brutal, and relentless. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only admits sex focused on elemental magic power. I will guide you to discover the truth of elemental power. The Armament Academy trains students to improve their weapon skills rather than rely on a variety of techniques. Come to our Armament Academy. With only your body and weapons, you will wield ultimate power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students in effective command and combat skills. No matter what profession you have, join our Tactical Academy. Surely everyone knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce casualties across the entire army. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of all operations. Hello everyone, the profession of simulation is a type of activity. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat skills, you will learn professional knowledge about various occupations. When we grow up, maybe even soldiers will have to beg us. Ha ha! The director of the Logistics Institute laughed heartily and patted his belly, making the other directors just want to refuse to accept a familiar face. Ngomang clears his throat and concludes. All the information about the academies has been fully introduced. Now students can log into the system to choose their preferred academy. Chaoyi, which academy would you like to select? Kwangson Hyan asked, but Chaoyi remained silent, only staring intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Ngomang offered to Chaoyi, "If you come to the War Academy, I will become your private tutor." A private tutor? Chaoyi asked curiously. Ngoma explained that each private tutor can select an outstanding student to mentor, and the resources they hold will be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some gifts for you, including 3 Level A skill books and a Level A resource exchange order, among other things. Oh, I mean, another dean has also started to join the Luanlan hunt race. Chaoyi, choosing a private tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. The Weapons Institute director, who was standing next to the War Institute director, suddenly used teleportation to appear in front of Jonuo and make the offer. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, you can freely choose and use anything outside that benefits your strength. I got here first. Ngomang, feeling dissatisfied, said from the upstairs, "This isn't about who came first or second. The key is sincerity." Mungi looked a bit awkward, scratching his chin and secretly thinking that this already happened in the past. Other students witnessing this couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 deans personally competing for Joungi. Is this special treatment reserved for the top candidate in the entrance exam? It really makes people jealous. The position of the private tutor student is equivalent to a true disciple within the family, and they also enjoy priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions set by the 3 deans seem a bit too generous. A Level A skill book is already rare, but the Elemental Academy's dean is even more generous, offering a legendary set of equipment. Old Chu, Old Tong are really going all out this time. The Weaponry Academy is one thing, but what is the Elemental Saint Knight Academy even for? While Ngomang was secretly criticizing his 2 old friends, he heard the dean say something shocking. "Look at Nhi, become my true disciple." All the deans simultaneously turned their eyes to Dean Wang Hui. "I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Technique for you once." What is the Bloodline Fusion Technique? Bloodline Fusion Technique is a forbidden spell that requires combining the blood of different races to cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly improve your physical strength. Each upgrade will grant you more free attribute points and skill points. The event of Principal Vuong wanting to take Joey as a student immediately made the other students envy. He just made a move and already cast a forbidden spell. Too much, huh? You must know that the highest disciple of Headmaster Vuong Hui is the president of the Tianvu Guild, a top-tier guild in Trunghakwak. If Chaoyi becomes Headmaster Vuong's disciple, he can immediately leverage the headmaster's connections to rise rapidly. Tam Lin Fong, standing in front, felt even more jealous after hearing that. That bastard is really lucky. If it weren't for Chaoyi, I would be the top new student and have a solid backing like Dean Vuong Hui. Chu Hua Duong knows not to compete with Vuong Hui, so he can only smile bitterly and sadly. I didn't expect Chaoyi's charm to be so strong that even the principal couldn't resist stepping in. There's still a lot of surprises coming from him. Vuong Hui replied, then took out something and handed it to Chaoyi. "This is the reward from the commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, who specially sent a teacher to give to you." Tam Lin Fong immediately recognized what it was. A gold medal. How could it be? Even the Tam family, one of the 8 great clans in Ning'an, doesn't have a gold medal. What kind of treasure could this be to have such a rare medal? "Oh my god, I wasn't mistaken. That's the honor medal," Tong Ha Lan exclaimed in surprise. Kwang Soru Nian excitedly said, "And it's the gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years and only received the silver contribution medal. In gratitude to those outstanding contributors who overcame all obstacles and moved forward for the civilization of Zhongxia country." Joon-gi read the information about the medal and couldn't help but wonder when he had made such great contributions to Zhongxia country. Sensing his thoughts, Wang Hui explained, "Your performance in the Wild Wind Mountains shows that this gold medal of dedication is well-deserved. The Furious Mountain Range? But even the Demon Legion's mind cannot take the contribution medal. Is there some hidden story behind it?" Thinking to himself, Chao-Ngi still accepted the gift and quietly said, "Thank you, Principal." Chu Huaduang chuckled teasingly. "Chao-Ngi, are you that distant?" Also known as the Principal. Chao-Ngi understood immediately, bowed his head and called, "Wang Hui, Master. I am honored to become your student. We cannot delay, I will take you away." And then Wang Hui used his spiritual power to take Chao-Ngi and leave together. Ngomang smiled and approached Kuang So Nien. But before she could speak, Tongki interrupted. "If you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Chao-Ngi before." "Old Tong, you're deliberately blocking me, aren't you?" If Chao-Ngi has been personally invited by the principal, then of course Kuang So Nien can't let you get away with it." Return to the male lead. Zhou Angi is taken by Wang Hui to his private villa, where he mainly keeps some extremely precious items. If anything happens later, you can come here to find your master. First, I will take you to select the necessary materials for the bloodline fusion technique. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Zhou. Wang Hui gathered elemental power and reminded him, "After using the bloodline fusion technique, your bloodline will fundamentally mutate." Moreover, most people are attracted by forbidden spell magic, but they ignore the key point that the core of the bloodline mutation is the original blood. The potential of an ordinary person's bloodline is extremely limited. As they level up, the benefits gained from each upgrade gradually diminish, leading many to resort to using exotic bloodline mutations to boost their strength after futile attempts at promotion. Chao-Ngi listened and couldn't help but be surprised. What? Could it be that even with your level, you're still worried about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After the transferer enters the third transformation, each level up requires a vast amount of experience, and now that the master is level 64, ordinary alien creatures of the same level are usually chieftain-level warriors, which seem difficult to defeat easily. The master has prepared 3 types of primal blood for you: Angel race, Titan race, and Q-Long race. They are all divine bloodline races. The bloodline forging technique can grant you a special top-tier bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3 primordial bloodlines. This angelic primal bloodline is an essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine lineage of the light god. If you fuse the angelic material, you will gain the attribute to interact with high-level light. The Titan race believes that the thunder god was born with the ability to control lightning. Combining it will boost the power of any lightning skill you use repeatedly. The Q-Long race is directly descended from the dragon god, with the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, you will be able to suppress all beast tribes, angels, titans, and giant dragons. These are all high-level races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world and don't dare to decide rashly. Thinking to himself, Zhou hesitated and asked Wang Hui, "Master, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is more suitable for my current situation?" Facing these 3 extremely rare primordial bloodlines, an ordinary young man might be easily shaken and just pick one randomly based on instinct. Being able to stay rational and seek advice at this critical moment already shows this kid's composure and stability. Wang Hui silently admired and then offered his advice. The primordial, Titan blood, and the primordial. Ancient dragon blood are both very powerful, but after fusion it will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close connection with the god of light, the primordial angel bloodline will be the best choice. Perhaps you will achieve an upgrade beyond your expectations. After some consideration, Zhou decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the celestial blood angel. It seems the celestial blood angel is perfectly suited for me. You are my 5th student. I had 4 others before you. If there's a chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that medal for outstanding contribution? Defeating the demon army surely wouldn't earn such a valuable medal. Wang Hui looks serious and says, "So I won't hide it from you anymore. Your destruction of the demon army in the Furious Mountain Range has exposed their plans." The army realized that extraterrestrial creatures could invade through medium-sized cracks. Looking Ungi immediately understood the seriousness of the issue. "So, aren't there many alien creatures hiding in Central South Country?" Yes, initial investigations across the entire Central South Country have uncovered hundreds of alien creatures coming from different space cracks. Fortunately, those alien creatures are all low-level, so the armies can handle them. The entire country has already dispatched many armies to eliminate the alien creatures, and in the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As a student of yours, I hope I can become as strong as the older students and contribute my strength to the country. Chao Ni clenched his fist and replied with a determined look. Yes, sir. Wang Hui handed a cube to Chao Ni and advised, the bloodline fusion technique requires some preparation, so go back and rest. Take this transportation device and use it to go to the teacher's place at 9 Yaoer tomorrow morning. The next morning, Chao Ni opened the system panel to see which reward he should choose. Earlier, the master said that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physical condition and fate, which is also luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi chose the Blessing Spirit Medicine. The S-Rank Blessing Spirit Medicine can bring good luck for 12 hours after consumption. I hope that the S-Rank Divine Medicine obtained after defeating the monster will activate its effects. Then, Zhou Yi used the Divine Potion and proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank treasure Long Long Ningguo. Long Long Ngung is indeed a strange fruit, grown from the remains of a giant dragon that can enhance one's physique and increase magical damage after eating it. Chungi happily jumps up, but it turns out to be an S-rank treasure. The random treasure chests he opened earlier were all trash. After taking the divine potion again, it was like a blind cat catching a fish. It was also time to meet with teacher Wang Hui, so Chao Ni quickly used the teleportation device to go to his teacher's house as scheduled. When he arrived, he just heard Chu Huaduang talking to Wang Hui. Headmaster, are you really that merciful? The divine relic of the angel race is extremely rare, making it almost impossible to produce a primordial blood angel, and having a part of that primordial blood outside can cause the armies to fight over it. I have always been waiting for someone who would make me willingly give the primordial blood to Chao. That person is the one I have chosen. I am very pleased with him. Of course, there is nothing called reluctance. Chao Ni at this moment pretended not to hear and spoke up. Director Chu Wang Hui looked at Zhou Nuo and then smiled, saying, Very good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to the best state. Come over here. This is the bloodline refining technique I prepared for you. Take off your clothes and sit in the center of the magic circle. Zhou Nuo hesitated, but followed suit. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Huaduang, Director Chu, please start the magic array. I will guard the formation. Understood. Chu Huaduang responded briefly and began activating the magic array, initiating the bloodline fusion ritual. Immediately, a light of Kuang Nguyen Tu enveloped Zhou Ngi. But soon after, the yellow light was extinguished by the blue light of the ice-cold energy. Chu Huaduang watched this scene in amazement. The power of the ice-cold is incredible. It turns out Ngi's body has a special bloodline. Soon, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Seeing his frozen magic-using arm, Chu Huaduang couldn't help but marvel more. If Zhou Ngi switched to the mage profession, he could become a top ice mage in the future with this terrifying ice power. I know that Chao Ngi's sister is awakening her ice bloodline, so I suspect Chao Ngi might also have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the top bloodlines, which during refinement suppresses lower quality bloodlines. So I didn't pay too much attention, but now the angelic bloodline and the ice bloodline are connected, and even have a counteracting force between them. The ice-cold bloodline with such high quality suggests that Chao Ngi's background is unusual. Wang Hui furrowed his brow and thought to himself that the bloodlines of different races and humans seem to originate from the earliest players who participated in the Eternal Realm. After the Eternal and Reality merge, those with higher rank professions can inherit the full bloodline. The ice power in Zhou Nuo's body can counter the angelic bloodline. To be more precise, his ancestors were high-level players who participated in the Eternal World early on. Otherwise, Ngi, as a descendant, wouldn't be able to activate such a terrifying ice bloodline. If the ice bloodline did not block it, the angel bloodline could fully merge into Chao Ngi's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are opposing each other. Even if the Hanbang bloodline eventually fades, the angel bloodline is also nearly depleted. Losing a large amount of original celestial spirit blood could lead to consequences that are not worth risking compared to using an A-grade treasure. Now, only fate can be trusted. Forcing the fusion ritual would only cause Chao Ngi to lose control and die. I hope Chao Ngi will have good luck, Chu Huaduang sighed. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two angelic and Hanbang bloodlines, an unexpected event occurred. The consciousness gate was activated. Do you want to enter the spiritual realm? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi is in a different space. Over there, an angel smiled and said to you, My son, you've finally arrived. Is this your spiritual realm? While Chao Ngi was still doubtful, the angel continued. My son, Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the divine. The gods have sent me to give you true energy. You will not be bound by morality or limited by rules, and you only need to follow your own desires and will. So, are you willing to accept that source of energy? Behind that hooded veil is not the face of an angel, but the cruel smile of a demon. It's so nauseating. Why did just seeing her make me want to summon the holy trident to destroy her immediately? Son, don't be afraid, just accept the blessing it offers you. You will gain a power you've never had before, the fiery angelic woman said as she extended her hand toward Zhou Yi. But in just a moment, she was struck right in the face. Zhou Yi, carrying a hammer on his shoulder, felt a sense of satisfaction inside. Things are much better now. Indeed, following your own instincts is the right choice. At this moment, the angel Hang Yao is watching Zhou Yi from somewhere, and she sneers at the scene. The female servant then looked at her with an evaluating gaze. It's okay, I just saw someone very interesting. She then flicked her hand, secretly hoping, Kid, don't let me down. What are you doing? How dare you insult the gods? They will bring down their punishment and leave you with no place to bury you. Now kneel immediately and beg the gods for mercy and forgiveness. I may consider and intercede on behalf of the gods to forgive you. No need. Ningyi points his weapon at the fallen angel as a sign of defiance. That bastard really doesn't know right from wrong. The cruel smile reappeared on the face of the Fa-Ki angel, then she extended her hand with the sharp spear forward and clenched it. Instantly thousands of chains ensnared and restrained Chaungi, with countless red eyes appearing. Now the angel Fa-Ke laughs satisfied and says, All these pleasant sounds are the result of disrespecting our great lord. Sha, you are a servant of the Tathan. As Ngu finished speaking, he was immediately slapped. How rude. What the? You've successfully caught the attention of the master, and the master has specially sent me to baptize you. Go and bless yourself, the Great One will guide you in the right direction. Immediately after, the evil force continued to erode Zhou Nuo's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Chaungi. Recognizing it as the power of the demon god, Wang Hui immediately used his strength to prevent the formation from breaking and questioned why the demon god's power was appearing within the angel's bloodline. Unless the remains of that angel were killed by the demon god, seeing the energy of Wang Hui added being pushed out by the formation, Chu Hua Duang's face turned pale. Something's wrong. Chaungi is in danger, and the Tathan's forces will use any means to destroy the angelic power. Suddenly, Wang Hui exclaimed happily, Wait! It seems that Chaungi's angelic power isn't weakening, but actually increasing. The bloodlines of Hanbang and the angel gradually overshadowed the dark aura, and within his subconscious, Ngi also relied on these two bloodlines to break free from the angel's shackles, leaving her in shock. It's clear they want to swallow Okan's soul, so why did such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? Ngi now looks like a shining warrior with icy wings, drawing his weapon from behind and charging straight at the fallen angel, who then vanishes, replaced by the true form of the demon's minion. He chuckled and said, Oh, little one, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is just adding a minor complication to my plan. As he finished speaking, the demon servant continued to throw iron chains at Chao, but only managed to break through a wall of ice. Before he could react in surprise, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and sharp shards of ice shot up, piercing through his body. Ha ha ha! This great ceremony, I acknowledge your so-called human energy is just a tiny bit of light, granted by the gods as a devout follower of Lord. What I call energy is something that mortal eyes like yours will never understand. The demon servant's body enlarges, thousands of eyes on him emitting destructive beams of light at Chaungi, yet Chaungi easily dodges all those deadly rays. As expected, insects only know how to run away. Then, the demon servant used chains to bind Chaungi, preventing him from moving, and launched the anti-mate attack. He just didn't expect Chaungi to break free from the chains and create a shield to successfully escape his deadly attack. What? The demon servant was stunned but quickly regained his composure, continuing to attack Ngi with thousands of eyes emitting beams of light. Just like before, Chaungi skillfully dodged, even gradually approaching the demon servant's true form, then successfully using the one yang finger to make the demon servant vanish. At this moment, a sphere of light falls from the sky. Ngi seems to withdraw his power and reaches out his hand to catch the sphere of light. Immediately outside, a beam of light shot straight at Chaungi, causing Chu Huaduang and Wang Hui to be both amazed and excited. This is the angel's power that has completely eradicated the demonic energy. The angelic bloodline merging with the Hanbing bloodline also seems to be a very clever method. An angel appears, embraces Chaungi from behind, then gradually disappears, marking the official end of the tempering process. Xu Huaduang stroked his long beard and smiled, saying, Chaungi's fate is truly fortunate. to receive the blessing of the god of light at such a critical moment and turn danger into safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride as he smiled and asked about his favorite student. Chao Ningyi, how do you feel now? It seems like your strength has made a significant leap. Chao Ningyi replied. At this moment, a series of notification panels appeared before his eyes. With the further evolution of your bloodline, your connection to other elemental magics will also gradually strengthen. The innate bloodline talent, B+ magic immunity, grants a certain resistance to spells and skills cast by opponents, including curses, purification, and other non-damaging skills, and is inherited from the six-winged angel bloodline, which also inherits 2 innate bloodline talents. Jungi exclaimed. After hearing this, Chu Huayang's eyes widened in shock. Six-winged angel, it seems your bloodline has merged and evolved very successfully, and it is also the highest level of six-winged angel bloodline in the angel race. Moreover, the innate talent you inherit within the six-winged angel bloodline, once your level is raised, can continue to evolve to S+ level. Master, I also possess the S+ level secret bloodline called the Divine Guardian Angel. Lang Yi stammered as he read the displayed notification. The S+ Divine Angel bloodline secret technique here releases a portion of the stored bloodline power in the body and transforms it into the six-winged angelic heritage. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be unleashed. Note that before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to activate the secret angel technique so I can see how much your strength has really improved, Wang Hui said, and Zhou Yi began to channel his energy to use the bloodline's secret angel technique. The enormous angelic power burst out, causing Chu Huaduang to gape in shock. The elemental energy fluctuation was too intense. Wang Hui activates his spiritual power, looks at Chao Ningyi from head to toe, and then nods. Good. Chao Ningyi, how do you feel now that you've used the secret bloodline technique and your power is 5 times stronger? I really can't imagine. My whole body is filled with energy I've never experienced before. The light element and the ice element are both loyal allies of yours, and you can control and master them at will. The excessive source of power caused the security system in Wang Hui's villa to scream and alert. Alert, alert. High-level elemental energy detected, activating level 3 defense mode. The six-winged angel is truly the favored child of elemental energy. Quickly retract your secret technique or the home's defense system will attack her. Chao Ningyi swiftly withdraws his power, and the system in Wang Hui's house immediately returns to normal. At that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill, causing Chu Huayang standing nearby to worry. What happened? Is there any discomfort? Although the secret technique has significantly increased your strength, you haven't experienced a prolonged battle before, and are now feeling a whole body ache. Wang Hui explains, the secret bloodline magic can indeed greatly boost your strength, but the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too powerful. For you right now, it would be too draining. It should be kept as your trump card. Looking at Wang Hui and Chao Ningyi exchanging ideas, I secretly marvel that the six-winged angelic bloodline with its dual evolutionary talent and the S-rank divine artifact angelic bloodline are probably just a dream for other newcomers to catch up with Chao Ningyi just now. Based on the signs of awakening her bloodline, I guess the ice bloodline in your sister's body isn't weaker than yours either. If you want the girl to awaken her bloodline in the best way, then turn the extreme cold ice into an extreme cold pill and use it. Tadai has a specialized alchemy department, so you can directly order the preparation through the school system. Now go back and rest well. Vice President Wang patted Zhou Nuo on the shoulder and said. As Zhou Nuo left, Chu Huaduang retracted his smile and asked seriously, Principal, why does Zhou Nuo look at the evil god's energy like that? If he encounters any unexpected problems, it would be a great loss for our Tuhang University and even for the entire Central South country. Chao Ningyi might have escaped death thanks to the protection of the divine light. I will conduct a thorough investigation and not overlook any possibility. Returning to the dormitory, Chao Ningyi kept worrying about his sister's case and her desire to refine the extreme cold piece. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice chain, I also need a level A treasure, the Icelang grass. Soon, the Snow Dragon Legion will send me the extreme cold ice chain. And as for the Icelang grass, Ngi mistakenly thought that the bronze medal was worth 500 credits, the silver medal 1,000 credits, and the gold medal, the highest, 2,000 credits. For now, I have enough credits and can probably buy it easily at the school's general store. At this moment, Tomini, following the Director Neo's instructions, brought the promised resources from the War Academy to Chao Ningyi. For some reason, in just one day without seeing him, Chao Ningyi has already become much stronger. This feeling of oppression doesn't come from leveling up, but from the nobility of bloodline. Tomini secretly marvels. Chao Ningyi was a bit surprised to hear Tomini say that. Weren't you the one who chose teacher Wang Hui? Why did Dean Ngo give you the resources? Tamini explained, Dean Vuong Hui is her personal teacher, but usually her classes are held at our academy. Moreover, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all top new students can benefit from them. I see, but why is it our War Academy? Miss To, aren't you a mage? Why aren't mages allowed to teach at the War Academy? Tamini joked, then distributed resources to Chaungi, an A-rank treasure of the earth, the heavenly mountain dragon root, an A-grade treasure, the ice lotus herb, an A-grade weapon, the Chaos Union sword, B-grade equipment, the white crimson armor of the Hang Hao, B-grade demonic materials, the wind-chasing secret casket, B-grade demonic materials, the earth dragon spirit blood. Level C skill book, cold ice technique. Level C skill book, ice beast protection. Level C skill book, light beam benefit. Although there are many items, the only one that catches Joey's attention is the Bing Lang Thao. The ice lotus herb can be used together with the extreme cold chain to craft the extreme cold pill, which significantly increases the chances of awakening the ice bloodline. So, this is the miracle bridge I've been hoping for. It really is a divine blessing potion. Once the extreme cold ice link is in your hands and you gather a few more auxiliary materials, you can refine the extreme cold pill. After Zhongyi signs off on the item, Tuomini said, "All right, the main task is done. Now it's your turn to teach me. Your strength is greater. Entering the Raging Mountain range for training is really no problem, but going into the inner area is like walking blindfolded. You should always ensure you can protect yourself before acting." As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared on Toto's face. Many talented graduates from Tuhang University each year, but truly becoming a shining gem is extremely rare. You must understand that many talented individuals face unpredictable situations outside and lose their lives suddenly. Don't mind me talking a lot, being a bit cautious is better. I can't tell, Miss Tu, that I have a protective system. The danger level when entering the Demon Frenzy Canyon is also within my control. I understand Ms. To's good intentions and will keep it in mind. I also have a question. Since my strength has increased, could you recommend some safe training places where I can practice combat skills with you? You're really a monster. Tamini sighed in admiration, and then led Chaungi to a place filled with robots. I can mobilize training robots for combat exercises and set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the stronger their fighting power becomes. In level 10 combat stance, the robot can defeat a level 20 expert, and your challenge will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescope robots. They can also monitor various data about you during the challenge and generate detailed reports afterward. Although you can pause at any time, she still recommends starting with lower difficulty levels. You have to go to class now. Take it step by step. Remember to gauge your strength and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Tumini left, Chaunengi gave the order. The visual sphere started to activate their battle stance at level B. Command received, execution acknowledged. The combat monitoring has started. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please note that the level 7 combat mode has officially begun. Just as the visual relay finished the announcement, a barrage of bombs and bullets rained down on Chaunengi. But for the golden boy of dodging like him, these little tricks are just mosquitoes. After escaping the robot attack, Jonu began counterattacking with the newly acquired Ice Fist after merging with his Bloodline Ice, destroying the giant robot with a single punch. It seems that the Ice Freeze power can be used. Chaunengi secretly felt pleased, then switched to using Ice Windstorm. With just one move, he destroyed an entire army of robots. Congratulations, Chaunengi, on successfully passing the level 7 combat form test. Training results show that all 50 level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Excellent performance. Han Bing's power truly has a miraculous effect in controlling enemies. If passing level 7 is this easy, I wonder if the highest difficulty is possible or not, so I have to go all out. After some thought, Chaunengi decided to give it a try and directly activate the level 10 combat form. Considering the excessive damage to the training robots, the level 10 combat mode has been activated as a preparatory measure. Accordingly, the robots have begun to undergo upgrades and modifications. Superhuman level 10 combat form. The elite training robot takes control and unleashes its power. Its attribute values are comparable to a standard profession level 25, and it activates the Supreme Authority ability. If the fight threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Chaunengi was even more pleased, as it was exactly what he intended. I can finally fight with all my strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot suddenly launched a freezing attack on Chaunengi, catching him off guard. But soon after, he jumped high to dodge, then used the Ice Crown Phantom body to exploit the properties of light and ice to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it hard for the enemy to distinguish reality from illusion, and then used the Holy Light Trident to try to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied his attack move and repelled the weapon from his hand. How can it copy the skills I use? Could it be that its visual sensors have synchronized my combat data with it? The synchronized attack system enhances combat effectiveness. Weapon optimization is complete, and it returns to online mode. That's Chao-Ngi in shock as he watches the cannon transform into a mechanical wolf. Can Tat Fong Lang also copy this? It seems like only direct confrontation works. Thinking to himself, Zhou-Ngi quickly dialed the number and punched the wolf robot away with a punch, activating the angelic limb. He dared to ask if you could have the ability to copy. Meanwhile, after agreeing to become the true disciple of Dean Song, I gained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time I failed to challenge the level 7 combat form, so I'm trying again now. Kwang Sonyan confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with Robo and received this message. Sorry to inform you, the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please try again tomorrow. This training area is for new students, and usually no one surpasses level 6 in challenges. Even if Big Brother Chao-Ngi wants to challenge level 10, it's not easy at all. Who could possibly be inside? Returning to Zhou-Nungi, after activating the Angel's Wing, he used Holy Light to create a beam that tightly bound and restricted the enemy's movements, then used the light to identify the enemy's weak points and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. When he discovered that the robot's weakness was the energy core on its chest, Zhou-Nungi aimed directly at it and delivered a punch that turned the robot into a pile of scrap metal, destroying the training area in the process. The level 10 combat state has been successfully defeated, and the authorization has been reactivated. Due to the severe damage to the training ground, you are advised to return next week for the challenge. Level 10. Combat State. Challenge successful. Who is the divine being inside at last? Kwang So-Nien nervously steps forward. Student Chao-Ngi, congratulations on passing the Level 10 Combat State test in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. With an outstanding overall rating, the highest single physical attack is 27,304, the highest single magic damage is 56,021, and the highest total damage of a single skill is 106,021. Without the surprise attack from the robot wolf, you could have won this battle easily. It seems I need to make a pact quickly with a beast companion that can fight side by side. As Chao-Ngi was thinking, he heard a call from behind. Chao-Ngi, Kwang So-Nien ran over happily and asked, "Have you finished bloodline tempering already? It's only been a day since we last met, and you're already this strong?" "Nothing much. I just finished the bloodline fusion technique this morning, and now I'm a 6-winged angelic bloodline." "That's great. This is an extremely rare divine bloodline. My own demonic bloodline is only one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines." Nghikwek suaroin ho kwang. So nian dan tuicho masung de tao ke watwoi mot masung ham dan kwang chienluk, va kwang so nian duong niam vuibedonge. An hour later, at the Demon Beast Market, the highest level of the young silver-white Siege DM cave can mature to level 20, now only needing 110 study points. The level 19 Long Jiao Te, with a dragon bloodline of 210 points, is the only one. Whoever arrives first gets it. Kwang So-Nien took Chao-Ngi for a walk around the market and asked, "Do you like any of the demon pets?" Chao-Ngi looked contemplative and replied that he had tamed a wind spirit wolf on the Fury Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon, he fainted and missed the good opportunity to form a contract with it. He hopes to find a young Tat Fong Lang with innate wind magic to make a contract. As soon as Chao-Ngi finished speaking, someone immediately came to sell a young Tat Fong Lang. Just then, a young man wearing glasses casually approached to offer, and a classmate greeted you. "I am a third-year student at the Luji Academy of Logistics and also a level 22 caretaker. I happen to have a young mutant dragon that I personally raised." "Do you want to see it?" Kwang Saran suggested. The trainer belongs to the profession of life skills. This classmate is also a student at our Tuhang University. Compared to the social figures of other stalls in the market, the quality of the demon beast he provides is even better. Hearing this, Angi responded immediately. At this moment, Lu Zhuhui held up a two-eyed beast and rambled on endlessly. This sickly wolf was only about 10 days old. Its mother is a white silver frost wind wolf. I used an appraisal spell to confirm its quality as white silver frost Giai. If you want it, just 60 points. Nahi looks a bit disappointed. Bakangan Giai, do you have any golden Giai? Golden Giai. Don't say it's me, there aren't many of these demon pets. If you really want it, I will inform you immediately once I have news about the golden Tat Fong Lang cub, but the price will definitely be much higher. So, forget it. Let's see this one first. Chao Ni lifts the little Tat Feng Lang, who seems to like him, softly purring and acting cute. Brother Chao Ningyi, I feel like there's something wrong with this young one. It's too small and clearly not well developed. Liu Qihok felt a bit guilty after hearing that. No problem, I'll buy this one. You should know there are no useless demon pets, only useless owners. I see its potential. After the deal is done, Liu Zhixue smiled broadly and handed Chao Ningyi a scroll. This magic contract scroll for the Beast Companion is free, only 60 points needed. Now you can form a contract with this young Tat Feng Lang and later keep it in your contract space, which is very convenient. Liu Zhixue was now secretly delighted, as among this litter of young sickly wind wolves, only this one was in the worst condition. Originally worried about not being able to sell it, and unexpectedly met a daring person. Luckily, he already used his learning points earlier. If this young one grows weak and something happens during the contract process, it will be hard to handle. Come on, I believe you can definitely become stronger. After finishing, Zhou Niu began forming a contract with the little Tat Feng Lang. Thanks to Fuklin Duokte, after drinking it can bring luck to a person for up to 12 hours. But Tat Feng Lang, once a defective product, has become a super viper-grade demon pet that shocks everyone who sees it. Could this purple light be the emergence of a legendary-grade demon pet? So I really managed to buy a low-tier demon pet from this market? That's lucky. Hey man, do you sell that defective wind serpent? I'll offer 1,000 points. Brother Zhou Ni really has the eye like a torch. Turns out this young Lingfeng is a degraded demon pet of the mortal stage. After it gained magical power from its foster parent, it immediately restored its original talent level. Ni scratched his head with a helpless smile, secretly thinking that the long-lasting curse, it seems I underestimated the effects of the blessing spirit herb. The gasps of admiration only made Liu Zhixue grind his teeth in fury. Damn it, I actually sold a demon pet of the handling stage at a low price to a freshman. That's right, Qiu-Ni, you haven't named it yet. Kuang-So Nian reminded him. Chao-Ni thought for a while and then replied, call it Little Koi. While Kuang-So Nian and Chao Ningyi were playing with Little Koi, Liu Tree-Hawk suddenly betrayed and said, sorry, my mistake led to this young one being sold to you at the price of the white-silver tier. If you still want to keep it now, add 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the demon pet to me. I will give you back 300 points. It's best if you decide quickly. If you still don't get it, don't blame me for being rude. The crowd around started to discuss after hearing that. Obviously, Liu Tree-Hawk didn't thoroughly check this rookie. Otherwise, how could he sell him so easily? Liu Tree-Hawk has the Liu family backing him, and the Liu family is a long-term partner of the school. This time, they're in trouble. No matter what, the demon pet handling the artifact stage just fell into his hands, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to keep it. I've never heard of such a thing before, selling something then trying to take it back. Chao Ni unleashed his power, his face full of fierce anger as he said, stop dreaming here. Get out of my sight. With just a look, Zhou Nuo made Liu Zhixue feel fear and question life itself. He was clearly just a newcomer, so why was he so powerful just from his aura? Seeing Zhou Nu step closer, Liu Zhixue trembled with fear and stammered to explain. My brother is my fault. This is completely a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Just take this young troublemaker away and you know what to do. It's best if I don't see you again, or you'll have to face the consequences. Then, Chao Ningyi and Kuang-So Nian turned and left. The soft feeling of your hand makes Kuang-So Nian feel so happy. Can I come to your place later to pet little Koi? You can come any time. Only now do some passers-by recognize Chao Ngi. Wait a minute. That seems to be Chao Ngi, the top-ranked freshman, or Chao Ngi, the only disciple personally accepted by Dean Vuong Hui. I heard he was even awarded a gold medal for his contributions. Sister Liu Hawk always relied on being from the Liu family and went crazy, but this time we finally caught her off guard. Please make way. Please make way. Oh my, is that Liu Vothan from the Liu family? Are you here to back up your brother? Liu Vothan walks past the crowd to Liu Shi-Hawk. Big brother, you must uphold justice for me. Liu Chi-Hawk hadn't finished speaking when she was immediately kicked in the face. You useless thing. Do you know what it means for a new student to receive a gold medal for dedication? Others might forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. From now on, stay far away from here and stop annoying others. Disappear as far as possible for me. Liu Tree-Hawk holds Shuang Pu's face in his hands, wondering what he has done to anger such a terrifying character, then turns to the male lead and says, as expected, even a newborn Tat Feng Lang in the epic stage can instinctively use wind abilities. Just as Chao Ngi tests Xiao Kui's abilities, the Snow Dragon Legion delivers the extreme cold Ice Lotus directly into his hands, making him smile widely. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion's efficiency to be so high. They brought it back to me in less than 3 days after I left Quangfong mountain range. The extreme cold ice chain is finally in my hands. Once I refine the extreme cold pill, I can easily resolve Xiaovan's bloodline awakening crisis. Remembering what teacher Wang Hui said, Chaoyi scheduled an appointment with the alchemist. We have arranged for teacher Ha Dian to train you as a level 9 alchemist. Because the materials and security measures needed to craft an S-rank treasure are extremely valuable, please go to the pill department for a detailed discussion. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Nuo quickly headed to the pill section. Unfortunately, teacher Ha Dian is currently studying, so only his student Lam Y is on duty. Which type of pill do you want to refine? If there are any issues, I can answer for you first. The S-rank extreme cold pill. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, he revealed the materials he used, causing Lin Yi to be unable to hide his amazement and exclaim. A level S treasure, extreme cold ice lotus, and an A-level Bang Lang Thao. You seem to be a new student. How come you have so many rare treasures? Chaoyi smiled modestly. Just lucky. If you have prepared the extreme cold ice link and the ice orchid grass, just add 800 study points to craft an S-rank pill. Leave me your contact information, and once the master finishes forging the extreme cold ice, I will notify you to come and get it immediately. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Yi went to his class and overheard 2 students talking. Did you know? Recently, many places have discovered extraterrestrial creatures underground. Really, you haven't heard about it? Recently, many armies and guilds have been transferred back from the front lines. Someone in my army revealed it, saying that it seems like the entire Central Xia nation has discovered the whereabouts of the alien creatures. It seems the news about the alien creatures invading has spread everywhere. As Ingyi was deep in thought, suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Tong Halan, you're in this class too? Of course, my instructor is Director Ngo Meng. It looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Tong Halan extended her hand and playfully said, I hope to learn a lot from you, classmate Chaoyi. Tong Halan chuckled and said, You're so talented, it seems unlikely I can teach you anything, but if you ever need help in the future, just ask. At that moment, the monster beast instructor entered. And this person is none other than Tumini. Before the class officially starts, she has some important announcements to make to you. As rumored, many alien creatures have indeed appeared in Zhongxia Nation. Even though these creatures are not very strong, the country is very important for their emergence. Faced with the looming threat, the Zhongxia Nation army has entered a level 3 preparedness state, and the school's major resources have been invested threefold. Therefore, our Tuhang University allocates 70% more resources to students each month based on their ranking. And after completing school-assigned tasks, you will receive more abundant learning modules than before. The authority of the Deep Realm mode in the 3 major dungeons at the school will be unlocked, but you need to use your course credits to buy Deep Realm magic stones to unlock it. The students immediately started discussing excitedly. The country is releasing a large amount of resources. This is their decisive move to train powerful individuals at all costs, and finally the Deep Cultivation mode has been unlocked. So I will get even more resources, including higher rewards for courses and missions. It seems the school is making a big move. I hope you can calm down and control your excitement. Tumini stands on the podium, snaps her fingers to activate her energy, instantly making the students fall silent. No matter how the resources are adjusted, as students, all you need to do is focus and cultivate stronger abilities. It seems I'm not the only one improving. Teacher 2 is much stronger than the first time I met her. All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. I flipped to the page in the book, and after a few hours, the class ended. Now I've reached level 19, I have the extreme cold ice chain, so I no longer need to venture into the dangerous windstorm mountain range. The dungeon instance of the Deep Abyss is the perfect place for me to gain experience and level up. While Zhou Yi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Kuang So Nian standing not far away. Little Nian, why are you here? I heard the rewards for passing the 3 school dungeons will also increase, so I want to invite you to try together. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Kuang So Nian asked, Brother Chaoyi, which difficulty level are you planning to challenge? Deep Abyss level. How about you? Kuang So Nian quickly waved her hand and said, The Deep Abyss level is really too difficult. There's a big difference between me and you. I think I can only challenge the difficult level. Namningi gently holds her hand and comforts her. It's okay, once I pass the Deep Realm level, we will team up and challenge again. So let's go with that plan. You try the difficult level first, and I'll do my best. Kuang So Nian replied shyly before turning and walking away. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn by the appearance of someone. Only Min Hian. Why is he here? It's been a long time since a master came to challenge the dungeon, don't you know? Breaking the record for clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon can earn you an innate talent achievement. It's true. Without a special opportunity, you can't get the innate talent achievement. No wonder Chi Minhyan rushed here. Ji Mingexian, a level 23 mage with a dungeon rank of 86, is so bored that he even tries to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon. Nunu secretly thought as he checked Ji Mingexian's information, then chose the Deep Abyss Gopin dungeon and entered, causing a stir in the hall. Jono, isn't he the top freshman? Ha ha ha. But a level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge the Deep Abyss difficulty, he really doesn't know his limits. His 400 academic points are probably gone now. Chi Minhyan, standing nearby, secretly looked down on him. It seems that resource adjustments have made some people overly confident. Since you chose the Tamuyen difficulty challenge, your account will automatically lose 400 study points in exchange for Tamuyen magic stones. You have teleported to the Goban Lower City. Be aware that monsters in the deep-level dungeon will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it hard to handle, crush the Deep Abyss Demon Crystal to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so ruined? Could this be the result of the demon's occupation and destruction? As Chao Ningyi was pondering, a demon ambushed him from behind. But with just a light wave of his hand, Chao Ningyi sent the demon to meet his ancestors. Just a few seconds later, a whole swarm of demons surrounded him and launched a coordinated attack. A level 22 demon beast, white-silver talent with ambush and slash skills. This group of goblin monsters seems to be quite numerous. But the stronger the enemy, the greater the challenge. With that, Chao Ningyi swung his hammer and made the entire group of goblins vanish. Another group of elves appears immediately, forcing Chao Ningyi to reconsider his strategy. It seems this level's challenge involves a large number of elite soldiers launching desperate attacks. This will drain too much magic power. I need to conserve my magic to ensure I have enough to use my skills against the boss. Chao Ningyi decided to use the bright light slash repeatedly with his weapon at lightning speed to create a barrage of swift strikes that dealt powerful blows to the enemies, destroying the monsters. Congratulations. You have defeated the group of elves and gained 11,236 experience points at level 19, with 54,000 needed. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I defeat many orcs, I can only reach level 20 at most. I hope that after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me break through quickly. Chao Ningyi continued to move deeper inside, and soon found the boss, a level 24 Demon King monster with a talent for destruction and unknown skills. The Demon King of the demonic race who led his tribe to seize several human cities. A contemptible human, welcome to the land of death. I am prepared for you, but you dare to slaughter my entire tribe, human. Die. With that, the Demon King swung his axe down, forcing Chao Ningyi to leap high to dodge. This demon is really strong, huh? Despite its large size, its speed isn't affected at all. Thinking to myself, Jono accumulated his strength and launched a counterattack, but in this berserk state, he would resist all physical attacks. At the same time, he could activate his shield to reflect part of the boss's damage, so that last move was no different from a piece of stainless steel. Knowing that physical attacks would be ineffective, Chao Ningyi switched to using magic to create chains of dark energy. Successfully immobilized the boss, then delivered a direct punch that took its life in an instant. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on your previous record, you have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,199 experience points. This Elf King is still a Tamu Yen level boss, yet I defeated it with just one move, even though I deliberately held back a lot of magic power and was ready to use stronger skills to deal with it. At this moment, another notification appeared. When you reset your record in the dungeon, you will unlock a new innate talent, like the A-grade spellcasting speed. Your ability to cast magic spells will be significantly increased, and even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, the record for clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon has been reset, allowing me to gain a new innate talent. With the blessing of the A-level spellcasting speed talent, my power is boosted even further. It's time to head back now. The only regret is that I just reached level 20. I have many courses now, so later I will take Xiaonian to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon again. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many players who chose the Deep Abyss dungeon had to give up due to the intense heat inside. They looked up at the leaderboard and discussed excitedly. No one has succeeded so far. This Tamu Yen level dungeon is just too difficult. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of white-silver level demons. If I didn't escape quickly, I might have been trapped inside. No wonder the difficulty level of Deep Abyss is so terrifying. It seems we can only rely on top experts like Chi Minhyan. Huang So-nayan stood among the crowd, thinking to herself that luckily she only chose a moderate difficulty level so she could pass through the trial smoothly. Now she just hopes that Big Brother Chao Nungi can also get through this challenge. I heard that the Deep Abyss dungeon has also been opened for this year's freshman competition. And how many people have succeeded? That's right. It seems there's someone named Chao Nungi, a level 19 Saint Knight, leading the freshmen. He even set a new record. The two young men were talking when someone shouted out loud, "The dungeon record has been broken again." Is that the guy named Chao Ngi at the top of the leaderboard? Number 1. Chao Ngi cleared the Tamuyen level with a 100% completion rate in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest time to clear the demon dungeon at the Deep Abyss level. The crowd erupts in excitement. Finally, someone has beaten the Deep Abyss difficulty. Chao Ngi, why have I never heard of this name before? Could it be the senior of Daidam Chao Ngi? This person is among the top freshmen, but no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat the level 24 Demon King. I'm also a newcomer participating in the first-year student competition. It's only been a few days. Why has Chao Ngi improved so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Hyenta probably entered the dungeon later than Chao Ngi, so he's a bit behind. A young man confidently laughed out loud, thinking to himself that once Hyen Cha set a new record and came out, Chao Ngi's ranking on the board would definitely drop. Unexpectedly, Chimin Hien staggered out of the dungeon looking exhausted, causing the young man to rush over worriedly to support him. He said, "This Tamuyen level dungeon is too hard. I lost so many golden equipment, and yet I still failed." Chimin Hien cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized that no one around him paid much attention to him, as they had a few minutes ago, instead gathering around the leaderboard gossiping excitedly. Though feeling a bit confused inside, he didn't dwell on it for long and took out a potion to treat his wounds. Only when his junior informed him that Jongi had cleared the Tamuyen dungeon with an incredible time did he gasp in shock. Look quickly, Jongi is out already. No way, it's only a new student at level 19. On what basis could it have beaten the Deep Abyss dungeon? How can I not be better than it? I have to get to the bottom of this. Now only coming out, maybe it's even Zhan Lan. Min Hien angrily throws the Duok Thui sword in his hand and then smiles genuinely to start a conversation with Chao Nungi. But before he could finish speaking, Chao Ngi brushed past her and went to Suwang Son Hien. Congratulations on passing the level successfully, while she barely managed to get through the difficult stage. It feels like he's leaving me further and further behind. Chao Nungi walks over to pat Kwang Zon Hien's head to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, loving the Star King is very easy to handle. Then I'll show you all the tricks to get through this level. Plus, I don't lack practice now, so I'll take you to try a few more times until you master the key points, and then you can challenge the Deep Realm difficulty." While the pair of lovebirds are being affectionate, the crowd continues to praise Chao Ngi. Meanwhile, Chimin Hien sits alone in the corner, accepting the truth that under Chao Ngi's spotlight, he has become a has-been. True to his promise, Chao Ngi led Kuang So Ni to conquer the Tamuyen dungeon, fighting alongside her while boosting her strength and pointing out the weaknesses of the goblins so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until they faced the boss. A Deep Abyss level boss is no joke. How did Brother Chao Ngi manage to pass through it successfully? It looks powerful, but in reality it has very weak magic resistance and can be easily defeated with strong magical skills. Kuang So Hien, upon hearing this, volunteers to fight the boss. Because the boss has weak magic resistance, Kuang So Hien first decides to test her demonic bloodline power with the demon skill, unleashing a massive wave of slash energy. The demonic force contained in the slash will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of destroying the boss, this move boosted its magic power, making it even stronger. The boss then stomped the ground, creating a shockwave that caused the earth to tremble, sending out waves to push back enemies and potentially stun them. Ning Ngi unleashes his strength to counter the attack and anxiously calls out, "Xiaonian, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Brother Zhou Ngi. It's all my fault. I couldn't control my magic well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger." "No need to blame yourself. First check if your tactics against it are effective." Then, Ngi used the light barrier to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. Actually, the effectiveness of the skill isn't as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking to himself, Zhou Ngi said, "This is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Let me try again. If you can't defeat it, crush the abyssal crystal. Remember, this is only a test clone. Don't hurt yourself." After finishing, Ngi created magical chains to restrain the boss, but the boss easily shattered the chains in an instant. Seeing this, Kuang Son Hien felt even more guilty, blaming herself for making everything complicated and wondering what she should do now. "What should I do?" This negative state of Kwang So Nian has awakened the demoness within her. Yes, it's all because you're too weak. If you could fully harness the demonic power within the Nkima bloodline, you wouldn't just watch Kaka Chaoningi struggle but become stronger to help him out. It's time. Unleash your true power. Get stronger. Kwang So Nian, as if hypnotized, muttered to herself with her eyes gradually turning a deadly red. In front, after failed attempts, Chao Ningyi was about to activate the angelic divine body to protect Kwang So Nian, when suddenly a dark force from behind him shot forward, slicing off the boss's weapon-holding arm. Chao Nian, Changyi stared blankly at the girl behind him. Big brother Changyi, let me take care of the monster. Why can't I absorb this mana? On the contrary, they keep invading my power. The boss shouted in confusion. Wait, this is just the appetizer. With that, Kwang So Nian raised her hand to channel more demonic energy into the boss. I want it now. Give it to me. Give me more demonic power. Your current appearance looks really disgusting. Kwang So Nian looked at the boss with contempt before sending it off with a decisive blow. Congratulations to trainee Kwang So Nian for defeating the Demon King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 200 experience points, finally eliminating this annoying monster. Kwang So Nian reabsorbed her power and approached So Mo Chaoingyi, charming him, causing him cultural shock. Only after a moment did he notice something unusual and asked coldly, "Oh, is it really you, Tionhia?" At this moment, the demon girl Kwang So Nian suddenly paused, then gradually returned to her usual appearance, and she shyly explained, Brother Chaoingyi, everything that happened just now was caused by the evil power in the bloodline of the demon enchantress. Eungi looked up at Kwang So Nian's chin, examined her for a while, then let out a sigh of relief. That's great. I thought you had been taken over by the demon, but how could that be? That's right, Chao Nian. Let's form a team and challenge a few more times. I believe that after you get familiar with the demon, you can conquer the Deep Abyss dungeon on your own. Moreover, we are old friends with the Demon King. Do you think he will understand us? After all, students are like that. As long as the boss is defeated, that's enough. But if students want to get more dungeon rewards, there are many things to consider. Nyungi said with a cunning smile that even the Demon King of the Abyss on the Heavenly Court was startled. Outside, everyone was still shocked by Chaoingyi's successful record, when suddenly the leaderboard displayed a new record with a faster, clear time, beating the old record by a full minute, and the person who achieved it was none other than Chao Ni, causing a stir. No way! Could it be that Chaoingyi can now let others pass the door safely? He actually managed to clear it faster in one go. That's terrifying. Suddenly, a new record appears on the leaderboard, surpassing Chaoingyi's record. First, Kwang So Nian chose the Tamuyen difficulty level with a 100% completion rate in 9 minutes and 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clearance currently for the Tamuyen level Goben dungeon. Isn't it true that only newcomers can challenge the difficult level? Now I can clear the Tamuyen dungeon alone. Kwang So Nian, after all, is the second best among the new students, and under Chaoingyi's guidance, she might even surpass her potential. At this moment, Chimin Hian's Jr., holding his head, sighed. Hin, now I finally understand how you feel. After realizing the gap between themselves and the geniuses, that feeling of helplessness was truly hard to bear. So, Chaoingyi and Kwang So Nian continued to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon alone each, forming a team once more before returning to the hall. Chaoingyi, I heard that the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks show today for new students. Shall we go watch together? Chaoingyi smiled and replied, That's perfect. I can take this chance to relax a bit. So, the two of them headed to the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surroundings, Chaoingyi couldn't help but feel delighted. No wonder it's called the Elemental Academy. Even the streetlights are powered by magic. I didn't expect that while we were clearing dungeons unconsciously, it was already evening. Conquering the intermediate level dungeon this time could bring great rewards. Luckily, I had your help. Your effort is the key. I'm just providing a little support. Zhongyi smiled and looked up at a giant statue, unable to resist stopping and asking, Is this statue? This is the mage Wei Wang, known as the Guardian Deity. He once successfully repelled several fierce offensives by the demon army alone. Therefore, his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, during the Great Battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-level demon and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically. Because his soul was completely fated beyond saving. Truly a great hero. You still have very little knowledge of history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course, Kwang So Nian will tell the story. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we need to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago, beginning in 244, when many talented professionals with innate gifts rose up one after another. This year is therefore also called the Golden Age, just like the legendary heroes who wield the Sword of the Saint, the Spear of the Peace, and the Sword of the Righteous, still holding the front line of the battlefield even now. But just as everyone was full of hope preparing to counterattack the alien creatures, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing the most frantic invasion of extraterrestrial beings yet, and the strongest warriors of the Golden Age sacrificed their precious lives in the face of this threat. After a long 30-year struggle and the heroic sacrifices of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally have a period of peace like this. Now, the invasion of alien creatures has returned, but I hope this is just your illusion. Don't worry too much. Chaoyi gently pats her head to comfort her, saying that this large-scale appearance of the alien creatures is only through interdimensional space cracks, and they are not powerful. Moreover, we are no longer the same as before, so even if darkness falls again, this time the unlucky ones will be those alien creatures. Kuang So-Nien was amused by Chaoyi's words. That's right. We've rested and prepared ourselves for so long, we're ready to face the alien creatures again. Just then, fireworks exploded into the sky, illuminating the whole sky. Kuang So-Nien excitedly grabbed Chaoyi's hand and pulled him along. Let's make the most of our time and go to the observation point ahead. It will be even more beautiful. Yes, Chaoyi Kuang Trio replied. The next day, Chaoyi took the train back to visit his sister. Hey Tin, why hasn't your brother come back yet? Don't worry, your brother just said on the phone he'll be home very soon. As Tin finished speaking, Chaoyi arrived at the door. He welcomes him home. Xiaoyan runs over and hugs Chaoyi. Chaoyi gently supports his sister, smiling brightly and saying, I was worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you so spirited, I feel at ease now. Little Ngi has returned. Chaoyi smiled and replied, Tin, long time no see. Little Ngi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe about 3 or 4 days, since I took leave mainly to finish the final treatment for Xiaovan. Is that too short? Xiaovan said sadly, then quickly asked excitedly, Do you have a gift prepared for your adorable little sister? Of course, I specially brought you a reward through this deep abyss dungeon. Just blow this horn, and the fierce ghost of the gold level will appear instantly to protect you. Tuhang clapped excitedly. No wonder he's her brother. Just hearing about it sounds so powerful. Ngi pats his sister's head and says, I believe your illness will heal, and you can become as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Thoiliet Na to Chaoyi's residence. Secretary Zhao, you two are here. Mr. Chu, I only contacted you yesterday. Thoiliet Na smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, you should know that Chaoyi's invitation is not something I can ignore now. Ngi modestly replied, You're too kind. I should thank you for coming all this way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only obtained the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, but also refined it into an even more effective Extreme Cold Pill. Extreme Cold Pill? Secretary Zhao couldn't hide her amazement. An S-rank pill is an invaluable treasure on the market. Zhou Naji scratched his head and chuckled, saying this was only possible thanks to the help of the triple inheritance alchemist recommended by my teacher to successfully craft it. We should still seize the time to carry out the final healing ritual for my sister. Yes, the main thing is more important. After a while, Xiaovan grabbed the corner of Zhongyi's pants and asked anxiously, Are you really okay? Xiaoyan, you don't need to be too nervous. Just wait a moment, and after you take this pill, you'll be able to awaken your ice bloodline and the ice power won't trouble you anymore. Xiaoyun took the extreme cold pill, then confidently stepped into the formation, determinedly saying, I'm ready. Yi Chao immediately used skills like Blessing of the Plum Blossom, Blessing of Protection, and Blessing of Courage to support Xiaoyun, creating the best conditions for Thoiliet Na to perform the treatment. Although I am a second-tier priest, I still seem to be less pure than Chaoyi in the Holy Light's purity. Thoiliet Na was lost in thought when Chaoyi urged her to proceed, then it was time to activate the magic array. After finishing her words, Thoiliet Na unleashed her power to activate the formation, and instructed Tio Van to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In an instant, a massive burst of icy cold aura erupted, causing everyone to involuntarily step back. Tio Van's cold air has erupted. This won't cause any problems, right? It's okay. I will handle it. Ngi uses the Holy Flame Light Wheel to dispel the burst of cold air and confidently says, With the effect of the extreme cold pill, I believe this is Tio Van's final outburst of cold energy. I carefully observed Xiao Van's performance and happily said, The hardest hurdle is finally over. Now we just need to wait for Xiao Van to complete her bloodline awakening, and after a while, the treatment process for Xiao Van was finally finished. He approached Xiaoyun anxiously and asked, How do you feel now? It seems your illness has been completely cured. Tio Van cheerfully responds, Tio Van, quickly check your personal information to see if it has changed. Xiao Yuan tried using her power and replied, I think my ice bloodline has granted me the innate talent to control the ice element now. The ice element and I are in harmony, I can control them and do whatever I want. Could it be that awakening the bloodline can also grant new talents? Normally, awakening a bloodline doesn't give you new bloodline talents, but you are Chaoengyi's sister, so awakening the rare Hanbang bloodline might indeed do so. Chaoengyi proudly replied, thinking to himself, all of us have gained many benefits because of the Hanbang bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful Hanbang bloodline professionals? But even if it is true, considering the previous situation, it's very likely that the family was mistaken early on. Although Xiaovan's bloodline has successfully awakened the ice-cold bloodline, it's safer to have her undergo a thorough check once more. No problem. Master Thoi Liet? Na replied happily. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Master Xiaovan's body has fully recovered and her Hanbang bloodline has been awakened. The mayor is very concerned about this and has already arranged a lot of cultivation resources for the two brothers to bring here. Chaoengyi shook hands with Secretary Trio gratefully and said thank you. I will return to the school very soon. Then little Van will need to bother Secretary Trio for help with care. You're too kind. It's my honor. Have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future? Of course, a mage. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a specialized class book to hide your mage abilities. That's great. You've sensed the awakening of the dark power within you. I believe the day we unleash our strength is not far off. The dark power. Xiaovan's sinister gaze and words left everyone stunned. I, Liet Na, immediately ran over to check. Could it be that I haven't checked somewhere yet? How could there be dark power? Suddenly, Trungengyi remembered the days when he and Tu Van were still children, before they awakened their powers and used to cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Don't let the power of darkness seduce you. We must seal it to protect world peace. Little Van, at 3 years old, said to go back to the present and saw her younger sister about to speak again. Breathing heavily, Nai proactively took Loi Tu Van outside. You should still take your sister to learn the true ice cold to save her life. Your brother wants to sacrifice himself for justice. Seeing Miss Xiaovan's performance, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding mage in the future. Actually, it's not usually like that. While Secretary Zhao and a teen defend Xiaovan's childish actions, Thoi Liet Na looks serious, secretly thinking about dark power. As soon as the awakening process finished, Chaoengyi suggested a martial arts duel with Xiaovan. You and I will summon spirits and freeze all powers to block her. After finishing, Jovan shot a stream of elemental energy toward Chaoengyi, but all of it was blocked by Chaoengyi's holy light shield. It seems your body has fully recovered, so I can start arranging your training journey now. Xiaovan starts playing the spade card. I feel like the cold aura in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore. And then, under Chaoengyi's strict guidance, Xiaovan reluctantly participated in training. After the intense session, she was completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground, sighing. So, training is really this tiring. The great mission of saving the world is left entirely to me to complete alone later. I really am at my wit's end with you. Chaoengyi sighed helplessly and summoned Xiaokoi. Xiaokoi is a demon pet I just made a contract with. Let it stay with you to train together these days. But if it comes to that, you won't even be able to beat little Koi. Then there's nothing left to say. No problem. Now that Xiaokoi is with you, you'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Chaovan said happily while stroking Xiaokoi. Xiaokoi, come with me. Let's quickly sign the Dark Pact and become allies. Chaoengyi looked at Tu Koi's father, who seemed 3 parts unwilling and 7 parts reluctant, and chuckled. Tu Koi, I will remember the price you paid. A few days later, as Zhou Yi was carrying Xiaokoi back to school, Tuo Mini arrived at his house. Surprising him, Miss Tuo, why are you here? The nationwide university and college freshman friendly match is about to begin. The team event requires groups of 5 to participate. This time I came to see you, mainly to have you confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. As the top scorer in the freshman competition, the important responsibility of team leader naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, building the team is the responsibility of the team captain you appointed. No problem, Chaoengyi happily replied. This is the list of the top 10 students in the freshman ranking excluding you. You need to choose 4 teammates for yourself. Chaoengyi answered immediately without hesitation. Koto, I plan to choose the top 4 freshmen with the highest rankings as my teammates. Tamini scolded, you are really too careless. In team battles, it is normal for the fight to extend into later stages. This tests the team's endurance and combat capabilities. Herdy. Therefore, the cleric profession that helps maintain the recovery of the fake profession state is a crucial factor. Even if you're a holy knight who can add many buffs, your recovery ability still isn't enough compared to a cleric. Moreover, when fighting with a team of 5, you should choose a new priest as well. Yi confidently replied, I don't think so. As long as we can defeat the opponent quickly, there's no need to worry about recovery skills. Teacher 2, for the individual event in the freshman exchange match, you are confident you can win the first place. Moreover, in the team battle when you activate your angelic bloodline, you can even face the entire opposing team alone. In the freshman competition, Jeongi's strength far surpasses that of other freshmen. With Jeongi, there's really no need for a priest, just crush the opponents from other schools directly. Thinking of this, Tumini had to compromise. If you are so confident, I will report this list to Director No. By the way, your sister's bloodline awakening issue has been resolved, right? It's been taken care of. I need to thank you, To, for originally telling me about the news of Kukhan Bang Lien. That's good then, Tumini replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Ni suddenly remembered something and asked Miss Tu if she knew where to find the hidden professional license letter. Is it because he was preparing one for his sister? Trong Eungi honestly replied. After learning about the alien creature through the dimensional rift that brought him here, he vaguely sensed a kind of oppressive feeling. So you have to find a way for Zhao Vuan to quickly gain the ability to protect herself. You're very considerate, and the hidden profession scrolls are all on the school website, but it's not easy to buy them. Tumini hinted and quickly left. Trong Eungi was confused by her words, but when he checked the school website, he understood. Restrict the purchase of hidden professional skill books. The lowest level students must reach level 25, score above A, complete the school's above A mission, and rank in the top 10 on the local leaderboard or top 100 on the heavenly leaderboard. So that's how it is. Acquiring hidden professional skill books is really very difficult. Even the cheapest hidden professional license requires 20,000 study points to obtain. It seems impossible to get it in a short time, but I will try to achieve my goal within half a year. At that moment, Jeongi received a new system quest, and upon checking saw that the National University and College Freshman Exchange match was about to begin, so he announced the achievement reward. The system will award achievement rewards based on the overall performance of the host in the National University and College Freshman Exchange match. After reading the information, Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. The rewards from the previous 2 achievement tasks greatly boosted my strength. It looks like this time I have to give it my all to achieve the best results and get the most generous reward elsewhere. The deans are sitting in a meeting discussing the upcoming nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament. The team member chosen to participate in the team battle, Zhou Yi, has already been sent over. I'll give a brief overview to everyone. The team leader is Saint Knight Zhong Yi, the swordsman Yuling Kwang Sui Nian, the Taoist Tong Halan, the mage Duang Lin Hai, and the warrior Vaithiet Tam. Hearing Director Ngo speak, Ngo Kakan asked, Why isn't there a priest in the team? Tong Kai agreed. That's right. Isn't a team like this very dangerous? Anyway, without a priest's support, the team's error rate would be significantly lower. While the other deans worry about this formation, Chu Hoa Duong thinks differently. I actually think this plan is fine. I believe with Chao Ni's abilities, having an additional priest is unnecessary. He secretly thought that after Zhou Nuo used the bloodline vibration training, no one here probably understood Zhou Nuo's true strength better than himself. Even without teammates, Zhou Nuo might be able to win the team battle on his own. Chao Ningyi not only can provide growth, but also has an extremely excellent defensive ability, and many of his skills are even more powerful in attack. It seems he is handling 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Director of the Strategy Institute Zhang Lang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Chao Ningyi's abilities, he has a full advantage and also effective tactics. Then my side also agrees. I hope Zhou Yi can showcase his true strength in the friendly match and surprise everyone. All right, let's go with that decision. Director Ngo announced the team formation issue has been settled. Now it's time for training. Director Ngo, from now on, you'll have to take care of their training. Anyway, this new student group may not be weak, but their teamwork still needs improvement. No problem. I'll have Tumini inform them, and in 3 days they will gather at the War Academy to return with the male lead. While working hard on his daily tasks, Zhou Yi received a message from teacher Wang Hui about private tutoring for him. This was his first lesson since becoming his student. There's a good chance the teacher will teach me a new skill, but today I should still choose the skill points reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1, 15 attribute points. Reward 2, gain 15 skill points. Reward 3, a random skill book. Reward 4 is a random bonus. Zhou Yi chooses the skill point reward. He immediately felt the changes in his body and knew that by completing daily missions he could earn attribute points and skill points. With the system here, extending the distance from others is really easy. The next day, Vuang Hui and Chao Ningyi went to training. Master, do I need to chase away these level 23 demon wolves? This is the same forest area, and the Tianwu guild you founded here has training points, so there's no need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, the great dragon appeared in the sky, roaring so loudly that the wolf pack scattered in fear. Seeing Chaoying's amazed expression, Wang Hui explained, "The great dragon is level 62. That's my senior brother's Ma Long, who usually serves as the terror of the entire forest as a beast companion. If even the demon dragon is that powerful, I wonder how formidable my senior brother must be." Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "My senior brother used to be on par with you, reaching level 64, and his actual combat ability is even above yours, which is why I trust him to lead the Tianwu Guild." After hearing that, Chaoyi couldn't help but admire. At 30 years old, already at level 64, his senior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. Haha. After all these years, I've met many profession users, but you are the most talented. Keep trying your best. I believe your future achievements may surpass even your senior brother. All right, Zhao Ningyi, watch carefully. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So Wang Hui combined the holy light and shielding skills to create two giant shields, then gradually narrowed the gap between them, and when they touched, boom! A deafening explosion destroys a large area, leaving Zhou stunned by the power of the fake profession, Tom Truyan. Afterward, Wang Hui hands Zhou a book. "Little Ningyi, this is the first skill I am teaching you. Focus your consciousness on the surface of the skill book and use skill points to learn it." "Understood," Ngi responded with a nod and closed his eyes to follow Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. The Than Quang Tam Thuan A+, level 1, formed two shields within a certain range ahead. The two shields will gradually approach each other, and when they collide, they will cause a large explosion, dealing significant light attribute magic damage to the enemy. At the same time, our side can pass through the shields, but the enemy cannot. Note that this is a Sacred Knight inheritance skill. After reading about the skill, Zhou couldn't hide his curiosity about the Sacred Knight's inheritance skill. "How do you also know the skills of the Holy Knight?" "The Holy Light Shield is a skill exclusive to when your senior sister was a triple certified Holy Knight and created it herself. That year, my senior sister inherited this skill from you. Now I will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill now, right? Show me a demonstration." Mingha is doing exactly as he was taught. Although his power isn't great, Wang Hui still looks pleased and praises him. "You're only at Saint Light Shield level 1, but reaching this level is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield to divide the battlefield and limit the enemy's normal actions. If you've mastered the new skill, the next step is the practical training session." As Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon serpent descended and stood behind him. "Glon will deploy demon beasts around to attack you. How much experience you gain from defeating them depends entirely on your own effort." "No problem, sir." Having received the answer, Wang Hui signaled to Ganar and then roared loudly. The monsters within the soundwave area immediately became aggressive and targeted Chaoyi. One lurking behind him in the bushes lunged to bite his head, but was caught off guard and was quickly taken down with a single basic attack. Then Zhou Nuo used all his skills, from light element to ice element, to fend off the monsters attacking him all night until the sun rose. Seeing Zhou Nuo's exhausted and breathless state, Wang Hui smiled teasingly and said, "Do you really want to risk your life like that? I didn't expect that even your last bit of stamina and magic power has been exhausted. Aren't you afraid of more monsters appearing?" "Is there still a master here?" Nagi replied with a smile, drinking the restorative potion to recover his stamina, secretly thinking that the thrill of gaining experience like this is truly exhilarating. "Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points." Zhou Ngi immediately used all the new points he received to level up the Holy Light Absorption Shield from level 1 to level 3. "Not bad. I originally thought you could defeat nearly 100 monsters, but in the end you managed to kill almost 400. Luckily, with your guidance, otherwise just relying on yourself, it would be very difficult to level up in a month or two," Zhongyi gratefully said. At this moment, Wang Hui advised that since he had boldly formed a team without a pastor during the exchange match, "As my student, you must stay calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With you here, the first place this year will definitely be ours." At the rest stop in the Furious Wind Forest, a broadcast announced that the nationwide college and university exchange match was about to begin. 218 institutions are participating, but which school will take the top spot? Am I seeing things? Tuhang University doesn't have a pastor. Such an extreme team can only be assembled by a low-ranked school, right? Shunyu and Chudan happened to pass by, overheard the two female students talking, and then approached to peek at the list before cutting in. Zhongyi is indeed the team captain, and Kuang Sonhian is the vice captain. Scrolling through a few comments online, Chudan was amused and burst out laughing. Some people even said in the comments that our school's team coordination was off without a pastor. This comment claiming that the team will definitely lose without a pastor is so funny. Chunyu is also going along with it. They don't realize how formidable Jonghi's strength truly is. The two girls looked at Chunyu and Chudan with judging eyes, somewhat angry, and asked, "Who are you?" "Anwan, tell the staff that I will cover their bill today," Tianlian said quietly as she watched the argument from nearby, thinking that with Chaonghi here, not having a pastor in the team wouldn't matter. This year's champion will definitely be ours. Back to the main story, after the class with Wang Hui, Zhongyi spent the whole day training against the robots in the combat arena. Since reaching level 22, fighting the robots in the training yard has become too easy for Chao Ningyi, and the training effectiveness has gradually declined. Just as Chao Ningyi was about to ask Tumini for her opinion, she received a call informing her that Director No would begin special training today. Since the students participating in the friendly match, Chao Ningyi should be called immediately to gather at the War Academy Hall. Besides Kuang So Nian and Tong Halan, who are already familiar, there are two more people in the hall. Wei Thiet Tam, an 18th level warrior, and Duang Lin Hai, an 18th level mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Ngo Mang used his appraisal skill to scan Chao Ningyi. Surprisingly, under the guidance of Principal Wang Hui, Chao Ningyi leveled up so quickly. Huang Sonian heard that and couldn't help but be surprised as she turned to look at Chao Ningyi. "He's leveled up again?" "With the help of the teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit. All right, time is tight, so I'll keep it simple. To help the students prepare for this national freshman exchange match, I will be the instructor responsible for their training. Next, I will lead them in the team battle. In the individual and survival matches, professional training will be conducted. Today's training will mainly assess your team cooperation and combat skills. First, you need to form a team to challenge the Goblin Dungeon at the Deep Abyss level. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the training sessions involved in this Deep Abyss level dungeon. No wonder Kodo has been urging us and Jetai to level up quickly to 18. It turns out they want us to prepare in advance for the Deep Abyss dungeon raid. Everyone's strength is pretty good, and with a team, even at the Deep Abyss level, we can easily get through. Moreover, thinking about this, Duang Lin Hai secretly glanced at Chao Ningyi sitting nearby. With Chao Ningyi alone able to pass the Tamu Yen level and the four of us, we probably can't fail. Noticing Duang Lin He looking at him, Chao Ningyi turned to smile brightly, making Duang Lin Hai shyly rush to hide behind Thiet Tam, causing Chao Ningyi to feel a bit confused. Was his smile really that terrifying? After receiving the information, the 5-member team immediately entered the dungeon. Chao Ningyi, looking serious at this moment, said, "This is our squad's first cooperation. I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone." "No problem," the others responded in unison. Wei Thiet Tam is in charge of defense and attracting firepower. Kuang So Nian and Donglin Hai are responsible for magical and physical attacks. Tong Halan is responsible for boosting attack power from behind, and I am the one supporting everyone. Just as Jongi finished assigning tasks, the goblins appeared. Wei Thiet Tam charged forward first, punching the ground to push the monsters back. The power of her punch surprised her. Her skill's effectiveness has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the supportability of the team leader? Donglin Hai watched Zhong Yi unleash his skill and couldn't help but be amazed. No way, the casting speed is really fast. The captain managed to unleash 3 growth skills in less than a second, a speed even a professional mage like me finds hard to match. Quickly, Dong Lingxi didn't dare to slack off and cast the destructive magic spell to slow down the goblin horde's advance. Kuang Son Hien also took the opportunity to rush forward and cut down the monsters with her sword. Little Nian, Tom, watch out for a surprise attack. As soon as Zhou Nian finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew toward them. Thanks to the warning beforehand, Wei Tietan quickly used a shield wall, successfully blocking the Gobin's ambush. Kuang Son Hien suddenly realized something was off. This was completely different from before. How could there be Gobin archers? Monsters, level 23. Gobin archers, silver grade talent, stealth skills, and burst attacks. After reading about the monsters, Chao Ningyi smiled and said, "Looks like the reason why more people are challenging us now is because Gobin has also upgraded their attack methods." At this point, Zhou Nu used the punishment of light to eliminate the Gobin archers. "I'll handle these troublesome ones first. The rest is up to you." Anyway, since Chao Ningyi entered the dungeon this time to improve team coordination, fighting alone would go against the original plan. No problem. Huang So Nan and Wei Thiet Tam respond. Seeing everyone trying so hard, Truong Halan becomes even more motivated and begins casting spells to attack the goblin horde. At the same time, Ngomang watched the students battle on the screen and nodded in approval. Compared to the freshman's fight, Chaoying's spellcasting speed had improved not just twice as fast, with some skills even capable of being completed in an instant. Tamini guesses that after he clears the Deep Abyss dungeon, his talent choice is related to increasing spellcasting speed. His progress rate is truly astonishing. Having just enrolled, he already led Kuang Sonhien to the top of the Tamuyen dungeon ranking. Ngomang then smiled and said, "So, I want to take a step further and test Chaoying, especially since I've increased the difficulty a bit for them." Inside the dungeon, thanks to coordinated teamwork, the overwhelming number of goblins were quickly slaughtered by Chaoying's team without missing a beat. For the monsters approaching her, Kuang Sonhien snorted coldly, activating her haunting slash skill and repeatedly striking at high speed, easily taking down the monsters. The others also didn't have free time and began to show their skills. Song Holland tore apart a talisman and used the main technique of the Five Thunder to attack the monsters. Lin Hai cast a wind-type ice magic spell, creating a tornado that swept through the monsters, then loudly shouted, "Tiam Tam, give them one final blow." Understood. She responded with a sound, then immediately leapt into the air, unleashing a series of swift kicks toward the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground, overwhelmed by her boosted strength, feeling an effortless dominance over the demons. That was amazing. I feel so refreshed inside. Vatiet Tam, still craving more, smiled and looked at Duong Lin He to ask, "Do we really think these monsters are all taken care of now?" Xiang Lin Hai replied, Little White told me that there are no more traces of the demons around." Ngi laughs loudly and reminds everyone that this is just the warm-up. The real challenge is the next round, and no one can let their guard down. "What are you afraid of?" "Second brother, your buff skill doubles my strength." "With your support, isn't this dungeon easily cleared?" Song Holland said happily. "That's right. Even student Zhou Ni can easily clear this dungeon on his own." Dong Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's strength really impresses me." Hearing that, Chaoying thought to himself with a headache, "Are you all crazily setting goals for me?" Kuang So Nian said nothing, only standing aside with a secret smile. After a while, the group arrived at a large door. Wei Thiet Tam asked, "The final boss should be inside, right?" Chaoying replied, "That's right, but as we get closer to the door, I can't shake the feeling that something's not right." "Forget it. We should go in first and talk later." Chaoying silently decided and pushed the door open. As everyone entered, a huge boss appeared before them and said, "You finally arrived." The foolish monsters. The second-generation king of the elves, level 25, with the talent of a necromancer and unknown skills. After the old king passed away, the new leader of the elf tribe replaced the former elf king. Dong Lingxi was startled and exclaimed, "Level 25 boss, huh? I heard a distinguished guest is visiting, so I prepared some gifts for you." With a strange smile, the boss raised his weapon and hurled a gigantic fireball at Duong Lin Hai. "This is fireball magic. How can it be so powerful?" "Lin Hai, get out of the way!" Wei Thiet Tam shouted loudly, hurriedly pushed Duong Lin Hai back, then immediately created a shield to block the fireball, but it was completely ineffective. The shield only held for less than a second before cracks began to appear. "No, I can't stop it at all." As soon as Wei Thiet Tam finished speaking, her shield shattered, putting her in danger as she faced the fireball head-on. Wei Thiet Tam clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "Damn it. With the team leader's buff, my strength has clearly doubled, yet I still can't even block a normal attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh and said, "Don't rush. This is the end I have prepared for you all long ago. Turn to ashes." At the same time, its actions kept creating more fireballs to throw at the crowd. One fireball had already left everyone helpless, and now facing many more, despair was unavoidable. And this is when the true value of a captain is revealed. "Everyone, step back." Chaoying shouted and stepped forward, using his ice power to create a large, thick ice wall to block the incoming fireballs. "Captain, be careful, this isn't an ordinary fireball attack. As Ling Hai just warned, the fireballs are drained of energy by the ice wall and turn into a single fireball about the size of a ball." Thu softly shouted, the mini fireball drawn into the palm of Chaoying's hand. He squeezed it forcefully until it vanished, and the shield was indeed quite difficult to deal with. "The strength of this boss far exceeds the one I handled before." Hearing that, Song Holland took the initiative to speak. "Then this time, let me take the lead in the fight." After that, Tong Ha-lan quickly made hand seals, creating a series of talismans that floated around the boss. The clear destiny guides the spirit. Divine talismans shine brightly, obeying the command of violence. As soon as the word violence leaves the mouth, the talismans explode, creating a large fire that engulfs the boss inside. 1 second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth, while it crushed the talismans in its palm. Yet the boss itself showed no sign of injury. Tong Halan exclaimed in disbelief, "Why is there no effect at all?" At this moment, Duong Lin He looked serious and said, "Lan sister, try using my magic to attack." Then, Duong Lin Hai used fire magic to summon a barrage of missile arrows aimed at the boss. "Let it take my attack as well." Guangzhou Nian shouted, using her demon ring skill to slash several swords at the boss. Their attacks intertwined, targeting the approaching boss, causing a massive explosion and a shockwave to spread in all directions. However, the boss remains unharmed and is now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. That's interesting, but this is where it ends. A small purple sphere immediately condensed at its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger until it finally shot towards the group facing it. Lin Hai desperately said, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't fight this boss anymore." Just as everyone gave up, Zhou Ni stepped forward again. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." With that, Zhou Ni created a yellow barrier to block the boss's attack. Following Chao Ni's voice, the boss's deadly attack was once again thwarted. Vithiet Tam said, "Nika, let me try a melee attack." Chao Ni smiled, placing a hand on Vithiet Tam's shoulder, and said, "The level 25 boss is a bit tough for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me." Then, Chao Ni uses the Light of Truth skill on the boss, which clearly identifies the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, guiding the next attack. Actually, this Demon King has leveled up compared to the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use the S-Rank Bloodline secret technique, I can also unleash several times my usual power. Focusing on myself so clearly, like this is very likely a special test intentionally left by Director Ngo. If that's the case, I should take this opportunity to show everyone. My true strength as a divine angel is in my body. As soon as I finish speaking, Nunangi immediately transforms into a divine angel, with holy light in his left hand and icy power in his right. Although their current strength is indeed formidable, other schools also have outstanding talents. But in the friendly match, the geniuses from Meadow University and Thonkin are their strongest enemies. That's why I need to lose a match to make them understand the brutality of the competition. Tumini whispered, "Failure." Then she laughed and said, "Director, you really underestimate Chaungi." Ngomang also smiled in response, hoping he could be as brave as me. "Interesting, you even turned into a glowing little bird. Whatever skills you have, use them all now, and I will let you have your wish," Chowningi said, then used the Bright Wine Surge attack against the boss. The boss spoke, "Little devil, your words are bold, but you should remember you're the one challenging me." Then the boss used the world-destroying fire technique to retaliate, and the two attacks clashed, causing a massive explosion. The wave of energy instantly spread everywhere. Huang Sonhayan quickly stuck her sword into the ground, using her magic to protect everyone inside. Tong Halan was amazed and exclaimed, "So, this is the true strength of classmate Chao Nigi." Only now does she realize that everyone's abilities are fundamentally on a different level from Chao Nigi. "Did your classmate Chao Ngi use this form before, Xiaonian?" Huang Sonhayan smiled and replied, "I also saw it for the first time. It seems that Chaungi has truly unleashed all his strength. This was your first fight, and neither the boss nor Chaungi sustained any injuries." The boss grinned and asked, "Little devil, is this all you've got? No matter what form you take, you cannot defeat me." "Right," Chaungi softly said as he used holy light chains to bind the boss's limbs and body. At that moment, while the boss was surprised by the chains on its body, Chaungi had already used his spear attack to create multiple spears that descended from above. Then the attack and defense changed form. Chaungi then unleashed a blazing wind attack, forming a fiery tornado that engulfed the boss inside, no longer just isolated moves. This time, Chaungi's combo chain dealt a huge amount of damage to the boss. "Damn it!" The boss roars in pain with its mouth open. Seeing this, Trongingi smirks and says, "Don't worry, there's more." Chaungi rushed forward, stabbing the boss's screaming mouth with one hand, unleashing a thunderbolt. After a moment, as Chaungi's attacks passed, the boss reappeared, blood flowing from its mouth, weakly saying, "I guess you haven't used your full strength yet. I can't let you have your fun. I'm truly sorry." Chaungi smiled and said, "I really regret it a bit. I originally wanted to try the divine shield in the form of the six-winged angel, but had to leave it for next time. But seeing you still have a breath left, I will finally send you off a little further." With that, Ngi raised two fingers to gather energy and shot it towards the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Ngomang exclaimed in fear, "The demon is too powerful. This is the boss I struggled to adjust to." Even a level 26 profession clone can't defeat it. Chaoyang's current strength is truly terrifying. Then, Ngomang turned to Tomini and asked, "Do you have Chaoyang's usual training ground combat data?" Tomini smiled and replied, "Yes, just today." Before Chaoyang came here, he checked the training ground, and it took him only 6 minutes and 12 seconds to clear a level 10 combat challenge. Ngomang hevai thikoinoi. No wonder you and Old Chu are so confident in him. Tomini also smiled in response, but Chaoyang just happened to be able to prove his strength right in front of him. Returning to the dungeon, as the boss was defeated by Chaoyang's ultimate skill and disappeared, a notification appeared immediately. Congratulations on clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time was 21 minutes and 16 seconds, and the reward was immediately distributed through the door. At that moment, a glow of level-up light appeared on Dong Lingxi, making her look surprised and wondering, I already gained 8,000 experience. Vaithiet Tam also looked surprised and said, I've gained 8,000 experience points too. Completing the Deep Abyss dungeon once yielded more than I could train outside in a week. As for Zhou Nuo, he had cancelled his transformation state and returned to his original form. A notification appeared next to him. Congratulations, you have gained 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Chaoyang thought to himself that if this continues, he would very soon be able to level up again. At this moment, Kuang Sonian ran over and asked worriedly, Are you okay, Mr. Zhonian? Are you hurt? Chaoyang stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and said, It's nothing, just a bit of exertion. We should go see what rewards this boss drops. All right. So they went to the place where the boss was defeated and saw a golden orb lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared before their eyes. Golden level weapon, Flame Spirit Staff, level 24 equipment. Golden level weapon, Fire Spirit Shield, level 24 equipment. Golden level weapons, Flame Demon Ring, level 24. Wei Jitai was overjoyed and exclaimed, This reward is really too generous, isn't it? They are all level gold equipment. Second brother is producing too many gear. Zhonao smiled and said, Looks like luck isn't too bad this time. Do any of you need these 3 pieces of equipment? First is Wei Tietam, who says the level requirement for this equipment is too high for him to use at all. Lin Hai said, Fire attribute growth isn't suitable for me. I can't use these either. Kuangso Nian added, These items don't fit my class or Ha lands. Tong Halan suggested, You student Zhou Ni, you contributed the most this time. Just take these items. Zhou Ni also didn't refuse, gathering the items and smiling, Too bad. I'll take these equipments first. Whenever I get back, I will auction them at school to exchange for points, then share them equally with everyone. Wei Zhetang quickly refused. Come on, Ningyi. No matter what, you should get 70%. Without you, we simply couldn't get through this so easily, Tong Holland said shyly. That's right. After all, you're the key to defeating the boss, and I hardly contributed at all. Chaoyang smiled and said, Let's split it evenly, so everyone can relax about their grades for a long time now. Kuangso Nian also smiled and advised, Just take it easy. After all, Chaoyang is the one with the most credits. At this point, everyone else also found it inappropriate to refuse and happily accepted. All right then. After distributing the rewards, Chaoyang smiled and reminded everyone, Remember, our goal is not just to win the competition, but also to protect the school's honor. Petit Tom resolutely said, Brother Ni, I won't let you down. In the next training, I will work twice as hard. Tong Halan said, Student Ning, I will also do my best. Captain, me too, Chaoyang replied with satisfaction. All right, everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe our team can definitely win honorably in the friendly match. Chaoyang and his team just exited the dungeon when they heard Ngo Mang's applause, congratulating them on successfully clearing the Deep Abyss level dungeon I specially designed. Director Niu To. Ngo Mang continued to praise without stopping. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Chaoyang, you brought me a big surprise. Chaoyang smiled at Ngong, scratched his head and said, I'm just doing what I should. Ngo Mang asked Chaoyang, Do you have any opinions about winning first place in the exchange tournament? Chaoyang clenched his fist and declared, First place is definitely ours. Well done. To win the championship, you need this kind of confidence. Tumini suggested that Chaoyang's all-around support and attack abilities could be used to develop 2 different combat strategies, initially placing him in a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Wait for the critical moment, then strike with full force so the opponent won't be able to defend. In that case, the first place in the exchange tournament will be even more secure. Ngomang smiled in agreement, paying close attention so that those old men could see for themselves how formidable Chao Ningyi really is. Even a genius has to face the reality of superiority and inferiority. Tumini continued, noting that their squad's coordination still lacked some fire, and this aspect needed more practice. Yes, tomorrow we can focus on training against their weaknesses with a special drill. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone go back and rest. Of course, to keep your training engaging, we've also prepared a few disciplinary measures. Nervously, Joe Ninki asked, "What do you mean by punishment methods? Can you tell us a little, teacher? If I say more, it won't be interesting anymore. We have to go now because of other matters." Then, Tumini and Ngomang left. Chaoengi wanted to call them back, but Tumini seemed not to hear, and a few steps later, she was out of sight of Chaoengi. Fine then. Chaoengi turned to his teammates and said, "Let's all work hard on training and prepare to face the challenge in the upcoming friendly match." Dongthan and the others replied, "Yes, time passes, just another ordinary day in front of the dungeon entrance." The common character sighed and lamented, "The goblin dungeon at nightmare level is really too difficult." "That's right, I've tried twice and failed both times. The nightmare level is already tough enough. It's hard to imagine how insanely difficult the deep abyss level must be." As the bystander finished speaking, someone asked, "Do you think we can complete this deep-level dungeon challenge in 10 minutes or not?" "Yes." Two background characters gasped softly in surprise and turned toward the voice, seeing a group of 5 people walking past, laughing. The speaker was the girl with black hair in the group. "This group is actually Chaoengi's team, here to challenge the dungeon today." Regarding Vaithiet Tom's question, Duanglin He smiled and replied, "We've been training together for so long, plus the captain's support, 10 minutes probably won't be an issue." Vaithiet Tam admitted, "That's also true, and yesterday Director Ngo even gave me a few extra pointers." Dong Lingxi smiled and said, "Then I'll be looking forward to it today." After Chao Nai's team entered the dungeon, the extra character asked, "What kind of background do they have? Since the Deep Abyss dungeon is played like a racing game?" The extra character replied, "They are the team representing our school in this year's nationwide college and university freshman exchange tournament. Extraordinary new students. I remember our highest level team from our class only being level 19, and their lowest level members are level 20. It's hard to believe. The male student just now also seems quite capable." The character points to the leaderboard, sighs in admiration, and says, "Look up. He is Zhou Yi, the top-ranked player in the record clearance." A certain casual player hears this, looks up at the leaderboard, and immediately shouts, "Zhou Yi." So he's the one that even the top experts on the leaderboard can't surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, little demons go ahead first. The boss's clone, still alive, launched a fiery attack on Chaoengi's group. Vaithiet Tam excitedly laughed and said, "Finally, I've waited for your move, now break apart for me." She shouted loudly, her hand wrapped in red energy, fiercely charging to smash the boss's attack into pieces. In her heart, she whispered, "Under the guidance of my master, I now have the strength to resist your attack." Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out. "The weak are still the weak. I don't think that a little progress makes you arrogant in front of me." Vaithiet Tom was momentarily startled, and when he turned around, he saw a huge fist just inches away from him. Thiet Tom stepped back. Jonagi shouted an order, rushing ahead of Wei Tang and punching directly into the boss's fist. In an instant, the boss's entire arm was twisted and shattered, causing it to scream in agony. "My arm." Chaoengi turned to look at Vaithiet Tam and said with a smile, "Thitam, you've already done very well to block the boss's attack on your own. Next, let us work together and defeat it." Dong Lingxi also smiled and said, "Thitam, take a rest for a while. The rest of the matter is up to us." At this moment, the enraged boss roared, "Damn it, I want all of you to die." But before the boss could act, it was already restrained by the shining yellow chains. Then a large amount of lightning traveled along the chain into its body, causing it to scream in pain again. Seeing Ungi holding one end of the chain and smiling, he said, "Now you know pain, huh? But don't worry, even if you shout loudly, we won't spare you." Tong Halao said, "That's right." She looked serious, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. The celestial wind seal, a large number of talismans, flew out and covered the boss completely. Next, Duanglin Hai also spoke, "Let me try this move that Koda taught me. A mighty lightning bolt strikes down directly on the boss." Finally, Kuang Son Hien rushed forward and shouted, delivering a final blow that beheaded the boss and sent its head flying into the air. The system congratulated us on clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and the rewards started being distributed at the door. After a while, Zhou Yi and the others left the dungeon. Ngomang immediately went to praise him. "Not bad. The time to clear the door has now broken through to 9 minutes. This time, your performance is so good that even I can't find fault with it. Ngi looked surprised and asked, Director Ngo, why are you here? Ngomang looked serious as he replied, I am here to inform you that the date for the friendly match has been set for a week from now, because tomorrow I need to lead everyone to the venue of the match. Tongjing University. Hearing this, Song Holland cheered with joy. This is great. The friendly match is finally starting. Kuang So Nian clenched her fists and spoke excitedly. After all the long training, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Wei Jitan also smiled and said, all that training finally pays off. We can fight in the match now. Lin Hai asked curiously, I wonder what Thonkin University looks like. As for Zhou Yi, he clenched his fists with a smile full of anticipation, thinking to himself, I've already beaten my boss in the dungeon many times. Finally, I get a chance to compete with the top genius from another school. The next day, as scheduled, Ngo Mang arrived to take Chao Ni's group to the venue of the friendly match. Before leaving, he reminded everyone that to ensure safety, he would lead them through the school's dedicated teleportation point, directly teleporting to the location of the Tianjin University friendly match. At the teleportation site, Principal Wang Hui and the deans had been waiting beforehand. After exchanging greetings, the principal told the students, Everyone here is outstanding among the new students, carrying the school's honor on your shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive years, and we hope you can bring the victory and become champions for the 5th time for the school. Understood. Chao Ni's group responded in unison. Only then did Wang Hui order Chu Hoa Duong to activate the teleportation array. So in the blink of an eye, Chao Nhi, Ngo Mang, and Tomi Ni had already arrived at Thonkin University, which left Chao Nhi in shock. Already arrived at Thonkin University so quickly? Weren't the two schools more than 2 million kilometers apart? Tomi Ni smiled and replied, If it weren't for Director Chu's spell, we'd have to take a few days by train to get here. This kind of super long-distance teleportation formation requires a 3rd-tier mage to activate. At this moment, a voice rang out, welcoming the teachers and students of Tuhang University to Thonkin University. Your arrival is a great honor for us. Old Man Trin. Why are you here? Ngomang happily approached, clasping hands and smiling as he asked Trin Vin Xuan, a 3rd-tier mechanist. Old friends, I must personally come to pick everyone up and take you to your accommodations, Trin Vin Xuan replied kindly, then looked at the group of people watching. This time bringing these kids here doesn't look too bad. I heard your school has some new students with quite impressive skills. So next time we meet, we'll be on the competition field. That's only natural. After greeting everyone, Ngomang turned to remind the students that the official friendly match would start on the 10th. The match will officially begin after the opening ceremony. After a month of training, the team has probably pushed themselves to their limit. For the next few days, there will be no extra-level training, so everyone can relax a bit. Just be aware that recently a large number of tourists have been visiting Thonkin, and there might be spies from alien races sneaking in. These major events involving this genius happen almost every year, with demons of other races targeting human prodigies. All right, that's all for today. In the next few days, you can go out and have fun, but be sure to stay safe. All done. Joni's group was led by the robot to their designated private rooms to rest. Welcome. You have entered the Thonkin University dormitory area. If you encounter any issues, you can ask me for help at any time. The robot support said, No need, this university's service is quite innovative. Ngi just stood by the window, gazing at the city for a while before opening the system menu, using up all his accumulated experience points, successfully reaching level 23 and gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Getting to level 24 is still so far away. Anyway, many of my skills are still only at C or B level. After advancing to the 2nd transformation, the skills a holy knight can learn should at least be above B or C+. I can even learn an A+ level skill, the demonic whip. The whip of light can boost my allies' attributes, turning the shadow whip into a destructive weapon against enemies. If it were the 3rd transition. Talking about the 3rd transition now still feels too far away. Forget it. I should focus on completing this system achievement mission first before thinking about that. A week later, the nationwide freshman exchange tournament for the 157th class of Zhongxia Nation officially began, with the first match between students from Tuhang University and Vinduang University. And the lively, bustling scene at the gymnasium made Chaoyi unable to help but marvel. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the nationwide freshman exchange match. Such a scene is truly astonishing. Huang Sonhaiyan, standing nearby, added that today was just the opening, and by the finals, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chao Nai's group looked excited, the Vinduang University students on the other side were not as happy. It's really unlucky to draw Tuhang University. There's nothing we can do, our luck just isn't good, so we're only seen as obstacles. What are you afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30, so no matter what, we can still hold them back a bit. At the same time, everyone in the stands started to discuss excitedly. The Holy Knight standing at the back seems to be level 23. Yes, this level can truly suppress others. Luckily, it's just a support position. If it were an attack role, it might cause even bigger trouble. It seems that Duel University will definitely lose against them. Next, we will see how many of their trump cards Duel can reveal for the Tuhang Academy team. On the arena, the brown-haired student also recognized Zhou Yi's rank. Although feeling nervous inside, he still confidently said, "The representative team of Tuhang University is indeed capable, but rank alone doesn't prove everything." Both teams are in position, starting to set up the arena and establish their defensive stances. The robot announced and started the countdown. Just as the 3-second countdown ended and Duel students were about to rush forward for an ambush, Brown Hair stopped them. To be sure, let's focus on defense and see what tricks the opponent has. At that moment, the brown-haired young Holy Knight saw the opponent's young knight raise his hand, and a glow enveloped the Tuhang University students. Their stats skyrocketed in an instant. The audience witnessing this couldn't help but be shocked as they saw several skills unleashed in just a few seconds. Do you believe this? Holy Knight Zhou Yi truly lives up to his reputation as the captain of Tuhang University. Seeing this, Trin Vin Xuan was also surprised. Old Ngo, this Captain Holy Knight Chao Ningyi, is quite impressive. If the growth continues, your team's physical strength will have increased by 50%. Ngo Meng smiled proudly and replied, "The Holy Knight is a hidden profession, mainly used to expand the battlefield range, and in this small team match, their performance is naturally no less impressive." Trin Vin Xuan remained silent, secretly thinking that luckily his school's team also had a few trump cards. Otherwise, relying solely on Chao Yi might already be exhausting. Now let's see if Duel University's response is worth learning from. It's a pity that at this moment, to Duel University, Chao Yi's group looks no different from fierce demons, with one of them even trembling so much he drops his weapon. "Commander, what should we do? Maybe I can hold them off." After assessing the situation, Chungi sneered and said, "Looks like their strength is average, so let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone attack directly to break them apart with a single strike." Kwang So Nian and Tong Ha Lan answered in unison, "Understood." As soon as the order was given, Duong Lin He excitedly created a fireball shield. "Captain, let me lead the charge this time." Immediately, Dong Lingxi launched countless missile arrows, targeting the Duel University group with fire magic spells. The sudden attack forced the Duel students to grit their teeth and create defensive shields and protective barriers. The captain of Duel University, while defending, said, "The defense is holding. It seems they are only this strong." Suddenly, the student behind turned pale and warned the captain, "Here they go again." In front of them was the image of Wang Jitan rushing forward with sharp eyes full of determination, her fist smashing through the protective barrier. But Kwang So Nian didn't stop there, swinging her sword down repeatedly with countless strikes, an evil demon's claw followed by a surge of lightning energy. Under continuous attacks, a huge explosion was triggered, and their relentless assault completely defeated the students of Duel University. Seeing their exhausted state, the system announced, "This battle is over. You win. Tuhang University." The system ascended and continued, "Thank you both teams for the exciting battle. Please wait a moment, the next team match is about to begin." When the match was over, Kwang So Nian sighed and said, "My opponent is a swordsman, but my turn is 27. I have to wait a long time." Tong Halan, standing beside her, also sighed and said, "I am even more miserable. What year and month will the 45th match have to wait for?" Chungi, hearing this, also found it amusing, and said, "I am the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck isn't bad either. The second group can go on stage now." Huang So Nian and Tong Halan could only envy and admire after hearing that. At this moment, everyone in the stands started whispering among themselves, as Chungi had not yet made a move in the previous match. "I actually want to see what kind of strength he really has. Can a support class Holy Knight really participate in an individual match? I guess Chungi is definitely hiding his true strength. After all, he is the team captain." Soon after, Chungi's match began. Everyone immediately cheered enthusiastically for Chungi. "Chungi, come on, Luga." As the two stepped onto the arena, the system announced the match. The 9th individual battle, Chungi from Tuhang University versus Lu Kuang from Suyan Nam University. Please get ready, the match is about to begin. This time Chungi's opponent is Lu Chang, level 18 swordsman from Xuannam University. Lu Chang smirked dismissively and thought to himself, "It's just a support role after all. Looks like luck is on my side. I just got a pretty strong opponent right at the start." The people behind Lu Chang were also whispering excitedly, "Lu Cha's opponent is the captain of Tuhang University." "That's right, it looks like the next battle will be fierce." Haha, the Holy Knight is just support. Liu Ka will definitely bypass him directly. To save everyone the wait, the system has started counting down. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Chang quickly raised his sword to attack first and sneered, "If you admit defeat now, I might let you save some face." On the contrary, Chungi calmly laughed and replied, "Ha ha, you want me to admit defeat, but can you really endure being humiliated in front of me and then talk such boastful words?" Lu Chuang then swung his sword down and shouted, "Kid, I'll teach you some humility in front of me." Ngu Hoa Thi Dao, but Chungi can easily dodge countless sword strikes. His speed surprises Lu Huang, who exclaims, "That's really fast." He sneered and continued, "It's better to end it here." But at that moment, Lu Kuang's leg was frozen by the ice trap, leaving him stunned. By the time he looked up, Chungi had raised his fist and charged forward. Lu Xuang muttered angrily, "Damn it, still using this trick." But Lu Kuang used fire magic to escape from the ice trap beneath his feet. Enraged, he charged forward with his sword and shouted, "Incompetent talent. I never expected Chungi to block with a Western-style technique." His defense left Liu Chang utterly stunned. Blocked. Then Chungi delivered a powerful punch straight to Liu Chang's stomach. He shouted in shock, "No way." His attack sent Lu Kuang flying dozens of meters away. Everyone below asked in panic, what just happened? The team captain was knocked out again. I didn't see Chungi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and said, "Li and the opponent is the captain of Tuhang University, Liu Kung. It's no wonder he underestimated his opponent. Although he is only a support role, his combat ability should never be underestimated." After the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Xuang appeared with a bloodied face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly moved in to observe and announced that Lu Kuang's fight could not continue. The system announces the winner, Changhi. Chuninghi lowered his fist and sneered, saying, "It's too weak. I didn't expect even my C-grade skillful punch couldn't stop him." The people in the stands immediately erupted in an uproar. Such a powerful punch. Just a few moves and he already overwhelmed his opponent? It's hard to believe. Ha ha ha. Maybe this still isn't all of Chungi's true strength. Outside, Master Chun Gotch from Thankin University exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been a few months since I went to recruit Lijiang, and Chungi's strength has improved so rapidly." The vice principal beside him smiled and said, "Miss Chu, in that case, Chungi almost became a student of our school." Chun Gosh regretfully said, "Yes, if I had known earlier, I should have fought harder to get the top scholar like him. 2. If we had Chungi now, wouldn't we be causing chaos?" Xiaolan, a level 19 assassin, looked at Chungi with interest before slowly speaking. "Chungi seems to be the special student Xiaohian mentioned. His strength is quite impressive, unexpectedly skilled in support, melee, and magic." In contrast, Chu Hyobak, a level 18 priest, looked worried, thinking that Chungi's speed in casting the freezing skill seemed unusual. Even for a family ice mage, it shouldn't be so fast. Suddenly, the bracelet lit up, and Chu Hyobak was stunned, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute. This is the aura of a family treasure. Could it be that he is a fake bloodline awakener of the Hanbang bloodline?" Seeing Chu Hyobak's calm demeanor, Halan suddenly turned to ask her, "What's wrong?" Chu Hyobak was startled, clutching her bracelet, and replied, "I'm fine." Immediately, Chu Hyobak quickly made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, I suddenly have urgent matters and need to go back first." Her unusual attitude left Halan puzzled and confused. Chu Hyobak hurriedly ran to a secluded place and called Tuhang. As soon as the phone rang, Tuhang quickly answered. Dad picked up the phone and asked, "Hyobak, isn't today your competition day? Why are you free to call me? And you're still using your phone at the company?" When Chuhang's voice was heard, Chu Hyobak hurriedly said, "Dad, I've discovered a fake bloodline awakener of Hanbing, and he's also surnamed Chu. The bloodline purity of Chungi is even over 70%. As soon as he heard the news, Chuhang immediately froze and anxiously asked, "Are you sure? And is it really a high-purity Hanbing bloodline?" Chu Hyobak replied, "An 80% chance, whether it's true or not, can only be confirmed through close contact." "All right, find a chance for me to get in contact with Chungi. My team will start the checks to see if Chungi really comes from our Chu family." After hanging up the phone, Chuhang stood up and looked out the window, feeling unexpectedly happy. If Chungi of the Hanbing bloodline is truly genuine, then perhaps our Chu family of Tianlan will be saved. Now on the right side of the arena, everyone cheered together. Chunungi on the left side also shouted just as loudly. "Ham! Ham!" Your classmate next to you laughs and says, "Don't hold back later." Don't worry, I'm just afraid that Chung-yi won't be able to hold back and use his full strength. Lai Ham immediately became more serious and replied, Brother Nui, I understand. Then, Lai Ham quickly demonstrated his skills. Your classmate standing next to Lai Ham just admired and said, No wonder they call you Ham, your aura is incredible. Level 18 wind armor, Chung-yi probably can't even touch a single hair of yours. Tuhang followed the call. That's right. Chung-yi better not get beaten so badly that he starts crying. The match is about to begin, and the stands are erupting with excitement and non-stop cheers. Chung-yi is the strongest. Chung-yi, keep going. Chung-yi? Chung-yi from Mado University. Lai Ham, keep going. At this moment, Tuhang appeared and said tiredly, Thank goodness we arrived in time. Chudongni looked around happily and said the arena's courtyard was not inferior to our clan's land. When she saw Chu Hyubak appear behind them, she quickly and excitedly turned around and called out to her. She rushed to hug Chu Hyubak tightly. Chu Hyubak hugged her back and asked with a puzzled look, Badongni, why are you two here? Tuhang calmly replied, Because we're here to investigate Chung-yi's identity. He is very likely a main bloodline that has dispersed due to the Dark Era. Knowing that the clan member has awakened the ice-cold bloodline, the clan leader ordered the three of them to come here for verification, which also allows the younger sister to broaden her horizons and see the true demeanor of this new top student, Tuhang. Suddenly, Chudongni pouted unhappily and said, What's so impressive about a support class holy knight? Chu Hyobak quickly corrected her seriously. Donghai, your way of thinking is wrong. So what if he's a holy knight? If Chung-yi's purity level truly exceeds 70%, he would definitely be qualified to switch to a hidden profession within the clan. Hearing that, Chudongni excitedly asked, Sister, among our main bloodline generation, the highest blood purity is only 40%, right? Is Chuningyi's 70% pure blood really that high? Suddenly, Chuhang scolded, Eastni, I told you before you came here you need to respect Chuningyi a bit. Based on his status, he's considered your older brother. Chudongni replied irritably, Even if he truly belongs to our clan, to be my brother, he must prove he has the strength to deserve it. Chu Hyubak quickly comforted, All right, since father is already here. Checking Chung-yi's bloodline concentration will tell us everything, so let's just watch Chung-yi's match. Peacefully. In the end, Chudongni had no choice but to agree. All right then. At this moment, the system announced that the first match of the third round of the singles competition was about to begin. Now I invite the two competitors to the arena, Lihan from Moto University and Chung-yi from Tuhang University. Lihan appears wearing armor around his body and confidently says, I originally planned to wear light gear and quickly finish you off, but since the captain said you're very strong, I will give it my all. Chung-yi calmly replied, Well, then you try your best. He observed Lai Ham for a few seconds, secretly thinking that he might be able to gauge his true strength. It seems that the captain of Mado University shouldn't be underestimated either. He just stared at Lai Ham and muttered to himself, So he's only level 18, 5 levels below me. I bet if I just unleash a radiant punishment, he'll faint immediately. Lai Ham from Mado University, whose level 18 auction battle is ready to face the enemy, suddenly flinched when meeting Chung-yi's gaze, making Chung-yi feel truly troubled. Tomorrow's team match against Beijing University, I need to hold back a bit and not reveal too much strength. Melee skills will be my only option. Feeling restricted is really no fun at all. When they saw that both sides were ready, the system announced to the players to prepare. The official match begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Just as it begins, Chung-yi uses a blessing shield to create a massive beam of light. The light shining directly into Lai Ham's eyes made him quickly cover them, and Chung-yi's appearance made Lai Ham even more disdainful. You do have some spirit, but it's just superficial. Immediately, Lai Ham quickly ran toward Chung-yi. He arrogantly lifted his leg to kick downward, but Chung-yi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, Is that all you've got? Chung-yi quickly counterattacked with a piercing spear thrust, forcing Lai Ham to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He painfully thought to himself, It hurts so much. Why does it feel like my equipment is completely useless? But he couldn't hold him back for long before Chung-yi knocked Lai Ham away. Lai Ham's body crashes straight into the barrier wall, leaving the audience all stunned. It turns out that even support classes can be suppressed and beaten in a fight. Only after living long enough do you see it. What is going on here? Chung-yi hurt Lai Ham. Lai Ham's awakening talent is an A-level steel bone killer, so his defense is probably far beyond Chung-yi. After being beaten to a pulp, Lai Ham got up and asked, Are you really not from a martial arts family? If it weren't for my fighting skills, how could I be so much stronger than you? Chung-yi replied with a wave of his arm. No, I just have a slightly stronger physique. Then he launched a barrage of divine book punches in quick succession. Lai Ham could only grit his teeth and defend, secretly cursing in anger. Damn it, with such overwhelming offense, there's no way I can escape. Chunenghi's relentless attacks forced Lai Ham to retreat further and further. Suddenly, Chunenghi coldly declared that it was time to end it. Seeing the punch coming, Lai Ham secretly worried that he couldn't block this blow at all. Immediately, Lai Ham shouted in fear, "Stop, I concede." Hearing that, Chunenghi quickly dodged to the side. The powerful force of the attack sent Lai Ham flying away. Lai Ham falls to the ground in pain. Seeing that his armor and body are shattered, the system announces Chunenghi wins this match. Congratulations to Chunenghi for leveling up and earning a spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chunenghi gently scratches his neck, thinking, I knew hiding was really difficult, I just couldn't hold back a little too much when I first stepped in. The entire audience was stunned by his power. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "Unbelievable! I never thought a Holy Knight with a support role could fight like that. The Holy Knight can't even defeat the opponent without using his hands. Where can he go to explain this?" The close-quarter slaughtering ability of Chunenghi is truly terrifying. Chunenghi slowly approached Lai Ham's body, heroically reaching out to help him with the Holy Light technique. When the two nurses approached, Chunenghi immediately apologized. "Sorry," he admitted defeat too late. "I really couldn't pull back in time." As he passed by the nurse, Chunenghi said, "I only used a bit of healing magic to stabilize his injuries, then I'll leave him to you." The nurse nodded in confusion. But upon seeing Lai Ham's body, the nurse couldn't help but be stunned. "Humph." Lai Ham's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim, "The injury is serious." Lai Ham moans in pain. It hurts so much." The two nurses quickly began first aid. After examining the wound carefully, one nurse said, "This injury won't heal in 2 or 3 days. It probably can't be cured." I never expected that as a Holy Knight, Chunenghi could create such a huge explosion. When the match ended, Chu Hyubak said, "Look, I told you, Chunenghi's strength is very powerful, far beyond others in the clan and peers his age." After observing the previous fight, Tuhang replied seriously that the armored opponent was knocked away with a punch. Truly, the strength of a monster level. The Hanbing bloodline in the clan, combined with the hidden profession of inheritance, seems to also possess a special elemental power. Chunenghi's superior strength left Dongni completely convinced. She awkwardly huffed and said, "I admit his strength is truly formidable, all right." Her adorable look made Tuhang laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems Chunenghi's strength has convinced Dongni." He turned to Chu Hyubak and said, "Hyubak, please arrange for Chunenghi to meet with my father for a moment." Chu Hyubak nodded in response. At this moment, the system announced the battle between Huang Sonhian from Tuhang University and Tuang Fuang. Mado University has entered self-heat, and the final winner is about to emerge. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the stands, Chunenghi thought to himself that Tuang Fuang's strength was even weaker than Lai Ham, so she might have an easier time winning. Sure enough, on the arena, Tuang Fuang was at a disadvantage, and she angrily thought that the players from Tuhang University were really strong this year, feeling she was reaching her limit and wondering how many more moves she could endure. On the contrary, Huang Sonhian continued to charge forward and fight fiercely, silently saying, "Finish the battle quickly." The move before her eyes made Tuang Fuang terrified, her eyes wide open and screaming, "This is Huang." Sonhian unleashing countless sword strikes through Tuang Fuang's body, the shadow slash, and in the end, Tuang Fuang couldn't endure it and collapsed. The system announced that Tuang Fuang from Mado University could no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Huang Sonhian for advancing to the 4th round of the singles match. Once again, the stands are amazed by the strength of Tuhang University. They exclaimed in horror, "Tuang Fuang from Mado University has no resistance at all. Who would have thought that apart from Chunenghi, Huang Sonhian from Tuhang University is also this strong? I wonder if tomorrow's team match against Tsinghua University will be interesting to watch or not." Chunenghi stepped onto the stage below and praised. "Xiaoni, you played really well in this match, especially that final move. It was so cool." Huang Sonhian politely replied, "I was just lucky. The opponent was too weak anyway. If I were to face Chunenghi, I would have no choice but to surrender." Suddenly someone ran over and called out, "Chunenghi, please wait a moment." Chunenghi looked back in confusion and asked, "Do you need something again?" "My name is Chu Hyubak from Tianlan Chu clan. I came to find you because you have awakened the Hanbang bloodline. You possessing such a pure Hanbang bloodline must mean you are from our Chu family clan," Chunenghi asked with curiosity. "Ice bloodline, Tianlan, Chu family." Huang Sonhian gently explained nearby. "Chunenghi, I know that the Chu family and my Huang family are both ancient clans that have stood tall in Tianlan province for hundreds of years, with a long history and formidable strength. But I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Chu family have awakened the Hanbang bloodline, and now the Chu family is very eager for those who do. Brother Chungi might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Kwang Sonhien's words made Chu Hyubak feel embarrassed and admit that it was indeed possible. But Chungi calmly declined. No need. I don't want any of this. But she claims to be a member of the Chu clan. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Hearing this, Chu Hyubak immediately took out the appraisal stone and said, Coincidentally, my father is also here. He also brought the bloodline testing stone. If you are one of us from the Chu family, the testing stone should resonate with you. Chungi then reached out and touched the testing stone, saying, All right, let me try. As soon as he touched it, the appraisal stone emitted a massive surge of power. Chu Hyubak shouted in shock, Chungi, your Hanbing bloodline purity exceeds 90%. But Chungi calmly smiled and said, I really felt a sense of closeness through the bloodline with you. Unexpectedly participating in this exchange match, I was able to find the origin of the Hanbang bloodline on myself. After the bloodline was tested, Chu Hyubak asked, So classmate Chungi, Messenger Chungi, my father wants to arrange a meeting with you, is that okay? Chungi cheerfully agreed, Sure. Then Chungi turned to Kwang Sonhien and said, So Xiaohini, you go back first, I have to go with her. Kwang So. Nien smiled and replied, It's fine, but you don't need to feel pressured either. The Chu family can only grow in Tianlan, but it's still not as good as our Kwang family. Chu Hyubak immediately retorted, Our Chu family is actually quite powerful too. Chuang has been waiting for you inside with your father and sister. At this moment, Chungi couldn't help but think to himself that initially, when Xiaoyun was seriously ill and they were going through the hardest times, the Chu family never extended a helping hand. Now I have awakened my bloodline, and they come knocking at the door again. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened. Tuhang stepped forward and said, At last, you two have arrived. Chu Hyubak immediately called out, Hello, Chu Xiaoyu, I am Tuhang. Tuhang smiled and said, I've long heard of Chu Xiaoyu's reputation. Now that I meet you, it's truly extraordinary. When his necklace lit up, Tuhang excitedly said, You are also of the Hanbang bloodline with such high purity. Suddenly realizing that his attitude might have been a bit excessive, Tuhang quickly and seriously said, Your father and I share the same great-grandfather, and Xiaobai is also your distant cousin. It's a pity that your father passed away early. Chungi calmly replied, It's all in the past now. The Tuhang excitedly said, So, Chungi, all you need to do is agree to return to the main lineage and re-specialize into the ice-cold concealment class, and our Chu family will provide all the strength and resources of the clan unconditionally to help you quickly reach the third transformation. Hearing this, Chungi asked, The concealment class, but I have already specialized into a holy knight. Can I still re-specialize? Suddenly, Tuhang excitedly said, You don't need to worry about this. We've already prepared a top-tier profession-changing tool, and with your pure blood ice lineage, you can truly unleash the power of the ice-cold hidden profession. Chungi then began to seriously consider, realizing that the strongest support profession within his body was already tightly linked to the Holy Knight class, and only under Saint Light's guidance could he surpass ordinary speed and grow to his current level. For someone like me now, the so-called hidden profession of the Chu family is basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chungi asked in a low voice, So if I don't change my profession, I can't receive training from the Chu family, right? Chungi shook his head in refusal after hearing that. Gaining a large amount of resources sounds indeed not bad, but I still choose to decline. Hearing the refusal, Tuhang panicked and quickly offered a multitude of other options. After changing your class, all your skills will be reset, skill points refunded, and your mental attributes will not decrease. Moreover, after you join the Chu family's main lineage within less than 6 years, we can definitely help you reach level 50 for the triple class change. Chungi firmly said, I actually find the conditions you mentioned unappealing. I can acquire plenty of resources from the academy and don't need to worry about leveling up my strength. Plus, I prefer my current Holy Knight profession more. Tuhang tiredly asked, Saint Knight is just for support, and the hidden profession of the Chu family is definitely a top position. Chungi, what do you have to be so angry about? I just support. Your words have touched my pride. I angrily said, In your view, the Holy Knight is just a support role, which only shows how shallow you are. Coincidentally, we have a match at Qingjing University tomorrow, and I will prove to you what a true Holy Knight really is. Chungi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. Hyubak, I bid you farewell. We will meet tomorrow on the competition stage. Chu Xiaobai quickly stopped him, saying, Wait, Chungi. And when he saw that he had already left, he turned to question Tuhang. Dad, why didn't you keep him a little longer? Tuhang said seriously. Let him go. He still doesn't realize the limits of the Holy Knight. After he broadens his horizons tomorrow with the strength of Thonkin University, it's not too late for you to find him. Wait for Chudongni. to raise her hand from behind the chair and say, "Wait a moment, I have a different opinion." Chu Dongni raised her head and said, "Dad, is this too lenient with Chu? Yingyi, should we really go to such lengths to persuade him to join the Chu family main bloodline?" Chu Xiaobai shyly replied, "This is all because Tuhang was unable to persuade two people, so it's better to leave it to Dad to explain." He seriously explained, "Our Chu family's ancestor was the first to awaken the Hanbang bloodline in Lamtin. Under the guidance of the ancestor, the Chu family rose to prominence, and their descendants continued to awaken the Hanbang bloodline, even producing a few peak experts in the third transformation. All because of the arrival of the Dark Age that brought change. Tuhang said that during the Dark Age, a large number of demons from other worlds invaded, and the ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the strong within the clan to confront them, but the ancestor disappeared during a deep expedition into the demon world. Without the elder protecting them, all the third-tier elders and powerful beings from the foreign realm were buried together. Although 5 third-tier elders were resurrected through magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demon lord from the foreign realm. Since that time, the rate of awakening the Hanbing bloodline in our Chu family descendants has dropped significantly, even below 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely powerful. Simply prolonging the bloodline cannot remove or purify it. In the absence of a successor like that in the future, the Chu clan may look strong, but is actually very weak." He smiled and explained, "So, if Chungi with such a high purity ice bloodline returns to the Chu family's main bloodline, we will use the strength of the entire clan to nurture him. His future strength might even match that of the elder." He seriously said that Chungi is currently winning continuously in individual matches, and this is the time for confidence. Once he faces the team from Thonkin University, he will realize that our Chu family is the key to making him stronger. Shudonya wondered, what if Chungi wins, then what should we do? Chuhang hesitated before replying, then Chu Hu Bok stepped forward to pat her head and scolded, "Why are you starting to favor Chungi? Tomorrow is also your match." Chu Dongnai sobbed and said, I was just saying what if." The next day on the arena, the audience eagerly waited, making the scene of this match truly exhausting. "Bro, you're also here because of the big match between Tuhang University and Thangkin, right? Of course, this is a top-tier team battle between college universities. I didn't expect that just after the third round, we would already be in such an exciting final." Everyone was joking and chatting happily, not knowing they would face Tsinghua University. Can Chungi continue his winning streak or not? This time, with Tsinghua University playing on their home turf, I feel uneasy. Chu Dongni sat behind, worried, thinking that the team's chances of winning were indeed higher. But what about Chungi? Will he really win? At that moment, the system announced, "Now please, welcome the representatives of Tsinghua University and Tuhang University to the stage." As the two teams step up, the audience erupts in cheers. Tsinghua University, Beijing University, Tsinghua University. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, Chungi immediately used his Mystic Light Battle Token skill. A giant spear appears and crashes down onto the arena floor. The audience is immediately stunned by this weapon. The Battle Trident, team leader Chungi from Tuhang University, turns out to be skilled with weapons. After all, being a holy knight is not surprising, but Chungi's entire aura seems to have changed. Yes, even from hundreds of meters away, just seeing his figure makes me feel a bit uneasy. The breath Chungi showed today feels not just several times stronger than before, Chu Dongni exclaimed in shock. Chu Hang asked suspiciously, could it be that this wasn't his full strength before? Now Soldier Lai Yuan, level 22, suddenly asked, what does it mean that Chungi is standing so close to the front? Could it be that he still wants to take on the role of the one who emits? Xiaolan Assassin level 19 replied, and based on Chungi's performance in yesterday's individual match, the emitting position was also quite normal. Chu Xiaobai, the priest at level 18, speaks up to remind them, and Chungi's level is the highest among our current team members. Lo Zhao, the level 20 mage, sneers and says, it's just a holy knight with some offensive ability. What's the use of a higher level? Vuong Hien, a level 22 mechanist, sneered and said, as a captain, having only that much strength really isn't enough. Li Uyen Sirius replied, last year we were only suppressed by Tuhang University in team battles, and in the end we fell and lost the first place. He coldly thrust his sword straight into the arena floor. Li Yuan sternly ordered, this year our opponent is still Tuhang University, so we must regain 100% of our spirit. Later, go all out for me. Even if it means injuring or crippling them, I don't care. They answered in unison, no problem. Outside, the dean approached with a gentle smile to chat with Ngo Meng. Come on, old Ngo, Chungi has to support and attack at the same time. Can he handle it on the field? Just don't pick up the sesame seeds and throw away the coconuts then. Ngomang smiled and replied, "Haha, you don't need to worry about that. Everything in the match depends on strength. I'm confident in him." Ngomang's confident attitude made the dean secretly worried. Usually first-year freshmen have limited skills, and being good at many things means you're not the best at any. Could it be that old Ngo still has some secret move he hasn't revealed? On the arena, Chung-hee Ng-hee told everyone to wait until the match starts. Then it would be like training at school. I will initiate the attack first and everyone else can adapt as needed. Wang Tie-tang said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Ng-hee is going all out. Now we can finally go fishing. Even if the opponent is Tsinghua University, we can handle it easily. Suddenly, Chung-hee turned back to advise. It's better to be careful. After all, the opponent is the runner-up from last year. If anyone gets injured later, come back to me, and I will cast healing spells for everyone. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. At that moment, the system began counting down. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As soon as it started, Chung-hee announced, "I will go first." As he launched forward, countless skills appeared. Divine Blessing, Protection Blessing, Blessing of Self, Blessing of Courage. On the big screen, the system comments. Facing Qingjing University, Chung-hee from Tuhang University shows no hesitation. He chose to directly charge at the opponent, and the entire arena erupted in excitement. Since both sides are evenly matched, shouldn't they have first tested each other with some ranged attacks? This clearly shows Chung-hee's extreme confidence in his own strength. He runs quickly and can immediately activate his magic, a skill that must be mastered thoroughly. Seeing this, Liu Yan becomes so excited that he grins maliciously and says, "Huh, rushing to your death so eagerly? Just in time, we are ready to unleash our strongest long-range attack on you." Duang Xiaozhong is already prepared behind Halan. Immediately, she shot an instant skill arrow that sped rapidly toward Chung-hee. Faced with this arrow, Chung-hee showed no sign of flinching. The venomous arrow's speed towards Chung-hee. Halan excitedly said, "My A-rank venomous arrow skill can lock everyone in place, preventing them from dodging. No teammate can block the incoming arrows. Chung-hee, let's see how you plan to stop these arrows." When the arrows were about to hit, Chung-hee said irritably, "This is a bit troublesome." He casually crushed the arrows with his bare hands. His skill keeps Yalan in awe. What? Even the Western expert can't crush my anger-inducing arrow. This is an A-level skill, and it's been enhanced to level 8. Wait until Lo Chao finishes enjoying his skill, and I'll see how you block it. At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Lo Chao's staff. He immediately unleashed that power and said, "Chung-hee, you haven't gone yet. My strongest attack." A fire phoenix appeared, an ultimate fire phoenix. The fire phoenix aimed at Chung-hee and launched a fireball that immediately released a huge blaze, a fiery phoenix eruption. Chung-hee quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued to unleash the extreme fire phoenix fury charge. Seeing the phoenix approach, Chung-hee calmly stood there and asked, "Is it just fire?" Lu Zhou angrily shouted, "You still haven't run away. It seems Chung-hee will be handled by me." Up in the stands, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder she's the top player from Qingjing University. This extreme fire phoenix is an A+ level skill. Such a powerful skill, it can't be blocked. I don't know how Chung-hee will handle this, but he bravely stepped forward alone, still too arrogant. Chun-goch softly smiled and said, "I think Chung-hee should choose to run now. It would be wiser, using his speed advantage and having a chance to return to the team behind for defense." Tumi chuckled and ran away. Chun-gok angrily shouted, "Tumi, what are you laughing at?" Tumi calmly replied, "Sorry, hearing you say that relying only on an A+ skill to let Chung-hee escape makes me can't help but laugh." Chun-goch angrily scolded, "Humph, wait until Chung-hee loses, then you can cry." "I see. I hope you really have that ability." Inside the stands, everyone was stunned as Chung-hee stepped forward. Chun-goch asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a massive source of power appeared around Chung-hee. Huh. At that moment, Chung-hee's state was that of an A-level Holy Flame Radiance Wheel. The Radiance Wheel condensed divine fire, granting him the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhance his light system, and increase the damage of fire skills by 20% for himself and nearby allies, lasting for a certain period. Chung-hee arrogantly commands, "Holy Flame Halo, retract everything." Luo Zhou Bang Huang shouts, "How can this be?" The phoenix was drawn in by Chung-hee, who told the little firebird to come here and become his power. Immediately, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Tong Halan, watching from behind, arrogantly said, "It seems that the University of Beijing doesn't truly understand the true worth of our captain of the Holy Knights." Kuang So Nian continued, "Even Tham Lin Fong's fire dragon bloodline couldn't hurt Chung-hee, let alone this fire element skill." The phoenix was easily held in Chungi's hand, and he smiled, saying, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, while I possess the Holy Flame Radiance Wheel skill and can also manipulate the fire element." Everyone on the stands was wide-eyed in amazement and exclaimed, "I think I can sense the aura of the divine light." That's too terrifying. Chungi managed to obtain such a powerful divine gift skill. Chungi truly deserves to be called the god of wisdom. Chunosh was just as surprised and angrily asked, "A divine gift skill can actually be a divine gift skill? How could Chungi possibly get the Holy Radiant Wheel when even the third-tier profession can't easily obtain it?" Tami smiled and replied, "Maybe Chungi is quite lucky. After all, even geniuses having a stroke of luck is quite common." Chungach retorted, "Don't get too cocky. We still have many trump cards we haven't played yet." Tumi shrugged and said, "I still hope you really have this ability." Tami's indifferent attitude made Chungach furious. "Oh." At this moment, Chudongni looked at Chungi with admiration. She asked, "Dad, what is a divine gift skill? Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?" Tuhang replied, "Because the divine gift skill is the most unique skill. It cannot be learned from any skill books nor inherited through any tradition. Only those who have been blessed by the gods through their profession are eligible to obtain this divine gift skill. It's clear that Chuning's holy light halo was personally bestowed by the god of light." Chuhang began to recall the past and explained that the Chu family possessed the Hanbang bloodline and naturally had many followers of the goddess Hanbang. But after the bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the goddess Hanbang also disappeared. He helplessly lowered his head and said, "Therefore, the profession holders blessed by the gods also possess unpredictable potential. The conditions we set might indeed be very insignificant to Chungi." Chudongni softly turned and said, "So it seems our trip this time was in vain," but Chuhang firmly replied, "No, there is still hope. After the match ends, Dad will go find Chungi to negotiate. Maybe he is the hope for the Chu family to rise again. Dad will definitely not give up easily." At this moment, on the arena, Luzhou looked at Chungi with a heart full of surprise. "How can this be? My blazing phoenix is gone?" Seeing Lo Chao's dazed expression, Liu Yen gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. "Although I don't fully understand how Chunungi did it, I am certain that fire magic is completely ineffective against him. Lo Chao, don't be discouraged. Try using a different elemental skill to attack." He immediately rallied his spirits and responded clearly. Lai Uyan raised his sword and ordered Halan to continue using long-range magic to stop Chungi from advancing, absolutely not allowing him to break through easily in front of everyone. Halan responded while firing a series of arrows, "No problem." Luzhou also eagerly launched his next attack. He suddenly grinned cunningly and said, "Chungi, don't get too pleased. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a wall of stone appeared, blocking Chungi's view. Luozhou shouted, "The Thundering Fortress." Meanwhile, Halan's arrows flew in to attack from the side, swept by the wind and rain. Chungi frowned seriously and thought, "Do you think that's enough to stop me from moving forward?" That's a good thought, but still too naive. Chungi stood still and raised his hand to attack, defeating the Holy Light Shield. Instantly, a shield appeared, destroying all incoming arrows. Shu Yuebak was stunned when she saw the skill and said, "So that's the A-level C Holy Light Shield, and it seems the level isn't low either." Even Halan had to praise it. Chungi's defensive skills are indeed very good, but in the end, they still prevent him from advancing quickly. Hearing that, Chungi nodded and replied, "That does somewhat disrupt my rhythm in battle. It seems I need to use long-range skills to break their formation a bit." Suddenly, Liu Yen realized something was wrong and shouted, "Hurry back, it's not safe." But at the same time, Chungi had already created a giant fire tornado, sweeping everything around. Saint Flame Burst is so powerful that Lai Yuan quickly jumps back and warns everyone to get out of the way, as the destructive force can obliterate everything in its path. Halan hurriedly avoids, secretly terrified that if she gets caught in it, she might be eliminated directly. Suddenly, Lai Yuan asked, "What's wrong? Where is Lu Zhou? Isn't he still inside? Damn it, is he really a holy knight? The elemental skills he unleashes are even more terrifying than my own mages." Seeing that Lo Chao is still holding on, Chungi smirked and said, "Looks like the fire isn't fierce enough yet, but don't worry. After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix who has fully absorbed you." The flames grew stronger and stronger, and Lo Chao's shield was completely shattered. Chungi shouted coldly, "Burn away!" Inside the tornado, Lo Chao kept crying out in pain and despair, and his staff also fell and shattered. After the storm, Lu Zhou's body was burned black. He lay in pain, groaning, "Help! Save me." Chungi keeps fighting more fiercely, and he regretfully says, I couldn't take you down in one go, but next time you won't be so lucky. That arrogant look of yours makes Liu Yan furious. He shouted loudly, "You arrogant fool, Xiaobai, go quickly and treat Lu Zhou. Chunyi, let me handle this." Shu Hu Bak responded clearly. Chunyi raised the hammer in his hand and said, just in time, a beam of yellow light shot straight at Liu Yan. The flash of the righteous blade, but Liu Yan just stood there and scoffed. Watch me block it directly. As soon as the attack arrived, Liu Yan quickly activated his shield. The shield glowed brightly. Seeing the large shield floating in the air, Chu Zhubai was startled and said, "This is the captain's shield." Kuang Ru Tram hit the shield, causing a huge explosion. After this attack, Liu Yan also grew tired and collapsed, panting heavily, and couldn't help but marvel that Chungi's strength was truly terrifying. No wonder Lai Ham Thianpu was so tough that even his punches couldn't be defended against. Suddenly, Liu Yan's eyes blazed with fire, and he roared wildly, "I'm not a vegetarian." He quickly counterattacked with a furious slash. Chunqi casually shattered the attack with his hammer and disdainfully said, "Showing off so quickly is all?" Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "How could this be bot? What gives him the right to block it directly? Usually my attack could even take down a level 20 gold-ranked monster." Li Yuan refused to accept it and continued to charge forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Chungi once again. Just as Liu Yan was about to strike down with a slash, Chungi quickly drew the Than Trui to counter. Then let's fight until you surrender." Their attacks clash repeatedly, unleashing immense power. Liu Yan's strength makes Chungi feel extremely exhilarated. He excitedly says, "Impressive. No wonder you're the captain of Than Kin University. You're the first peer of my age who can face me head-on in a strength contest." Liu Yan struggled to block the attack while feeling annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, Chungi's elemental power is even higher than mine. If this continues, I won't be able to hold out much longer." The very next second, Chunungi knocked Liu Yan's sword away, furious and scolding, even losing his own weapon. "You're already out of energy that quickly?" Chungi rushed over to Liu Yan and shouted, "Get back." Lian was stunned, unable to react in time to dodge. In a moment of danger, a shield appears to protect Liu Yan from a deadly attack, but the blocked strike leaves Chunungi feeling quite displeased. All their attacks were blocked, and at the same time, a giant robot suddenly appeared above Chungi. He quickly turned back and activated the shield. Holy light protection. But that scorpion's horn has caused the shield to crack. In just a moment, Chungi's shield was shattered. He angrily charged to attack. "Break it for me." After attacking, Chungi quickly landed on the ground. He silently assessed that this robot's hidden attack power was really strong. The level 9 Holy Light Guardian was broken with a single hit. Liu Yan gasped for breath and stood up, quickly thanking Wang Hien, who had just come to help. "Xiaojian, thank you for saving me," Wang Hien replied calmly. "It's the right thing to do. If I don't step forward now, we might lose. Chunungi, leave it to me. You go deal with the others." Wang Hien slowly revealed his skills and said, "I originally thought it was to deal with Mao University's false alliance and hide our strength. But I didn't expect Chungi alone to be able to push our entire team to such a desperate situation." Wang Hien continued to create another robot this time. A GX-100 level 21 silver talent robotic monster. Then, another series of robots, lightweight missile type S level 21 with white silver talent and BT-200 cavalry with white silver talent level 22. Seeing the pile of robots in front of him, Chunyi was stunned and thought to himself, Wang Hien is only level 19, but these robots are all level 21 or 22. Ingo Mang on the viewing platform glanced at Director Trin and said with a smile, "Director Trin, it seems your Tsinghua University also has a hidden ace." Director Trin confidently replied, "Of course." "Hi." He proudly looked at Wang Hien and said, "Wang Hien possesses an S+ level mechanical talent, capable of creating robots above his own level." Ngo Mang chuckled, "So that's what an S+ talent looks like. The outcome of this team battle depends on both of you." His eyes blazing with fire, Chuangyi excitedly said, "Let me see how intense your human wave tactic really is." Wang Hien angrily ordered his robots to advance and shouted loudly, "How dare you directly charge into my mechanical army and seek death?" The robots immediately fired a barrage of bullets, rapidly heading straight for Chungi. Next, the B-robots also soar powerfully into the air, followed by the tanks in the distance firing non-stop. Chungi quickly raises his shield to block it, the Sagittarius Heart Shield. Chuangyi coldly watched the bullets rushing toward him and suddenly said, "Go." The shield immediately moved forward to deflect all the bullets and the robots. Next, Chungi immediately uses the Holy Cross skill. A giant cross appears around his body. The robots start to get electrocuted, and in an instant, they explode into pieces. Wang Hien looked at his exploding robots and angrily shouted, "Damn it, my robots are made of fire-resistant materials, yet they can't withstand this." He suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, "I also have robots of this level." Then he suddenly pressed a button, and a series of robots were created again. Wang Hien angrily said, "I don't believe your mental power is exhausted. Charge at them for me." At the same time, with Chungi's teammates, Wang Thiet Tam was casually destroying robots and laughing, "Ha ha ha, Wang Hien definitely wouldn't have expected you to be so good at handling this situation." At this moment, Chungi glanced at the notification board and quietly calculated. The timing was just right. A powerful move was about to be unleashed. The Divine Storm. Wang Hien immediately ordered to withdraw as soon as he saw it, using that terrifying skill, but he was a step too late, and the Divine Storm had already been activated, destroying all the robots on the arena. At the same time, Wang Hien's screen kept flashing red alerts, and Machine 74 lost connection. Wang Hien clenched his teeth in anger, already suffering a third loss just at the start. Damn it. Suddenly, he takes a deep breath and whispers to himself, "Looks like the human seed tactic doesn't work on him." There's no other choice but to use the final trump card. Wang Hien quickly summoned a giant machine. "Come out." HX, the Illusion Master, a machine appears with a mouth full of teeth, like a shark preparing to unleash a massive burst of power. Wang Hien frantically shouted, "Hai Quet Gia, merge." Immediately, HX created a small hole to merge Wang Hien inside. Meanwhile, HX's body grew larger and began to touch the arena's protective shield. As soon as it made contact, the system immediately issued a warning, detecting restrictions here, and urgently upgraded the defensive stance. Seeing this giant robot, everyone watching felt extremely shocked. Well, that's really over the top. For the first time, a mechanical creature of the processing level appeared at universities and colleges nationwide, and finally a new monster emerged. HX, a level 23 talent user in the processing stage, and at that moment a girl was watching the arena and constantly marveling that the new students of this batch were all prodigies. At this moment, on the arena, seeing Wang Hien reveal his secret weapon, Li Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, the fake talent master An Hien has appeared." Lai Uyan looked at Kuang So Nian and said, "You will definitely lose this time." But Kuang So Nian ignored his words and continued to charge forward. She angrily slashed at Lai Uyan and said, "Chungi won't lose." Lai Uyan hurriedly dodged back, continuing to mock disdainfully. "Is there more? Why bother doing all this?" Next to Chungi, Wang Xian loudly said, "Chunhi, let you see the power of the firepower of the talent master first." The firepower had already been fired. Chungi watched them fly toward him without any hesitation, silently calculating that with the cover of the firepower bullets he couldn't fight head-on. Immediately after, Chungi started throwing stones and launching them into the air. He skillfully dodged back and forth to avoid the incoming fire. Chungi looked at the firepower behind him and thought to himself, there might be something new, but he didn't know that a piece of firepower was also rushing toward him ahead. Luckily, Chungi dodged out of the way. As soon as it passed Chungi, the explosion erupted instantly. Chungi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. It's truly dangerous. Inside, Wang Xian is laughing maniacally. Run away, continuously attacking and asking, "This time, there's no way out for you, right?" In a moment of crisis, Chungi had to draw his cudgel to destroy all the incoming explosive shells. At the same time, HX suddenly reached back and drew a sword. It coldly struck a blow, a single slash straight into the ground. With just one sword stroke, the earth cracked apart. Wang Hien keeps mocking inside the secret letter. "Chungi, is running away all you know how to do? You keep swinging your sword endlessly, then you say, 'Is the University of Tuhang all just a bunch of cowards?' Your words have touched Chungi's pride." He immediately responded, "Let's fight face to face." Seeing Chungi's provoked look, Wang Hien muttered silently, "Just a little tease and he can't hold back. Such a foolish act." He quickly flicked the switch down, secretly disdainful. With such determination, he must be the captain of Tuhang University. It seems Tuhang University is heading for trouble. The fake talisman continued to strike down, but this time Chungi didn't dodge and fought back with his truncheon. The hammer immediately knocked the fake expert's sword away. Then Chungi struck with a divine palm, and a powerful beam of light appeared above. It seemed as if the light was absorbing everything around, and the fake expert also began to be electrocuted. The monitoring system also angrily scolded, "What's going on?" The energy of the protective barrier suddenly got absorbed. Suddenly, an external system on the stands announced an emergency project, and the systems below quickly took off. Those systems quickly entered the barrier. Each match is monitored by a powerful light magic stone that can be used to restore the protective barrier. On Lai Uyen and Kuang Son-hyen's side, the beam of light caught Kuang Son-hyen's attention. Seeing Lai Uyen rushing over, Kuang Son-hyen quickly jumped back to dodge. Kuang Son-hyen looked towards Lin Hai Road and shouted, "Pull back!" Over at Ha Lan, arrows were flying out rapidly. Tang Halan and Wang Tiatang quickly stepped back. As soon as Kuang Son-hyen's words were spoken, they exchanged a brief glance, and then both retreated simultaneously. Lai Uyen also sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Don't chase them anymore." But Lu Zhou angrily asked, why aren't they chasing after them if they're scared? The students from Qingjing University quickly gathered together. Lai Uyen looked at the source of that energy and said, "Something's wrong, this power feels off." At that moment, a giant hand materialized from within the light. The entire audience screamed in fear, shouting, "What is this?" Vuong Hien, sitting inside, also saw your extreme fear. With a terrifying breath that could only be from an S-rank skill, his face starting to turn pale, even though he was only one level above an A+ skill user, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. But then he started to feel excited. Vuong Hien said enthusiastically, "No, how can I be afraid if I haven't fought yet? It's just a divine-level skill. I don't believe you can still defeat me." Vuong Hien seemed to merge with the fake skill user, wildly launching attacks. The sword technique master, with a restricted style, the serrated edges on the sword start working at full capacity. Vuong Hien frantically unleashes a series of slashes, his face beginning to lose control. Vuong Hien immediately launches a continuous assault. A series of slashes rush straight toward that hand. He thought he had successfully defeated it. But a beam of light appeared to dispel that joy, forcefully pressing down on the fake martial arts manual. A massive surge of energy unleashed an enormous destructive force, causing everyone in the stands to fear endlessly. Everyone was so shocked by the explosion that they shouted out, and at that moment, robot debris flew onto Chungi on the arena floor. Chunagi coldly judged it. After the recent attack, the fake skill card was shattered, and Vuong Hien had also been defeated. Halan stammered, "We." She uttered the two words with a heavy heart. "It's over." At this moment, Vuong Hien, suffering from his wounds, raises his hand and calls out. "Chungi," his trembling voice kept rising. "Chungi," but all he responded with was his cold back. The entire stadium suddenly erupted in cheers. Damn, the holy light is so powerful and terrifying, like a nuclear explosion. The entire audience is chanting his name. Chungi, 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 Chungi. He happily walks away amid the cheers. Chungi, Chungi, the dean muttered in a dazed state. Our divine skill of the godly hand of Thonkin University is not shameful to lose. He feels an immense pain in his heart. Initially thinking that with Wang Xian, the champion of this class, it would be an easy win for Thonkin University. After watching the match, Director Trin was sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, a freak like Chungi appeared. Melee, support, magic, any category he excelled in, even omnipotent. Director Trin turned to leave, and before he did, he told Ngomang that your Tuhang University has a very talented seed. I have been teaching for over 30 years. Chungi is the brightest among them. He regretfully continued, I have seen many geniuses. Ngomang chuckled in response. Everyone on the stands cheered joyfully, calling out Tuhang University and Chungi. Tuhang University, Chungi, Tuhang University. The cheers kept ringing out non-stop. Chungi. Kuang Son-hyen watched this scene and couldn't help but feel bewildered. This is just too crazy. Vuong Thiet-tam happily said as he walked away, It's too easy. Tsinghua University is nothing more than this. Song Halan hesitated and asked, Without Chungi, relying only on Vuong Hien, we won't be able to handle this. Duong Lin Hai nodded in agreement. That's right. A level 23 combat robot, without classmate Chungi, we would definitely lose. Vuong Thiet-tam cheerfully said, Everyone already said that without Ngi, now we do have Ngi after all. Kuang Son-hyen laughed and replied, Next year, in half a year, the sports field will be expanded, and this year's freshman exchange match will have an audience of 200,000 spectators. Kuang Son-hyen happily said, along with the live broadcast and the popularity of the freshman exchange, after this battle, all of Jiangxi country will be famous because of Chungi. Chunyi softly scolded affectionately. The girl is becoming more and more impolite. In a certain room, a woman is watching the live match and she comments with an evaluation. Chungi's strength isn't bad. She proudly said, a genius like Tianqiu is exactly the talent our Tianwu guild needs. Just a bit low in level, only after the second-class upgrade can we invite him into the guild. A man stepped forward and proposed, Tianyu is the top guild in Zhangxia. Even support staff need to reach level 30 in the second transition. But after this battle, Chungi's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds, so maybe we still have time to act 10 times over. She immediately retorted, no way. Yang, with a pleased look in her eyes, looked at Chungi and said, even though the guildmaster is here, we can't immediately recruit him now. I am confident that my little junior brother will eventually become a member of our Heavenly Mist Guild. At the hospital, everyone in Wang Hien's ward kept worrying, as the doctors discussed non-stop, and the recovery and trance techniques could not be halted. Everyone is trying to save Wang Xian before their magic runs out and they have to report it. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team of priests prepared well, replacing and treating the priests of the first team. Damn it, why is this holy light so violent? And now it's using the impossible to erase spell. Chungi's attack was too heavy. At this moment, Lai Yuyan suddenly spoke up, saying, if it weren't for triggering the magic barrier of the arena, Hienka's survival would be uncertain, and we certainly wouldn't escape unscathed. Everyone on the team bowed their heads in apology. Liu Yen stepped forward and said, Dean, we're sorry, we lost, and we are at fault for the large amount of resources the school provided. Director Trine waved his hand and said, this time I won't blame you. Chungi is too strong. Our university's team competition can only finish in third place. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and asked, third place, Director, although we lost to Tuhang University, we can still beat Mado University. Yes, Director, if we lose to Mado again, our school will be very embarrassed. This is a great humiliation. Director Trine glanced at Wang Hien and said, Wang Hien was seriously injured, and all 200 machines in the previous battle are now completely damaged. Our Beijing University no longer has any team members capable of fighting against the fake alliance of Mado University. Wang Hien lay in the hospital bed, constantly recording his grudge. Chungi, you secretly feel dissatisfied. You're indeed very strong, but after the second transformation, my mechanized core truly unleashed the power of my S+ talent. Wang Hien, furious, clenched the brake handle. At that moment, I will definitely have a decisive battle with you. At the same time, in a certain room, Tuhang sincerely bowed his head to admit his mistake to Chungi. Chungi, I apologize to you, I really was blinded. Holy Knights can serve as support roles and also possess extremely powerful transfer abilities. Of course, after living for so many years, I've only met someone like you, Chungi, who can do it. You're truly a genius among humans, a dragon and phoenix among 10,000 people. But Chungi calmly revealed the truth. Mr. Chu, just say it straight if you have something to say. Tuhang smiled and said, those with real strength are straightforward. He straightforwardly said, I have reported to the clan. The clan leader and the elder council head both promised that as long as you return to the clan, they will do their best to nurture you with all the strength of the clan. Chungi asked curiously, the clan leader and the elder council head. Seeing his confusion, Tuhang explained, the Chu family has a large number of members, and each year when resources are allocated, how much can each lineage distribute? They all rely on their own abilities, within the vast Chu family intertwined with various interest groups. The biggest interest group among them is the elder council and the clan leader. Tuhang, suddenly serious, pushing up his glasses, said that under normal circumstances the two sides would never cooperate, but regarding Chungi they have achieved a common goal. It seems everything stems from himself, which makes Chungi a bit confused. On the contrary, that's not so bad. With the promise of the powerful Chu family, I don't need to worry. After returning to the main branch of the Chu family, there are some complications. But with my teacher, Principal Wang Hui, I can quickly access resources and level up without Chu family's help. Chungi carefully considered that his most important asset was this super powerful weapon, the system. After thinking it over, Chungi decided that he might have to disappoint him. I don't plan to switch careers again. Your answer left Tuhang utterly devastated. Are you telling me that our Chu family really has no way to rise again? Seeing his worried face, Chungi comforted him, saying, but I know someone with the ice bloodline, and maybe in the future she will consider the hidden professions of your Chu family. Tuhang sadly pressed his head against the wall and said, no, the three major hidden professions of the Chu family require not only possessing the Hanbang bloodline, but also reaching a certain concentration. A normal bloodline of ice-cold cannot be promoted through inheritance. Chungi pointed at him and asked, my sister's ice-cold bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours, so that should be enough, right? When he said that, Tuhang's eyes lit up brightly. He happily took his hand and asked, your sister also awakened the ice-cold bloodline? Suddenly, Tuhang burst into a trembling laugh, his spirits beginning to lift again. Tuhang cheered loudly. This is great. I might see the Chu family rise again one day. Am I finally worthy of the elite ancestors? God bless my Chu family, bless my Chu family. Oh, really? Is it really true that the bloodline concentration of Han Bing is 3 times higher than mine? Then it must be nearly 10 points. The 3 major professional factions hide the Han Bing system and choose freely, and his frantic appearance makes Chung-yi curse silently. He's gone crazy. We can't let him get too carried away, Chung-yi said calmly. Let's not get too excited first. Is there a choice to take the professional training route of the Chu family? We need to get her opinion first. Tuhang nodded in agreement. All right. Whatever you say. When will we meet your sister? Hearing this question, Chung-yi pondered silently. Joining the Chu family doesn't mean much to me. First, I can't specialize. Second, the resources I can get are from the system and Master Wang Hui. But for Chu Yun, it's completely different. Although I can also provide cultivation resources for him, it can never compare to the full support of a family clan. If Chu's mother, Chu family, doesn't help, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for all the compensation to fall on Chu Van now. After careful consideration, Chun-gi decided to call Chu Van, feeling anxious inside. Before the match, I didn't know if Tiu Koi was being mistreated or not when staying with her, but as soon as I called, Chu Van quickly answered. As soon as the call connected, Chu Van, holding Xiao Koi, excitedly called out. Seeing this, Chung-gi quietly thought to himself, I knew it. She excitedly spun Xiao Kai around and then laughed, praising him. This battle was truly incredible, completely overwhelming. Many female students at our school admire you and want to get in touch with you, Chu Van kept saying. I won't let them have her. My sister-in-law and my heart must be strong. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, muscular arms, firm skin, and thick muscular legs. Chu Van happily said she can carry a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms and also sew flowers and make clothes for him. Don't talk nonsense, just say it if there's something. At this point, Chung-gi solemnly recounted that a while ago, a few people came to him claiming to be from the Chu family. He briefly introduced that the main lineage of the Chu family secretly includes 3 major professions. The sharpshooter, Han Bing, the ice skeleton swordsman, and the ice purity mage. The marksman and swordsman are inherited professions. The ice purity mage is a mage profession, and based on your cold bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun paid even more attention. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her, and then decided to choose the mage profession. Brother, I will choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attack suits me. Chunenki reminded her that once she accepted the Chu family's career plan, she would need to go to Tianlan province, the Chu family's territory, for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You need to think it through carefully, Chu Van replied confidently. I've thought it through. Van sighed in admiration. My brother shines so brightly. I, as his younger sister, definitely can't be any less. She thought to herself that if she could take resources from the Chu family, she wouldn't need to use her brother's resources and become a burden to him. After making her choice, Chung-yi promised that once he finished everything here, he would go with her to Tianlan province. And then the two finished their conversation. After talking with Chu Van, Chung-yi continued to the new student arena. The system happily welcomes everyone. We invite you to the 4th round of the nationwide college and university freshman exchange tournament. Today, 8 top-tier prodigies will be selected to advance to the 5th round of the singles competition. The system announces, first, I will reveal the rewards for the top 8 strongest solo competitors from the HVM Profession Alliance. The system presents a bottle of S-Rank magic potion, and the audience eagerly buzzes, wow, another S-Rank magic potion. HVM's Fake Profession Alliance is really generous. Even a 3rd-tier fake profession would crave it. Chung-yi replied, because of the 3rd level, the Alliance needs to nurture more geniuses. Kuang So-nien nodded and replied, yes. Suddenly, the system continued to offer the reward for the 4th power contender to obtain S-level resources that the singles tournament champion could get. It presents a new weapon and says it will be awarded a legendary grade weapon crafted by the Alliance's master smith, VM, which even Chu Nungi finds surprising. A legendary grade weapon, the highest level of weapon that humans can forge. The reward is so amazing that every player longs to win. The champion must be the one to win it. After announcing the prize, the system notified all competitors to prepare for the match. Kuang So-nien walks ahead and smiles, saying to Chung-hee, go ahead and cheer for me, Chung-hee. Chung-hee cheers her on. She can definitely do it. At this moment, Chung-gee's opponent stepped onto the stage, and the two faced each other directly. Feng Qiang put on his armor and said, Chung-gee, I know you're very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, "I'm not inferior either." Inside, he felt a thrill of joy, as most professional players pursue a balanced development of their stats, but I am different. Feng Shuang quietly whispered with full confidence that he only chose to enhance his strength, so he was absolutely confident in his power. At this moment, the system announced that the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Chungi charged forward with Chui. Feng Shuang also rushed ahead, sneering provocatively, "Do you dare to face me head-on?" That guy quickly strikes first with a brutal slash, and the two powers clash. In just a moment, his sword shows signs of breaking. The very next second, Chungi's spear shattered the sword and continued to strike directly at Feng Kuang. He collapsed in pain, his voice trembling as he said, "How is that possible? I only used the value of your strength. How could your power suppress me?" Chungi slung the spear over his shoulder and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The entire arena immediately erupted, with even the slightest exertion of strength being suppressed. How terrifying is Chungi's strength, really? His attribute value is too mysterious, raising serious suspicions of hacking. The teammates below from Demon Lord University also couldn't accept it and shouted, "How is that possible?" In a strength contest, Brother Kuang actually lost. Director. Tu Shitan spoke. Feng Shuang's growth equipment brought his strength to around 370 points. To achieve the effect of this crushing blow, Chunungi's strength attribute must be at least 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene earlier and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, especially since his intelligence attribute was extremely high and terrifying. Director 2 asked nervously, "Do you think you can beat Chungi?" Wei Heo thought for a few seconds and replied, 3 parts confident. At the same time, on the arena, Feng Kuang struggled to get up, clenched his teeth and said, "I haven't lost yet." Feng Kuang stood up and shouted, "Come on, a warrior only stands and dies, no cowardly defeat." Chungi, not willing to accept, replied, "I respect you as a true man." Feng Kuang immediately launched an attack, but without killing blow, Chungi responded with a counterattack, the truncheon repenting. The heavy mallet strikes directly at Feng Kuang's body. Feng Kuang screams in pain and is knocked far away. The people from Mado University immediately shouted below, "Declare the end of the match, we concede." The system quickly processed the information and announced, "Mado University concedes defeat. The winner of this match is Chungi." Chungi was immediately drowned out by cheers. Chungi is the strongest. "Chungi, I love you." After the nurses approached to observe Feng Kuang, everyone sighed and said, "It's that difficult holy light again. Hurry up, start the treatment quickly." No need to talk. He's Chungi's opponent. Then, the 3 of them took Feng Shuang to be treated with Chungi. After a day of the fight, the students from Tuhang University gathered in a room to discuss their strategy. Ngomang said, "That's great. 2 students from our Tuhang University have entered Bakwang." He praised Tong Halan, whose promotion was also quite surprising. Although the chance of advancing to Tukwang isn't high, she still needs to try harder. Tong Halan happily replied, "I understand," and then turned to Kuang So Nhian, saying with her strength, she might be able to advance to the 8th rank, but her luck was a bit off since she faced Ngui Hop, who was a top seed. Ngomang seriously told Bat Kuang that only 2 spots remain and will be chosen from the losers, hoping he can seize the opportunity. He then softly said to Chuangyi, "I trust you. The task of winning the singles tournament is now yours. In tomorrow's team competition, there will be 2 matches involving us, both between regular colleges and universities." He looked at the people behind him and said, "So you replacements can go out and practice a bit." After the decision was made, Ngomang immediately began instructing them on the strategy for tomorrow. Kuang Sonian sat on a nearby chair, lost in thought. The quarterfinals individual match was called the Brutal Defeat. 70 contestants only selected 2 to advance to the semifinals, and by reaching the top 4 in the 6th round, they could obtain a rare S-level resource. Even with immense resources and S-rank materials, they are not just handed over. If I can obtain it, my strength will surely improve by a level. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Chunghee, your strength has been revealed." Ngomang happily continued, "With your strength, you could wipe out an ordinary college team alone, but tomorrow's team match will be led by their training, so just protect them, and try not to fight." Chunghee nodded and said, "I understand." Suddenly, 2 female students entered. Seeing Chunghee, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's the genius." This voice attracted many other girls rushing over. They flocked to him. Student Chunghee, he really is Student Chunghee. "Chunengxi, you're the real deal. Oh my god, you're so handsome." "He is still looking at me," Chunghee asked nervously. "Who is everyone?" They immediately replied, "I am your fan. Can you sign for me?" He asked blankly, "Sign?" Immediately after, they pulled out numerous photos of Chunghee and shouted, "I'm here too, I want one too, thank you, Ni Shen. You're really super handsome." Unkithan, we will also always support you in the next match. Keep going. Oh my god. Student Chung-hee is blushing. So adorable. Nghi, then you must take good care of yourself and definitely don't get hurt. Hoo-hoo, seeing these pictures, Chung-gee's face darkened. Is this really me? Song Holland sat beside her and softly asked, Chung-hee is quite popular, isn't he? At this moment, a spirit appeared in Kwang Son-hyeon's mind, asking if they would take away Chung-hee. Worried that if I can't keep up with Chung-hee's pace, I'll be left behind, Kwang Son-hyeon secretly vows to get those 2 tickets, no matter what. She whispered to herself, I will definitely get Chung-hee, and seeing her provoked soul, it was so happy. At the same time, Chung-hee suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly had the feeling of being watched so intensely. That night, the half match of the 4th round began, and the competitors were immediately taken into a wild forest. Everyone wondered and asked, why a forest? Could it be that the playing field changes every year? I remember last year it was the castle. Someone responded, the half-solo match of the 4th round was entered by teachers and senior officers from the university armies, using data from recent wartime intelligence, and then who assembled and modified the simulation to create the instance. A girl holding a scepter looked around cautiously before speaking again. To make the replica more like the actual battlefield, the initial creation included random settings, so each year's arena is different. The girl continued, not only that, but the monsters we face each year are also different. Huh? So what should we do now? We were about to speak, but suddenly our voices were cut off. The system appears and announces, welcome students, this dungeon instance is Weilin Maze. The system explains the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the wilderness village. There are a total of 3 waves of monster attacks, and the only thing in their minds is devouring. You need to try to kill the monsters before they devour you. The 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the individual competition. Before starting, the system reminded everyone that this dungeon posed no life-threatening danger and did not have a rewind feature. After hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Someone cheerfully said, as long as we kill the monsters, it's all good. It's still pretty simple. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. We've gone into the dungeon many times to practice, so there's no problem. Kwang Son-hyeon quietly observes everyone around her, as the appearance of monsters is still unpredictable, making everyone feel very uneasy. The system announces that the first wave of monster attacks is about to begin. As soon as it finished, a purple smoke appeared. Kwang Son-hyeon looked seriously in the direction of the smoke. It's here. But even though the smoke has dispersed, the monster still hasn't appeared. Only the leaves are constantly rustling. She wondered quietly, still not showing up. Suddenly, the person behind grabbed their neck and groaned, "It itches so much!" They angrily scolded, "Damn it! Why does it itch like this?" Hearing this, Kwang Son-hyeon was terrified beyond measure. A purple substance was growing on the man's neck, causing him to scream non-stop. Itchy. So itchy. The more he scratches, the faster it spreads. It itches so much. It itches so much. He frantically rushed toward Kwang Son-hyeon and shouted for help. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Help me. Fellow student, help me. Then that student was finally defeated by the monster. The system notification states that the ghost of Danthon University's library has retreated from the instance dungeon. Kwang Son-hyeon secretly suspects that because she didn't see the ghost appear, it must be hiding its form. Then more students were attacked and everyone was panicking and shouting non-stop. What exactly is happening to them? Without seeing the monsters but witnessing so many classmates fall, everyone was panicking. What is happening? Where do these monsters come from? Basically, I can't see the monsters. How should I fight this? Amid the chaos, only Kwang Son-hyeon remains calm and thoughtful, knowing she must stay composed to find the problem first, because there must be a weakness in the monster. Kwang Son-hyeon wondered, in this void universe, if she herself still existed. How could so many people be deceived so easily? Are these infectious creatures, and what do they rely on to spread? While she was pondering, a small purple object suddenly rushed over and clung to her arm. Seeing the purple object sprouting up, Kwang Son-hyeon sharpened her eyes and looked at it. Mushroom bacteria. Immediately, she created a flame to burn the purple object away. After killing it, Kwang Son-hyeon immediately realized the problem and said, "So that's how it is." Kwang Son-hyeon transformed into a demon form and loudly announced to everyone that there were protective seeds in the sky which would quickly grow upon falling on a person, and she used her fire system skills to shield herself. The others immediately followed Kwang Son-hyeon's instructions and cast their fire and wind spells, but some students without fire skills had to speak up and seek help. Damn it, I am a basic warrior with no fire element skill. Classmate, help me out. No, we are rivals, so we shouldn't talk about friendship right now. After a while, the students without fire skills were quickly defeated by the monsters. The system reports that the alien university of the Imperial City has been devoured by the monster and has exited the dungeon. Zhao Jiexi from Lumion Academy has also been devoured and has retreated from the dungeon. Luo Ban from Thandang Academy has been devoured by the monster and has left the dungeon. At the same time, Kuang So Nian quietly muttered, "Burning these spores doesn't count as killing it. I need to find the monster releasing the spores." At that moment, mushrooms suddenly sprouted from the tree trunks, baring their fangs and releasing countless bacteria, which is how Kuang So Nian quickly found the monster. She rushed up to tell everyone that on the tree, just as Kuang So Nian defeated a monster, the system announced that Kuang So Nian from Tuhang University had killed a monster +1. The other monsters kept emerging non-stop. Kuang So Nian fearlessly flew to attack Diemvumian Hak VM as the system announced a series of notifications. Kuang So Nian from Tuhang University kills a monster +1. At the same time, the team match for new students is also underway. The system announces that both teams are in position and have begun setting up the arena. The team defense is established, and the university-wide match between Tuhang University and Meigogao University now begins. As soon as the words were spoken, both sides launched into fierce attacks, each rushing forward to meet the other. A red-haired guy immediately uses his skill to strike, creating countless fire tornadoes that rush straight at the opponent. Facing him, the cloaked man counterattacked with water attribute. The two techniques collided, and the water sword cut through the fire tornado. But at this moment, Damwei appeared and used his claws to cut through the water sword of the cloaked man, dismissing it as inferior and claiming its hardness had been weakened. While Damwei was still celebrating, an arrow was flying toward him from behind. Fortunately, Chu Nung-yi quickly shielded him with his shield. Chu Nung-yi calmly reminded, "Damwei, don't let the adrenaline from fighting interfere with your judgment. Watch your back." Then he turned to the blonde girl behind and called out, "Truongtin. Your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must clearly see all 6 directions. Hearing all directions, such a gap must not appear again." Truongtin, being reminded, was extremely frightened. She closed her eyes in panic and shouted, "Understood." The red-haired girl on the opposing team looked at us angrily, yet she still saw us as mere training tools. The green armor guy shouted angrily, "Brothers, can you really tolerate something like this?" But the whole team responded with a determined voice, "No, he ordered us to charge." The blue armor guy loudly ordered, "Charge for me." The two sides immediately clashed. But at the same time, Chung-yi's phone rang, causing everyone to stop their actions. Kuang So Nian happily boasted about her victory to Chung-yi, successfully leveling up. Chung-yi helplessly thought, "This girl." The cloaked man, seeing Chung-yi's dismissive attitude towards the opponent, was furious and shouted loudly, "I will make you understand the consequences." But just 1 second later, he heroically fell to the ground. The system announced this college team match to Hang University wins. The next day, news of the freshman tournament spread everywhere. After finishing the 4th round of the individual promotion match, the 5th round of promotion matches would begin early the next morning. 4 matches will select 4 players from the 8 contenders for promotion. The promotion match will be on Monday afternoon. In the 6th round, 2 people advanced. The winners of the 2 matches are Chu Ni and Wei He. A blurry bird immediately starts filming this hot news. Today is the day of the championship showdown in the singles match watched by many students. This guy imagines Chu Nung-yi and looks heartbroken when talking about his family background. He comes from Han-gate with both parents dead. Based on his own efforts, he gradually became stronger during the most formidable Holy Knight University exam in history, astonishing everyone. Chung-yi then shifted his tone to talk about Ngui Hop. He is a genius from a prestigious family with a centuries-old inheritance, possessing top-tier talent and a special bloodline, a hybrid warrior. This guy with an amused expression said, "Who exactly will sit on the champion's throne in the one-on-one tournament? Let's look forward together as the streamer encourages to live, stream the entire battle for everyone. Remember to like and follow." After watching the encouragement video, everyone started to discuss excitedly. The Divine Warrior fights Wang Xian, so this team battle will really be very exciting. This time fighting Wei He must be a tough challenge. Did you not watch Wei He's match a few days ago? The style of that battle was very fierce. I feel this fight won't be that easy. Unfortunately, Goddess Kuang So Nian faced Wei He with a 2 out of 4 choice. Otherwise, it would have been exciting if Tuhang University competed for the championship or runner-up. At this moment, the clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly moved aside to make room for the helicopter to land. As soon as the door opened and people inside the helicopter were seen, the locals buzzed with excitement. It was Tuhang University. Tuhang University just stepped out and received countless compliments from everyone around. Goddess Kuang is truly beautiful. Your divine appearance, I will always support you, Ngidan. Tonghalan, don't be discouraged. Next time you will definitely succeed. Anji Shen, can we take a photo together and get an autograph? Where is Chungi headed? The cheers immediately spread there. Chungi, Chungi. Someone spotted another helicopter arriving and loudly announced, Madao University has also arrived. The cheers immediately shifted to Madao University. Ngoi he, ngoi he, ngoi he, ngoi he, ngoi he. Director to approaches to greet Ngomang. Good morning, Director Ngo. Today the champion or runner-up of the singles match will appear between your school and mine. Second place in the match, friendship first. Ngomang cheerfully replied, Good morning, Director 2. But deep down he sneered, saying, Do you really think Ngui Hop and your strength can fight Chungi? That's just wishful thinking. Ngai Hop now focused on Chungi from afar and silently vowed, Chungi, this is the final battle. I will defeat you and take the championship. Finally, the battle has begun. Before entering the fight, Chungi suddenly wore a sinister smile. The system announces, Let's welcome the competitors from both sides, Chungi and Ngui Hop. Please enter the arena, the match is about to begin, and we invite the audience to take their seats and observe in a civilized manner. The countdown hits 5 on the stands, and the audience cheers excitedly, shouting, Come on, make a big scene, show your power, show your super skills, Brother Wei, don't lose. I hop, keep going and defeat the prestige of Tuhang University. Who's really there, stepping on my foot? At the Chu family, Chuhang is also watching this match with Old Master Chu. There are only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Old Master Chu asked, This young man from the Wei family has been called the #1 genius since he was a child, receiving all the resources of the family to nurture him. Can Chuangi win? Chuhang replied seriously. Yes. After analyzing Chungi's exam, all his battle records, his rapid growth is astonishing, and his strength undoubtedly far surpasses others of the same age, at the top level. Chuhang looked at the screen and continued. Ngui Hop is an outstanding person of the next generation in the Ngui family, worthy of the 2 words genius, but on Chungi's body it seems like he can see the shadow of the ancestors. Now, on the arena, the countdown has run out, and the system notification begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chungi used the divine blessing. Courage of blessing, holy cross of light, holy light protection, blessing weapon. Wei He charged straight at him with his sword, then leapt up with an angry expression, swinging a move toward Chungi's entire body, but a golden light emanated from him. The 2 sources of power clashed, creating a deafening roar. Wei He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at him. Chungi's face was cold as he swung a move at Wei He, who then jumped away to dodge. Ngai Hop's sharp eyes furrowed as he charged down, his eyes blazing red, his face terrifying. He roared loudly, emitting a red glow from his body. Ngai Hop's hand grips the sword and shouts the blazing sword technique, attacking with sharp, fierce slashes. Chungi calmly dodged, avoiding the attacks and silently contemplating the frenzy. The special skill of the Berserker Warrior. Users with the 4 Dui attribute will gain enhancements to varying degrees. But correspondingly, after 3 minutes of fury, he will enter a state of weakness. Besides unexpected accidents from the Berserk skill, he also unleashes the Flame Sword technique. This skill is similar to a punch that can be used in combat, while also carrying the pity of fire magic attribute Ngi dodging the attack. Ngui Hop rushed quickly toward Chuangi, but an arrow was ready for battle, proving he is indeed the top of the new students at Demon Art University. Chungi, with sharp eyes, calmly dodging without a hint of fear. Ngai Hop roared in anger, unleashing Loi Din Tram. Ngai Hop's sword appears with a fiery red lightning-like aura, unleashing an A-rank skill with incredible speed to slash. The higher the level of the skill, the greater the strength attribute and the faster the slashing speed, with the limit reaching the speed of thunder. Ngui Hop's eyes are bloodshot and his face furious, thinking that after countless training sessions he has already raised this skill to level 9. Without the slash, Ngui Hop swung his sword forcefully at Chungi, holding a hammer, both sides clashing to create a tense scene. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth in anger, thinking how powerful he really is. Wei Hu increased his grip on the great sword, thinking its weight was thousands of caddies. With the boost from Thunderclap Slash, the kinetic energy generated was extremely terrifying, and even with a sturdy alloy he was confident he could cut through. Chungi's face shows no trace of fear, but he is clearly at a disadvantage in the contest with him, making it hard to be stiff against him. Chungi pushes forward, forcing Ngui Hop to be pushed back. The weapon in Chungi's hand transformed into a beam of golden light. Holy light. Cross level. 9B rank. With both hands, Chungyi wielded a massive sword of golden light. Wei He confidently smiled and said, "I was prepared for this move of yours long ago." Wei He knelt down with a terrifying face, shouted fiercely, and his whole body emitted a red light with an extremely strong golden light. Director, to watch the scene in front of him with horror as two sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion, with Ngai Hop's demonic form in the middle, his body seemingly wearing an extra layer of armor. Ngai Hop stood up, his smile even more terrifying, hand resting on his great sword. The system panel appears in front of Chunyi, showing Ngai Hop's awakening talent, Battle Frenzy, level S. The battle prolongs the duration of Ngai Hop's 4-Dewey attribute, reducing all injuries by 80%, but after the fight ends, these injuries will double and return to Ngai Hop. Ngai Hop rushes quickly in front of Chunyi. He looks at him thinking that he's using such a fast attack, it seems he wants to win quickly by striking fast. Ngai Hop's Battle Frenzy talent lasts the longest when triggered for 2 minutes, so the best strategy is to extend it until the frenzy time ends. But even with 80% reduced damage, he can still be defeated if he swings his blade at Chunyi. He immediately blocked each attack. The two weapons clashed, producing a loud bang. Ngai Hop thought to himself that attacking Chunyi in front of a holy knight with many healing and recovery skills was a very foolish strategy for a prolonged battle. So at the start he chose to activate his Berserk skill and Battle Frenzy talent, to instantly boost his strength to the limit. A huge explosion occurs, and the crowd below starts to talk in amazement. Someone exclaims, "How could he choose to face head-on?" Ngai Hop is in peak condition, so the best strategy now is to buy time. Ngai Than's move shows he is extremely confident in his own strength. "I believe in Ngai Than." Ngai Hop swiftly strikes towards Chunyi, but his entire body leans back to dodge. Chunyi raises his hand, and a beam of yellow light shines out, saying, "You talk about a quick victory." A large seal appears in front of him, and behind him a giant golden arrow emerges. Wei He is enveloped in a red light, his face fierce as he shouts, "Come on!" A huge explosion erupts. Wei He laughs triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, your quick victory is useless." Chunyi calmly raises his hand and casts a spell, saying, "It's a bit early to be smiling now." Guangzhe punishes. Under the rapid and fierce lightning strikes attacking Wei He was protected by a barrier. Wei He frowned, thinking that it truly lives up to being the most powerful offensive tactic. Ngai Hop, sword in hand, deflected the lightning bolts, feeling some pain despite 80% damage reduction. Without unleashing his berserk mode, one strike probably wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Ngai Hop looked up at the fading lightning and thought, but every time Guangqi punishment summoned a lightning bolt, it took at least a second to heal. Ngai Hop stomped hard on the ground, thinking that if so, he could take advantage of the gap to quickly defeat Chunyi, while Ngai Hop rushed forward, only to be struck by lightning. Wei He was stunned, his face full of disbelief, thinking, how could it be? How could Guangqi Trungtree's lightning attack be so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. Could it be that his Guangqi Tri has already reached level 20 and the lightning strikes down on Ngai Hop? A powerful attack, a small sphere emitting such a wild and violent voice, shattering like that. I must emphasize again, you are currently watching the finals of the nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament. The crowd covering their eyes exclaimed, "What a sinister ring," as a girl shouted and covered her face, while Wang Hien smirked. Ngai Hop painfully shouted, "Why do I and him seem so close, yet I can't break through? Chunyi appears enormous before me, yet tiny, and just a finger from Chunyi could crush me like a staircase, impossible to step over or break through." Ngai Hop shouted, "I don't believe it," with a red light moving in his palm. Ngai Hop gritted his teeth, eyes rolling back as he shouted a secret technique. The heavenly shadow blade erupted in a powerful explosion, with dust rising. The explosion filled the air with dust and smoke everywhere. Chunyi still stood tall and expressionless, a streak of red flashing across. Chunyi glances at his wound. The red sword plunges into the ground, with cracks spreading out and countless blades fall before him. Chunyi looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that the body had transformed into energy. According to the ancestral legend of the Wei family, who achieved enlightenment in the demon world, blending soul and demonic power, then refining countless swords and blades that could destroy a city in an instant, with the thousands of red blades in front of him still not reaching the level of the Wei ancestors' true form, but the appearance of this energy body still amazed everyone. Chunyi smiled and said, "Finally, I don't have to play with you anymore." Suddenly, the swords and blades moved and fell at an extremely fast speed, with thousands of weapons descending. Chunyi raised his hand, gently moved his fingers, and said, "If I use the previous move, the spectators will be very disappointed. So this time I will demonstrate a fusion technique I created myself. Everyone watched as a cold aura swept over, with Wanli Chungi standing in the center of a giant blue vortex, his hand extended forward, controlling the power. Chungi stepped 1 foot forward, and the ice immediately spread out, covering the entire arena in a thick layer of frost. Flycam is flying excitedly, with voices of spectators and classmates heard. Chungi's skill has covered the entire arena, and now we can't see what's happening on the stage. The crowd shouted excitedly, "What's going on?" Someone angrily cursed. "What kind of trick is this now? Why is there an ice magic?" The elder stood up excitedly, and Tuhang exclaimed in surprise, "Elder." The elder's face was shocked and panicked as he pointed ahead and shouted loudly, "Tuhang, have you seen it? Such a weak ice elemental power." Chungi extends his hand forward and casts a spell, causing thousands of swords to gradually freeze and shine with golden threads. Chungi clenched his fist, his sharp eyes as golden rays pierced through the ice and shattered it instantly. Fragments of ice flew everywhere, and Wei He was knocked back, falling hard to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice slowly melts away. The announcer's voice rings out, and contestant Nui Hop loses consciousness. Chungi wins this battle. Everyone cheers in victory. First place, the senior is too strong. The announcer's voice rings out, "Congratulations to Chungi. Thank you, player Wei He. They have delivered an outstanding and spectacular duel for the audience." This is definitely the most spectacular match in the last 10 years of the exhibition tournament. Let's all cheer for the top prodigy of this generation. Chungi raises his hand high and smiles as fireworks explode across the sky. The Flycam voice announces that the individual match is coming to an end. Next will be the team match and the survival game. Let's wait and see. Ngomang happily said, still young but able to use the secret techniques of the Ngui family, employing a friendly approach. If placed in the friendly match from a few years ago, there would be no doubt that he was the top contender. Unfortunately, he faced Chunhi, with Kwangso Nien standing beside him, smiling happily while stroking his tail and hair. Ngomang looked at Chungi, who was stretching and yawning as he walked, and thought that based on his current imagination, to defeat Ngui Hop, Chungi would probably have to use the Angel God technique, combining a single light punishment and the fusion skill of the ice element. Younger generation is promising. Ngomang patted Chungi on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Well done. Our Tuhang University also took the individual champion this time." Tong Halan spoke up. "That's right. Although we've won the team competitions for 4 consecutive years, we haven't yet secured the individual champion in these 4 years. Brother Rungi really made us proud." Vuong Thiet Tam happily and confidently said, "The team match tomorrow will be against Mado University, but Nui Hop is now injured. Mado City University poses no threat to us. The team championship is already in our pocket." Tong Halan exclaimed in surprise, "Remember to stay humble and don't be too proud." Kwangso Nien hugged Lin Hai with a bright smile and said, "Chungi, earlier Xiao Hai was mistaken. You can definitely disguise yourself as a great archmage." Lin Hai shyly blushed, pulling her hat down to hide her face, and said, "Ah, classmate Chu, I was just Kwangso Nien happily calling you Chu Ningyi. Let's relax together with everyone tonight." Chungi scratched his head. The lively scene of a night market where fantasy and reality merge has probably been around for about 300 years. The emergence of monsters, demons, and chefs, along with the arrangers who assign professions, has caused the variety of delicious foods in Lam Tin to increase by thousands and tens of thousands. The most prosperous administrative district of Thonkin City, the eastern city, boasts a famous food street. Even if it soars into the sky or plunges into the ground, everything can become a delicacy to satisfy the customer's cravings. The shopkeeper's delivery voice echoes, "Grilled dragon meat, grilled dragon meat. 20-year-old young dragon, fresh and tender, melts in your mouth. Wolf King Blood Elixir. Wolf King Blood Elixir tonifies yang and boosts vitality, enhances beauty." The deep-sea fish balls made from the meat of the abyssal kingfish are crispy and chewy with an irresistible flavor. Tong Halan, arm in arm with Lin Hai, walks with Vuong Thiet Tam and says, "That looks really delicious." Lin Hai holding a lollipop smile, Kwang So Nien and Chungi walking ahead, happily chatting. A Luong from afar watching Kwang So Nien call her a top tier, then tossing 2 skewers to the guy behind him, adjusting his hat and saying 100 points. The guy was surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" A Luong then said, "Making a move on a top-tier woman like that, you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss out." The guy, surprised that she already has a boyfriend, sneered and said, "So what if she has a boyfriend?" A Luong, "Isn't it supposed to be my turn now?" Chungi turned back, his face cold and his sharp red eyes glaring. A Luang suddenly looked terrified. Seeing this, the guy mockingly asked, "Did you give up? This is not your A Luang style," he stammered, pointing at Chungi. Ning ning ning. After a moment, Kwangso Nian bowed and gasped, saying, "The food paradise lives up to its reputation. We've only strolled for an hour, and we haven't even seen half of it." Tong Halan put her arm around Vuong Thiet Tam and said, "This place has 6 roads connecting, so of course it's not easy to see everything. You two pick a seat here and save a spot for us. We'll go buy some food." Vuong Thiet Tam scratched his head and said, "I want to rest too." Tong Halan dung fiasao de ko noi nangi nangoi kaidao na kao. De cho doitin en haning goita oyan mo chot kao lambung den hai sao. Lin chihidung fiasao kwe mat lion hindaksek kwatiem ruo o lion fem siktinam. The owner happily introduced the Oli wine, which can quickly boost agility. Each bottle contains 800 vedios, good for personal drinking or giving to others. Kwang So Nayan, hearing this, pointed at the bottle and said, "We want one." The owner then brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, "Dear guests, your Oli wine costs 200,000 zhongxia. Please settle the bill." Immediately, the phone rang, and the 200,000 transfer was completed. Kwang So Nian, holding her glass, looked at Chungi and said, "Congratulations, Chungi, on winning the singles tournament." The two clinked glasses and cheered together. Kwang So Nian finished her drink in one gulp and then suspiciously said, "This wine doesn't seem to be very strong." 10 minutes later, Yuang So Nian, red-faced and tipsy, vaguely asked Chunungi, "Why are there 2 Chunungis?" Chunungi looked at her and asked, "Did you get drunk so quickly?" Kwang So Nian happily laughed at 1 Chunungi, then 2 Chunungis, then 3 Chunungis. Chunungi looked at her and sighed, saying it's a level 19 fake professional. Normal wine obviously can't make someone drunk, but this Oolong Tianbao grade D wine is brewed using a D-grade Tianbao earth treasure, so although its alcohol content isn't high, it's very easy to intoxicate others. Chunyi stood up and said, "Time is running out, Xiaosong, and the others haven't returned yet. Let's go find them." "Chunyi, I'm not going anywhere. My glass is empty. Could you buy me a drink?" Chunyi glanced at her. Chu Nite pointed behind the table and said, "There is half a bottle of Oli wine, worth 100,000 Zhongxia coins. Pay the girl, who was laughing loudly. Handsome guy is really interesting. I really like having you here, so let's find a quiet place to continue talking." Huang Sonian, looking shy and flustered, with her long hair partially covering her eyes and her lips slightly parted, pushes her away in anger and shouts that she's too close. She whispered into Huang Sonian's ear, "The beautiful young lady, you are wrong like that. I think you and this brother of yours are not lovers, so how can you block his romantic luck?" She thought to herself that Chungi was the strongest this year, and that Kwang So Nian was his friend. Many people believed that Kwang So Nian was Chungi's girlfriend, but I know these two are not lovers. With their enchanting eyes, they are just a foolish boy and a girl new to love. They want to tear down the fragile barrier, and they need some time. This is truly a good opportunity for me to act. If I can make Chungi kneel under my skirt, all the resources he could gain will become mine. She moved closer to him and called him brother. "Are you right?" Kwang So Nian blushed and stammered in anger. Chungi immediately took her hand. Kwang So Nian looked at the hand Chungi was holding in surprise. Chungi said calmly, "I don't mind Xiao Nian blocking my love luck," and then he took Huang So Nian's hand and left, leaving behind a sentence, "I also think she's quite normal and not really a playboy." She was stunned and looked normal. Chungi held Kwang So Nian's hand as they walked through the crowd. Kwang So Nian stopped in her tracks. Chungi turned back to look at her. Kwang So Nian looked up, blushing as she said, "I like you." Chungi was surprised. Chungi was surprised and called out Xiao Hian. Kwang So Nian blushed and said, "I know I shouldn't have said that before the match, but I just don't like so many girls surrounding him." Seeing them, I felt like another version of her appeared behind her, killing them all. Kwang So Nian threw herself into his arms and said, "Can I be your girlfriend and fall into your arms before I fall asleep listening to your words?" Vuong Thiet Tam, with a bun in his hand before he could bite it, "Looks itchy, huh?" Tong Halan, Vuong Thiet Tam, and Lin He Te, holding buns, stare in surprise at what's happening before their eyes. The blue sky and white clouds, the alarm clock rings. Kwang So Nian, still drowsy, remembers what happened last night and immediately sits up. Kwang So Nian blushed and peeked out. Seeing her, Nyomen called out, "Tu Nian, you woke up a bit late today. Let's have breakfast." Wang Zhuteng waves to Lin He. Tong Halan and Chungi looked at her, and Chungi quickly turned away and started eating ravenously. Tong Halan and Lin Hai squint at him. Kwang So Nian pulls her chair, doubtful, wondering if she was just dreaming. Is it really just a dream? Kwang So Nian blushed, her face confused as she picked up her food. Chung-ki remains calm, but nothing happens. Lin Hai and Tong Halan lean close to each other and look at her. Last night, Chung-gi held her in his arms and said to the three of them, "Please pretend you didn't see what just happened." Tong Halan asked confusedly, "Why don't the two of them like each other?" Chung-gi gently told Huang So-nien, who was sleeping soundly, that the Huang family of Tin Su-yen was an ancient clan existing before the Eternal Descent game. The Eternal Descent game from hundreds of years ago had become a top-tier family power in China. Now I have a bit of fame and am a direct disciple of Master Wang Hui. I don't look too bad. But such achievements are not enough in front of the Huang family. I don't want Xiaoni to be put in an awkward position. When I have absolute strength, even powerful forces or families are just dust. It's only a matter of time. Tong Halan whispered, hiding behind a bread. I will always support you. From now on, I am your biggest fan, and Chung-gi's sweat runs down. Wu Mang put down his chopsticks and said, there are a total of 10 universities and colleges participating in the National University and College Freshman Sports Meet Team Event Finals, with each school needing to compete against the other 9. A total of 45 matches will be held, based on the order of victories and ranking in the top 3. Today is our 9th team match, just one more win, and we will be the champions of the tournament. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat the University City. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ngomang happily raised her hand high and told Tan Qiu, don't put too much pressure on yourself as a substitute player. Tuang Puang said that Tan Qiu, as a summoner, will provide great support for the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Director To, as the team leader, I can encourage everyone with words, but it's not necessary. Wei He is still seriously injured and unconscious. Our team's strength has dropped significantly, especially with Chung-gi here. We can't possibly win first place. Director. To silently thought that he had never imagined there could be a new student with such all-around talent. If we compare the strength of all our school's players as 1, Chung-gi would be 2 or even 3. He is so powerful it's hard to believe, just like a monster. No, he is a monster, someone who can almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges. Director. To clenched Vu's hand and said, I still have to say that today's match, even if we lose, must not damage Mado University's honor. For other universities to look down on us, I need everyone to give their all. Can you do it, everyone together? Let's go. Led by Dean To with 5 Mado students behind him, their momentum was immense. Tan Qiu thought to himself, even if we fake it here, it will still end in failure. Is Mado University really going to be the 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, the team captain was seriously injured and couldn't play. Relying on the coordination and super strong strength of the team members, they defeated the opponent, and coincidentally, that year was also the match between Mado University and Tuhang University. Tan Qiu touched her face, thinking that if she used that method, she might help Mado University turn the tide and recreate the miracle of 7 years ago. The aerial camera soared high as the voice announced that the team battle between Mado University and Tuhang University, which everyone was looking forward to, was about to begin. Before the match begins, let me announce the prizes for the top 3 teams in the HaVM Professional Alliance for the team competition. First, all players from the 3rd-ranked college team, including substitutes, will receive a pre-made 3-star gold-level equipment based on their ranking. Second place in the team competition will receive a pre-made 4-star gold-level equipment set, and the first place will be awarded by all members of the HaVM Fake Professional Union University. Everyone received a 2-star Zushi-level equipment. The people below exclaimed in amazement, cheering with awe and admiration. The prize for this exchange tournament is not only doubled compared to last year. Truly wealthy and ruthless, I will risk everything against the rich like you. Chun-hee, resting his chin on his hand, pondered the value. The legendary weapons of the singles champion surpassed the level 2 equipment, but they are still not as valuable as the team competition champion's prize. The same set of 7 pieces of equipment, upper, lower, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, and ring, plus the substitute players from each university, totaling 10 people. The 70 pieces of Zushi-grade gear and their value are enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. Vuong Thiet Tam happily smiled, hands clasped in front of him confidently. Haha, this time really is a good deal for us. Legendary-grade equipment quickly placed into the bowl as the announcer's voice echoes, announcing the rewards. Please welcome the representative team of Tuhang University. The Mado University team's representatives step forward as both sides move up, while the crowd below cheers for Tuhang University. Chungi, Chunungi, Chunungi. Mado University, keep going. The contestants from both sides are in position. Chunungi looks confident. The scene begins with Tan Qiu and his group with cold expressions, the atmosphere tense. Chunungi's group rushed forward, with Chunungi happily wielding a kingly hammer. Tan Qiu closed his eyes, raised his hand, and performed a spell that gathered into a glowing sphere. Tan Qiu raises both hands and mutters a spell to summon the young dragon spirit, Rias. the swarm of bee spirits, Jack Jain, the giant snake demon Hadita, the hell guardian demon Cebius, and the spirit king Kamala. 5 powerful spirits appearing around him with a fierce aura. The spirits roar and rush towards Chungi. King Kamala lunged forward with a powerful attack, releasing a surge of yellow energy from its body. Lin Hai raised her staff to counter the attack, then immediately retaliated. The swarm of bees charged forward with their tails arched, and Tong Halan pinched her 2 fingers together, casting a spell as talismans floated out. The talismans clung to the bees' tails, and Tong Halan raised her hand, causing everything to explode like fireworks. Vuong Thiet Tam here is fighting Hita. Kwong So Nien spins her weapon and charges forward. Kwong So Nien strikes a few times, hitting So Ben. Chungi here dodges the relentless attacks of his opponent, his sharp eyes secretly thinking, not bad. In actual combat, progress is indeed the fastest, with coordination improved by at least 30% compared to before. Tuong Puong and the blonde girl are amazed, opening their mouths in shock, while Tonkyu remains calm and continues casting spells. Chungi quickly knocked away everyone in front of him and then punched hard at Tonkyu, but she remained calm with her eyes closed as she cast her spell. Tonkyu closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them wide with a sharp glow. A giant hand appeared to block the hammer. Chungi frowned in discomfort. The giant hand held up the hammer. Tonkyo frowns and struggles to resist. Lang Vmvn Tu, with blood-red eyes, blocks the attack with its hand, then strikes back hard, forcing Chungi to grit his teeth and fight back as the ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Lang Vmvn Tu roars as a green circle surrounds him, and he fires off darts. Tonkyu is stunned. Tonkyo clenched his teeth and summoned Hadita, while Lang Vmvn Tu, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed Hita's neck and squeezed tightly, blood-red energy splattering everywhere. Lang Vmvn Tu tore off Haritha's head and looked at Tonkyu, saying, "Why do you need to summon me when there's no need for these tricks?" Tonkyu covered his face with his hand, trembling and saying to fight. Tonkyu tremblingly points at Chungi and says to defeat him. The monster Lang Vmvn Tu is a level 24 legendary talent. Lang Vmvn Tu is a legendary innate demon beast that controls fire, extremely rare in number. Encountering it is a matter of luck or misfortune. This Lang Vmvn Tu growled at Chungi, who calmly thought about the legendary summoning level Lang Vmvn Tu. Lang Vmvn Tu looked at Tonkyu and said, "If you think you can face death, then come." Tonkyu nervously waved his hands, saying, "Wait a moment, I'm not that," as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Tonkyo, covering his face with his hand, implies this. Lang Vmvn Tu launched Vuong Thiet Tam, who asked in surprise, "Why is it a summoning level artifact?" Lin Hai wields her staff to cast the spell. The Trung Thuy Thuan is surrounded by a sea of blue light, and Lang Vmvn Tu dodges. Tong Halan flicked her hand and muttered a spell, loudly declaring that the earth is the foundation, and the land's energy is the origin. The 4 directions earth spirits obey her command, causing a large rock to rise. She secretly thought that the Trung Thuy Thuan is an A+ defensive skill, and it has been upgraded to level 8 by Tu He. In the previous one-on-one match, it defended against the continuous attacks of the assassin from Thonkin University, but now even a single strike from Lang Vmvn Tu cannot be blocked. Lang Vmvn Tu used a punch and a kick to shatter the rock. Vuong Thiet Tam rushes ahead of Song Halan, casting a spell that creates a red barrier. Lang Vmvn Tu leaps up, clenching both fists and smashing down on the shield. Tong Halan turned back and said, "Luckily, Nghi's enhancement made the skill's effect more than twice as powerful. Otherwise, Lang Vmvn Tu would have broken through my defenses. Oh, the legendary demon beasts are too powerful. Second brother, what should we do now?" Chungi raised his hand high and performed a sacred light spell, summoning a seal as Longvin Vn Tu fiercely clawed towards Chungi. Chungi looked at everyone and said, "Leave the match to me. You all get off the arena." Tong Halan Lin Hai and Wang Tieten asked together, "What?" Vuong Thiet Tam, what are you joking about? Second brother, these are not students from the Demon City University. These are legendary level magical beasts. You think I don't know how to judge this situation? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame Lizard Lord, but once we fight, I won't be able to care about everyone else. Kwong So Nien looked at him with worried eyes. Brother Chungi, you don't need to worry, Lin Hai said. Even though my abilities are small, I hope I can contribute a little. Tong Halan widened her eyes and said, Big brother Ungi, we are a team. Lang Vmvn Tu punched hard. Chungi explained that fighting the legendary monster could be deadly, even if the priest would save everyone. After saving 30% of the losses and entering a 3-month period of weakness, during which real combat training is impossible, have you ever calculated these losses? Chungi gently stroked Kuang Son Hien's head and said, I know you're afraid I can't handle it alone, but it's actually your presence that distracts me. Besides, the gentle look in Chuanghe's eyes at Kwang So-Nhien is just because it's a level of a legendary monster. The crowd below the arena was stunned as a girl spoke, causing a world-shaking upheaval. A scene from 7 years ago seemed to replay itself once more. Summoner Tan Kyu, the replacement contestant from Maedo City University, summoned a legendary tier demon beast to encourage Chunggi to succeed in turning the tide. Which house will ultimately produce the team champion? The red-haired person sneers mischievously, "Ha! A legendary level beast is amazing, Chunggi is doomed." The talent level of equipment for monsters is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and legendary levels with similar tiers. Talent and strength vary. For example, a charge skill used by a copper-level monster might only have effects comparable to a human level E or below, but in the hands of a legendary level monster, its power is at least level A, even reaching level S. Even more terrifying, legendary monsters possess various negative resistances, making them extremely resilient and hard to kill. Goplin Wang in the Deep Abyss dungeon of Tuhang University is only at the level of a cursed beast. During the team match at the exchange tournament, a legendary level monster appeared. It's really unbelievable. Chunggi's undefeated legend is about to end. Surprised, he said, "What's going on? Why did they give up their rights?" Tonghalan Linhe and Vuong Thiet Tam both appeared with a ring of symbols beneath their feet, and when they relinquished their rights, they couldn't be harmed on the field. Chunggi turned to look at Kwang So-Nhien behind him, and she understood immediately. Kwang So-Nhien then said, "I give up too." Rectangular fragments appeared around Kwang So-Nhien. Chunggi still stood there, holding her up with his hand, and turned to look at her, saying, "Come on, Chunggi." Lang Vm Vientieu punches the barrier hard. Chunggi jumps away to dodge it, then roars as a red glow surrounds both of his hands. The ground begins to crack and break apart, rocks flying everywhere, smoke billowing thick, 2 drops of blood fall down. Ling Vm Vientieu looks pitifully at her severed tail and says, "I am hurt." Chuanghe, now transformed and holding a giant hammer, stands above with a golden glow surrounding him, saying, "Since she's already left the arena, I have nothing to worry about anymore. Now let me see how powerful your legendary level demon beast really is." Dam Vi exclaimed in surprise, "Am I still dreaming?" Tonkyu then said, "Chunangi was able to injure a legendary level beast with a single strike." Lang Vm Vien Tiu looked at Chungi and said, "I can sense the high-level bloodline aura on you. But in my memory, my mother once warned me that a few high bloodline races must never be provoked. I now feel for the first time the high bloodline aura from this human. If he weren't too weak, I would run away immediately, even if it meant risking a backlash from the summoning magic. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who managed to fuse with the high-spirited bloodline." Lang Vm Vientieu clenched his fist, a ring of energy surrounding him, saying, "I have touched the essence of humans. Next, I will unleash all my power." It soared up, its hand summoning a green energy, red eyes glaring as 2 fingers touched. A weapon with one spiked end and the other connected by a chain appeared in its palm. Ling Vm Vien Tu grasped the circular weapon. Chungi calmly said, "Come here." Chungi raised his hand, and a golden chain shot out with holy light. Lang Vm Vien Tu raised its hand to cast a spell, throwing its weapon to collide with the chain. Chungi immediately cast a spell. A powerful blue energy source appeared. Long Vm Vien Tu was knocked back, clutching the weapon in his hand as he stabbed the ground, creating a line beneath him, his red eyes looking up. Chungi looked at it in surprise, unharmed. Old Master Chu anxiously said quickly, "Stop the fight. We can't let our family's hope be lost here." Tuhang quickly turned and ran, saying, "I will go find Ngomang now." Old Chu turned back and shouted, "Risking offending Tuhang University, we must pause the match to protect Chunangi." Director Trin worriedly said, "Master Neo, give up. If Chungi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general." Another person agreed. "That's right. Chungi will definitely grow into a leader who commands a region. If dying for the match would hinder our progress, it would be a terrible mistake." Chuhang hurriedly ran in and said, "Teacher, no, please give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate Tuhang University 100 times over." The person next to Ngomang said, "We absolutely cannot let this trivial matter delay Chunangi." Teacher Ngo quickly announced it. Ngomang twitched his ear and asked, "Do you think I am what?" Ngomang remembered the past headmaster, but what is Chungi's true strength? The dean of Tuhang University, with his hands behind his back, said, "Rest assured, as long as it's not a legendary level 26 or higher demon beast, Chungi can handle it." Ngomang looked at the screen and thought that beyond level 20, whether human or monster, the gap in strength between levels is enormous. Under the same talent conditions, a level 26 monster is equivalent to a level 24 monster, just reaching level 24 and still 2 levels short of level 26. He basically said that Chungi's victory was impossible. Tuhang nervously asked, "Aren't you afraid of Chungi?" Lang Vmvntu raised his weapon high, his red eyes glaring as he struck down Chungi with a divine lightning attack. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Lang Vmvntu was struck by the lightning, howling in pain. "I think this divine power makes my limbs go numb." Chungi added another strike. Light punishment. It roared in pain fiercely, blocking with a strike, and shouted at the human, "Let me see what you're capable of, come on." Chungi silently thought from above that the radiant punishment is now an A-level skill at level 14, enhanced with the divine angel light element, S plus talent. After transforming into the body of the 4-Dui angel, its power doubles, and the force of the radiant punishment he summoned can easily kill and clear the level in the abyssal dungeon, but the impact on him only causes temporary harm. Then he immediately recovers as if untouched. Chuninghin hin lang vmvntu kongchutkam suk ninghirang ka nang hoi fukdang so that. It suddenly lunged forward and stood right in front of Chungi. Golden energy streaked past its eyes, chains wrapped around it. It angrily looked up and shouted loudly, a joke that annoyed others. Chungi silently thought to himself that he had also fought against a legendary level demon and defeated it, but the opponent was severely limited by light attribute suppression and couldn't fully unleash their true potential. I need to study more so that next time I face a legendary level opponent, I can win against Lang Vmvntu. His attack speed and movement have already become faster, indicating that his resistance to light elemental magic attacks is increasing, and his adaptability is truly strong. No wonder our Dark Age has seen so many human sacrifices. Monsters are indeed much stronger than humans. With relentless attacks, Chungi raised both hands and recited blessings from the gods, granting protection, blessings upon the enlightened, and courage. Zhang He secretly thought that strengthening the opening skill should be done before the angel's body transforms, and only after using the angel's body and then the enhancement skill would be the true peak state. Lang Vmvnto jumps high, the wet ground and flying stones everywhere. Lai Ham exclaims in shock. Chungi is actually even stronger than the person standing next to him. Luckily, he didn't directly attack Xiao Qiao, because if the summoning lion died, the summoned creature would also vanish. So Tuang Puang asked, "Can he forget about this?" The lion roared, and Tuang Puang immediately shouted not to be careless, to protect Xiaoqiu Li Ham well. All three of them are completely carefree. At this moment, Chungi appears with his body covered in golden energy, wielding divine lightning in his hands. And Ngo Kang also seemed to unleash his power, with flames and armor bursting around him. Then he merged his two weapons into one, instantly transforming into a towering Rui scepter. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger than him appeared, descending, shattering everything around them with their combined power. Then the hand hitting the ground with great force immediately left a deep scar and erupted in an explosion. Everything around was shattered, and everyone fled in fear and chaos to escape. At this moment, the third-tier mage of the HVM Alliance stepped forward, opening her book to cast a spell. Then, the droplets of water gathered in a circle as she shouted, "Water shield!" And a few seconds later, the water formed a ring with raging currents, finally becoming a shield to protect against the blazing force. Seeing that, the black-haired person sighed in relief. "Oh, phew." Saved at last, the pink-haired girl cheered and clapped, knowing that this time the third-turn mage of the HVM Alliance could rest assured. And the guy in the t-shirt next to him also said, "You scared me to death." Just now, I was thinking whether dying in the gym would help us come back to life or not. At this moment, with the serious expression of the third transition mage of the HVM Alliance, she pondered while using her hand to flip through the pages of a spellbook, guessing that a fierce battle would happen today, and the HVM Alliance had already upgraded their shield to level 7 before the fight even started. The level 7 shield is enough to block the full-force assault of a top-tier second transformation mage, but then she stops, holding her spellbook and lost in thought. A technique of Chungi's that devastates everything in a full-scale assault, something that has never happened in 100 years. It seems our middle and lower countries have gained another top genius. The honor of the middle and lower countries, the honor of humanity. At this moment, a foot stopped, and the four of them stood silently with shocked expressions as they saw the fierce lightning. Soon after, Lam Vien Viem Tu appeared with a fierce face full of murderous intent. It grits its teeth and breathes fire and smoke, pondering, damn it, relying only on the power of light and ice elements, swimming in their own blood, constantly destroying their healing power. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then it angrily slammed both hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and exclaimed, "Could the great evil sun really be killed here?" Immediately, Chungi punched it square in the face. His body was smaller than Lam Vien Viem Tiu's, but his punch was so powerful that it made it fall backward. Then it roared. In the next instant, he kicked towards it and said in a deep voice, "Die!" Chungi delivered a powerful kick that knocked it off balance and sent it tumbling backward. Suddenly, a bright yellow light descended, shards of stone and dirt flying everywhere, and then a fierce roar of a bird and a lion appeared, followed by a voice that made Tang Fuang and Tan Qiu panic and sweat. Is it surrender or continue? Then Tan Qiu closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, "We too." Her voice echoed through the stands, conceding defeat. At this moment, Dean Tu let out a relieved sigh, and old Chu was smiling contentedly. Moments later, the observation camera announced the winner of this team match as Tuhang University. Let's congratulate Tuhang University on winning the championship. Let's cheer for Chungi. Without his turnaround, we wouldn't have seen such an extraordinary battle. Everyone was cheering and shouting with joy. Chungi Nhi Than. He continued, M University and Xiaodong, all 45 matches have concluded. Now I declare the final rankings of this team competition. First place in September, 0 wins, Tuhang University. Second place, 8 wins and 1 loss, Mado University in third. Winning 1, losing 2, Beijing University. All the spectators cheer excitedly. Tuhang University. Chungi Nhi Than. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented, "It's hard to imagine that Chungi is only 18 years old and already so powerful in combat. In the future, he will surely be a top star in Zhongshan Nation." Then he reverted to his original form, exhausted and covered in sweat from the recent match, when suddenly a white-haired voice exclaimed, "Chungi is Kuang So Nihian." She runs over to ask how he's doing. "How does it feel now to use the angel body?" Immediately, the person with orange hair quickly pulls the cameraman back to this scene. "Hurry up, focus the camera on the couple. My viewership depends on them." The live stream shows 50,000 viewers. He gently pats her head and softly says, "Sorry for making you worry." Although he's still a bit weak, his leveling up has made the viewers excited and comment. They truly are a couple. I definitely can't be mistaken. Someone is begging in the comments, "Please stop posting couple content. I'm already heartbroken enough Nikki then belongs to everyone. Others can admire him too. The fairy is so beautiful." Suddenly, a hand covers the screen and a soft cough is heard. Then a series of comments appeared one after another. Who is still blocking the screen? Just happened to see the highlight. Can the streamer pull it off or not? Streamer, deal with this person. I will give you a big missile. That is Neo Mang. His hand squeezed the button so hard that the camera shattered, but his smile remained bright. He said that after the match, private live streams would not be allowed. Don't you understand this rule? Let me teach you. Immediately, their faces turned pale and blood did not flow. Then he turned to Chungi and said, "Go back to the villa first. I will explain the last event of the survival match to everyone." The survival match. A moment later, a voice echoed from the villa. The survival game is the final event of the team competition. All contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter a free-for-all dungeon to search. Ngo Meng, standing with his hands behind his back, said seriously to everyone, "The survival match's instance is an open and genuine type. So in the survival game, everyone will encounter many unexpected situations. Even someone with great strength can have bad luck and be eliminated right at the start." He simulated a person gaining 100 points after defeating many monsters. The rules of the match are simple. Defeating monsters of different levels will earn you points. The first person to surrender will have 500 points deducted, while the opponent gains 500 points. He continued, contestants from other schools will earn half of their opponent's points. After 3 days, the school with the most points will be declared the winner. Next, he talked about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only search in a specific area. As the match progresses, the searchable area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the designated search area within the time limit or they will be automatically disqualified. Also, remember that the entry point to the Secret Realm is random. Once you encounter the void zone at the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Ngomang's eyes flickered with sadness before speaking. The void area stretched with countless tiers of space that could kill a third-tier professional instantly. And then everyone spoke in unison. Understood? A while later, on a night, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person walking in is Dean To. He arrives at a base, then the automatic door opens and the atmosphere inside turns heavy, a silence so deep you can hear others breathing. At this moment, a voice said, "Dean To, you finally arrived." As he approached the table, he asked, Besides all the instructors leading the Tuhang University team, what are your plans? Director Trin calmly replied, unless there is an unforeseen incident, the top spot in the survival competition will go to Tuhang University. He paused briefly before continuing. Are you willing or not? Let's switch to another scene. At this moment, a girl with blue hair is casting magic, with a camera broadcasting live above, and the MC's voice announcing. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament, the survival game, is about to begin, so this match will last for 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, instead of arranging a spectator area, we will broadcast the event live on the app without interruption. Please let me introduce the secret dungeon of this survival match. Then a sturdy-looking stone object covered in smoke gradually appears, and an encouraging voice rises. It is not an ordinary dungeon. According to reliable sources, this is a relic of a beast tribe battlefield called the Instant Gate, which gradually appears. He continued, the 10,000 Beasts Wilderness. Seeing the gate, all players were filled with excitement and anticipation, and a voice rang out. This Beast Clan battle took place in a time and month that don't need to be checked, but we can be sure it was full of the unknown and danger. In the wilderness, fierce level monsters hide, with sharp claws and fangs always ready to challenge anyone daring to enter. He continued, every inch of land and every piece of magma could hide forgotten divine weapons or bury treasures of heaven and earth. Only those who are wise and brave enough can uncover its secrets. Someone happily asked, if I get the divine weapon and the treasures of heaven and earth, does that mean I will succeed? The black-haired guy immediately frowned and thought to himself, which school is so naive? This dungeon can be freely explored, so it must have already been completely searched by the military. How could any treasures still remain? Participants, take your weapons, trust in yourselves, face the challenge bravely, we will be waiting for your legend. That is Chungi and Wei He, standing with their backs to each other. Chungi is deep in thought. Even if their bodies are in contact, they cannot teleport together. It seems finding them will also take some time. Lost in thought, he immediately turned around at the sound of Wei Huo Lian walking away. He immediately used his power to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, Tian Lixing was gone from sight. He casually said, you idiot, you have no points right now, so how could I possibly attack you? Then he created a hammer with a fierce look on his face and said, Rabbit, of course you have to fatten it up before killing it. At this moment, elsewhere in the forest, a green light is shining. It's Halan. She is closing her eyes, silently focusing and observing. Suddenly, a red figure was moving in the trees. She remained in her stance and then judged the position of the other person. The north is 1,000 meters away. The south cannot be determined. At this moment, Halan opens one eye, pulls back her bow, aims, and considers that if it is Chungi. Then the arrow shot forward swiftly. The other person, seeing the arrow heading toward them, immediately guessed it was a spirit arrow. The very next second, Wei He quickly dodged. Then he said, Halan is one of us. His sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, and the arrow immediately stopped. At this moment, Halan said, Luckily, you spoke up in time. That's right. Why did you run so quickly? Hearing her say that, he gently nudged her face with his hand and hesitantly replied, Oh, did you meet someone from Tuhang University? Then he thought to himself that he couldn't just say to relax and directly use the shielding skill, so they moved together. She said as she walked, No, the plant empathy skill can only help me search within 10 miles around, especially in areas covered with vegetation. You are the only one who entered my line of sight for the search. He understood and replied, Oh, based on that promise, we will set out together. It seems like a good idea, she responded. Elsewhere, the black-haired man was watching the match on his tablet, looking puzzled and muttering strangely. A university in the city, a university in Qingjing. Why would they choose to team up? Hearing that, he, wearing glasses and lying on the bed, read his book and replied slowly, The levels of other players are not very different. Everyone avoids each other, so they don't attack. Moreover, with the dangerous dungeon instance, forming new alliances early on is the smart move, and the survival game gets more exciting as it progresses. This is only the first day. By Saturday, the machines the players carry will reveal the locations of others. Killing fellow players is what really gets the adrenaline going. Listening to those words, he nodded. So that's how it is. At this moment, during the battle, a swarm of monsters from different species rushes forward aggressively. Chungi uses his power to drop 2 fingers and speaks aloud. In just a moment, he defeated them all, then he kept earning points, accumulating 100 points. A moment later, elsewhere, the green monsters rush in, fiercely shouting, Wild kid here dares to invade my territory! Kill him, kill him! Immediately after, Chungi's right arm glows with blue energy as he speaks. In just a moment, the monsters froze in place and couldn't move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away, and the ice shattered instantly. Keep going, he destroys the giant spiders, earning 500 points, then gains an additional 50 points in succession. Chungi then swings his hammer back and easily takes down a spider. The system announced a bonus of 1,200 points, and after a moment, he had defeated all the monsters. Chuningai smiled contentedly and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself that he had taken down a tough opponent and now wanted to see how many points he had accumulated. He examined the information, considering that a lone mechanist could march alone, use reconnaissance robots to avoid high-level beasts, hunt low-level monsters, and split into multiple routes to hunt and kill simultaneously. No wonder Director Neo said that the survival match is a stage for mechs and summoners to shine. The system shows that first place is Chungi with 15,792,092 points, and second is Vuong Hien with 5,547 points. Third place, Lai Mong Trak with 25,47 points. Then Chungi pointed at the information, silently thinking that the rankings of Xiao Nian, Halan, Thiet Tam, and Lin He were all within his expectations. The displayed information shows 9th place Kuang Son Hien with 2049 points. Rank 10, Wang Kexin, 2017 points. Rank 11, Hala, 2002 points. Tran An suddenly paused in surprise, Chungi's eyes narrowing in disbelief. Although Dam Wei and Zhang Tieshi are not as high in rank or combat ability as Tiet Tam, they are considered average among the students participating in the match. Why are their accumulated points rankings so low? The leaderboard shows 72nd place for Dam Wei with 540 points and 81st place for Zhang Jie with 470 points. At this moment, his hand suddenly froze, and Chungi's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Has Dam Wei been eliminated? The leaderboard has been updated. Rank 72, Dam Wei has 540 points, eliminated rank 81, Zhang Jie with 470 points. Then he pondered that there are only 3 possibilities for elimination: the secret realm, monsters, or other contestants. It's not yet time for the round to end, so it's unlikely that he was eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching the special area. Chuningi then recalls her resolute appearance while fighting a giant, ferocious snake and ponders. Although Dam Wei is a substitute player, it doesn't mean his strength is weak. Among the contestants in the match, Dam Wei can definitely be considered above average. He works carefully and won't take unnecessary risks. If he encounters a stronger opponent than the monster, he definitely has the ability to escape, but suddenly he has a bad feeling. Could it be that other players are teaming up? Then Chungi thought of those collaborating with malicious smiles, realizing that in the secret realm, threats come not only from monsters and individual players, but also from weaker teams that cooperate, seize opportunities to act, and look for chances to eliminate members of other teams, as they can enter the random teleportation spots within the realm. At the start, each team member is isolated, making cooperation impossible. Therefore, this kind of situation probably occurs later on. The host then announced, "Please note, the boundary of the secret realm will soon shrink. Please arrive at the safe zone within 3 hours, or it will be considered a failed challenge." Hearing this, he was surprised by the news. After a while, somewhere else in the secret realm, something was moving through the mountain crevice at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "Luck really is not on my side. That is Chungi." He hurriedly ran somewhere, thinking to himself that for the first time he had to shrink his range to an extraordinary extent, and only by running with all his might could he reach the safe zone within the allotted time. Dam Wei's matter must be set aside for now. Then a blue light appeared on the mountain peak before he changed direction. Chungi used his running skill to reach the top of the mountain and catch a breath of Lin Hai. At this moment, Duong Lin He is using magic to attack the girl with orange hair and water arrow, when suddenly Ngo Kong appears with his weapon and unexpectedly strikes her. Duong Lin Hai hurriedly turned back. He launched a powerful strike and said, "Annoying like a woman in heat." She quickly created a shield to block the attack. The very next second, she counterattacked with a stone spear, and then a giant spiked sphere appeared above his head. The giant sphere crashes down, crushing Ngo Kong, who stares wide-eyed with his mouth agape. Duong Lin Hai frowns in annoyance and says, "Ugh, this is really troublesome. Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to underestimate any opponent? And besides, do you think my memory isn't good enough?" At this moment, Lok Thang suddenly jumps up, as if launching a surprise attack on her. Duong Lin Hai assumes an attacking stance and says, "Are you going to forget that there are 2 of you?" Then she forcefully slammed her staff into the ground. Just as she was about to strike, suddenly large and small stones flew toward Thach Lin Fok. Then Lok Thang was covered in a ball of rocks, and Ngo Kong was crushed. Both of them were immobilized and unable to fight back. At this moment, Dong Lin Hai took a deep breath and said, "Are you surrendering voluntarily, or do you want me to hurt you badly and eliminate you?" Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly. Duang hu kongkomot nungguai adang trono do sao. I can't believe there is such a talented elemental mage at Tuhang University. It seems that Miss Duang has always been hidden by her teammates' concealment of her talents. What a pity. Just as he finished speaking, the pack of hounds beside him immediately charged toward her, and she responded loudly and boastfully. She used water arrow technique to take down the pack of hounds. At that moment, suddenly, a hunting dog appeared behind Duang Lin Hai, and so it bit straight into her hand. Li Jian saw this and excitedly shouted, "A good opportunity, bite off her arm." He thought to himself that without a magic staff, the speed and power of casting spells would be greatly reduced. She was already at a disadvantage and could not be his opponent. Without a hint of fear, Duang Lin Hai smiled cunningly and said, "You have to seize the opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her. This caused Lai Qian Huang Han to shout loudly, "How can she do it without a magic staff?" Then a huge explosion occurred, and the shockwave from the blast knocked Lai Qian away. Even his 2 hunting dogs were destroyed. After the explosion, the system displayed a notification that the Thong University contestant, Lai Qian, was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. This announcement states that the contestant Lai Qian has been disqualified. Contestant Duang Lin Hai has earned 1,050 accumulation points. At the same time, Dong Lingzi was struggling on the ground, coughing up blood. "It's over. My magic power has been depleted." Someone from the mob saw this and took the opportunity to attack her. Gokang threw a sharp knife at her decisively when suddenly a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene surprises him and he thinks to himself, "What? The one who blocks his dagger is none other than Chungi." He raises his leg and angrily yells, "You're dead!" One kick from him causes a big explosion. At this moment, Lin Hai tried to speak, calling out, "Chu." She used her last strength to say the last 2 words before passing out. Ngi ka. Then, the match review system announced that Ngokong from Nakai University was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating in the match. Ngokong was disqualified. While tending to Duang Linhe's injuries, Chunyi suddenly glanced at someone. It turns out that when looking at the name Lok Thang, who was planning a sneak attack, his murderous gaze startled him. And then the system announced that Lok Thang from Trio Duang University forfeited, while Duang Linhe gained 1860 points. After those 3 notifications, Chunyi believed that these 3 guys clearly weren't from the same school, participating in the Lin Hai elimination match. This wasn't just a coincidence of cooperation. It was something more deliberate. Soon after, he helped Dong Lin Hai to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification that she was ranked 69th in the chapter, with 680 points, and was eliminated. Even Duang Lin Hai received a notification that her rank 69 armor chapter with 680 points was eliminated, which made her furious and exclaim, "Jiangzhi must have also been surrounded and attacked by these shameless and unscrupulous people." Then she turned to ask Chungi about it. "Second brother, this whole thing has been very strange from the start. The location to enter the secret realm was completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day, pinpoint our people precisely, and launch an encirclement attack? I think they must have used some special method to check others' positions." This made her shout in anger. "That's cheating. How could they dare to do such a thing in a national competition?" However, he added that if this is a special skill possessed by any member, then it's hard to determine whether it's cheating according to the rules. But if they use methods unseen by others, his eyes full of murderous intent declared, "I will make them utterly ruined." Suddenly, Dong Lingxi said sadly, "I think they are still scattered everywhere and very likely have been ambushed." "I'm scared." Chungi listened and gently comforted her. "It seems they have already conspired together. They must have weakened my strength 6 days ago, which is you guys, and then on the final day, targeting me, their treacherous trap was an unavoidable attack. Moreover, he confidently asserted that in the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks would be useless. Today, everything they do, I will make them pay back double in 6 days." His arrogance made her blush, her face full of embarrassment, and she secretly called out in her heart, "Second brother." After stabilizing her, he quickly left with his sword, but also reminded her not to get angry since her wound still hadn't fully healed. "Drink some demonic potion, and stay here to rest for tonight. I will go clean up the monsters around." In a few days, the reconnaissance aircraft will announce November 20th, 2064, the final day of the survival tournament and the nationwide college and university exchange event. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final slaughter to determine the last rankings of the survival game. The position of each contestant will be displayed on their AI bracelet. Let's wait together to witness the rise of the strong. The audience begins to buzz about the final day of the tournament. The final day of the survival battle is truly something to look forward to. Tuhang University has fought for 6 days, and only Chung-hee, Duong-lin-hee, and Huang-son-hien remain. Isn't that right? There are 9 leaders in total, with 71 people, giving a clear numerical advantage. I wonder if Chung-hee can withstand the joint assault of the 9 factions. At this moment, the reconnaissance plane reports the location inside the mysterious realm in the vast desert where a group is waiting for someone. Someone said that Chung-hee and Duong-lin-hee are still heading toward our location. Wei-he looked at the map and quickly gave the order. Huvuchjua Huang-son-hien nam, o Huang-tai-bak. Her strength isn't bad, but she's not at the level of a demon like Chung-hee. Moreover, more than 10 people are still nearby her. Halan, bring 5 others to join those there. We must eliminate Huang-son-hien. There are 47 of us fighting together against Chung-hee. Halan responded without hesitation. After giving the orders, Wei-he loudly encouraged the other players to estimate, based on Chung-hee's speed of advance, that he would probably arrive here in about an hour. This battle is related to the final ranking in our friendly match. Everyone must regain 100% spirit and make thorough preparations. In another place, a swift and sharp slash cut through the air. Huang-son-hien easily repelled the other contestants. No matter who charges at her, she will give them a good beating. Halan was also there at that moment and spoke up. Xiaonian, we haven't had a serious fight in a long time. She drew her bow towards Huang-son-hien and said, "This time I'll admit I bullied the weak with my strength. After the match, we'll settle the score fairly." Her words made her sneer and reply, "Why wait until later when we can do it now?" Her power began to surge and she arrogantly declared, "In the past, Chung-hee was always trying hard just to make you think I was easy to bully. Today, I will make you all open your eyes." Halan was amazed to see her transformation and realized it was another complete body change by Mami. She couldn't believe it herself. She never expected Xiaonian to master the bloodline of the demon so skillfully. Even with 24 people, this battle would require all their strength. So she quickly shot support arrows to assist the other competitors in attacking Huang-son-hien and shouted orders to advance. In the desert, 2 monsters were fighting fiercely, but suddenly a great source of power appeared from nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Wei-he and Wang Xian patiently waited, when suddenly a tremor appeared, dust and sand flying everywhere, making Wei-he realize who was coming and calling out to Chung-hee. Just as he finished saying the 2 words, an enormous figure stepped forward from somewhere. There are 2 people on top of this giant, Chung-hee and Duong-lin-hee. As soon as he saw him, Ngui-hop said smugly, "Chung-hee, maybe you feel very honored. He said that to deal with you, we have gathered the top 47 college and university players here." His words made him sneer and ask sarcastically, "There are 47 players, and he openly insults them, calling them just a bunch of rabble." His insult has touched their pride, and they angrily retort, "Arrogant. Way too arrogant." But Chung-hee was not afraid at all. Instead, he arrogantly asked them, "What's wrong? Am I not telling the truth? Are there any of you who are not my defeated subordinates?" Then he pointed at them and challenged, using his numerical advantage to eliminate more than half of my Tuhang University players, and now you are teaming up to deal with me. If you don't have the advantage of numbers, I doubt you even have the courage to stand before me. Come on, you're weak, and even if you join forces, it will be useless. His condescending words made them furious, but he remained calm and declared, "I will let you see that even a swarm of ants cannot bite a dragon." Without hesitation, the battle begins with Wang Xian taking the lead. HX Tai Quiet pretends, followed by 2 of his friends, arrogantly obeying my summoning with the blazing sword technique. Followed by others, they all climbed up. Chung-hee just jumped down from the giant's shoulder and shouted to Duong-lin-hee, "Wait for me there." At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of courage-blessing notifications, and a moment later, he landed heavily on the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand, as the skill system panel appeared. Zhu took a defensive stance. One of his moves easily took down countless other players, with each strike causing a group of players to fall. His skill made even a seasoned player marvel. He's really fast, but a fellow player thinks he's just a rookie. How could a rookie possibly fight back against 47 people? At this moment, in front of Chung-hee are the summoned monsters, and he charges at them without hesitation. A monster reaches out with its hand towards him. Their fists collide, and then his power shatters the monster. The defending angel in the defensive stance continued to launch attacks, with radiant shields, protective barriers, and magical defenses. The defensive layers are opening up. Chung-hee's power has shattered one barrier, not all of them. You think you can hold out now? Then he pointed at them with a triumphant smile and said, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky. This hand appearing suddenly made Wang Hien turn pale with fear. The other players were no exception. They froze in terror but quickly reacted and shouted to each other, "Run away! Get out of here! Quick! You'll die!" Unlike everyone else running away, Wang Jian stayed put, ready to face the challenge. Wei He shouted, "What are you doing, Wang Jian?" Even if the system keeps sending red alerts indicating extreme danger, Wang Hien resolutely said, "I want to try even if the success rate is almost zero." You said this is the strategy I came up with during the rematch, with the iron plates assembled together based on your analysis. That was the battle where I fought you. I have watched countless times the strength and the impact range of the divine hand. You just tried to piece the iron plates together and mentioned that the divine hand looks very solid, but is actually dispersed. If all the machinery could be gathered into a distributed force-resistant defense, it might be able to withstand a fatal strike. Just as Wang Xian finishes assembling the iron shield, Chungi's divine hand is about to reach it. Without a hint of fear, Wang Xian shouts, "Come on!" The divine hand collided with the protective shield and easily crushed it, shattering the ground and filling the sky with dust and smoke. Chungi, standing like a god above, loudly demands, "Your lives are in my hands, surrender or die." Ngui Hop still refuses to give up. He shouted your name loudly and launched an attack, Chungi. His attack rushes toward him with a deafening roar. After delivering that strike, Wei He gasps heavily, exhausted, and silently thinks that as long as Chungi can withstand this blow, he doesn't need to worry about what's behind. Immediately afterward, the other contestants also charged forward one after another, using their signature moves with the clear silver sword drawn, watching them gang up on Chungi. Wei Hop secretly felt confident that our side was ready. Even if we couldn't defeat Chungi in one strike, we could still seriously injure him. Seeing them all attacking together, Chungi sighed and said, "I finally give up." One hand blocking the attack while loudly saying, "It's too merciful for you guys." Without hesitation, he attacked each member of the Guangzhou Changzhou team. After being defeated, Wang Xian felt regretful, thinking he had become stronger than before, originally expecting a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing. If I had known earlier, there would have been no need to unite with the 9 universities and colleges. You look at the system chart and wonder if you should surrender, then sadly think that this time you will become the laughingstock of the whole country. Ngomang chuckled proudly, gazing at the battle projection screen and marveling. The 9-school alliance, Director Trin must have exerted great effort to counter Tuhang University. Director Trin pretended not to understand and asked, "Director Ngo, what you just said I don't quite get." Ngomang, annoyed by this attitude, said, "There's no one else here, so stop pretending," then listed the names of those involved in the joint attack. Wei He of Mo, Hala of Sacred Scripture, La Jian of Than Thuong, Go Kang of Na Ki, and La Thang of Trio Duong. If it weren't for fools, everyone could see what you are up to. Moreover, he asked a question that was more of a statement than a challenge. A normal university wouldn't have the guts to stand firm in the second place. Mado University doesn't need to get involved in this muddy water unless it's Tsinghua University, the organizer of this event. Who else could have the strength to unite 9 colleges and universities? At this moment, Dean Tran was worried, thinking that Tsinghua University's dominance in this competition was so badly challenged that the only way to save face was to resort to this desperate measure. Going back to the day they gathered to find a way to deal with Chungi, he loudly questioned, "Dean To, if Tuhang University wins first place in the 3 major categories of the competition, where will the reputation of Caodong University stand?" Dean Tran, don't use these words as an excuse. My Mado University was always 3rd place in previous years, and just achieving 2nd this year already makes me satisfied. I have no time to compete for first place. Hearing that, Dean Trin immediately offered favorable terms to attract cooperation. As long as you agree to join, my Beijing University is willing to contribute some S-level resources to the schools, which is of course a sign of sincere cooperation this time. Taking this opportunity, Director, to immediately demanded 2 points, less is out of the question. At this point, Director Trin was forced to agree, and finally agreed. Next, he explained the plan to the attending dean so that your people won't recruit players from other schools. If cooperation is possible, try to cooperate. Ideally, try to exclude all Tuhang University players except Chungi at least 6 days in advance. If you encounter Chungi, run away immediately and wait for everyone to gather before dealing with him together. Back in reality, Ngomang asked the dejected directors if they would participate in this plan. Why are all of you normally well-known figures suddenly so silent? Then he turned to call Director Feng Huo. Seeing him call, he hurriedly responded, "Huh? The elder sternly said that Director Phoenix Hack is morally upright and virtuous, always acting with integrity, so participating in this shady affair would not tarnish his reputation. Director Ngo, why do you say that? Cooperation in this competition is fundamentally a reasonable strategy. We haven't broken any rules at all. Does he really think a few tricks can stop Chungi from winning the championship? It's truly ridiculous. You confidently claim Chungi's strength, but anyone with eyes can see he's not someone you can handle with tricks like yours. A true powerhouse never fears a challenge. No matter who targets them, Tuhang University can always claim the top spot. Meanwhile, a contestant pressed the teleport button, but the system issued a red alert saying teleportation was impossible. Please wait patiently, causing Wang Hian to shout in panic. What? At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Chunhi were all groaning. It hurts so much, I give up, let me go back, I need Mistress Lu, why can't I teleport? It seems that Wang Xian has sensed that something is wrong. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void, and a giant eye emerged behind Chungi. At the same time, the deans watching through the screen saw this, and Wuma wondered in confusion, why did it appear inside the secret realm? The dean quickly ordered to forcibly teleport all the students back, but something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate officer anxiously reported that the space-time was unstable, and he couldn't open the teleportation magic, causing the directors to panic and panic. The students trapped in the secret realm are the most outstanding warriors of my Ha Nation's future. If they perish here, it would be a huge blow to the country. This is a nationwide live broadcast. If other countries see this, the reputation of my country will surely be damaged. Yes, no matter what it takes, we must save all the students. Even Ngo Meng is just as worried and wondering if Chungi can return safely. Suddenly, the screen flickered and lost signal, causing the directors to be startled and alarmed. What's going on? They're arguing loudly in the midst of the chaos, right at a critical moment. What are you doing? Did you see that strange monster appear behind Chungi just now? I didn't see it. Hearing your warning, he immediately reacted and turned around to look at the void monster, which swiftly passed right by him. So he quickly summoned his weapon and struck it hard, but it suddenly disappeared, leaving him confused. He thought to himself that it was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Wang Hian's robot had already landed on the ground. You are safe on the ground, and immediately Chungi asked, What do you know? The moment he appeared in front of you, you immediately named that monster as the Void Beast. Furthermore, you revealed that it has been sealed inside the secret realm for decades without appearing, a creature from the stories of the previous generation of professionals. Born in the infinite void, transcending normal consciousness, freely crossing through time and space at the cracks of spacetime, changing form between reality and illusion, extremely difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is to tear space apart, creating chaos in time and space, and once caught in it, there is absolutely no way out. Just as he was asking how you broke through the seal of the secret realm, suddenly a deafening scream sounded out, and the void beast appeared, causing the contestants to panic and scream. What the hell is that? Run now. So, Chungi prepared to punch it with all his might. His punch was incredibly powerful and aimed straight at it. The void beast, sensing the pressure of this attack, opened its eyes, suddenly appeared in front of Chungi, and then delivered 2 strikes to his legs. This cut left him in pain, grinding his teeth. At that moment, another space door opened, and that portal sucked Chungi inside. He remained calm and prepared to counterattack. His strike directly hit inside the space gate. Just as he was struggling to fight against this gate, the void beast suddenly prepared to attack him from the space portal. Without hesitation, he launched his move and shouted out the holy authority. The attack, with terrifying power, tore through the air like a furious lightning bolt rushing horizontally, and each bright pink arrow was quickly controlled by the void beast in just half a moment. So Nihian quickly embraced Chungi to escape the aftershock of the fierce attack, and under the tremendous pressure they collided with the cold ground and were thrown quite a distance away. Halan, holding her bow tightly, loudly called for everyone to unite and attack the demon puppet. Amidst the thick white fog, So Nian gently propped herself up on Chungi. The young man's face below shows clear exhaustion from the desperate situation he just endured, and with great difficulty he finally manages to ask about the other's condition. Xiaonian, why did you come here? She replied casually, luckily arriving just in time. Then I calmly explained everything. I realized that the others couldn't leave the secret realm, so I guessed there must have been an unexpected incident, which is why I came here. But just then, Chungi suddenly detected a dangerous anomaly. The target of the void beast seemed to have shifted to a new target, but luckily a streak of golden power appeared in time to stop it. As a result, a devastating explosion erupted, causing the earth and rocks to crack apart, and the unfortunate Halan standing nearby was directly caught in it. Son Hien immediately shouted in panic, calling out teammate Ha Lan's name, and Zhang Yingyi seized the opportunity to assign a mission to the other. Xiao Hien, I've been poisoned. I need time to detoxify. Please try to protect the other students. The Void Beast, growing more arrogant and reckless, now faces only Jianzhai himself as it suddenly strikes downward with its sharp claws. So Nian successfully arrived just in time to create a defensive barrier. Step back, the young man could only stammer a few unclear words. Me. But then the giant hand of the monster suddenly swept across again, clearly not intending to let go of its prey. In the midst of the chaos, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, ready to unleash power, dodge, skill, and enchanting sound. He immediately threw his body back, escaping the deadly blow. At the decisive moment, the Void Beast angrily roared and unleashed chaos, unaware of its limits. Truong Sam could only dodge repeatedly as the enemy overwhelmed him in size and strength. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to hold on, knowing that the situation was worsening as a terrifying pressure swept through the space, accompanied by a savage laugh mixed with contempt. Ha ha ha! You're no match for me, a bunch of ants dreaming of challenging the god of time. Chungi is now activating both healing and death-resistant skills on himself. This Void Beast's ability is too bizarre. Just approaching it causes it to open a tear in time and space, preventing others from getting close. If attacked from afar, it will run away once detected. The entire battlefield has now turned into a chaotic scene. A bunch of players have gathered but can't do anything against that ferocious monster. Among the group in danger, Olivia suddenly found herself wrapped in a pink rope that was unexpectedly thrown at her. The one who came to her rescue was none other than So Nian. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she immediately rushed back in the opposite direction. Lin Hai took care of the injured student, and of course she quickly agreed. Olivia suddenly went berserk and shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha, it's over." Lin Hai tried to stabilize the frozen arm of the other person, calming down a bit and saying, "Let me bandage your wound again." Her face suddenly darkened with fear. "It's over. There's no way to save it anymore. We're all going to die here. This shouldn't happen." "This doesn't seem like what the teacher said." Lin Hai angrily clenched Olivia's intact arm. He knew exactly what was going on. While she is now completely panicked to the point that her speech becomes frantic. It's not the same. It can't be the same. How could it not be? That shouldn't be the case. What she presented afterward is what truly made her freeze in place. It seemed as if the whole world suddenly plunged into darkness and gloom, while the fierce battle between the Void Beast and the competitors continued relentlessly on the distant battlefield. Countless flashes of light from various attacks lit up the entire battlefield. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression showed extreme tension, her eyes wide with horror as a swift, ruthless strike from afar cut the innocent victim's body in half without hesitation. She dared not delay any longer and immediately turned her back, hoping to turn the tide of the perilous situation. The battle reached its climax as Sunian was now fully trapped in the creature's mouth, tightly clenched by its sharp teeth. The moment Chungi, Halan, and Lin Hai realize the truth, it is already too late. Before he can regain his composure, it unleashes a relentless barrage of destructive strikes to prevent the enemy's attack. Chunangi rushes recklessly toward the black hole, trying to pull everything in the distance. Xiaonian and Lin Hai behind him quickly call out his name. She is trying to explain the situation. The tracking device from Thuang Academy on use has been set with a tracking trap. Under the special method used by the parasite, it can locate people within thousands of miles, then draw conclusions based on the clues mentioned above. That's why the top students from 9 universities and colleges could quickly regroup, and his sudden turn caught Wang Hin off guard. I immediately explained that I didn't know about this and thought it was just a coincidence. Lin Hai still maintains her general knowledge, except for the guiding locator, which is not a divine beast, but a void beast. That's why she encountered it in the secret realm. He misunderstood and thought we were thieves, so he kept attacking. I'm afraid the damage is already done. Chunungi, while quietly calculating, looked intently at his glowing hand and said, "Lin Hai, help me with one thing. Find all the eggs and clones of everyone." Hearing that, she gradually began to imagine what the other person was about to propose. I haven't protected Xiaonian well. As long as I can find her, even if I have to level the secret realm or scour the void, I will do it. Those golden eyes clearly don't know what lying is. Instead, they are filled with a burning determination to make me the bait. At that moment, a voice from someone else suddenly interrupted their conversation. Chungi. I have a way to subdue the void beast. Tonqiu struggled to speak while trying to get up. Chungi, the Tan family has a very special sealing technique that can even suppress beings far beyond their own level. However, great power always comes with unpredictable risks. Once the sealing technique is activated, it will instantly drain all the magic energy from the caster's body. If you cannot endure the shock of the draining magic power or survive the moment of life and death, there is only one way to die. At that moment, Tonkyu's eyes showed a clear sense of sadness as he expressed his helplessness. "But I can't do it," Lin Hai shouted angrily again. "So why are you even talking about this?" But at this point of desperation, Chungi can only cling to the last thread of hope and ask me to tell him how to do it. Through the method provided by Tonkyu, Chungi immediately acted. The spiritual insect gently probed the mysterious mountain of eggs, and almost instantly, several eggs exploded into pieces. As the dust gradually settled, the space before him suddenly cracked open. Because his wish has been granted, he becomes even stronger, clenching his fists tightly. He is in a different form, ready to face the challenge. Chungi is not a summoner. If he wants to use one, he can only borrow tools, but a summoner itself is a special and best tool. Ultimately, he calmly decided, "I will channel all my magic into this eye pearl to turn it into a summoning tool." Chungi swung the hammer wildly, shouting, "If you take it, you can activate the sealing spell. How can you still fight me for so long, brat?" However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf, and unfortunately, trying to confront me was useless. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded and slammed into its body, and the aftershock made its golden hair flutter wildly, causing the void beast to panic intensely from the devastating attack. "How can you?" Chungi continued to swing his hammer, threatening fiercely. "You can't go. Are you still too stupid to realize it? You can't catch me at all." As its words ended, the wound quickly closed up. Though victorious at the exit, it still watched nervously for any movement, but he completely caught up, causing it to panic and scream out loud. Things are not looking good. Just as the void beast feared, Chungi decisively leapt into the sky and struck it down, smashing it to pieces. To the point that even its environment is more broken than clay, this guy's long-suppressed anger finally erupts. "It's just a coincidence that we met once. Do you think you can be proud of yourself?" The cosmic membrane, like a sharp blade, swiftly rushes forward to bite and tear at him. The arrogant and overconfident type, to let you see for yourself the true power of the god of time and space, just at the moment when everything hangs by a thread. I suddenly remember Chungi. Listen carefully. What Tonkyu carefully warned is that the magic power of summoners can help him cross worlds or summon powerful monsters. So take it. He can not only unlock the seal but also trap it in the crack. But my magic power is limited and cannot keep you safe. Chungi seizes the opportunity, unleashing the divine light of the divine barrier to strike back and protect himself. The more perilous the situation, the more his mind races continuously. After entering the chaotic flow of time and space, he had to seize every second and launch attacks against the void beast to expose its weakness and weaken it. Despite growing exhausted, he still unleashed a final strike, a divine power combo. After enduring injuries and hardships, Chungi persisted, waiting for the right moment to unleash a secret technique. The void beast, initially dominant, gradually became overconfident. "Boy, don't get cocky. Today I will definitely humiliate you." Before my opponent can finish speaking, he trembles and whispers to himself, "I can't hold on much longer." At the same time, he raised his hand as Kwang Chi-trung's radiant light finally burst forth under his guidance, forcibly condensing the sealing array to trap the opponent's soul and body, making its movements sluggish and unable to attack him anymore. But killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 injuries, Chungi was almost completely exhausted, and he had already wasted too much mana on his two angelic divine realms. The dazzling illusionary light slowly takes shape as it whispers, combined with continuous use of its power skills, until it realizes its actions are restricted and becomes stunned. Your fingertip gently moves within the holy light. Master Van Linthian quickly cast a cage of void beast as commanded. It could do nothing but kneel and endure the torment. Chungi, exhausted and falling freely, suddenly had fleeting memories of hopes to win the school's top champion title 5 times in a row and gentle whispers of tenderness. All the vivid memories suddenly stir the sleeping heart. He sees her suddenly landing, gazing intently at him, or even when she, in her enchanting form, lightly touches his lips. It seems Chungi sensed what the other was transmitting to him. Amidst the intoxication and heavy breathing, his vision suddenly became focused. So Nhian raises her enchanting heart-shaped fruit and beckons, "Remember to find me." At that very moment he awakens, his eyes blazing with a strange red glow. Chungi, in his domineering manner, swiftly launched an attack, pouring all his strength into securing the void beast. "Stay put and be good for me." It hurriedly and nervously asked, "What?" The golden, sacred words shimmered and moved in succession, transforming into countless cords that bound the void beast, and finally it could no longer be arrogant. The absolute control left it stunned and submissive. "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. The system also displays that you have subdued the demon beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoning beast?" Before the tempting gift, Chungi kept questioning and demanding Xiaonian to come out, trembling with confusion. "Who is it that makes me scream when he makes a move?" I. "Ah, I see. Are you saying that girl is the one?" "Mhaha, she's fine. Still very well." In the icy area you didn't notice, that flower suddenly moved, each petal opening gently like the universe unfolding. It turns out that Suanian was peacefully asleep amidst the flow of the flower of time and space. Lin Hai, who had been nervous outside, suddenly realized that Chunungi had returned safely. The students around hurriedly asked, "How is Xiaonian?" "Chunhi, have you already subdued the void beast?" Now that the winged blade begins to waver in its attempt to overthrow him, having been teleported back and recovered, should I make a move or not? "Over there." After receiving the signal from him, she nervously blurted out, "Second brother, you didn't say a word before rushing forward." The giant hammer instantly pointed straight at the heavens. Vuong Hien was stunned and shouted, "What do you mean, Chunyi?" The friend beside him quickly interrupted, "What are you trying to do?" In the end, what they got back was that the fight was still ongoing, causing everyone to panic and dodge. Is Chungi crazy? Chungi continues to stand tall with his weapon, facing everyone head-on, surrender or challenge me. Do you know how to handle this? I'm truly impressed. At this point, you are not our enemy anymore. The news that Sun Qiao belongs to Mado City and has relinquished her rights flashes on the screen. Halan Kam quietly explained that she just wanted to care for you a little. Even the college music champion from Daijueqi Chaoyang admitted helplessly that Ng Yishen's desire to win was too strong and calmly reached out her hand. Chungi's accumulation points skyrocketed, from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, all taken by him, making the others curse out loud. Everything's gone, what else is there for us to fight? After everyone left, Chungi suddenly collapsed, scaring her half to death. Second brother Lin Hai helped So Nian up while worriedly asking about his injuries. My weak voice faintly echoes, "I am drained of my magic power. If they take advantage of the situation, I might not be able to endure it." It seems his gaze is starting to fade, but his determination remains fierce. We are ahead of the top 3 in the cumulative score ranking. The survival match must be won by first place, and first place truly belongs to Chungi with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Huang So-nian and Duong Lin He. Seeing the system recognize his achievement, Chungi chuckled softly. As team captain, I won't let Tuhang University down. At that time, the live update of the battle report was also improved. Tuhang University reached 500,000 points to take first place, while Thon Kin University ranked second. Third place goes to Mado University with a significant lead. The nationwide college survival competition, now in its 183rd session, has produced countless geniuses. The host sincerely and wholeheartedly urges that many of these geniuses will become the pillars of the nation. But now you guys are also representing the hope of our country and all of humanity. Yet the students are just busy chatting. Tomorrow I can go choose my outfit for the exam. That's great. After 20 days of hard fighting, I can finally relax. Tonight I want to have a really hearty meal. As for Chungi, after resting, he immediately took care of official business. You observe each system message and congratulate yourself on receiving the heavenly innate earth nectar. 50 points of free choice and 50 points of skill, and I am overjoyed. God-level talent, God-level skills, God-level heavenly treasures. I thought it would be incredibly difficult, but it has turned into sweet success. The friendly competition lasts 20 days, and only achieving first place in each event counts as completing the mission, which is much more difficult than the college entrance exam and killing demons task. I never expected the reward for this mission to be so generous. A joyful smile spread across Chungi's face, unable to hide it anymore. With an S+ level swordsmanship talent, an S+ level skill, and a piece of heavenly treasure, he was sure to unlock an unimaginable space of advancement. Of course I would choose to accept it. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped every corner of my cells, and the wondrous sensation was so vivid that I was completely immersed in it. Is this the power of the divine sword heart? The purest energy gradually gathering above Chunungi's head. Waiting until he fully grasped it, they dispersed. He felt as if he had just awakened from a long sleep. In front of him is a hazy, chaotic void with faint golden glimmers. Just after waking up, Chungi swings his sword to test his strength after leveling up. Even with just a gentle move, the surrounding earth and rocks were heavily damaged. Chungiban stood amidst the smoke and dust, lost in thought, casually waving his hand to unleash a terrifying, destructive force. So, this power is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems the divine sword spirit has also granted me other abilities. He carefully examined the gift, which was even sharper than the light of the blessed weapon. This is a type of sword energy that only appears when one reaches a certain level of swordsmanship. It even exceeded expectations, so I quickly raised my hand to continue. Only through daily training as a professional athlete can a swordsman activate sword energy, yet I now possess it. The dazzling light instantly splits the air in two. I used to barely manage, but now I feel like a grand master of swordsmanship. If I learn more skills, everything will go smoothly. For example, a single normal attack with the system's lightning sword skill can deal up to 18 damage. Not to mention this is still just level 1 enhancement. The slash carries immense pressure, shattering the stone wall and prompting speculation from him, and then higher levels of the lightning sword skill double the damage, making it even more formidable. However, Chungi was not confused at all. He sighed very calmly, but in the end this could only be empty theory. If there was a master swordsman to fight against, he could better calculate the power level that the divine swordsmanship brought him. Unexpectedly, just thinking about it for a moment, he immediately took action and contacted So Nian. Chunhi, are you in such a hurry to call me here to fight with swordsmanship? There's a solid reason for asking her for help. As the main heir of the Kuang family, Kuang So Nian began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3 under the guidance of a master, always bearing in mind her responsibilities and persevering tirelessly. It was only after 5 years that they called her a young swordsmanship genius. So Nian shyly whispered to herself, talking about overall strength, of course Chungi is the strongest, and when it comes to tactics, I am absolutely confident. At the moment of confrontation, the atmosphere around Chungi immediately changed. Xiaonian, you have to give it your all. She wasn't afraid at all, even seriously preparing to strike first. Chungi carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, So Nian swung her weapon, delivering a strike with overwhelming power. It was so terrifying that it broke the item he was using, but this was exactly the moment Chungi had been waiting for. While she was still floating in the sky, he acted. A hint of panic flickered in So Nian's eyes. I wasn't mistaken. That was sword energy. After landing and slowing down smoothly, she sighed. So Chungi's talent in swordsmanship is actually so exaggerated. Unexpectedly, after only a few seconds of holding steady, the next attack suddenly closed in, and he calmly used his experience to defend with his weapon, immediately countered by the sky-high energy of the shadow sword. They kept exchanging blows back and forth for hundreds of moves without noticing Ngomang's appearance. Am I still dreaming? Since when did Chungi start wielding such a powerful longsword? He carefully observes everything and analyzes. Every attack from Chungi's sword technique gives a sense of divine power surging. Kuang So Nian's sword moves are fast and strange. Her long-standing experience helps him see even more clearly. Kuang So Nian seems to be very skilled at fighting back and forth with Chungi. If it weren't for her higher level of skill and rank, it would be because Chungi deliberately suppressed his strength and agility to be close to hers. The moment her weapon slips away, Ngomang immediately strikes the final blow. But when the blade touches her, the shock generated could still cripple her arms. The treasure that So Nian always carries with her was simply grabbed by him. She was panting so hard she couldn't catch her breath. Brother Chungi, I give up, I won't fight anymore. Chungi gently asks, Are you okay? Seeing your concern, she assured him, it's nothing, just a bit exhausted. They just finished, and he immediately approached to praise them, truly amazed. So, Chungi, you're a master swordsman. Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition? Hello, Director New. Then he awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head as he explained, Ha ha ha, leaving a little room to retreat, but inside he was excitedly jumping around. The conditions to obtain new talents are extremely harsh. Not only can you not reset high-level dungeon records nor participate in official ceremonies, relying solely on baseless new talents is truly somewhat irritating and still hard to deceive. Suddenly Chungi remembered and asked, Director Nyo, is there something you want to talk to me about? He then proceeded to explain the reason. I came to invite everyone to the Alliance celebration party, and I also have something to tell you. The scene suddenly flashed through Ngomang's mind. Fong Hak is dead. When the Union investigator from the fake profession HVM found him, Fong Hak had already passed away in the dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime, listening to Fong Hak's student testify that he used the reason that insect pheromones could help locate people more easily within the secret realm, and promised SA+ level resources as benefits. Accordingly, it was clear that the dean had long been scheming, luring people into the laundry room to place insect eggs in the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the connection was cut off before he could reveal the current breakthrough, and the students are unaware of the rest. Chungi was startled and suspicious, saying, "Is the clue broken?" But Ngomang still insisted on giving him an answer. "Don't worry. The Alliance is thoroughly investigating the Fonghak person who has been in close contact for nearly 10 years, and we will have results in a week. The celebration is about to start. Let's go ahead." At the same time, he candidly revealed the deeper meaning behind this activity. The celebration will feature the top forces of Zhongxia country, mainly to invite everyone to join their team and guild. Ngomang leads his knowledgeable group to introduce this luxurious party, and to attract everyone, they will offer conditions that are extremely extravagant. Money, beautiful women, power, and resources. As the team leader, I don't oppose your joining any faction, but you must make your choice easily. At this moment, applause erupted to attract everyone's attention. Master Feng Yu raised his voice to start the speech. Everyone here is a student from the top 10 prestigious universities participating in this nationwide freshman exchange tournament. Reaching this stage is no easy feat. Therefore, each of you can receive a reward from our Haviem Fake Guild, and then each person will be given their own items and a bank card in your hands. It contains 20 million middle-tier coins provided by our Haviem Fake Guild, instantly sparking curiosity, and each of your privileges within our Haviem Guild will be upgraded to the level of an elite outer member. That is the highest authority outside the core members of our Haviem Fake Guild Alliance. The benefits offered by Fengdu sound incredibly tempting. In any rescue base within the middle lower country, you can enjoy a 20% discount on equipment or medicine. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Haviem League, you can contact me directly. After hearing this impressive speech, Chungi couldn't help but marvel. Each person, 20,000 N. 100 players are worth 2 billion. The Haviem Guild of Fake Professionals is truly wealthy. The people around also started discussing 2 million mid-tier coins, which used to be rare. With that amount of money, he could really buy a B+ resource pack, which is a huge bargain. My rational mind tells me to help him recognize this quickly, but it's also the most straightforward way to show strength. At the same time, an announcement sounded detailing the solo matches, team battles, survival games, and that the prizes for the top 3 would be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass and toasted all the guests. The celebration party officially begins now. Everyone enjoy your food and drinks. The crowd below also enthusiastically shouted back in response. Chih. At this moment, Ngomang took the initiative to gather his team and congratulated Tuhang University on winning first place in this exchange match. The players immediately joined in the lively atmosphere and toasted. Dan Wei happily stepped forward to the center to celebrate. "Second brother, this time our victory in the friendly match is all thanks to you. I toast to you." Wu Mang also quickly nodded in agreement. Let's toast, let's toast. If it weren't for Chunhi, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would probably be at the bottom. I also toast you, Mr. Chungi. And me too, me too. Almost everyone around wants to seize this chance to greet you, including us, and the awkward situation makes you a bit embarrassed. Are you trying to get me drunk or what? Suddenly, Truong Sam's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Chungi, he respectfully clasped his hands together and took this opportunity to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could have endured when the healer came to save me. You saved my life. If you need my help in the future, I will never refuse, even if it costs me my life. Then he immediately drank the entire glass of wine, symbolizing the vow of a gentleman and would never refuse even in death. So Nian has been standing beside and witnessing everything, feeling very curious. It seems that Mr. Chungi has gained another group of special fans. Immediately after, Wang Hian also rushed forward, pushing Truong Sam aside to step ahead. I'm the same. Bye-bye quietly watched from behind, feeling quite puzzled. Dad, is this just my illusion? Why does it feel like Chungi's divine aura around him has become much stronger? Tuhang affirmed confidently that it's not an illusion. His aura has surpassed most second-tier divine profession cultivators. This information surprised her. What? It's only been a few days, and although I find it hard to believe, the truth is right in front of me. His strength has clearly increased again. Truly a terrifying level of leveling up. The party gradually came to an end, and soon the next day arrived. A modern aircraft appeared on the school grounds. The modern aircraft gently lands before the eyes of all the students. The hatch opens. Everyone has boarded. Your rewards need to be collected at the headquarters of the Haviem Guild of Fake Professionals. The headquarters is located in the Dingshan area of Qing City, accessible only by specialized fighter jets. Dam Wei sat inside, seeing such high-end equipment for the first time and feeling very excited. Oh, they are all the latest model X-1000U fighter jets, so Nian, sitting in front, is also very knowledgeable about them. The X-1000UN fighter jet is produced by the largest fighter aircraft manufacturer in Zhongxia. capable of reaching speeds 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. That comment made the boy even more excited about Damvai's curiosity. Yes, this is it, with a price close to 1 billion. At the moment the plane took off, Danwei's entire body slammed straight into the cabin because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt earlier. Moving faster than an X turning hostile, he kept getting slammed from all directions, rushing so quickly that only a faint streak of light could be seen left behind. Finally, when the plane came to a complete stop, stars had already formed and spun around his head. Nyan was also in a similar situation, but what was special was that she was curled up on Chungi. She quickly ran back to her seat, her face blushing with embarrassment, while he tried to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. So fast, the Dingshan fighter jet is only 20 kilometers from Tsinghua University. Accelerating forward, it will arrive in 20 seconds. They successfully reached the checkpoint gate while everything around them continued to operate normally. At this point, Feng Yu took on the role of a tour guide, showing the ground of Dingshan area through a total of 40 checkpoints and 15 aerial passages. Fighter jets entering Dingshan area must undergo comprehensive scanning, so they need to line up. The drone then follows its programming to thoroughly scan the registered number, Sui 0638. HVM's Alliance drone has special authorization. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate into the magnificent headquarters. So Nian looked out the cockpit window, enjoying the view, and it seemed to be the flag of Qingjing University. Fengdu also enthusiastically explained, yes, that is Qingjing University's floating island, and besides the school, many military groups and guilds are built on the Dinsun area. Chuninghi quietly observed the floating machinery of the HVM Guild Alliance, his demonic energy fluctuations growing stronger, as each machine on the island exceeded the defensive mechanism's limits, and all the students gradually left the spaceship cabin, forming a line behind each other. Fengdu once again officially introduced, "This is the headquarters." A voice caught Wang Hian's attention, passing by briefly, but when he looked back, what caught his eye was a giant creature, a large dragon, and surprisingly, a student happily explained, mythical races that can be considered demon pets at an average level 60 are definitely a third-tier pseudo-profession extremely powerful. Then, Fengdu explained the work process and the rewards for each person. You will need to go to the headquarters office, and the staff will escort you there. Each student was guided carefully in turn. Vuong Hien, please follow me. Huang Son Hien, please follow me. Student Ngui Hop, the most special person, was personally guided by her to Chungi. You secured first place in the singles match. I will take you to receive the rewards for first place in the team match and the survival match. Please come with me. Since the road is a bit long, the two of them started to make small talk. You performed the best in the entire exchange match. The HVM League values you greatly. I wonder if you intend to become a core member of the Alliance? Sorry about that. I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Don't you want to hear the conditions of our HVM League? Our Alliance's rules are few. No need for that. You are very rational in noticing the loophole in his words. Even with few rules, there are still constraints. Besides, I am only a first-year student and cannot be bound by another power now. And Fengdu is also looking forward to it. Geniuses always have their own plans. Ha! No rush. When the two of them arrive in front of a secret chamber door, she dramatically announces some news. Your reward is divided into 3 categories. First, the champion of the singles match will receive a legendary grade weapon. The team competition champion's prize is a set of equipment at the divine level, which is the reward for the survival match, and it can be any item from the HVM Alliance's resource warehouse. Then she led the way while explaining, now I will take you to the place of the highest level alchemy master in the HVM Alliance. Kai Quan will be the one to craft your legendary tier weapon. This room is Master Kai Quan's forging chamber. The special door ahead slowly opens, releasing a slight warmth and a faint mist of smoke from inside. Feng Yu steps forward to introduce himself. Master Qi Jun, the champion of the single combat, has arrived. His stern and intimidating demeanor seemed ready to crush anyone, and his deep voice resonated. Your name is Chuni. I'm not afraid, and politely reply, Master Qi Jun, I am a student named Chuni. His scrutinizing gaze flickered as he silently assessed him from head to toe, seeming quite satisfied, and his tone softened somewhat. Very well, your current level is 23. Based on your request for a 5-level upgrade, I will craft a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chungi quickly made his request. I want a long sword with enhanced attributes focused on strength and intelligence. Watching their conversation, Feng Yu secretly felt amazed and a bit admiring, aiming to craft better equipment. Master Qi Jun had learned an extremely special skill, and ordinary profession pretenders suddenly encountering this kind of light would be suppressed to the point of speechlessness. He truly is the all-round champion of this class. facing Master Kai Quan without changing his expression. At the same time, Chungi added more details about his weapon crafting preferences. Regarding the specific attributes of the equipment, there are no major requirements, just matching the Holy Knight profession and having enough damage output. But I also have some careful calculations in mind. Gold-level weapons have 2 types of 2 Dewey attribute enhancements. Legendary weapons will have all 4 attributes increased, but as a Holy Knight who fights up close, both strength and intelligence are more important. Based on previous research, Ji-jun seriously assessed that your combat style is sharp and full of momentum, making the longsword a very suitable choice. Then he excitedly produced a Dieu Nat Tan Quang Thach, sparking a bold new idea in his mind. I have a few thoughts. The materials obtained for the year's level-up process do not exceed 10 pieces. Then, as if connected by a spiritual link, she and Chungi exclaimed in amazement, Dieu Nichi Sacred Light Crystal. Kai Quan switches to an academic mode, explaining in simple terms that the Dieu Nat Tan Quang Thach is a treasure from the center of the sun. The weapon forged from it will purify and quickly destroy vengeful spirits, demons, and dark creatures with divine light. After finishing the lecture, he focused his mind to summon the still iron steel. As he shouted, a series of stones were pushed up by the magma, with Van Thiet Ngan Quang at a royal gold level, Tam Yuan Black Mysterious at legendary level, shards of spiritual essence at hell level, Dragon Soul Core at royal gold level, and Holy Tears at legendary level. He waved his hand and the blazing flames formed a vortex of stones. The heart of the divine, the essence of void, and the distant flow of time. Feng Bao's eye. Ji-jun concentrates all his mind to form seals, beginning the process of refining the essence, with molten lava trembling in the forge. Under the intense heat of thousands of degrees, the volcano erupts instantly, causing a deafening explosion that purifies creatures carrying evil energy, making them scream and cry out in agony. Too hot. Too hot. I'm about to die. He uses advanced forging techniques to refine the essence into a towering magma column. My divine hammer. The flow draws dark spirits inside, lifting the divine power onto the hammer. All the strength converges and emits a dazzling orange-yellow light, making Feng Yu and Chuyi gaze up in awe at this powerful weapon forging scene, with the mighty hammer smashing impurities. At this moment, the master begins pouring molten stone into the mold. Internal stress dissipates. The material becomes stable and the earth remains peaceful. When the material is shaped firmly, he uses tongs to remove it. A glow flows, the ring's surface like glass, revealing the wind's aura and radiant brilliance. He skillfully carves runes on the sword's surface, with flickering symbols and magic flowing everywhere, forging a divine weapon of myriad powers. Next, during the quenching process, he submerged it in water to rapidly cool the divine demon power, shaping it into jewelry with flickering runes and flowing magic. Forging divine weapons of myriad techniques, the soul of a war god, attaching to the blade with an unyielding combat will, placing it into the windbag to break the enemy formation, bloodstains untouched. In the final shaping step, the divine soldier vigorously hammered the central metal piece into shape. This action sparks sparks, flying everywhere. Feng Yu quickly creates a protective shield. When the final product is completed, he finally exclaims in admiration, "Good." The divine sword glow he crafted bears a powerful golden hue, as solid as if it could pierce through everything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to release his attack. As soon as he finished, Kai Quan threw the sword at an incredible speed, slicing through the air and leaving behind a blazing streak of light. Chungi struggles to grasp it precisely, feeling his hand a bit heavy. He raises the sword and carefully examines it. He panted heavily after the exhausting process, carefully guiding the final step. A legendary-grade weapon must recognize you as its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly follows the advice, closing his eyes and focusing his mind to channel all his strength into it. The 2 sources of energy merged and released powerful sparks of electricity. At that moment, the system announced the special bloodline of the 6 Desires Heavenly Angel. Chunyi began to observe carefully, from the shiny sword that reflected like a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He silently marveled with satisfaction, as the 4 major attributes boosted 3 special effects, truly deserving of a legendary weapon. Especially this first speed increase, which means in battle, he can strike 3 or 4 times with a single sword slash. Seeing his expression, Ji-jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you are very pleased with it. Chungi couldn't help but be stunned by his unusually changed appearance. Master Kai Quan, you look tired from explaining. Forging high-level weapons requires a large amount of magic power, so this is a common occurrence. Feng Yu also leaned in and whispered, "The creation of a legendary weapon requires many techniques, and only Master Qijun's special talent can complete it in such a short time. Normal forging masters usually need at least 2 or 3 months." He slowly turned his back to them and kindly reminded, "Before leaving, you should go. Now I need to rest. Most of the materials used for the Holy Sword are Divine System. If you want to upgrade its rank in the future, it's best to use Divine System materials. Otherwise, it will damage its power." Chungi was extremely grateful and hurriedly bowed his head to thank him. "Thank you, Master Kai Quan." Feng Yu quickly came over to pull him away, changing the subject, then went to receive the tournament team's reward, while at the same time, Qijun cheerfully jumped into the bubbling lava stream. The next awkward situation makes him a bit uncomfortable as the cosplay seamstresses dressed as black rabbits surround him to take measurements. "Hello, student Chungi. We are the team responsible for all the equipment for your trial level." The purple-haired girl tilts her chin up and asks, "Do you have any specific requirements for this equipment?" Chuangxi hurriedly pulls down his shirt and responds in detail. "I need a lightweight armor with enhanced attributes leaning toward strength and intelligence. The other side is a professional and has scheduled a delivery. Understood, the equipment will be forged and ready in a month, then someone special will escort it to your school." The work is done, and the seamstresses immediately started gossiping excitedly. Such a slender waist, well-defined muscles, and very charming. Witnessing the scene of the naive deer lost among the hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel at the inexperienced student being toyed with in the palm of her hand. Then she snapped her fingers to signal the new announcement. "Next is the reward for the survival game, which is to choose here." Following that gesture, a ring of information appeared around the two of them. "You may choose one item." Chungi carefully examined the densely packed information on the selection board. Facing the number 7 of Hangha in front of him, he remained calm and scrutinized it thoroughly. They are all S-rank divine artifacts that can be used by professionals to risk their lives and go all out. Then he decisively points to the item he wants and says, "I want this one." Feng Du appreciated this decision but was also a bit curious. The space-jumping stone is indeed a useful escape tool, but why didn't he choose to revive himself? Without hesitation, he confidently affirmed, "I definitely want it. In fact, I had my own plans in mind. Resurrection tools are indeed very rare, but I already have the rebirth cross given by the system, and the space-jumping stone serves a different purpose." Feng Du immediately agreed to this request. "All right, then I will transfer the mysterious blue gemstone box to you. It's yours now." Chungi looked at the spoils of victory with satisfaction. Suddenly, a trembling voice tore through his heart, repeatedly begging and pleading, "Let me out! Let me out!" Noticing the other person's unusual behavior, she asked, "What's wrong?" His face suddenly turned very grim. He chuckled casually and replied, "It's okay. Maybe I just need to rest a bit." After finishing the task, she professionally handed over her business card with a message. "All right, I've collected the rewards and my mission is complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the level 4 equipment and legendary weapons, feel free to contact me directly. The other students probably already waited for us in the lobby. Let's go." Soon, he was taken back to the gathering place. Sisters Hyobak happily ran over as they spotted a familiar figure. "Chungi, Chungi." He turned around and asked, "We need to find a private place to talk, but that's not their intention. No need, we're just here to say goodbye. This afternoon, all teachers and students participating in the exchange will be transported back via the magic array of the Holy Scripture University. I also have to go back to the clan with Dongni." In a hidden corner unnoticed by most, a dung beetle was quietly observing the conversation below. "If there's time, I hope you can take Xiaoyun to Tianlan province. Both of you are Chu family descendants and will surely be nurtured by the clan. This is good for both of us," so I nodded in agreement. After half a year when Xiaoyan graduates, I will take her there, wishing everyone smooth sailing." After the brief meeting, Chungi stood there to see everyone off for a while. Only when they had all left did he sharply glance up, catching sight of the branch where the beetle had just appeared. Looking around, he saw nothing suspicious and furrowed his brow, wondering if that feeling of being watched earlier was just an illusion. Suddenly, someone from below called up, "Ning, we're about to go into the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming?" He flatly refused, "I'm not going." A while later, Chungi returned home and slammed the door shut. His heart is now in turmoil. Could it be that his previous wound still hasn't healed and his mind is under too much pressure? Suddenly, a severe headache strikes, as if a giant set of teeth is about to swallow his brain. A sudden voice rings out, "Humans, let me out." Strange patterns and lights suddenly appear underground, and a bizarre figure gradually takes shape in the center. Chungi Thua knew the reason for its appearance, but still couldn't help but advise, You signed a contract with me, so why struggle Wukong beast? I really can't accept this, and growled angrily and mockingly. I have lived for thousands of years and shouldn't listen to a kid who still has milk on his mouth. If it weren't for that strange final spell, you wouldn't be my match. You openly expose its crimes without any hesitation. You have injured 63 people, sent 10 to sell salt, causing the professional alliance of Javiem to spend a huge amount on treatment and repairing the secret realm. If they find out the mastermind is still alive, what do you think will happen to you? The Void Beast still stubbornly fought back. Threatening me. You only have this much skill. Despite talking repeatedly, Chunungi was gradually losing patience. The triple transformation mage of the Alliance could use spiritual magic to erase the consciousness of high-level demon beasts, turning them into puppets. You might not fear this when you hear the command, but even in death, your flesh and blood will still fetch a high price. Angered by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out a vile remark. But right after, he carefully handed over an S-rank space-jumping stone. Fight me. You're badly injured. I can't take you to see a healer. You need to replenish your energy. The Void Beast hesitated for a moment, staring intently at the gem, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes. Chungi suddenly blurted out an unconnected 1 year. He paused for a moment, then continued to set the condition. Your energy is useful to me. Cooperate with me for a year, and I will cancel the contract and set you free. It harbors a deep hostility towards humans, so it's not easily deceived. Why should I trust you? Why bother explaining? Just threaten, and it's done. You have no other choice left. Either trust or face death. With that, Chungi took out another item, a token of faith, your life beast, and returned it to you. The Void cautiously takes it and places it on its head, lifting it as if holding an egg. Just as he is about to leave, it suddenly calls back, "Wait a moment." While throwing the stone into its mouth and blocking in front, there is something you might want to know. Void beast. Tuan slowly uttered each word. Xiaodi told me when she first captured it. In the end, a shocking secret was revealed. It wasn't actually humans. At the shopping district, everywhere was filled with merchants calling out, with fierce blades and flames brought by themselves, all for just 998. Honestly, don't hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy a set of battle armor and get a nail clipper free. Authentic goods at genuine prices. No scams. At a stall, Sanyan is busy trying on jewelry. Nadia enthusiastically promotes the hairpin next to her. This hairpin inlaid with Hanbing crystal can not only level up, but also enhances your aura and provides defensive benefits. She was busy explaining their benefits. The remaining gem contains the magic of the wood element mage, which can greatly speed up healing of wounds, perfect for a professional con artist who is both beautiful and powerful like her. Chunyi suddenly appeared from behind and gently clipped a hairpin into So Nian's hair. This suits him better, making her eyes sparkle with joy. Mr. Chunyi, his appearance made So Nian wonder. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? He smiled and explained, everything is done now, so I came to check it out. Conveniently bought some local specialties to take home. Watching the two lovers so tender, Nadia quietly sighed and thought, oh, such a beautiful scene of handsome guy and pretty girl, I ship it, I ship it. Just then, a sudden voice called out, Kwang, Kwang, young lady. The three pairs of curious eyes looked over. The owner of that voice was none other than Wang Hao. I never expected to meet her here. Truly a fateful encounter. How ironic. Sister Nian doesn't even know who that person is. Who is he? Ta ignored his embarrassment and politely introduced himself. Miss Kuang tends to forget. I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Bathian, a second-rank lightning genius of the third generation in the Wang family's Thunder Prison. Nadia couldn't help but find it funny when she heard this. The first time she met someone claiming to be a genius, and not just any genius, but a second-rate genius. Ha ha ha. He still wants to say a few more words. A year ago on Miss Kuang's birthday, I gave her a shard of ice sword, but she found it boring. And as a member of the royal family, her spirit remains unbroken. Chungi understood and comforted him. On my way here, I saw a street food area over there. Let's go for a walk there. Then he put his arm around her and left. We have other matters to attend to first, yet someone was blinded by this sight. Damn it. Wang Hao angrily summoned a thunderbolt and shouted, how dare a lowly commoner touch the Kuang family's magic pearl? He shouted loudly, kneel down for me, and threw the thunderbolt towards him. But before it could touch a single strand of hair, it was blocked by a barrier. Although slightly surprised, thanks to his keen eyesight, he was able to identify Chungi's information and sneered in contempt. It turns out he's just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This low-level commoner has a useless profession. Defeating him is as easy as flipping over a hand. Of course, he was furious that someone dared to insult his boyfriend. As a man, he wouldn't let a girl protect him, so he quickly stepped forward to challenge him. I will play with you. Then Chungi set a rule of 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my shirt, I will apologize to you. On the contrary, you have to kneel and apologize to me. Be prepared to ruin your reputation before you do. Those nearby could smell the drama and hurried over to watch. There's a good show to see. Young people are quick to get angry. Even walking down the street can turn into a fight. Vuong Hao clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back and immediately went all out to seek death. Lei Wu's furious strike, a series of lightning bolts pouring down from above, but none could break through its barrier. Chungi remains perfectly unscathed, as if a divine being, while everyone around whispers in amazement, unaware of their own limits and unable to break through his defenses. Vuong Hao, witnessing this scene, also began to feel a bit nervous, still stubbornly defending outside, saying his turtle shell was quite tough, probably adding all electric attributes to his defense. Ridiculous, but secretly cursing inside. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, the so-called second-rate genius wouldn't easily admit defeat, quickly gathering energy to summon 2 lightning tigers. But that was just the appetizer. This lightning tiger could be my killing move, and I will let you see the consequence of offending Wang Hao. They charged straight at Chungi under their master's command. For this move, he also had to draw his weapon, summon his spiritual soul, and rescue the cross, then immediately throw 2 holy lights forward. In an instant, the 2 lightning tiger shadows were shattered, leaving no armor behind. Vuong Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the aftershock of this attack, and only then did he start to feel fear. Who is this guy really? The more he struggled on this side, the more relaxed Chunungi appeared on the opposite side, even ready to strike again. His mind quickly searched his memories, but he couldn't identify the person in front of him. No way, I've never met this person among the geniuses of the great clans. He's just a useless holy knight. His strength can't possibly surpass mine. Vuong Hao still doesn't want to give up and slowly pulls his sword out of its sheath. I don't believe you can block this attack. Like a lightning bolt, he charged straight at Chungi with his sword, using the thunderbolt strike technique. He quickly responded with the Holy Cross light to counter. A beam of light suddenly shot down from above onto his position, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. He looked down at the prone figure below with a look of contempt. A lightning genius is just so-so. It took Vuong Hao several minutes before he could lift his head, revealing a fairly deep hole in the ground. Nadia at the stall suddenly realizes something. Wasn't the person just now familiar? Feels like I've seen them somewhere before. Holy Knight, Holy Knight. Finally remembering, he quickly discussed with his colleague next to him, Chungi, the top scorer in this year's freshman exchange. The other person also sighed in amazement. No wonder he was blaming her. The girl next to him is Kuang So Nian's girlfriend. The loud discussion allowed him to overhear everything, and Long, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, was secretly astonished. A new student, and he's only a freshman? Watching the 2 figures leave, Wang Hao Ha is determined to take revenge. Chuengi is temporarily sparing your life. Wait for the big brother, I'll show you his face when I come back. As for that woman, her hatred seems even deeper. That shameless and flirtatious woman dares to tease Wangjia, and big brother won't forgive her. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere as Chungi's group entered, with students on both sides whispering and gossiping. They are the representative team of Tuhang University. Look quickly, that's Chungi, even more handsome than on stage. Tisk. As expected of goddess Kuang, with this body and appearance, even a girl like me can't help but be moved. Ngomang smiled with squinted eyes, expressing his gratitude for the warm hospitality of Than Kin University. Trin Thien felt annoyed just thinking about having to be a background for them, but he still had to act polite. The exchange tournament for this class has made your Tuhang University stand out. We have all become obstacles for you, he said humbly, unable to hide his joy. Why does this statement sound so harsh? The match is second place, friendship is first, and yet the opponent adds more. Ha. That's right, I'm the boss now. I can't delay any longer because the mages are urging us. Please prepare the teleportation magic circle. All the mages shouted together and activated their spells. Halan led the way, greeting her new friend. Goodbye, Xiaonian. She also smiled and waved. See you next time, Xiaolan. Everyone also took the chance to say a few words before parting. Next time I will definitely beat you. Dream on. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared through the teleportation array and suddenly appeared in their school hall. Vuong Huijiang warmly welcomes the young talents of the nation. Welcome back, little heroes of Tuhang University. They all saluted the 3, the principal, Director Chu, and Director Tong. He smiled with satisfaction. Our Tuhang University stands out. All the hot news are about our championship victories. Tongdat also smiles and praises. You all performed very well. You've worked hard. Next, the principal will give some guidance and present the awards. The exchange tournament is actually a battle between universities and colleges to test each person's teaching abilities, of course discussing achievements and rewards. He called out the names of the 5 people one by one, and although they were substitutes, they had already shown their outstanding abilities in the matches. Then he loudly announced that each of them would receive 5,000 learning points, leaving everyone stunned. For those who don't know, 5,000 learning points is roughly equivalent to 10 runs of the Deep Abyss Goblin Dungeon, which costs 500 points per attempt. A regular student would need at least a year of school to earn that many through missions. The award ceremony is still ongoing. Kwangso Nien, Tonghalan, Wei Thia Tam, Duong Lin Hai. You all performed very well in the match, and the reward is 20,000 experience points. Finally, the most important person, Chungki, the team leader, won first place both individually and with his team, defeating Vuong Hien and Ngui Hop, and turned the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to stay on top. Therefore, Vuong Hui announced that he would receive 100,000 academic points as part of the Tuhang University prize. Hearing this number, his eyes immediately lit up. Yeah, 100,000. Everyone around was stunned. 10,000 points are equivalent to 3 billion mid-tier coins. Zhangzhe frowned and retorted, "Who taught you to count like that?" 10,000 study points are enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school's warehouse. But with mid to low-tier currency, what can you even buy? Huangban blurted out in shock. 100,000 study points, even buying a pig, could be enough to raise a top-tier demon beast. Hua Kuang saw his friend speak so casually and angrily, knocked him on the head. "What are you talking about? How can you compare Ngi to a pig?" He held his head and painfully explained, "I didn't mean it that way." Another person also sighed, "Truly crazy, but Ngi deserves it." Chuni smiled contentedly, already planning how to use them, just as the current training phase was about to end. So there's no need to worry about the next dungeon. The school's distorted tree dungeon, level restricted from 23 to 26, will be tested later. The reward ceremony was over, and Wang Hui then advised, "Tuhang University won't be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go rest." Everyone cheered loudly. Yes. After they had gone for a while, he stepped forward and called the person. "Master, I have something to ask you." "Master, I have something I would like to ask you about." "Is it about Director Fong Hak of Than Thuong University?" He nodded. "That's right. But Vuong Hui has no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many things. Even the leaders like Vi and Truong Ngomeng cannot know. He didn't say anything because he wanted to protect you, but with just one sentence. You managed to hold Vuong Hui back, so what if I get involved in this?" Then he turned around and suddenly saw him carving a line into the void. Ungai explained, "The Void Beast's clone told me that capturing it wasn't done by a real human. Does this have something to do with Feng Huo?" As he looked at the crack in the sky, he sighed. "I thought your blood battle with the Void Beast would be a life-or-death fight to chase it away, but I didn't expect you to even tame it." At this point, Vuong Hui had no reason to refuse anymore, so he took out a book. "If that's the case, I will tell you. Fong Hak is a fake person." Hearing the unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but wonder. Fake person? The other side flipped through each page, filled with ancient writing. A fake person is a half-human, half-beast creature, created by the chaotic evil god, with a human appearance, but a heart of a demon. A monster serving the evil god. With a steady tone, Vuong Hui slowly explained that the chaos caused by the Void Beast was due to Fong Hak's reputation, demonstrating loyalty to the demon god. He further analyzed that death and chaos were the two things the demon god cherished most. Chunagi remembered the rumors he heard, so he stayed silent, but the other person didn't quite agree with that, saying it was just a way of speaking outwardly, because the truth was not like that. When investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigator, and then fled. Vuong Hui subtly suggested to his student in front of him, "Chunghi, do you know why Feng Huo chose to act during the exchange match?" Feel free to answer confidently. Because the friendly match gathers the most outstanding newcomers of Central Lower Country, any incident would have a huge impact, but the opponent added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that beneath the void, Beast Wilderness is the weak point of the demonic god's seal. He recalls what once existed in the past, and the reason it's called the Void Beast Wilderness is because 1,000 years ago, a battle of the Beast clans took place. But the cause of that battle was the appearance of the Chaos Demon Lord. It was a life-and-death fight. The Lord of Chaos also seeks to descend into the mortal realm through the cracks of the Wild Beast's rift. The Beast clan used the strength of their entire tribe to seal the Chaos Lord. but their civilization was also destroyed in the process. Chunyi frowned and listened carefully to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Fong Hak might use Void Beast to track the traces of the wild Void Beast. If he knows you have tamed it, he will definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Vuong Hui reluctantly mentioned that decades ago the Tianvu Guild obtained a book of angelic divine attack skills, which was originally planned to be given to him around this time, but it seems he has to do it first. A moment later, in front of the resource warehouse of the Guild's headquarters, he led him forward while pointing ahead. The resource vault is the heart of the Celestial Vortex Guild, housing rare skills and century-old divine weapons, protected by multiple layers of defenses. The door is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary Earthwalkers, Than Diep. He even patiently explained the small details. There are demonic symbols carved on the door. Any unauthorized fluctuations in magic energy will be absorbed and amplified by this rune. Even a third-tier profession faker cannot forcibly break through. Duong Ba looked up in surprise when he saw someone approaching. Vuong Hui happily greeted. Old Duong, this month it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse. He also responded casually, switching to someone else tomorrow. Today, you arrived just in time, let's have a few drinks. Chuan He silently assessed the opponent. Even though he was holding his breath, his magic fluctuations were stronger than the director's, proving he was a triple inheritance professional. He only just officially made the request now, but first I want a divine skill book for Thunderbolt. He quickly realized, oh, you want to give your new student to him? No way Duongba would be fooled. Wang Hui smiled and introduced the two of them. That's right, Chungi, this is the brother who went through life and death with me back then. Just call him Duongba, he politely spoke up. Hello Duongba, he is also quite familiar with this face. I have watched your match. A young hero with an undefeated reputation. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, You're too kind. He was using his skills while humbly giving advice, but being too modest can make others feel weak and cause trouble to come knocking on your door, and Wang Hui quickly reminded him that those words might be a bit too much. Old Yang, you keep nagging like that because you enjoy teaching, but the kids don't like you. Brother Yang still insists on his way, huffing and ignoring the elders, missing out in the end. He then took out a book from the light circle, turned around, and handed it to Chunungi. Take it. The guy beside him suggested the best way for his student. Maybe you still have many extra skill points, so just use up this skill book, I will carefully take it. Yes. Then he checked his points again. The daily tasks are getting more challenging than before, so the accumulation is indeed significant. Looking at the book in his hand, he ordered the system to start. Immediately, a series of pages turned into glowing sheets of paper, all sinking into his mind. Standing in the center is a 6-winged angel with a shining golden sword. The system announces a skill cost of 100 skill points. The divine skill, Thunder Heavenly Revelation. Tier S has been learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal states by 50%, boosts lightning skills by 50%, and lasts for 14 seconds. As soon as a divine strike shatters the shadow, the screen displays a skill cost of 100 skill points. The Divine Thunder Divine Punishment Ring, level S TR. Learned. At level 1, it can summon the Divine Thunder condensed on the weapon to strike with extreme speed, dealing lightning attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appear with a skill point cost of 100. The Divine Thunderbolt Prison skill level STRE can control the Divine Thunderbolt to form a prison that traps enemies at level 1. While Yangba and Wang Hui were chatting happily, Chuni was surrounded and floating in the air by shimmering beams, and then everything centered on him began to glow intensely. Thousands of fierce lightning bolts shot out in all directions, and this sudden barrage accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, kicking up a thick dust cloud that obscured the view. The golden lion also growled cautiously as it looked towards the explosion, then checked the display in front of him. The divine skill Thunderclap had been activated at level 1. The skill's effect has merged with the divine talent of the Sword Heart, causing the Thunderbolt skill to level up by 20%. Even the owner didn't expect a skill book to contain 3 divine level skills. This time, it's a huge gain. After the lightning phenomenon gradually dissipated, Wang Hui approached again to comment. It seems the harvest isn't bad either. As a member of the Divine Spirit race, the skills learned by the Angel Clan are at least above A+ level. No one understands Chungi's current strength better than himself. With great vitality, a high affinity for elemental energy, and many high-level skills, it's no wonder these divine descendants are so powerful. In contrast, Yang Ba's assessment is much more straightforward. A+ is considered low within the Divine Might race, and there are even skill books above S+ level. Learning about this for the first time surprised him. Could S+ not be the highest level? He explained while pouring wine. S+ level skills are the highest level held by human profession users, and Than Du possesses skills above S+. Vuong Hui suddenly had an idea. The skill you learned, I will leave it to a young friend to help you get familiar with the guild. Immediately after his snap, a pair of high-heeled legs suddenly appeared beside him. Zhongxin respectfully bowed and said, "Old guild leader, you called me." He still has that thing she expressed last time. Isn't it true that Deputy Secretary Yui has always wanted to meet my student? I have brought him here. This elegant and beautiful woman is the third chief of the Tianwu Guild. She proactively extended her hand to introduce herself, saying, "Hello, classmate Chuningyi. I am the steward of the Heavenly Vu Guild, Uing Guangtam, who had wanted to find you since university days in Thankin, but unfortunately, by the time I went there, you had already returned." He politely reached out his hand to shake, but couldn't help but ask, "So you were looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain, and Yu Chuo took responsibility for recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. Seeing a promising talent, Duangba couldn't help but remind him a few words. "Chunangyi is only a first-year student, so don't bother him with the affairs of the guild. The two of us will have a little gathering. You take Chunangyi for a walk." Tam immediately obeyed their orders. Yes, during this process she also introduced a few basic things. The Tianwu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the guild's first stronghold. Many members' houses are arranged here. Originally, this was just a mountain forest, but after years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually become like a city at the local level. Both of them stood observing the view from the city wall. She added her future plans, and we would soon begin the 6th expansion. At that moment, Chunhin Hu suddenly noticed something and looked up, her pupils shrinking as if she had seen something beyond imagination. There is a silver dragon crawling on the cliff above, and each time it stomps its foot, the ground crumbles into pieces. After finding a comfortable spot, it continued to fall asleep. He looked at the majestic scene before him, as if dreaming, unable to believe that it was the legendary Eastern dragon beast, which is very rare even on TV shows. Ngung Tam also looked proud as she said, "This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild and has protected us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain range. Its temper isn't good." Chuningyi, hearing this many times, didn't ask further and turned to observe below. The group following behind made him curious. What do they want to do? She explained patiently that it was a dungeon. The headquarters of the guild has 3 dungeons, Golden, Trial, and Legend, available for guild members to challenge, and they are very generous in sharing opportunities with newcomers like him. Do you want to try swiping my card as well? Chungi was also considering it, so he didn't refuse, and he wanted to test his new weapons and skills a bit. Ngung Tam could only helplessly watch her experience points skyrocket. "Xiaotu, you're really not very loyal at all." As soon as he was transported inside, a notification appeared, indicating he had entered the nightmare dungeon of the Plague Zone. Just seconds after arriving here, he was already surrounded by a dense swarm of local monsters. The dungeon requires a level of 20 to 30, with 1 to 8 players. On the border, there is a place where a corrosive plague exists, and anyone who enters will face monsters transformed by forbidden magic into near-death beings. They will lose their sanity and go berserk, attacking the living. The first obstacle is the mad zombie tide. The ugly star-shaped monsters rushing toward him are level 20 normal zombies with biting and clawing skills, along with level 22 mid-level zombies that can also scream. Only then did Chungi begin to unleash his golden lightning power surrounding his hands. The lightning bolt strikes and cuts through the zombies like a fruit-slicing game. This move is the Divine Thunderclap Insight level S1, which reduces abnormal status effects by 50% and increases lightning damage by 50%, lasting 14 seconds, and he is quite satisfied with it. The Divine Revelation of the 4 can temporarily boost one's strength to a higher level, and Chungi maximized the skill's limitations. Although the level 1 Heavenly Revelation technique can last for 14 seconds, it's enough in actual combat. The next move is even more powerful than the previous one, unleashing force like a spinning golden thunder. He is confident that it is enough for him to dominate a few more rounds. A quick notification pops up. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial by killing 200 zombies in 35 seconds. The second mutant village gate opened. The previous trial made him very happy. Its power was quite impressive. If leveling up could quickly deal with these monsters, Chungi had to hold his nose as he stepped through the teleportation gate, overwhelmed by the stench of decay. The second door of the mutated village has opened, and he became more cautious than before, even more so than the toxic fumes of the windstorm mountains. His vision was also affected, so it's better to be careful. The strange ghostly sounds around him and the dazzling light quickly disappeared completely. Well, this human, you quickly chose your next skill. The second door will test you with a legendary grade weapon. The nameless ones hiding in the shadows are still discussing excitedly. Kill him, kill him, kill him, so weak, another trash coming to die. My little ones are starving, such a useless holy knight, so disgusting I feel like vomiting, I'll tear him apart later. They didn't get to enjoy their victory for long before being struck down by the Ngi skill that detected you and told you to get out. The fog and darkness gradually dissipated, revealing their figures. The hunting horn saw the level 25 zombie's super fast biting skill leap into attack. Its head chose the shining sword path of him. But they don't fight alone. They are controlled by the level 25 undead necromancer behind them. The powerful slash attack skill, the storm slash, roars fiercely. In its hand is a huge, sharp sword, ready to strike its prey. But this appearance made Chungi even more excited. Just in time, the new skill finally is the Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment Ring, S level 1. The summoned Divine Thunder gathers rapidly on the blade, unleashing an extreme lightning attribute damage. He decisively strikes straight ahead with a clean cut. The corpse splitter is preparing to attack and split in two, and after finishing its move, it praises itself. Its body is even sturdier than the first zombies, yet it managed to last 2 seconds. The ground ahead has been cleaved in half, and the zombie horde, like divided factions, stand frozen for a few seconds before beginning to communicate and strategize using their own language. Immediately afterward, another one let out a furious roar, activating the berserk emotion in all allies within a certain range, causing them to attack the enemy fiercely. Suddenly, the stunned group became more spirited, even speaking more aggressively. The Holy Knight's stench is very strong. Today is truly your day to die, just a tiny human. You really don't know your limits coming here. Chuang-Gi just stood there, confused about why they were spouting nonsense, talking rubbish. Then he shrugged and charged in to gather everything in one go. The S-rank lightning sword skill strikes with incredible speed, unleashing a slash that causes massive damage. The zombie hellhound undergoes a rapid transformation, its fangs growing so large that its flesh is torn apart. Then its head splits into two eerily strange halves. The fierce evolution scene did not diminish Chunyi's resolve. Instead, he shouted out and swung his sword in a beautiful parabola, sending the zombie loup-garou flying far away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from a level 26 plague carrier burst forth, making him shiver. Chungi quickly turned to block the attack while the system provided additional information about the toxic vomit disease. Once infected by toxic gas, the player immediately contracts the disease and loses health points at a certain rate every second, potentially becoming helpless until paralyzed. With incredible precision and skill, he expertly swings his weapon horizontally, decisively cutting off the monster's head, causing it to fall lifeless on the ground. Chungi, annoyed by the slimy substance on his hands, finds it disgusting, when suddenly a cold mechanical voice announces that death resists and any injuries sustained will quickly heal. As he retrieved his weapon while analyzing, he remembered that he used a warhammer for ranged attacks, but would drop it in close combat to use the pure white blade skill, and then switch to a long sword for easier counterattacks. Among the zombies rushing toward him, Chungi felt a bit disappointed. The rate of destroying 20 monsters in a minute is too slow, not enough at all. Maybe I should only use the Heavenly Punishment Ring on stronger monsters to maximize efficiency. He said and did. He immediately made a seal on his forehead, while focusing his mind to activate his latent energy. Magic skills are still the better response to this scene. Soon, the Divine Windstorm technique created a giant tornado, pulling countless enemies into its fierce power, successfully killing zombie workers, plague spreaders, and zombie hounds. Chungi immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second checkpoint, killing 100 zombies. You took 1 minute and 50 seconds to open the passage to the third door. Forbidden wind path, please continue forward. He carefully observes the dark, crimson, ominous wind path. The level 45 zombie leader steps down the stairs with a fiery tone, saying, "Perhaps your entry into this place is filled with doubt about life." As he approached, the preacher skillfully planted a bait in the opponent's heart. It's okay. The God of Wisdom welcomes all those who are lost. Chungi doubts the information he just received. The God of Light, he continued whispering to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the deity who holds life and death, we will find the true meaning of existence. Then, the preacher slowly weaves an illusory dream. Life is fragile and fleeting, but if you follow our God, you will be granted immortality and freed from the cycle of rebirth. This is the greatest honor that will elevate you above ordinary humans struggling in life and death. Come here. Put down your sword representing narrow-mindedness and join us, and together we will enjoy the endless blessings that eternal life offers. It seems that the powerful blessing has drawn Chungi into a whirlpool of inner conflict over his life and death, and seeing that he has been enchanted as intended, the preacher smirked with a calculating smile. Yes, young one, this is the opportunity people have always dreamed of. I have something to say. Baodong accepts all questions. The young divine is willing to listen, but definitely not including a reckless strike to the head or the arrogant words of the opponent. I don't care. The shining sword and the contemptuous words have exposed that filthy weakness. Everlasting life, turning into that state, is just selling one's life cheaply. Better to die and be free, preaching religious ideals but failing to persuade anyone. The preacher then cursed the foolish humans. You will regret this. Despite his severed body, he still ordered with a decisive voice, "Go to the holy maidens and let him see the fate of offending the god of light." The cultivator quickly obeyed, immediately summoned his weapon, then slowly opened his eyes, revealing a dark expression within the blazing red. They formed 2 rows of 5 spears, ready to fight at any moment. Faced with this fierce aura, Chungi eagerly grips his staff, sparks of electricity flickering around him, and the ordinary wooden stick instantly transforms into a divine sword of S+ rank. He swung his hand to counter the enemy's attack from above, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and filled the air with dust. Chungi completely disappeared after the shockwave. While the female monks were still stunned by the sudden appearance of the enemy, he suddenly unleashed the divine thunder punishment ring, S level, and swiftly took them down. A female priestess can only watch helplessly as her teammate turns to ash. Then she tilts her head back in anger and lets out a furious scream. Chungi moved closer with a look of delight. "So you can produce sounds." Then he kills the nun with a single slash. The opponent's speed in being defeated is so fast that he can't help but admire. "You look formidable, but surprisingly weak." Chungi only spun his sword once and killed countless elite zombie saints. Again and again, the sword in his hand kept drawing stunning curves, cutting off their limbs. Even the sharp spear was knocked away and slid across the tiled floor. The storm of attacks has swept away countless soldiers. The bishop watches the chaos from afar, now speaking, saying these sparks and blood are used to fill the cracks of the world's rebellion. Even up to this moment, that fanatic remains stubborn. Our screams of agony are a symphony dedicated to the gods. The higher the pitch, the deeper the altar sinks into the hellish magma. Chungi stands firm on the decayed ground. Behind him, countless remnants of burned and charred bodies. He frowned and challenged, saying, "It's your turn now." The bishop simply smiled gently, as if facing a rebellious beast. Then his eyes gleamed with cruelty as black smoke gradually gathered, relying solely on himself. Chungi paused briefly in front of what was happening, but before he could react, deadly aura tightly bound his legs. Regaining his composure, Chungi silently observed the magic circle drawn around him. A sense of calm and doubt constantly invaded my emotions. When did this battle start? Recalling the easy victory just now, Chungi concluded that he was attacking, but in fact he was constructing a magic circle. No wonder their attacks, although dense, were weak in damage. It turns out to be a covert operation. Suddenly, an arm reached up from beneath the formation and grabbed his leg. Chungi looked down in shock and saw many monks continuously surfacing, his face showing extreme confusion at this bewildering situation. Chunahai looked down, his face gradually turning serious, his body suddenly feeling heavy and his strength waning. The pressing force around him made him feel oppressed, as if a giant monster beneath the ground was pulling him down. The one holding the meeting is a formation called the Soul Resentment Trap, a crowd skill that takes 10 seconds to set up and causes a curse of decay, weakening enemies within its area by disorienting their minds and wills. As soon as the system finishes, he immediately takes 2 hits from it, reducing both his attack and health by 100. He activates the Golden Light skill, which appears to dispel the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, he has death resistance and magic resistance that can block part of the curse. He looks at his infected arm, which has lost nearly half, then ponders deeply. From afar, the preacher continues to persuade the youth to accept the divine blessing, promising they will survive in the world with their most beautiful appearance. In contrast to the arrogance of the demon at the door, half of his body is trapped in the formation, paying no mind to the power trying to seize him again. Chungi disdainfully said, "So it's always the same thing. Are you a robot?" From the red glow, a blazing spark flickers. The holy light halo condenses behind Chungi's head, a crown of divine fire granting the ability to manipulate the fire element, boosting his own strength and fire-based skills, along with the light system, by nearly 40%. A pillar of flames descends, engulfing both the man and the magic circle. Chungi breaks free, his body blazing with fire as he rises, casting aside the burning priests. They were burned to ashes, resembling fireballs flying everywhere. Each victorious light arrow was summoned and shot straight toward the place where the priest was standing. But the dark shield blocked the attack, absorbing a large amount of damage, being immune to physical and magical attacks, and even converting some of the damage into dark corrosion. Chunangi did not hesitate, and continued swinging his sword. aiming his lightning strike directly at the barrier. Facing the overwhelming force, the bishop's shield gradually shattered, leaving him speechless with shock. Then he raised his hand to defend himself and shouted loudly, "Great Asia, show your wrath and punish this arrogant insect." Chunhee, upon hearing that name, paused in thought and suddenly noticed the three-eyed statue emitting a faint golden glow. This Asia guy is the evil god mentioned by Hung Kwai? Is it here too? He stopped his hand and looked straight at the priest, transforming with black aura surrounding him. Chunhee clenched his divine sword and carefully analyzed. Even though he didn't know what would happen, he definitely couldn't let it succeed. This shield could absorb a lot of damage and rebound, so I must use a powerful force to break his shield. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful divine thunder attack, shouting, "If one strike isn't enough, then another," as he continued to wield the divine lightning punishment. This strike not only shatters the mage's shield but also severs his head from his body. His blackened body collapses, and the half-mutated head, still frozen in shock, is thrown far away. That thing falls to the ground, disgusting liquid splattering everywhere. This scene doesn't make Chunhee lose his composure. He quickly transforms into his angelic body, with his blackened corpse merging into a single entity, forming a dark being with glowing red eyes. "You little brat, if you refuse to submit, then let me devour you on behalf of the master." The preacher, furious, charged forward, launching black orbs directly at the enemy. He also didn't stand still, swiftly dodging them. Chunhee's figure skillfully weaves through the blazing red energies erupting from the dark bridge. He carefully surveys the surroundings and then calmly interlaces his hands to cast a spell. Holy Light Shield. At his summoning, a holy altar appears from above, shining a beam of light straight down. Chunhee continues to unleash the divine thunder of heaven and hell. As he finishes speaking, the surrounding energies turn into lightning bolts that pin the priest firmly to the ground. He still retained consciousness, crying out in agony, "Let me go, you damn bastard." Even under suppression, he refuses to submit, shouting with full hatred, "You will pay for what you have done. Great God, punish the one who disrespects you." Chunhee scoffed and shattered the monk's illusion, saying, "Don't think your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light." He raised his hand to deliver the final blow. The ultimate skill, Heaven's Prison, burst, with thousands of chains piercing straight into his shapeless, unformed body. He screamed in pain, "Let me go, or Lord Asia will destroy you completely." The system interface appears with details of the divine skill, Thunder Punishment, Heaven's Cage. S-Rank, controlling the divine thunder and forming a prison. Lock the enemy in place. Chunhee looked at the yellow screen and analyzed the 5 main categories of the fake profession skills: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are rare. Among them, restriction skills are extremely rare. Ignoring the preacher's struggle to escape the golden chains, his thoughts continued, and control was one of the most effective skills. Even limited restraining techniques used in combat can produce unexpected results. Then Chunhee concluded that with his inability to break through the control skill, which had great power but was easy to avoid, there was no need to worry about hitting his target. The priest, despite being imprisoned, still shouted in despair, "The wrath of Lord Asia will burn you to ash. Your soul will be forever tormented in agony." He immediately wondered, what exactly is Asia that you speak of? The main eye of the entity widened, black bloodshot veins spreading into the darkness, incredibly terrifying. That thing looked up at the giant statue and roared, "Lord Asia is an omniscient deity with boundless power, able to destroy thousands of enemies with a single gesture. Traitors will be devoured and the loyal will attain eternal life." Chunhee contemptuously kicks the deformed pig-like head of him closer. "Immortality with your current appearance, is that even possible? A deformed monster." The preacher immediately shouted in protest, ignorant and foolish, then remembered his painful past. He used to be an unknown pastor living in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers, so he always tried to cure the villagers' illnesses. But a terrible plague swept through the village, bringing suffering and helplessness everywhere. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He recalls each time he ran into the city to seek out higher-ranking bishops to beg for their help in saving the villagers. And despite their scornful looks and rejection, he remained unashamed and hopeful that they would show compassion and lend a helping hand. Then he went to the Twisted Archbishop to beg for help, but the harsh truth was they didn't want to enter his village, considering the villagers nothing more than a bunch of ants not worth wasting their strength on. Still, I hurried back to deliver the good news in despair. "I'm back, we've been saved." From that moment on, even though the priest's body was decayed and stained with dark, blackened evil across his abdomen, he still smiled brightly as he ran swiftly toward the villagers, clutching the sinister cross. The priest knelt beside the cursed victim. Gripping the holy cross tightly, silently hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, causing him to fall flat on the ground. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived all along. Then the pastor and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in endless grief. The villagers grew weaker, and more people died each day. Their cries always echo in my ears, "Reverend, please save me. My lord, I am in so much pain. I am in so much pain. Have mercy on me." At that moment, he hated himself for being useless and hated the coldness of the high-ranking priest, and tears of helplessness streamed down his face, causing his words to tremble. "Sorry, I did it. But at the most desperate moment, a mysterious power summoned me." Then the bishop used his great power to banish illness, and the villagers no longer suffered. Even the dead came back to life, and faces once filled with pain and torment now wore smiles. Everyone is no longer troubled by illness. Seeing those soulless corpses, the pastor believed he had made the right choice in accepting the sacrifice. This is just a small price to pay. Everything is worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord Asian has chosen us. I will definitely carry Lord Asia's glory further so more people can receive his blessings. Chungi sighed, disappointed by such blind devotion. This guy is beyond help. I doubt I can get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his sword to cut the man in half down the body. Even on the brink of life and death, the priest still fervently prayed to the god he worshipped. Lord Asia demonstrates his power, rescuing his loyal servant and destroying the enemy. Chungi sneers at him with a cold gaze. "Are you still hoping in your evil god?" Then he coldly delivers the final, brutal truth. "I fear he has already abandoned you. Today is your day to die," yet the preacher still screams, stubbornly holding on to his unbreakable faith. "How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me." He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Before he could act, Chungi threw a divine chain to stop him, then raised his hand to summon holy light, his voice echoing like a decree, the sacred cross of light. The seal immediately activates, locking the preacher in place. Despite writhing in pain, he continues to beg the divine being who never answers. "Lord Asia saved me, but the stone statue didn't react. Ignoring the black liquid shot at me, the system announced the death of the necromancer." Chungi returns to his normal state and gently lands on the ground. Yang immediately announces the items he has received. 12 in 1 through 23 experience points, high-level life recovery potion, magic restoring crystal, protective armor shield. He reached out and calmly commented, "Not too bad either." Even though the experience points are not enough for a level up, Chungi instinctively sensed that something was off, as if the evil aura had not completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up and quickly grabbed it, then moved toward the statue ready to deliver a final blow to destroy it. That damn thing ends here. The blinding golden light pierced through and shattered it into fragments in an instant. The system once again issued a signal. "Congratulations on destroying the demon god's statue and earning an extraordinary reward that surprises you for a moment." The red text appears along with the information frame, detailing the new item, a sacred crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power that allows priests to change their class twice, appearing in divine or demonic-related dungeons. Chungi observes the glowing object floating in front of him. This is his first encounter with a tool related to the dual profession. "Looks like I need to clear this dungeon a few more times." As soon as I stepped outside, Ningxin approached and praised me. "Not bad. The first time clearing the time trial dungeon, you finished in 10 minutes and 25 seconds, placing you in the top 20 on the leaderboard." Chungi handed her the loot. "Hurry up and make a deal. The Uchiha clan head will give her all of these." "I want to enter the dungeon one more time," Ningzong quickly advised. Just after passing through the door, he went back in. "Why?" "This dungeon isn't for playing around. It consumes a lot of energy." In Chungi's mind, the records set by previous players suddenly appeared. He clenched his fists firmly and declared, "The first time is to explore the way. This time I want to challenge myself to beat the fastest clear time, the top record. I feel I can break it now." She tilted her head and thought for a moment before reminding him that all top 10 are level 30 class change professionals, and to clear the leaderboard, he needs to wait until he's level 27 to challenge. Chungi confidently assured her, knowing in his heart that he had it all figured out, so she could rest assured. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Ngongtam could only give him a few parting words. "All right, you be careful. I won't let you have the rewards from this dungeon. Keep the small items for self-defense." At the same time, Zhengming suddenly appeared. "What? Wow, what's going on here? When did Trin Min arrive?" He scratched his head awkwardly. Just now it took him 2 months to clean out those disgusting alien creatures. It was exhausting. Chungi accidentally overheard their conversation and wondered if the space crack was the one that wiped out the alien creatures. He quietly entered the new dungeon. his mind still haunted by what he had been taught. When we reached the raging mountain range, I discovered that low-level alien creatures could pass through the medium-sized space crack. Hearing the teacher say that the country immediately raised the combat level to level 3 and deployed a legion to clear the area around the crack. On the other side, Ngungtam anxiously inquires about the extent of the battle damage, and Trin Min's face darkens as he recalls the comrades who were lost. Our team has more than 12 people, but only 8 made it back. Moreover, this was with a protective legion, so I'm afraid you might not have been able to return either. After a few moments of silence, she sighed softly, saying that the casualties were 1/3, which was quite unfortunate. Ngungtam suddenly crossed her arms and gently reproached Trin Min for calling your mother. This child, with such a dangerous mission, you didn't say a word. He replied with a forced smile. Isn't he just here to look for something small? If I tell her now that I took on the mission secretly, I'll definitely get scolded. She shrugged and said casually, this is something I can't control. Come on, it's nothing serious. See, I'm fine, right? Instead of replying to him, Ningxin turned to look at the person approaching, quickly asking, Chungyi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained. Ui, supervisor, I have already exited the dungeon. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hand. Ha! He pointed to the newly reset achievement board. The Divine Realm of Translation. Nightmare difficulty. Rank 1 Chungyi. Level 23. Time through the door. 1 minute 59 seconds. Then she smiled smugly. Look, Ningxin muttered in disbelief, having passed the nightmare difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes. He's only level 23. Chunanghi quickly made a new request. The Guardian of the Void, I want to test the depth of the abyss. She sighed, her eyes showing helplessness mixed with defiance. You're truly a prodigy. Go ahead, take my card and scan as many times as you want. At this moment, Zheng Ming couldn't hide his shock either. Hey, aren't you Chunanghi, the new top student of Tuhang University? 2 months have passed, but the record for clearing the divine telepathy trial area is still talked about everywhere. The students are full of admiration. Damn, the record for passing the deep abyss level of the divine aura service has been broken. 1 minute 29 seconds, that's hard to believe. 1 minute and 29 seconds, I was still trapped at the first gate. Scary, this is the true strength of the disciple of the Royal Society of Body Transmission, the leader. Immediately, someone from the crowd also spoke with admiration. Did you see the nightmare level of the divine sense service area or a few days ago? It only took 59 seconds. I was stunned. Even the speed of the dual profession fake warrior's passage isn't as fast as him. Chuninghi left the dungeon with a happy look, unable to help but think about the joyful days gone by. These 2 months have truly been fulfilling. After Teacher Vuong Hui found out that I cleared the Heavenly Vu Guild dungeon, he directly gave me his accumulated points card so I could clear it freely. Then I checked my own profile. Without the limit of accumulated points, I naturally had to work hard to level up quickly. So after 2 months in the Heavenly Vu Guild, I finally reached level 29 and can accept specialized missions. Chunanghi quietly plans his next move, contacting Teacher Vuong Hui later to obtain the Holy Knight's letter of appointment. Just then, the phone rang with a beep. That is the recall message from Principal Vuong Hui. His phone still has the cute keychain he was given. The hottest magical beast pet box in Ninin City. It took me a long time to get this kind of fish. A moment later, Chungi arrived at the principal's office. Hello, sir. As soon as he saw your face, Wang Hui praised you highly. Just as I predicted, gaining 6 levels in 2 months isn't bad. He stepped closer, patted his shoulder lightly, and said ambiguously, I could have taken you on a monster hunting trip to level up to 40 or even 50 faster. But do you know why I don't do that? Therefore, the fake profession of the 3 transitions has no level, lacks basic training, and cannot fully unleash its strength. Chunung seriously added, the fake profession only becomes a top expert when relying on oneself during life and death training. Vuong Hui's spell causes a golden light to flash as he comments, you can understand this point, which is not easy. He took out the transfer letter and placed it in front of him before beginning to explain. In a world of strong people, many rely on resources from their parents to level up, but even at the second transfer, the third transfer remains difficult to sustain. If you have already reached level 29, you should prepare for the second transfer. Vuong Hui continued to explain. The second-tier Holy Knight is a celestial visionary, greatly enhancing control of divine light and boosting the weak abilities of the first tier. But for you, your strength has already far surpassed the ordinary. This is the transfer letter. Unlocking consciousness will reveal the transformation conditions. The system panel appears before Chunungi. The Divine Knight promotion item meets the requirements to advance, and upon activation, it can transform the Divine Knight into a celestial revelation. He calmly closes his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the promotion letter into himself. At this moment, notification lines appeared. The conditions for class change: the highest class is Holy Knight, level 29, 100 Holy Spirit crystals, and 100 penitence thoughts. Chungi scratched his head in confusion, thinking that penitence thoughts referred to those of heretical cult followers worshipping evil gods. Demon Lord, do you still remember what I obtained from the deep abyss of divine energy? Wang Hui replied, after hearing your question. It requires specialized skills to generate the thought of repentance. You must use it within half an hour after death, or the soul will dissipate. Chungi frowned and raised another issue regarding the repentance technique. Teacher, how do you know I have this skill? Wang Hui calmly replied, I heard you cleared the mission in the spirit realm, so you must have obtained that skill. With your strength, 100 Holy Spirit crystals should be enough, right? He was a bit moved, thinking to himself that the master had already planned the second transformation for him. Then I replied to him, yes, Wang Hui continued, so just complete the fourth mission and you can proceed with the second transformation. He also advised Chungi that recently there was a mission related to the evil sect on the school's website, with a high chance of obtaining the concept of repentance. Go check it out when you get back. He simply replied with one word after hearing it, yes. After arriving home, Chungi immediately searched for information about the tasks on the school's official website. A series of results appeared, making him ponder. Tuhang University is one of the top 3 universities, with a student body that isn't considered large. Over 4 years, it only has about 5,000 students, less than a third of other universities. He pressed the search button while analyzing, as Tuhang University's input resources are very high, so they can't recruit many students. Although there are few students, the missions are diverse. All the ones above are academic tasks. Now I only care about the missions related to the heretical cult. The result is immediately displayed afterward. The objective of the combat mission is to defeat the fleeing heretical cultist at level 34, with a reward of 400 study points. The investigation task involves Longfang City in Sungsan Province, where clues were found and reported for a reward of 100 to 1,000 study points. Chungi stroked his chin in thought for a long time. Repentance requires 100 beams, and the first task can only be categorized. He needs to check where Longfang City is in the second mission. Thinking and acting, he immediately searched for this location. Although it's not a big city, it has the specialty of Yuanguo, so it's probably more developed than Lijiang. If heretical cult members are active, the chance to gain the idea of repentance is not small. Chungi clicked to accept the mission, and a warning suddenly popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk level mission. 2 people who took the task have lost contact. Do you want to continue accepting it? This situation surprised him, yet it was a high-risk mission. He then frowned and analyzed, similar to the difficulty levels of dungeons. The school's missions are also divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A hint of caution flickers in his emerald eyes as he considers the high-risk mission, with a death rate of at least 70%. But none of this makes Chungi flinch. Indeed, any task involving heretical cult members is never simple, so I need to prepare a bit before heading out. He raised his hand to summon the guiding insect, and the delicate butterfly responded respectfully, Master, do you have any instructions? He did not answer, only silently used his positioning skill, and the magic diagram lit up immediately along with detailed information. The skill uses guiding no insect to mark the coordinates of the void beast's spatial location, sensing the position and teleporting instantly to the designated point. Chungi instructed the guiding no insect that if danger arises beyond handling, it can also rely on its speed to escape. This time, heading to Longfang City to carry out the mission will come with an additional guarantee. After finishing everything, Chungi stepped outside the schoolyard and thought that on the school's website, buying enough magic recovery potions would be enough to depart. From afar, 2 female students exclaimed upon seeing his figure. The hero of Nungi, still alive. The other also smiled and praised him, truly deserving of the title of the leader of the Golden Age. This level of aura even surpasses that of the senior 4th-year students. In the exclusive alloy training room of the Academy Director at the War College, Ngo Mang is training alone against all 7 robots. While fighting, he asks Tumi, did Chungi leave the school after accepting a high-risk mission? She answered Ngo Mang's question. Yes, the mission location is in Longfang City, Sungsun Province, related to the Tajiaodo. Ngo Mang knocked away the robots and said, looks like the Tajiaodo mission means he's preparing for a second transfer. This kid has his own ideas too. Besides, that familiar name also made him suspicious, but it seems I've heard that mission in Longfang City mentioned by her before. Tumi glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed that the initial mission in Longfang City was only at a normal level. But after the 2 students at levels 26 and 28 lost contact, it was upgraded to a high-risk level. The school predicts that only a second-tier fake profession can handle it. Ngomeng replied with a smile while still fighting the robots. There might be some hidden tricks there. It could be a bit troublesome for other students, but for Chungi, it's not really a big deal. After finishing, he decapitated his opponent and then kicked off with force to charge forward. The analysis thread continued. These 2 victories were achieved in the Heavenly Wind Guild's training dungeon. Even at level 29, Chungi wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a second-tier profession, let alone with many of his trump cards. Wu Meng quickly eliminated the group of robots and simultaneously decided to change Chungi's class to a leave request, so no further management was needed. Finally, he instructed Tu Mi to wait and remind him when he returned, and that the leave of absence still had to be approved. The high-speed train is speeding along the railway, a straight 100,000-kilometer route from Tuhang to Longfang, passing through many dangerous areas. To get there, you need to start from the Nin and University Teleportation Square. Use 12 teleportations and 7 high-speed trains to reach Vinheng, Sungsan Province. Chungi, exhausted, leans his head against the window, then just needs to sit on the subway for 2 hours to arrive. The phone buzzed and he answered with a message alert. "Chungi, have you arrived yet?" He quickly responded, "Almost there, just 1 more hour." Then the person on the other end replied, "All right. When you get there, remember to call me." Bina, sitting nearby, said admiringly, "Wow, your phone keychain is a Nin-En specialty, featuring a mouse demon beast. Are you also from Ninyan?" Chunagi friendly confirms, "So you are too." With a bright smile on her face, she confides in him. "I suppose I can be considered half a person from Ninan. My grandmother is over there. I grew up there. Now I can only go during summer vacation. Anyway, Tuhang Province is too far from Sungsan Province, so going to Longfang City is just for sightseeing or something." Chungi just used the appraisal technique and replied casually, "There are some things that need to be done. What about everyone else? Are they coming to Longfang City for vacation?" The results show that both are level 13 pharmacists. Bina didn't realize she was under investigation and continued to speak casually. "That's right. We were planning to go to Longfang to relax in the hot springs. I'm Bina and this is my close friend Liu Kui. Your rank is higher, so I can't really judge." It seems like the Aura Master is from the combat system. After Chuai's she started to praise herself. "I told you, my senses are pretty accurate. I really admire your combat profession." To him, this statement sounds a bit off. The demeanor between a fake life profession and a fake combat profession is vastly different. It's completely normal to be caught. With sincere intentions to connect deeply, Bina proactively takes out her phone and says, "Little brother, my best friend and I are both pharmacists. From now on, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's a healing potion, magic power, or a wound treatment, I will give you a 20% discount." Chungi felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. "Okay, thank you." Finally, the high-speed train has arrived in Longfang City. Bak Na spoke after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Lu Kiet pulled their luggage and said goodbye to Chungi. "If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time." But because I was talking, she accidentally bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. Tavan saw a young girl with a painted face in front of her and shamelessly promoted her heretical teachings. "Beautiful sister. I'm really sorry. Look, the Holy Spirit Church might bring endless happiness to everyone." He continued explaining to Liu Qian, "Our church has a very special event recently that shows the blessings of the gods. If you're interested, you can come and learn a bit. Even Chungi is not spared." This young monk looks at his extraordinary aura and must be someone destined for the divine. Although these words are just flattery to him, he still glances at the paper the other person hands over. After reading it, Chungi's doubts grew even stronger, and he let out a This attitude made Tavan turn pale and have to retreat, then snatched back the paper and ran away, leaving behind a blessing. "May the Holy Spirit Lord forever protect you." It seems Liu Jiet still doesn't know much about the Holy Spirit sect. She reads the paper and says, "Is religious culture in Longfang City so popular?" But Bai Na quickly snatches it away and throws it out. Very unlucky. Lu Keet wondered about her friend's strange behavior. What's wrong? Is something not right? Bak Na had to thoroughly explain her family's experiences. She didn't know, which was normal, that my older brother had been working here for many years. A year ago, Longfang City started showing signs of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit Church was considered a mysterious organization. Many people who join the religion see their attributes increase and level up, but eventually everyone realizes that although their appearance remains the same, their personalities change completely, as if they became different people. Bak Na continues to share her sad experience. "My older brother was kind-hearted, but after joining the Holy Spirit Church, he became irritable. His outburst made the whole family afraid. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of loyal followers, I still felt something was off." After listening to her story, Lu Jai asked what the divine relic actually was, but at that moment, Bai Na threw the flyer into the trash can with a bored expression. Let it go. We can't touch these things. Who could know what exactly is inside it? Chun-Yi crossed his arms and commented on what just happened. Although I was here at first, Feng and the mountain also briefly saw the light god with their consciousness, but divine relics are not something good. Maybe this is a clue to track down the heretical sect, because they often disguise themselves as mainstream religions. Soon, darkness covered Longfeng City entirely. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hengyang Hospital building shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the street. The crowd gathered on the 9th floor. Everyone was excited. Could we really encounter a divine relic today? I guess I came for the divine relics too. My neighbor said that after he encountered a divine relic with a thinking attribute, his ability increased by 20 and his strength also grew. Guman, after listening among the crowd, sarcastically used her reputation to lure people to join the gathering. Thuang, of course, also recognized this little trick. No need to talk nonsense. The Holy Spirit Church became a major religion in just a year. How could they do it without tricks? Even if criticized, he still focused on the mission. That's right. Remember to record the entire process of their forgery later. Triolin whispered softly beside her. Miss, just gather clues about the fake divine relics. Don't dig too deep. A+ mission carelessness means losing your life. Once reaching level 19, he dared not say no once he spoke. Follow her instructions. Only gather clues and absolutely avoid direct contact. She heard the satisfactory answer and immediately turned to ask her level 18 mechanic. I wonder if the little robot is almost ready. He smiled brightly in response. Rest assured, the entire room is under surveillance. Wuhan suddenly interrupted while using the appraisal technique. Hey, why can't I see that person's profession rank information? Chuenji stayed within her line of sight, but the screen kept showing errors. The other three simultaneously activated the inspection function. I also can't see his rank. What about Koman? He is no different from Zhaoling. If we can't see it, we definitely can't probe it, which means the opponent's level is at least level 20. Thuang looked suspiciously at the usual gathering of the Holy Spirit Church. How could it attract powerhouses above level 20? Wuhan then continued, revealing shocking information. Does he carry the breath of the divine? Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit sect? As they were dissecting the five mouths, Chungi suddenly shot a cold glare, causing all four to panic and their blood to seem to freeze. Zhaoling didn't hesitate and issued an order. That gaze frightened my spirit. It's probably a second-tier expert. Absolutely must not attract attention. Wuhan responded softly, and the two men silently accepted their orders. While the opponents assessed him, Chungi was also analyzing them. These four people didn't seem to be ordinary townsfolk, but they also had nothing to do with him. His target was the Holy Spirit sect. A sharp bell rings out, cutting through everyone's thoughts, and the atmosphere instantly becomes silent. The representative begins to welcome and greet everyone to the Holy Spirit Church gathering. Everyone here is destined to meet the Lord. I am the divine servant Lei Tuvian, here to lead you to divine grace. Chungi quietly observes from behind. A level 18, two level 17s, not very strong. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Meanwhile, Tuvian continued to speak passionately. The Holy Spirit Church worships the Lord, guiding with faith towards light and salvation. In the eyes of the deity, all beings are equal. He keeps weaving dreams for his followers. As long as they are sincere, the deity will bestow blessings. From free cultivation dungeons to precious resources like magic power-enhancing pills and rare treasures to increase vitality, everything is available. Finally, he revealed an attractive backup offer. The church provides each member with 8,000 mid-tier coins every month for operational expenses. This bomb made the crowd go wild. I worked hard for a whole month just to earn 4,000, but in the church I can get 8,000 plus free cultivation resources. Maybe I could change my fate and become a true powerhouse. Tuvian kept pouring sweet words into everyone's ears. This is the love of the Divine Lord for all, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about life's troubles and can devote themselves fully to their faith in the Divine Lord. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Church is limitless. Next, as the divine servant, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the deity to everyone. The man stepped in front of the statue, unaware of its potential or effectiveness to perform. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the Divine Lord to witness the glory of the God and feel the boundless, divine grace. Chungi pondered as he looked at the item in front of him, unable to identify it, but he could sense the dense magical aura on the statue. Probably a magic tool. Zhaoling's group also held their own thoughts about it. The Holy Spirit statue they want to forge a miracle with. This time we must gather solid evidence. Tavian stood facing the statue, raising both hands high and shouting loudly, "Holy Spirit, God Lord, show us your power." The expectant expressions of the crowd below made him speak more passionately, allowing these devout followers to witness his great miracle. As he finished speaking, the assistant immediately shook the small bell in his hand. As the ringing sound echoed, the statue gradually emitted a gentle golden light, soon forming a dazzling halo that made Chungi raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in shock at what was called a miracle, now appearing as a goddess holding a believer in her arms. I don't know who shouted. What is this? This is the key that unlocks everyone's excitement. The miracle is a miracle. This light makes my body feel full of power. The figure from the statue begins to chant a series of spells. The followers couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Strange. Did anyone hear that sound? That legend is still talking. Koman's group is also surrounded by spells, and Tru Wuhan all seem to be under a mind control spell. Then Zhaoling suddenly looked at her hands, trembling as she said, "I have become a second-tier profession changer." This made Wuhan stand in the protective barrier in shock. Sister Lin beside me, Koman laughed wildly. This low-grade resource is enough for me to become the strongest warrior, and the damage won't escape the demon's claws. Mom, now I am the top mech engineer in Zhongxia country, enough to make the family proud. She used her own experience as proof that this was a high-level hypnotic magic. Wuhan stared helplessly at the divine artifact, which kept radiating with the mental control immunity necklace, able to activate only once every half hour. Now I can only wait for the cooling device, wake up a teammate, and then forcefully induce them. Chungi is the second person to resist. He grabs the head of someone nearby and starts calculating himself. This high-level hypnotic magic, could it be that the Holy Spirit Church only relies on this method to attract followers? Tavian looked at the outcome brought by the divine relic and was completely satisfied. No wonder it's a sacred object bestowed by the Grand Bishop with extraordinary effectiveness. He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to start moving. We just wasted a bit of time earlier, and they're in a hurry too. The enchanting chime sounded again, waves of sound spreading out from that direction, soon enveloping the entire hall in glowing golden ripples. As the chanting ceased, waves of deathly aura seeped into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers gradually appeared on the altar, emerging from the black smoke. Tu Vien respectfully bowed and greeted the Grand Master. Chungi's eyes suddenly flickered. This feeling is from my sect. As soon as Feng Li spoke, he voiced a question. Why has Tu Vien been using it for so long? He hurriedly clasped his hands in explanation. Master Priest, there must be a reason behind this. Promoting the Holy Spirit Church will take some time. He dismissively warns, just a few consumables, don't waste time next time. Feng Li reaches out to touch the statue and says, this time after the sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit sect. Receiving the blessing from the Divine Lord, Tu Vien was hit by unexpected joy and felt extremely excited, thanking the gesture of the Grand Priest. Chungi observed for a moment and was enlightened. The evil sect disciple does not look like a normal person without the power of evil spirits, making it hard to distinguish their true identity. But as a holy knight, I am blessed by the holy light and extremely sensitive to evil aura. The demonic breath of those 5 people is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Li Feng continued his divine hymn. Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible great Lord of Gods, the sacrificial offering is fully prepared for you. Please rest assured and enjoy. Seeing this scene, your mind drifts further. New bishop level 27, right? He must be a higher-ranking person. Let's see if he can gather more information. After all, there are 5 evil cult members. Never enough. In front of the glowing golden statue, the group of Feng Li raised their hands and repeated in unison, Eternal Holy Spirit, forever immortal. The statue of the god, after hearing the phrase, Holy Spirit eternal and forever invincible 5 times, smiled with satisfaction, opening its mouth to release shimmering, surging waves of sound. The fanatic followers below are as excited as a sudden rainstorm in the summer. Chunungi silently feels speechless about the crazed atmosphere around him. This is the moment they are extracting souls. The shout of Eternal Holy Spirit now echoes through the surrounding believers. His mind keeps turning. The soul is the key to rebirth, whether as a savior priest or a self-rescuing powerhouse. Ordinary people have weak souls so they don't appear after death, but whether strong or weak, the soul is always extremely important. Chungi truly perceives the heresy of the sect, caught in the net of heaven and earth that controls everyone's mind, yet this illusion actually drains their soul power. You can't forget the violent scene you heard about. The Catholics seem the same on the surface, but their personalities are completely different. Finally, I have found the answer to the recent strange events. Those who join the Holy Spirit Church with the most significant personality changes are definitely related to the missing souls. Chun-hee quietly wondered what the purpose was of that statue collecting the souls of these bewildered people. Zhaoling, driven by her will, stepped into the 9th floor, but now she also ignored her soul being eroded. Wuhan used all his strength to pull her back, his heart racing. If we keep waiting for Lin, they'll all die. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Lin, wake up quickly. She's decided to activate the Ice Spirit technique regardless of everything. Ice Spirit, heed my call and gather your power to freeze. Watching the thin layers of ice cover Zhaolin, she joyfully exclaims, "There is hope now." But the joy was short-lived as the ice melted away in an instant, nullifying the ice magic and reverting it back. Wuhan's blatant actions drew Tu Vien's attention, yet some people remained unaffected by the hypnosis. He raised his hand and unleashed a monstrous force like a storm. Hak Diem, go. Shuang-He saw the deadly aura approaching her and boldly used the Holy Light Palm technique, but unexpectedly, among the believers, more than 2 people were hit by the attack, and Lun Hiem quickly threw out a Holy Light shield. The sturdy golden shield blocks the magic stream in front of Wuhan. Now that her cover is blown, she seizes the opportunity to launch another fireball of the Holy Light spell at Fong Lai. As expected from the Saint Spirit Bishop, he simply flicked his hand to deflect the deadly attack. After dealing with some petty tricks, he immediately exposed her. Dazzling Light Technique. You are a member of the Holy Light Church's peak, and even as a level 25 Holy Light mage, your defenses are still hard to break, leaving Liu Nian confused. How is this possible? My Dieu Quang Thuat is now level 15. This skill once quickly defeated a level 26 Golden King boss. Her suppressed strength quickly brought her back to her senses, and she immediately opened dozens of teleportation scrolls. But now, just a wave of Ta Jiaodo's hand could block her. This is bad. Ta Jiaodo's strength is far beyond my imagination. I must leave here immediately. Easy to get in, easy to get out. That's just a song. How can Fong Lai let her escape? You think this is a place where you can come and go as you please just because you want to? He cast the summoning technique, sticky mud from the floor clinging tightly around her. Liu Niem quickly stepped back, but Fong Li was supported by 2 heretical disciples simultaneously, unleashing wind ring and fireball spells. A swirling golden light envelops her inside. The power of the Brightness Society gathers beside me, forming an unbreakable support. 2 against 1 is no match. She's trapped in a pincer movement with enemies closing in from both sides. Among the 5 enemies, there are 2 mages. If there had been only 1 mage, she might have taken the chance to destroy a few of their scrolls while they were chanting, and then escape. Even if her calculations are flawed, Lun Hiem must keep fighting. The power of the divine gathers in the light, purifying evil in the world. But she wasn't very optimistic inside. Worse still, another close combat profession is coming this way. If he gets close to me, I will definitely die. She frantically launched attacks at her opponent in an attempt to break through their barrier. At 58 years old, after switching to a stealthy disguise profession, I, the Brightness Mage, was directly recruited into the Brightness Church to be trained. The Holy Spirit Church people are not used to fighting, and they counterattacked, making her struggle to dodge the blows. After 4 years of training, this was her first time outside to train, and she initially thought she could destroy this religious activity on her own, but does it have to cost her life? Chun-Hee looked at the battle unfolding with a sigh of frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his hand and unleashed the blood-repentant sword. The Huangduang Hospital building had been eerily silent all this time, but in an instant, successive explosions tore through the floors, accompanied by deafening booms. Liu Hiem knelt in despair, gazing at the ruined trench before her, the remaining half of the Wuhan building struggling to hold up for her comrades. Is this already the end? Tu Vien hurriedly pointed in a direction to warn of another saboteur with a holy aura so faint. Fong Lai, of course, was not blind and questioned Chun-Gi. You are a high-ranking knight of the Holy Light Church. He did not answer, but immediately accused him. The heretical cult gathered a bunch of pathetic scum. Lu Niem trembled all over, trying to stand up as if she had her own guess. 2 mages, a warrior, all above level 25 with magic support, yet they were killed so quickly. Could it be the second-tier profession fake? Longfang City has indeed long been on the church's radar. Of course, Fong Lai was not pleased with the criticism and decisively swung his sword, taking down the remaining 2 heretics in one strike, ignoring Chun-Gi and the 2 ragged figures entirely. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. With a single move, this was impossible. He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn forward to block him. He didn't expect to find himself in this situation. It was clear he was walking straight into death. Chungi also didn't refuse the prey offered on his doorstep, coldly cutting it in half to finish it off. Then he didn't hesitate to summon the blue butterfly to lead the way for the insect. It obeyed the command and rushed into the door of death before the deadly aura disappeared. Loon Hiem timidly stepped beside him, a high-level divine official respectfully. I am the Light Mage Loon Hiem from the Demon City branch, the Holy Light Bishop. The closer I stand, the clearer my heart becomes. If you look closely, the intensity of the holy light is more than just terrifying. This is truly a manifestation of holy light. I can even feel the joyful aura it radiates around his body. Chunung asked curiously, "Why are you from the Demon City branch? And why are you here?" She also didn't hide her feelings and expressed her gratitude. "I went out for training and took on a mission to come here. Luckily, Your Excellency was here, or I would have been in danger this time." He turned his back and walked away, indifferently replying, "It's just a small matter." She hurriedly ran after to confirm. "May I ask which divine official of the Brightness Church you are? I have never seen such powerful holy light before." Chungi gestured with his hand and spoke frankly. "I am not one of your holy light church people." As a loud roar echoed, Loon Hiem wondered in confusion. It's not like she looked at the ruined altar with a snap of her fingers. She blinked to confirm once more. With such dense holy aura, besides the divine officials of the Brightness Church, who else could possess it? Her little head boldly guessed, could it be the saintly heir? Liu Nian frantically searched her memory. The titles Saint Son and Saint Daughter are reserved for the top geniuses within the Holy See of the Bright religion. This is also a kind of authority. They can obtain the top-tier training within the church's core. They are trained because they are all champions at their level, even capable of surpassing their rank to kill enemies. To avoid being targeted by heretical sects, the Saint Son or Saint Girl always hides their identity before revealing themselves. Only high-ranking officials know, and once they have enough information, she looks around. "Sir, we need to wake everyone up now, right? Of course, he's not free to carry a heavy burden." "No need. Now that chaos has been caused, wait for the security bureau to arrive and handle it. The situation is complicated." Waking them up casually could cause unnecessary fear. Chungi stepped toward the corpse of a holy disciple and explained, "The security bureau has experience handling unusual situations. They will comfort the people better." She tiptoed after, patting the horse's butt and saying, "You're still thinking comprehensively." He clasped his hands together, performing a repentance gesture, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse, even covering it with white lilies of repentance, while the shadow of death's aura twisted and soared out in response to the call. Then twisted souls floated in the air and the space echoed with a mournful sound. "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Chungi raised his hand to withdraw his magic. He clenched his fists, his mind filled with thoughts, only 4, still too few. "I released the master to avoid leaving a trail and to find more traitors. They should be catching up now." Lu Naim quietly observes from behind, questioning herself. Though she has a solid foundation, she is far behind the saintly heir. If she could cultivate alongside him, she would surely become much stronger, but she wonders if she has caught his attention. While they were lost in thought, the officers from the Public Security Bureau arrived outside. They stormed in, shouting warnings, raising their hands, and ordering everyone to put down their weapons to assist Public Security Officer Long Fong. Standing among the soldiers was a tall man, the captain of the action team from the Public Security Bureau, Vuong Hao. He approached Loon Hiem politely and inquired, "I am Vuong Hao, the captain of the action team at the Qian Bureau, a humble officer. May I ask what has happened here?" Nago Tho instinctively raised her hands in surrender and said, "Hello, Captain Wang." Then she quickly recounted the incident. The Holy Spirit sect is a heretical cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary townspeople here, preparing to extract their souls to offer to the emperor. Vuong Hao looked worried. "Extracting souls? Did you stop them?" Loon Hiem quickly waved her hand, stammering to deny. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." She turned to Loon Yi, but he was already gone. "Hey, where did everyone go?" Loon Hiem softly scolded the other person with a sad tone. "Holy Son, you abandoned me alone again and left." Meanwhile, Wang Hao was desperately directing the cleanup. Team wants to handle the evacuation of the crowd and ensure their safety. Be careful not to cause panic. Team 2 checks the scene and collects evidence. No suspicious items should be overlooked. Where did this mysterious hand from Yang come from to cast magic? His voice keeps echoing everywhere. Team 3 begins treatment, prioritizing those with serious injuries, acting quickly to ensure their safety. Everyone affected by the magic immediately shows signs of mind control. "Who are you all? What are you still doing?" "I want to go home," Wait, wasn't I just at a gathering earlier? Where am I right now? Is this strange? I feel pain all over my body and my head feels heavy, as if someone is still pounding inside my mind. Thuong, rubbing his eyes, muttered in complaint. Ugh, my head hurts so much. After fully recovering, he went to his teammates and asked Han, "Did we succeed?" Fuhan responded, "What are you thinking?" "You were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit Church. I was lucky to escape thanks to my magic tools, but I didn't expect there are at least 5 experts behind them, all level 25 or higher. Hearing this, you must have been shocked. Level 25, so how can we survive?" she continued. "He is a second-tier divine official, one strike to wipe out the Holy Spirit sect." Thuong immediately rejoiced as if he had found treasure. The second-tier divine function employee has been rewarded. "That's right, my robot must have recorded his battle process. We can upload it online, it will definitely cause a stir." So he took the robot out to verify in front of everyone. Before they could see it, the surroundings shook violently. The group of Thuong stood there stunned, motionless for a moment. In another place, a dark and gloomy atmosphere envelops everything. In the center, a figure is wrapped in a mass of magical slime. Fong Lai bitterly asked, his voice filled with hatred. Damn it, who is he after all? Why would such a person appear in Longfeng City? He staggered as he walked, questioning himself with hundreds of doubts. I am not a member of the Bright Light Church. I have always been humble in my actions and could never attract the attention of the experts from the Bright Light Church. They are all hypnotized and leave no traces, so where did it go wrong? Feng Li throws open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual has been disrupted, and 4 disciples are injured. The Great Master will surely be furious. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? Meanwhile, influenced by demonic energy, a blue butterfly appeared from nowhere, carrying hope to change the situation. And mysterious cracks also appeared on the wall. Chu Eungi uses his hand to widen the crack, revealing his handsome face. The space locator borrows the power of the void divine beast's sensing and determines the coordinates. A tier in space opened up to the destination, allowing for instant travel through the void. Returning to the present, Dufeng saw a familiar figure and immediately asked, Master Feng, you're back. It doesn't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. I want to know what it truly feels like to witness the loss of the 4 precious disciples' lives. Feng Li hurriedly kneels to confess. This time, the victim's actions caused an incident. Someone with a strong holy light power interfered to cause destruction. The sacrifice also involved killing our people. That person's strength is incredibly powerful. I am no match for him at all. Doc Fong keeps causing trouble on one side, so why are you still alive? He begged it desperately to spare his life, a treacherous scoundrel deserving of death. Please spare my life, Your Excellency. I am willing to atone for my sins by finding more sacrificial items to make up for this loss. It coldly said, success is rare, failure is common. He shivered all over after hearing that. My lord, I truly have given my all, but that mysterious person is too powerful. I really am Chuungi. At some point I disguised myself as an apostle and stood among them. I quietly observed the dark aura from the black sphere, which is extremely dense. This is definitely the center where more than 100 followers gather. This scheme is definitely not just about capturing souls. Duofeng didn't want to waste any more time and pretended to be unaware. Forget it. Your explanation is useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted midway, the ritual was successful and did not affect the overall plan. Feng Li hesitated timidly and said, Master, you mean the sacrifice succeeded, but it was clearly cut off from the soul power the owner needed, so it hasn't been fully completed. Could it be that we have awakened the Master by mistake? It couldn't be. It couldn't be, she shouted angrily. You think we're still holding sacrifices all over the city just for that pathetic bit of spiritual power? Master. I will explain a bit to this fool. I am a subordinate on duty. Master. Talin revealed a sinister face and slowly explained, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit City has conducted 307 sacrificial ceremonies, all at key points within Longfeng City, each activating a node, and he carefully detailed each step, with Chungi listening intently, not missing a word. If the points connect to form a line, they will create a magic array covering the entire city called the Chaos Inferno Array. To carry out this plan, we have planted many disciples throughout Longfeng City to spread the teachings of the Holy Spirit sect among the people. More and more secrets are revealed, attracting those with desires to join the Holy Spirit Church, expanding their forces and providing enough manpower for the plan, while also adding colorless and tasteless magic potion into the city's water supply, subtly weakening bodies and minds, making them easier to control. Chungi, after hearing this, is filled with thoughts. No wonder those imposters are so easily hypnotized. What is the purpose of activating the so-called Chaos Inferno Array, while Tulin's voice still echoed in my ears? We have uncovered many secret passages underground connected to sacrificial sites, all equipped with runes and magic formations channeling energy. He continued to reveal the schedule for the operation. Tonight, the magic array has activated the souls and vitality of all living beings in the city, which are continuously being drained and sent through the passage to the seal of the Chaos Lord. The more he spoke, the more his face was stained with evil. The lives and souls of the entire city are being sacrificed as the great Chaos Lord is about to awaken. He will bring chaos and infinite darkness to reshape this world. The great Chaos Lord is about to awaken. He listened, his expression gradually becoming serious. The Chaos Lord, Tuhang. Then I will summon magic and prepare to fight, risking everything to awaken the evil god. I absolutely will not allow it. Master Fong Lai hurriedly apologized. Please forgive me. I knew nothing about this. Tuhang scolded. How can I trust you with such an important matter when you're this stupid? Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Who's still there? It aimed at the spot where he was activating the magic, causing an explosion that shook everything. Luckily, he managed to defend himself in time and remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Chungi prepared for battle, activating the Divine Thunder Heavenly Revelation Tier 1 to boost his state of enlightenment by 50% against abnormal conditions, increase lightning skill damage by 50%, lasting 14 seconds, while the lightning sword struck rapidly, dealing massive mixed damage. Fong Li immediately recognized the familiar figure. It's you again. Tulin did not hesitate to cast magic, summoning the power of the Shadow Blade into a black sickle that could cut through metal. He refused to give up. The S-level Level 1, Divine Thunder Punishment Ring, gathers Divine Thunder on the weapon, rapidly unleashing lightning attribute damage beyond expectations. After a while, the two temporarily separated. Chungi retreated to a safe distance. He used his magic eyes to analyze the opponent but couldn't identify him, feeling a bit of admiration. Much better than the previous sect leader, a second-tier master not inferior at all, and this time he faced a worthy opponent. Tulin below wastes no time, swinging her sickle to unleash her ultimate move, shadowy wings flickering as she summons black crescent blades from multiple angles to attack her enemies, causing severe damage and disrupting their actions. Her sickle spins rapidly, forming a magical circle, creating an absolutely cinematic scene. He stared at him intently, praising without reservation. A level 29 holy knight able to withstand my 3 strikes, you do have some skill. Then he coldly executed his next move, intending to end the opponent. But this is where you stop. The dark vortex centered on himself condenses dark power into a massive black whirlpool with a strong pull that erodes and extends, while Tulin's magic strikes like sharp blades, slicing chaotically everywhere. The black hole at the center where he stands has already formed, ready to swallow everything around it. Chungi braced himself against the intense pull. The situation is getting worse. He summons the Holy Light Guardian, firmly embeds the Holy Sword into the ground to create a focal point. My dark vortex devours even light. You're just struggling in vain. The first transformation of the Holy Knight is considered capable, but compared to the second transformation, like an ant versus a dragon, you are 14 levels below me. He quickly realized the unfavorable situation, his mind filled with thoughts. Although the guardian angel can resist most of the dark corrosion, this black vortex is crazily absorbing her magic and stamina. If she keeps draining like this, she will eventually be completely drained. Your candlelight can only last so long in front of the absolute power of the man. I won't give up, I confidently reply. My light is enough to crush your tricks. Behind Chungi, a radiant glow shone brightly. He-Ha was determined to come up with a plan of attack, knowing that fighting his magic power and stamina head-on was definitely not advantageous, so he aimed to strike quickly and decisively. At this point, Tulin hesitated slightly, questioning in his mind whether the purity of this holy light far exceeded that of ordinary holy knights. Could he really be the secret weapon of the Zenith Holy Light Church? But these people are truly too weak, and no matter what his background is today, there's no way he'll leave this place alive. Doc Fong, worried that the long night might bring false dreams, anxiously spoke out. Master Tu stopped him quickly, but it was already too late. He had completed the transformation. The innate light ring skill, Sacred Radiant Wheel, level 11. A rank, and the angelic divine secret technique, S+ level. Then he summoned a beam of light directly at the enemy. Tulin was startled by what he saw, unable to believe that this dark vortex, fused with the chaotic primal error, could even devour a level 50 powerhouse. So how could it be so easily separated? No way. All the disciples are willing to kill him at any cost. They want to use numbers to crush the opponent. Even though their strength isn't strong, their numbers are huge, and they can exhaust his stamina and magic power. Tulin shouted loudly to give the order, feeling the pain of Xiangxi's dark bonds as a series of chains shot out to seal him, followed by a rushing water formation aiming to drown the opponent. Chungi calmly drew his light sword, his eyes turning sharp, then swung his hand, successfully breaking the water formation. However, the battle still rages on, with the horde of wind disciples charging wildly, too many to count. First, they must be cleared out. A series of absolutely cinematic moves were unleashed, with him single-handedly ravaging the battlefield. Tulin, overwhelmed, quickly retreated to defend, then countered with the Yuan Tam Lian Tram. He didn't make many moves, just stretched lightly, and a burst of magic light radiated out so strongly that it pushed back his opponent. After a while, the battlefield also became less chaotic. Tulin was pushed against the wall, Dufeng was furious and cursed, a useless trash that even a level 29 Holy Knight couldn't catch. Feng Li could only tremble and sigh. What kind of joke is this? How do you fight this kind of monster? Chungi clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through him. Luckily, his transformation into a divine angel with various abilities, combined with the level 29 strategy and the actual level approaching 40, plus the Holy Light's suppression of evil, allowed him to overpower and suppress at a higher level. Dufeng, furious, unleashes blood-red killing intent. Useless trash. After the ritual ends, you will all pay the price. But seeing the cowardly one lying on the ground, it loudly questions, Sect Master Du, what are you doing? Feng Li was so scared he stammered and couldn't speak clearly. He couldn't be level 29, he must be hiding some kind of artifact. Master, I will seize this opportunity. I can't go up and seek pointless death. Zheng Engyi Ren, taking advantage of their distraction, rushes to fight, and Dufeng frantically gives orders. That useless coward who fears death now rushes forward to stop him, but the Rabbit King just stands frozen. I am still waiting for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time. He concentrates his divine power, his eyes like a hawk fixed on the two opponents, then charges forward, weapon in hand pressed against Feng Li, while Dufeng seizes the opportunity, grabbing his head with both hands to use as a shield. Feng Li kept holding the knife handle. Father, why? Cough, cough. Then it coldly threw the comrade's body down, continuously cursing the useless trash. Did you see what just happened? Is he your son? Having it or not, dying for the Lord of Chaos would be his lifelong honor. Chungi just wanted to be speechless at it. Because I am that void god, even loved ones can be discarded. Truly insane. It replied, with a tone 3 parts mocking and 7 parts like a lady. When chaos descends, my divine child is my offspring. Chungi is no match. Don't die in vain because the city is about to perish. Hearing the opponent mention his name, he couldn't help but wonder. Do you know me? Dufeng did not hesitate to reveal. The top scorer in the university's new student exchange tournament, who has been well known for a long time, suddenly sensed something unusual while lost in conversation. So it turns out Tu Lin was trying to ambush him. He quickly swung his sword to defend, and before he could deal with him, Dak Fong behind had already changed. He exclaimed worriedly, "This is bad." In an instant, Chungi had vanished without the enemy's encirclement. Suddenly, Bat Thin Lin appeared and delivered a sky-high blow to Tu Lin, causing the Void Beast skill to jump uncontrollably. Then thousands of invisible fists aimed straight at him. With the level 9 B-grade chain attack skill, he was beaten senseless and in pain like Ladat. Ah! Dak Fong watched the spectacular scene and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! As expected, you stole the Void Beast without any effort at all. He didn't answer him, calmly preparing his next skill, the level 16 A-ranked light punishment skill. Quickly taking down Tu Lin, but inside Tran Yap wondered if he could still tame the Void Beast. After some reasoning, Chungi confidently confirmed, "Director Fong Hak, you are the traitorous madman." He knew he couldn't escape forever, so he spoke up to affirm his answer. "The Chaos Lord will take back this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world. If it weren't for you disrupting the ritual, the Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me. One as a pawn, the other to nurture power for the Chaos Lord." The heretical god's faith indeed boosts strength significantly. Fong Hak is a level 49 assassin, but the pressure is even greater than Director Ngo at level 52. I activated the Angel Sentinel Zone to greatly boost my strength, but facing him remains very difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp stones erupted from the ground, and in an instant, I was sealed. Chungi quickly summoned light magic, struggling amidst the rocky terrain. Feng Huo watched the bloody scene with great delight, thrashing about. Each minute of resistance would turn 5 souls into nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide and summoned a magic array of sharp stakes raining down on the enemy. Luckily, Chungi managed to defend in time by casting a level 13 B+ Holy Light Shield spell. His attack suddenly changed direction, and he watched with wide eyes but couldn't react in time, so he was hit on the right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Chungi saw his heavily wounded shoulder slowly healing, but it wasn't normal corrosion. It was the power of the evil god's idol transforming. The lingering pain made him grit his teeth and carve away the corrupted flesh, while Feng Hao, lost in his dark transformation, laughed maniacally. Aha! His mouth erupts with a huge burst of explosive energy toward him. The surge of power suddenly rushing in couldn't make Chungi flinch or run away. With just a sword, the hero diverted the energy stream that tore through the sky amid the roar of the apocalypse. His body swiftly shifts to control Feng Hao from behind, standing still and gazing at the incoming light without being able to do anything. A pillar of light descends like thunder striking down, as Chunyi commands. The level 16 A-ranked Guangqi punishment skill. Luckily, he has a keen mind to set up a timely shield. He wants to control my actions. Then you used the light punishment to deliver a fatal blow to me, right? The thin lips kept uttering words that made others uncomfortable. The counter strategy is very well executed. Unfortunately, you forget that I used to be the director of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, iron chains with mysterious red aura, as if possessed by a soul, rush forward to support overturning the table for him. They quickly pull him back to free Feng Hao. Chungi was dragged toward the stone table, while his voice echoed in both ears. These combat thoughts are all lessons I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he is paying more attention to something more important. The deep abyssal bones are formed by condensed chaotic energy, especially suppressing divine attributes. Once entangled, they not only seal all light system skills, but also drain the victim's vitality. While Feng Hao was kneeling, waiting for his glorious moment to come, struggling and saying, "This is your fate," Chungi was lying on the stone table with his 4 limbs chained and stretched uncomfortably in all directions. This is bad. These chains can suppress holy power. A series of lightning bolts roar across the sky, signaling trouble. Feng Hao happily squeezed Chungi's face, his long black nails digging deep into it, causing him excruciating pain and blood to spurt out. His face was eager, awaiting humanity's new period of suffering as he licked the remaining blood on his hand. Feng Hao sensed the foul aura gradually filling the air, making his soulless eyes appear more sinister. Suddenly, chunks of rock fell from the sky like a nighttime storm, yet both of them remained unscathed, as if the falling stones knew to avoid people. Chungi gazed at the faint red shadows gradually forming around him. These were the restless spirits rising due to the dark energy enveloping the underworld, while Feng Hao's mood turned joyful, like a clown lost in chaos. Listen, this is the sound of the Chaos Lord's footsteps approaching. The thunderclaps crashing down loudly shake the 6 realms. The bodies of people lying scattered on the ground create a gloomy atmosphere fitting for the end of days, while Chungi remains stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of souls pass by the stone table where he is lying, accompanied by 2 familiar faces of Chungi, passing by like emotionless robots. Both of them stand silently with others, waiting for the aura of evil to surround their souls. The swirling dark energy around their bodies turns everything into emotionless stones standing around him. Chungi couldn't help but feel angry at the inhumane behavior of the one whom Feng Hao worships as a beast, while he simply responded coldly to others who challenged his own beliefs. This is the price he must pay. Someone as foolish as you will never understand. The chaotic situation forces him to stay silent and think of a new plan. Although I could let the Void Beast take me away directly, everyone from Langfeng City will definitely perish, so I must stop him. Even if I am not his match, I absolutely cannot be a traitor. The glass vial containing a golden liquid is silently summoned by Chungi. The innate celestial dew, S+, greatly enhances resistance to negative effects and increases physical recovery speed. He choked and quickly gulped down that strange liquid, increasing his negative resistance by 100% and his physical recovery speed by 100%. That behavior in Feng Hao's eyes was like a fish desperately trying to escape in its final moments. Struggling, Chungi ignored the sarcastic words, his back shining with a radiant glow that boosted his fighting spirit, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of his soul. Seeing the confident look of the enemy, Feng Hao suddenly showed a look of confusion. What do you want to do? In exchange, he kindly judges the fate of the World Destroyer himself. Repent. Chungi uses his skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the figures lying scattered on the ground. Weariness is evident on his dreamy face as he collects his 104 repentance thoughts. Inside Chungi's body, the 2 streams of true energy and internal energy clash against each other. The intense pain from his reckless actions forces him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The divine soldiers rise strongly within him, and the Ice Legion also begins to follow Chunungi's call. The two types of energy clash and collide, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Chunungi grit his teeth and forced himself to absorb the two streams of energy into his body. Feng Hak looked dazed as the spiritual energy surrounded him. What more does he want to break through with this power? His filthy mind suddenly started racing wildly. Second transformation. Knowing your intention, Feng Huo covered his face and burst out laughing, forcing a second transformation. Ha ha! It really opened my eyes. It seems you've been driven mad by despair. He demonstrates mastery of this ultimate skill to the person who is desperately trying to activate it within themselves. Under normal circumstances, the second transformation requires a large amount of resources to withstand the magic crystal. Valuable rare elixirs, these are essential items for strengthening the body and increasing power levels, and also powerful experts to guard against external disturbances during breakthroughs. Right now, you are still suppressed by the deep abyss's shackles of holy power, imprisoned alone with no energy supply. The fierce battle between the two-star armies makes Chungi's nerves tense up. The power within your body will become uncontrollable, like a wild horse running free, violently crashing into your body and tearing you apart if you fail. A look of interest appeared on his face as he watched the enemy writhe, whether it was a slight drop in rank or complete destruction. Despite his confidence, Feng Hao still prepared to strike him down. But your little brat is very strange. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance wouldn't let you succeed in the second transformation. Chunungi's mind drifted as he felt the intense conflict happening within him. Two types of energy quietly resonating, while Feng Huo remained arrogant and aloof. Just die in your second transformation. The final clash quietly marks the end of the lingering, hidden pain. The icy spirits gradually turned into sharp, crystalline shards, while the angelic guardians transformed into thick, golden yellow leaves. The two factions now turned into items that burn each other with fire. The pain ends, leading Chungi to reap the sweet fruit on the path to saving the three darknesses. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the Talent Master. The Talent Stance, summoning of the divine, restoring the divine start, and obtaining unallocated attribute points beyond 100. His physique, boosted by divine strength, made his face look more grim. For his impressive debut, Feng Huo was hit by a tornado that flew straight into the stone wall. Chunungi delivers a strike in midair, sending energy into his body, causing him to become stiff and unable to resist. Feng Hak's entire body is flying through the air from the powerful attack. Tantriko Shua also seizes the opportunity to beg for mercy from Chungi's fury. Because he was thrown high into the air, it took a long time before Feng Hak finally landed on the ground like a clump of dirt. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe he had lost half of his lower body. But instead of being angry, he opened his mouth into a wicked, terrifying smile. Useless. You think the techniques of the second-tier Holy Knight can hurt me? A thick layer of black mist is released to fill the hole for him. As he stands up using the demonic energy, he calls forth the restless spirits to charge into battle, their eyes like those who have long forgotten how many they've devoured. Chungi wasn't afraid of that deadly aura. No need. Your last words are too noisy. He raises his hand to the sky, forming a complex array above, using a level S divine talisman to summon divine power with his normal body, unleashing a devastating attack against dark creatures. After finishing the skill, he falls into exhaustion, with all attributes reduced by 40%, lasting for 2 hours, his fiery eyes fixed intently on Feng Huo rushing towards him. You are guilty, I sentence you. The hero playing the judge personally decides the fate of that cowardly mouse, executing him with lightning strikes like a furious rain, each bolt aimed directly at the traitor. The more Feng Hak is beaten, the more he seems to taunt Chungi. You won't succeed. My master's power is still here. The tense atmosphere suddenly made him wary as he watched Feng Hak's next move. Like other souls, he offered his body to serve the chaos. A few black demonic chains suddenly burst free and wrapped around him so quickly that Chungi couldn't react in time. The chaos voice boomed indistinctly, commanding obedience and urging destruction, as the dense resentment like deadly poison seeped into his body through the skin cells, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. The uneven ground is covered with a pile of bones, echoing with their wails of despair, turning the confined scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth that joins us. His bloodshot red eyes glaring on his expressionless face. Chunyo has fallen into a version he himself no longer recognizes. Fortunately, his strong will helped him regain control of his true self, as chaos used tentacles to tightly grip him, screaming to brainwash him, becoming an eternal part of me. The holy power on Chungi's body reacts strongly, causing a slight backlash of pain to his mind. He uses his skilled combat techniques to break free from its encirclement. His entire body is infused with holy light, giving Chungi the confidence to wield his sword and fight on. The contaminated consciousness is actually much more advanced than hypnosis. The thick, striped sword strikes straight into the heart of the chaos. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The deep wound causes a lingering pain that makes the shapeless monster groan non-stop. The open wound has exposed the vital point of chaos. How dare you? Chunyi paid no mind to that pointless anger and responded with indifference. Why wouldn't I dare, holy knight? A whisper can mask the clash between demonic tendrils and holy sword, which are used to repair all kinds of wounds. The intense glow of divine power made the tendrils vanish into the wind. An explosion erupts as demonic energy fluctuates, losing stability and making it impossible to control the main body. Chunyi stands dazed, watching the scene, casually lowering his shield to rest during the break. A dark sword quietly emerged from underground. He heard a noise behind him and turned around quickly, but before he could understand what was happening, Chunyi was stabbed in the back by the chaotic one, choking on his own saliva. The swift attack made his blood spray onto its white teeth, and the disgusting tongue licked clean that delicious blood. As soon as the blood touches, it quickly cuts off the mental chain sealing my savage instincts. I am very pleased with myself as the Lord of Chaos, as a deity. The divine cannot be killed by a tiny human. The fate between you and me was decided from the start. You will become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Chunyi, hearing those filthy words, felt his blood surge with the power of a demigod as he healed himself. Why don't we make a deal? You see me as a punching bag. I will teach you what it means to have the power to kill gods. And also, pretending to be gods or demons has its limits. He sneers contemptuously as he speaks to chaos. You are at most a fragment of the evil god. That's why only humans can hurt you, and your arrogant words will make people laugh their teeth out. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, it hesitated and stammered, "This can't be happening." Yu Chuangi clutching his head, silently thinking to himself, "Unfortunately, this body can only hold out for 2 minutes. My time is running out." The miraculous holy power he summoned from the gods. A towering pillar of light pierced the sky, created by a coldly swung hand that shook the entire vast land. The heavenly saint army appeared ready to fight at the call from him, summoned by a level S god. Some archers had already drawn their bows and received orders from above. The Angel Legion contract magic passed down from ancient times requires 30% of the life force to summon angels for battle. Be aware that the angel's duration depends on the mental energy of the summoner. A few calm and cautious individuals quietly consider everything. Seeing that mighty army, even the chaos is a bit frantic, but they still scream to hold on to their pride. Lowly creatures like you don't even think about stopping me. Under Chungi's silent command, the army's tightly closed eyes now open, initiating purification and executing divine punishment. The entire command center leans into the battlefield as holy light erupts, fulfilling divine will to punish the traitor, and a violent explosion sweeps away everything nearby. The stone structures gradually turned to dust under the immense power, and the fierce shockwaves spread to the endless forest, causing the trees to shake uncontrollably. Right at the center of the crater caused by the recent shock, Chungi knelt on the ground in a one-legged kneeling position, his body covered with wounds and streaks of golden cracks running across him. A quick notification appears next to the dark red crystal orb, indicating the acquisition of a demonic power crystal with unaccessible damage to its quality. Suddenly, he spits out a mouthful of murky blood, his voice trembling heavily. It turns out your entire body quickly collapsed completely onto the cold stone ground. You didn't even consider a clone. In the middle of an empty field with no one around, only swirling dust and smoke as if Chungi has been forgotten by the world, the bright moon and stars silently watch over the lonely figure of the unfortunate young man. Just when he thought he would sleep through a long, exhausted rest after the battle, even as his bones creaked in pain, his hand once again rose bravely to stand up. However, with the current condition, even turning over becomes a luxury. Continuous warning sounds ring out, vital signs are unstable, please seek treatment immediately. Chunyi's dazed eyes watch each line of text appear, as the life indicator breaks through, and his heartbeat resets to 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure is 50/30, the entire body has 17 broken bones, and the damage to internal organs has reached 63%. Please proceed with immediate treatment. He uses all his remaining strength to deploy his trump card. A blinding light gathers in trembling palms, divine power restoring. Meanwhile, Liu Qian keeps calling out the name of the person lying motionless on the bed in extreme worry. "Nah, you're awake now." Her mind is still a bit foggy after a deep sleep. "Aren't we still at the hot spring? Why all of a sudden?" She quickly updates the situation for the other person. "Divine relics are divine relics. At this moment, a massive beam of light is tearing through the clouds outside, emanating countless beings that resemble adorable angels. We struggle to jump around the bodies of the fallen people scattered across the street. This phenomenon is the Level 5 divine revival summoned by Chungi. It has the ability to unleash a divine domain covering the entire city, purifying pollution, and saving all souls that have not yet dissipated within its range. After the skill ends, it will enter a state of divine exhaustion, with all attributes returning to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chungi echoes. You forced a second transformation, your veins are all torn, and you activated a life-saving skill. This time, not selling salt might just save your life. Oh, why don't I let you come with me? You could have run behind, so what's the difference from those heretics? Breathing heavily and weakly, he uttered each word. Huff, before I decided to undergo the second transformation. I remembered the university entrance exam, the school's promotion ceremony, and at that time I chose to become a holy knight. The image of myself once clad in shining armor floods my mind, filled with self-doubt, followed by skillful, honest, and brave movements with weapons, with the shining cross on the mercy hammer symbolizing an unbreakable faith in justice. Finally, he finished with a powerful downward strike to the ground, fulfilling his duty and performing a noble act. Despite blood pouring from his mouth, Chungi still held a deep, unwavering faith in his heart. I have spent my life pursuing righteousness and justice. This is the true holy knight. I struggle to breathe. If I only care about living and fearing death, then I go against my original intention. What's the point of being strong? Once again, the positioning skill is activated. A blue magic circle immediately appears at the spot where Chungi is lying on the university grounds of Tuhang. Just then, suddenly a voice from the mountain cliff above echoed, "Leader, what's going on here?" Vuong Hao frowned as he observed the situation below and silently deduced that this kind of battle on such a scale isn't something we can easily guess, but I am sure that a powerhouse in the night used their life to protect the entire Longfeng city. He is the hero of our Longfeng city. At that moment, Chungi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. The warning screens all turned red simultaneously, indicating a critical situation. Soul damage was detected, life force in imminent danger, divine energy depleted, and all attributes reverted to normal for only 10 days. Before his vision finally faded, he managed to utter a loving word. The last thing he saw was the countdown timer showing 239.55 seconds. Soon after, his vision gradually returned. This time, there were no more warning system alerts. Chungi slowly opened his dazed eyes, and suddenly his breath started to produce bubbles. He gradually sat up from the bioreactor. There are countless medical tubes attached to my body throughout the resuscitation process. I've been in a coma for 2 days. Vuong Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly asked, "So you're awake now. What does it feel like to be on the brink of death?" Breaking the evil god's sacrifice ritual alone, should I call him brave or reckless? Chungi could only awkwardly pat his head, as the situation was urgent at that moment. Golden veins run along his body, still present, making him struggle to breathe and cough. The man explains patiently and thoroughly. Your entire meridian system is torn apart like a shredded fishing net. Ordinary healing techniques can only mend your body. So I will place you in the medicinal spring to stabilize your life force, also giving careful instructions along with a warning. Soaking 5 long chow pills in this medicinal spring is a priceless treasure for regular healing. You must absorb them all or dare to waste a single drop. Suddenly Chungi interrupted, but his master shouted out in anger. This is obviously the teacher's footwash water. Wang Hui just smiled very insincerely to change the subject. Don't worry about these details. Saving your life might be the most important thing. His expression quickly turned serious again as he skillfully opened the electronic tablet and told him about what happened during the 2 days of coma. The captain of the Longfeng City Tranquility Department's action team not only preserved the battlefield traces but also collected remaining samples of the holy light. Both of them attentively watched the image displayed in the air. Looking at this oscillating graph, Tan Zuat Fong's directness and his holy power are perfectly aligned. If someone with good intentions were to investigate, they would immediately come to me. So the story of Longfeng City being announced externally as my doing is false. Master, I don't need to hide behind you. King Song Vuong Hui still insists that you are young and of low rank. If he didn't promote your achievements, you might face the pursuit of heretic followers. Those guys won't spare anyone who threatens them. So I use some privileges to classify your story as SSS level secret, and after your 3rd transformation, these honors will naturally be returned to the original owner. My teacher, after I defeated the demon god, I found that its true form was just a crystallization of the demon god's power, and I summoned it as tangible proof. Chungi was ready to let Vuong Hui look at it for as long as he wanted. This is the true face of the demon god. seemingly ordinary but responsible for harming so many people. Just by touching it, you can clearly feel the mass of souls silently lamenting with hatred, gathering into a disgusting, slimy pile full of horror and sorrow. Witnessing this horrifying scene, his rage reached its peak. Even a mere fragment dared to cause chaos. Wang Hui immediately gathered a massive aura into his palm, causing the surrounding space to ripple uncontrollably. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing cloth and then shifted scenes. Hong Lin's pruning motion suddenly froze when he heard the familiar name, Wang Hui. He quickly turned back with a puzzled expression. Wang Hui, why did he go there? Yulin honestly reported. The undercover informant and trusted disciple of Wang Hui, Chunungi, arrived in Longfang City to complete a mission. But upon discovering Fong Hak's actions, he immediately contacted Wang Hui, who had just arrived. You go inform all branches to go into deep concealment and avoid provoking the military. The enemy will immediately change tactics. Yes. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose before him. Why do I keep feeling that this Chungi guy seems a bit familiar? The next words from Yu Lin suddenly woke Hong Ling up. 2 months ago, Chungi had sabotaged Feng Huo's plan during the freshman competition. At that time, we still doubted whether he had subdued the Void Beast, so we monitored him for a while. Only then did the old man realize Chungi's true identity. It's him, I remember now, the little guy with some skill. A sly smile suddenly curled on his lips. Then let's give our little one an unforgettable gift for a lifetime. A firm and clear response is heard. Along with that, the scene of the flower being plucked and broken could not be more brutal, quietly falling onto the cold floor in the darkness. At this moment, elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stands alone in the rain, in front of a brightly lit high-rise villa. His mind is now in complete chaos, filled with existential doubts. That little brat in such a ruined place without the support of his family's resources, how could he possibly nurture someone with such extraordinary strength? It really is strange. At that moment, suddenly a strange object crashed into the window of the building. Unintentionally, it drew Lin Feng's attention. Who is that? The very next second, a deafening sound burst out outside, tearing through the quiet night. Screech! His eyes suddenly widened in shock, unable to process the situation, as a tall black shadow inside desperately threatened Chu Van's safety. The woman and my favorite ass, their fear, smells absolutely amazing. The hoarse voice coming from his mouth with perfect white teeth looks extremely savage. You both are women and children. As soon as she finished speaking, Luke Bing immediately gathered dark energy into her palm and charged straight at him. Their joy doubled, but at the most critical moment, something suddenly rushed in and interrupted, causing a violent collision that sent a cloud of dust billowing from his head. Because of the suddenness of the situation, my actions were temporarily delayed, but it was Ling Feng in his unleashed form who managed to save the person just in time. The opponent was stunned and exclaimed, "Flame Dragon Bloodline." Luke Bin angrily attacked again, someone seeking death. He was also ready to fight at any moment when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck through Chungi's mind. As if he had just detected something unusual from afar, he decisively breaks free from the medical bandages, his body slowly floating in the midst of splattering bio-water, the Void Beast leading without deception. And just seconds later, Chungi appears, dressed and ready. His serious voice issues a command as the teleportation space activates to locate Chu Yun. His expression is full of seriousness as Xiaokui's life value continues to decline, proving that Xiaovan has little left to lose, so there's no need to waste words on the positioning. The Void Beast closes its eyes tightly to focus on sensing its spirit, and the butterfly-shaped attack pattern quickly appears, clearly. It revealed everything from the start to prevent future disasters. I will do my best to protect your body, but after teleportation, how much damage you actually took, you'll have to pray for yourself. Suddenly, the space showed a fragile, glass-like crack. Chungi's figure simultaneously plunged straight down, soon revealing the tense battle scene between Ling Feng and Lu Bing at that moment. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still kindly asked about the person behind him. "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Chu Van hesitated before confirming. "All right," the other side then made a suggestion. "Go find your brother quickly." He faced an equally matched opponent and had already sustained quite a few injuries on his face. The little devil really doesn't know how to live or die, risking himself for a woman like that. Is it worth it? Lin Feng struggled to breathe heavily. Is it worth it? Then without hesitation, he unleashed a massive spark that pierced through the enemy's body. You can't control it anymore. Lu Bing seems to have absorbed the full fury of the dragon and has officially been reborn into dust. All that remains are desperate, agonized screams. Ha! The rising heat dissipates into the cold night breeze. Lin Fong wipes the hot blood dripping down his chin, the wetness and burning sensation sharpening his mind amid the chaos. Shuvan quickly threw herself into Chungi's arms as soon as they reunited, but it seemed he was not fully recovered yet, and his face suddenly darkened considerably. She hurriedly recounted everything. Finally, you're here. That person just now was too terrifying. He already hurt Xiaokoi. Chungi gently stroked his sister's head to comfort her and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Suddenly, all attention was drawn to Lin Fong, trembling and struggling from afar. Why is Tam Lin Fong here? Still, he managed to taunt him. Damn, the savior has finally arrived. This brother of yours truly deserves his position. I thought your little sister would turn into a roasted pigeon. Shuvan just stepped in between them and defended. You're not allowed to speak about my brother like that. Lin Fong just smirked sarcastically. Little sister, your words really hurt me. After all, I risked my life for you. However, her stance remains very firm. I will definitely repay her for saving my life. But you are not allowed to say that. Since we were young, no matter what danger we faced, my brother always protected me first. He is the best brother in the world. The guy struggles to use his hand to stop the bleeding wound in his chest. Hey, Chu family, your sister is actually grateful. Why is there not even a single thank you when she comes to your place? Each drop of plasma slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by deliberate and pointed words. Is this all the Holy Knight's wind mastery can do? Shuvan once again tried to protest angrily, but Chungi grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Xiaovan, he has a good sister like that, so he's not happy inside, which is why he's acting crazy here. The two brothers continued to perform a game of catch and throw. Although Shen Linfeng truly saved Xiaovan, this could be a form of psychological torture. A typical mindset of wanting to obtain something, but failing to do so. Is it really denying its value? Completely accurate, which makes Lin Fong furious as he mutters, "You're so full of yourself, I almost want to vomit blood talking nonsense. I'm jealous of you. Ha ha ha. How could I be jealous of you?" Because he pushed himself too hard, he temporarily lost consciousness. His eyes turned completely white, like an empty shell. When Lin Fong's body lost balance and fell, the stake pierced through his abdomen, becoming a support that held his body tightly suspended in midair. The dark red liquid flowed like molten steel as he slipped down by inertia. Chungi only stared in horror at the entire terrifying scene from start to finish, gently pressing Chuvan's head against his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. The weak voice suddenly sounded again. "Chungi, don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up and save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a piece of wood." He only responded with another taunting remark. Tam Lin Fong, despite being injured like that, still has the nerve to act tough. It seems his wounds aren't serious, then calmly revealing Lin Fong's unusual behavior. "Compared to you, I am even more curious why you appeared at my house and just happened to catch Chu Yun off guard." He didn't say a word, and memories flooded back like a rewinded film. Do you know, recently there's a popular way of playing called the hero's reflection path. What is that? Turns out Lin Fong had been listening in on lively discussions, visiting the former residence of a strong expert to sense the traces of their growth left behind. If we could learn even a little, wouldn't our strength improve? What the hell is that? Don't try to fool me. What would I gain from fooling you? There have been a lot of people going recently. He kept coughing and making up some excuse. Cough, cough, cough. Can't I just pass by? Do you really think the whole world is just like you? Everywhere you go, people will flatter you and secretly think that such an embarrassing reason is absolutely unspeakable. Shuin suddenly felt extremely alarmed as Chuni's body gradually grew heavy. Brother, what's wrong with you? He is now completely pale from exhaustion, but still manages to leave a final comforting word. Sorry, I scared you. Her arm, covered with tangled yellow veins, was oozing a thick, sticky liquid. She called out to him in a trembling voice. A piercing sound suddenly echoes through the deadly silence, witnessing Chungi lying motionless with wounds all over his body. Shuvan was terrified and quickly covered her mouth to stop her sobs, tears welling up in her eyes and streaming down her cheeks. In the midst of her panic, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifebuoy, her voice trembling. What should I do now? Chuvan just made a call, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed and begged. Brother, don't scare me. Answer the phone quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, along with loud teasing sounds that made Chuvan even more panic-stricken. Chunki, this room is more lively than a battlefield. It turns out the person who just arrived is Wong Hui. He stepped forward, snatched the phone from Chuvan's hand, and comforted her. Don't worry, let me handle this. Just then, Son Nian rushed in anxiously from outside, shouting loudly, Brother Chungi! Quickly, she helped Chungi to sit up and handed him a strange green liquid, anxiously saying, Drink this quickly, it will help. Wang Hui was also busy, skillfully using his energy to treat Chungi, constantly grumbling. Kid, you really know how to torment yourself. I just pulled you out of the underworld, yet you didn't have the courage to use your protective magic and rushed into the chaos of time and space. Surviving is a miracle. I'm not a healer. I can only help you barely hold your wounds together. After a moment of intense treatment, Chungi finally regained consciousness, looking blankly at the people in front of him and unable to help but wonder. Teacher, So Nian, why are they here now? The Void Beast knew you were badly injured after crossing the chaotic time stream, and after bringing you here, it quickly came to find me. I was still with So Nian at the time, so I followed it here. This breath is exactly like that of the cultist from Longfang County, but they weren't looking for you. They were ambushing Chuvan. I guess they don't know what's happening in Longfang County. They just saw your face and want to take out Chuvan to vent their anger. Vuong Hui urgently reports that the military has secretly launched a nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit sect. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light, and we can no longer stay here. You need to go to the Chu family's house immediately. Chungi fully agreed upon hearing this. Going to the Chu family is a good opportunity to take Xiaoyun home. She will be very safe there. Although feeling a bit uneasy, Vuong Hui was still worried about Chungi's injury and said, "You're too badly hurt now to teleport in any way, so you can only sit in the shared Tiankonghoi spaceship nearby to go to the Chu family." The skyship is an A-grade safe ship equipped with protective weapons. It can reach the Chu territory within 48 hours. I will notify Chu's people to meet you at the skyport. So Nian immediately replied, "I'm going too. This time I have to protect Brother Chungi." As everyone discussed, a sudden voice rang out. Vuong Hui also seemed to notice that strange sound, so he continued speaking while scanning around. "We don't know how much the Holy Spirit Church has infiltrated, so your journey must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less obvious, the better." Then that bizarre sound rang out again. "Hey, can't you see me? Did I disappear? Did I become transparent? Do you think I'm just air? I'm injured too." Vuong Hui stepped forward, examined the other person, then rubbed his forehead with a resigned smile and said, "Let me see how your wounds are. Aren't you the little brat who was defeated by Chungi in the freshman match?" Lin Fong chuckled sarcastically. "Thank you, Principal, for your concern." "I protest. On what grounds is he allowed to sit in a wheelchair disguised as a young master, while someone like me, a descendant of the Flame Dragon bloodline, has to serve him?" Unfazed, So Nian looked directly into Tam Lin Fong's eyes and said coldly, "Every word carrying a risk. She originally didn't want to take you along if you hadn't caused trouble." Hearing that, Tam Lin Fong immediately jumped up, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "The principal was urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to participate in this action. You think I want to confirm my bloodline as a flame dragon?" As he was speaking, Chuvan suddenly interrupted with excitement. "The spaceship has arrived and a thick fog covers the front, completely obscuring the view. After a long while, the fog gradually cleared, revealing the scene behind it. The mist before their eyes was a massive spaceship, far beyond anything they could have imagined. A large flying octopus with golden tentacles gracefully descends from the ship, and upon seeing it, Chuvan excitedly rushes forward, shouting non-stop, "It's a big flying octopus." "Hello, flying octopus fairy," she excitedly points ahead and says enthusiastically to Chungi. "Look, brother, the tentacle is still glowing." Hearing that, So Nian calmly explained, "It's the energy light charging up. The spaceship stopped here because it needed to recharge its energy. Only with enough demonic power could it take off. Moreover, these tentacles have additional functions. While waiting for the guests, the stairs can transform into a shield barrier and even fire energy blasts." In the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the spaceship, which inside was a world of luxurious and stunning comfort. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced urgently that the spaceport passengers should note that the boarding channel would close immediately. "Please check your tickets if you haven't already. Take this time to verify them." Seeing that Chungi's face looked unwell, So Nian worried that his injury might flare up again, quickly supporting his arm and gently asking, "Chungi, do you want to go back to your room and rest?" Operating the spaceship causes some discomfort, but the room is reinforced with a specialized barrier. Hearing this concern, Chungi's lips curl into a gentle smile. He deliberately teased So Nian, saying, "Little Nian, do you want to see me act like a child and protect you?" This made So Nian's cheeks blush as she stammered to explain, "I didn't mean it that way. I just was worried you wouldn't feel well. On this journey, you worry about me being hungry, then about the sun shining on me and even pinch me to make me take medicine. You know your body better than anyone else, so there's no need to worry too much." Suddenly, a flickering figure appeared. A girl dressed in Diamrua attire approached and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Without any hesitation, she reached out to caress Chungi's face. "See how smooth it is. It's even whiter than snow." Her eyes showed both longing and pity as she seductively said, "I find it both pleasing and heartbreaking to see. You might as well follow her. She will invite the best priest to heal your disabled body." Hearing this, the three people with Chunyi were all stunned, their faces showing disbelief. So Nian quickly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately swung her whip at the woman with incredible speed. Furious at her disrespectful act, So Nian growled, her eyes blazing, "Take your dirty hands away, or I'll cut them off." Yenlu gazed at her carefully tended hands and let out a sigh full of regret. She smirked mockingly and said teasingly, "The young guard really did move. I just wanted to invite the young master for some tea and a chat. But since your master hasn't spoken yet, what are you so anxious about?" "Oh dear young master, could it be that the guard is your lover?" So Nian gritted her teeth, her face full of disdain, as if she was ready to rush forward and tear her apart. "No wonder. I just touched you a little and her eyes looked like she wanted to devour me. If your sister likes men, just say it openly. I understand this feeling the best." When So Nian was about to lose control and rush forward again, Chunyi quickly held her tightly and softly called her name. So Nian. Chunyi glanced at the prominently displayed warning sign and kindly reminded So Nian, "She's provoking her sister. Don't fall for the trap." Because the sign clearly states that fighting is strictly prohibited on the deck, anyone who disobeys will be detained and imprisoned in the lowest level of the ship. After calming So Nian, he turned to the flamboyant woman and gave a sinister smile. "If Madam enjoys playing, she might as well go to the third-class cabin where there are entertainment options more suitable for her. I'm afraid this body of mine can't handle her enthusiasm." On the surface, he was speaking politely, but inside he kept wary of the woman in front of him, deliberately speaking casually to hide his true intentions. She is still observing the four of us, and her purpose is definitely not as simple as just joking around. The flamboyantly dressed woman also has her own thoughts. The third-class cabin is filled with unskilled porters. Are they using these filthy and vulgar people to insult me? Thinking that, she responded, "Little young master also knows how to ruin the scenery. Now I have no more interest left." Before disappearing, she didn't forget to threaten. "Everyone calls me Madam Hong. There's nothing in this world I can't get. Before long, you will willingly serve me." Wherever Lady Hong goes, her staff bow respectfully and flatteringly greet her. When Su Nian turned to say something to Chu Ningyi, he quickly interrupted her and turned to ask Tham Lin Fong. The necklace on her wrist looks unusual and still has some moisture on it. "Have you ever seen it before?" Tham Lin Fong immediately replied, "I have seen it before. It is a symbol of the Mermaid Merchant Guild." Tham Lin Fong also added with deep knowledge that Huang So-Hian must have been unaware that the Mermaid Trade Guild is a wealthy financial conglomerate recently based in Jiangbei, outwardly legitimate but secretly involved in illegal activities such as targeting individuals with special bloodline professions, kidnapping them to become players and selling them, with the victims either raised in decadent noble households or tortured to death in brutal transactions. The woman calling herself Madam Hong is probably a minor leader of the guild, not of low rank. I heard that the boss of the Mermaid Beauty Guild has eyes and ears everywhere, with complicated connections behind the scenes. Even my father warned me not to provoke them easily, so it's best to avoid them if possible. As for what he's keeping inside, the person in charge of Tianlan Province, the Mermaid Beauty Guild, and the Tianlan Chu family had a conflict 3 years ago. The Chu family lost. Tham Lin Fong hesitated, a doubt rising in his mind. Should I tell Chunyi about this or not? After hearing Tham Lin Fong's confessions, Chunyi pondered deeply, trying to piece together the scattered events. It turns out Lady Hong's words are hard to listen to. She provoked So Nian on purpose to see her trump card and assess the value of the goods. The four of us, Chu Van is the weakest. If we want to capture Chu Van, that will be our best breakthrough point. After a moment of silence, Chunyi finally made a suggestion. "Tham Lin Fong, you've been on the boat for 2 days. Can you stay by Chu Van's side and protect her? Lady Hong is ruthless and might try to take her back elsewhere. I'm worried she might attack Chu Van." Hearing that, Tham Lin Fong immediately nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, I can't even watch over a little girl like her." The spaceship glides silently through the vast cosmic silk. The cleaning staff pushes her cart along the hotel corridor, and suddenly a blazing red light erupts behind her, tearing through the darkness. A strange beam of light suddenly burst into So Nian and Chu Van's cramped bedroom, illuminating the entire space. Then, the strange light from that eerie beam moves toward Tham Lin Fong's room, a blood-red glow gradually swallowing every corner inside. So, the intruder is actually Lady Hong. Her gaze swept over everyone like a venomous spider sizing up its fat prey. "Young master, I have arrived." Her greedy gaze first lingers on Chu Van. "I've long seen that you possess demonic bloodline, which is quite rare and can fetch a high price." Then Hong Funan turned to So Nian, another young girl who is also a rare beauty. Then Madame Hong approached Tam Lin Fong, her hand shamelessly groping his abdomen before making a crude comment. Her words, like a bucket of cold water, splashed directly into Tam Lin Fong's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded, and your entire family has very ordinary looks. As soon as he spat out a vicious curse, he kicked Hong Lady hard in the stomach. Seeing Tam Lin Fong's furious reaction, she sneered contemptuously. The anger in Tam Lin Fong's heart still boils fiercely, showing no sign of cooling down. He lunges again, voice hoarse. "Who are you calling ordinary looking?" So neither of them backed down. They charged into a tense head-to-head confrontation. At that very moment, a strange streak of light suddenly burst through the night. Tam Lin Fong clenched his teeth and gritted them, his rage burning fiercely as he continued to attack relentlessly. Lady Hong swiftly dodged the deadly strike and didn't forget to use her soft silk to tightly constrict her opponent. Meanwhile, So Nien has also woken up and joined the fight. Unexpectedly, a wild wolf suddenly appeared out of nowhere and lunged at Lady Hong. As soon as it charged into battle, its snout was tightly bound by her silk scarf. Seeing this dangerous scene, So Nien shouted in panic, "Xiao Koi." Cornered and desperate, Madame Hong finally realized the truth and bitterly exclaimed, "All right, so you've all been deceiving me." Lady Hong's cold eyes observed the enemy clutching the flame, whispering softly, "Bloodline of the flame dragon." Then her sharp gaze shifts to So Nien and Xiao Kui, her lips curling slightly. "Demonic bloodline. I doubt you're just about beauty." At that moment, Aunt Chu helped Chun Ki in, and he bowed respectfully to thank Lady Hong. "So that the Heavenly Void security system cannot detect the movements inside, we can act." However, it seems that this does not irritate Lady Hong. On the contrary, she sneered and smiled mockingly. What could her actions possibly do? A kid with a mouth still smelling of milk. Today, I will show you what true pressure is. Before Madame Hong can make a move, Shen Linfeng rushes forward with incredible speed. She was not someone easily bullied, and discovering she had been used made her extremely angry. Madame Hong gritted her teeth, her bloodshot eyes dry and cracked, her original appearance marred with her red hair tattered. The others don't pretend to be hurt. Tam Lin Fong angrily throws a fiery punch at her, growling, "You're being too audacious." But unfortunately, what he touched was only a thin piece of silk. It quickly vanished, leaving his punch deflated. In just a moment, the silk suddenly formed into a human figure, silently appearing behind him, ready to deliver a deadly counterattack. A powerful and decisive strike was launched directly at Tam Lin Fong with immense force. Seizing the opportunity, So Nien immediately launched a swift attack towards Madame Hong's illusionary chain attack, but unexpectedly, as she closed in, she was tightly constricted by the silk ropes, unable to move. Her entire body from her legs to her torso was tightly wrapped in white silk threads like a cocoon, leaving no gap for escape. Unfazed, Lady Hong let out a sneering laugh, her eyes full of mockery towards Soren. "Little beauty, how does it feel to be wrapped by your sister's silk?" As the silk puppet prepares to attack So Nien with sharp threads from afar, she desperately believes she has exhausted all options to fight back. A deadly blow strikes down on So Nien's fragile back. Lady Hong turns her gaze to Chungi, crossing her arms with a satisfied look, waiting to see the show. "Little young master, do you still have any way out? Hurry up and use it, or I won't wait anymore. This time you've provoked me, and I will make you a warning example." Every time the silk puppet attacks, So Nien has to use her magic to resist. If this continues, her magic will be depleted very quickly. The tool the master gave should be able to destroy the space created by Lady Hong, but using the tool will cause the entire chamber to explode, and the security team will definitely rush in. It's safer to wait for her to get closer and use another tool to trap her. As for So Nien, she is struggling to withstand the brutal attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a deep red, as if an immense hidden power was awakening. Lady Hong's hand reached out, accompanied by a seductive, mystical pink smoke, as she continued to tempt. "Stop resisting and use my power quickly." So Nien gasped, each heavy breath a warning. Move aside. Why do you have to reject me like that? I am who I am, and you are who you are. Besides, think about Chungi. He's still seriously injured right now. Tam Lin Fong is just a useless talker. You are the only one who can protect him. Are you really that selfish? Are you even concerned about Chungi's life? So Nien struggled to speak as Mrs. Hong tightly held her neck. No, she sees you like this and tries even harder to persuade you. Chungi once risked his life for you, and now he's caught in a trap, yet you pretend there's nothing you can do. Look at him, he can't even stand up, yet he still wants to protect you. She sneered contemptuously before uttering bitter words. But what about you? You can't even escape this old silk, so what right do you have to protect him? Give up suppression and let the true demonic power emerge? On the other side, Chungi quietly activates a treasure, which in his hand radiates mysterious light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the silence enveloping the space. The silk puppets were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a sinister laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approaches, combining So Nian's innocence with Lady Hong's allure, smiling charmingly as he speaks. Chungi hasn't seen him in a long time. Chungi was stunned, so amazed he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was her, the strange breath that had always been inside So Nian. Even Lady Hong couldn't hide the shock clearly visible on her face. Her eyes flashed with greed, a sinister smile spreading on her lips. This is a top-tier talent, truly the best of the best. Chungi is still stunned, unable to fully grasp what is happening before his eyes. Tumlin Fong also stared blankly at So Nian, her beauty and newfound power making it impossible for him to look away. Chuvan and Xiaokoi were completely silent, witnessing this extraordinary scene, and unable to speak. After fully mastering her new power, So Nian coldly said, "You want to hurt Chuingyi, don't you? Just a low-level 30 repairer." She clearly exposed Madame Hong's rank as a level 30 golem master. Madame Hong immediately retorted with arrogance, claiming it was just a bloodline of the demon illusion and questioning if she truly thought she could rebel. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung countless sharp silks to attack So Nian. The enchanted clone at the Mermaid Trade Guild is enough to fill a cold storage. Seeing So Nian in a disadvantaged position, Chungi couldn't contain his anxiety and shouted. So Nian responded with a slight smirk, a mocking smile on her face. Her hand gently but decisively touched the flying silks, a confident move, her slender, graceful legs swiftly tearing the soft silks into fragments. As Sun Haiyan flicked her hand and spoke disdainfully, "Insects should stay in their cages." Madame Hong suddenly seemed to realize something as she witnessed the overwhelming surge of power from her opponent. This is the domain. More precisely, what she is witnessing is actually a demonic rune domain. Tu Uyen, a primordial skill of the pure-blooded demon witch, where all of the enemy's combat abilities are weakened in multiple aspects. Chungi stood silently to the side, his eyes showing extreme shock as he sensed that Xiao Nian's current breath was 10 times stronger than before. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Madame Hong frantically unleashed countless silk puppets to try to stop her opponent. On So Nian's delicate face, there is not a hint of panic. She calmly raises her jade hand, making a gesture as if controlling something invisible. At that moment, Lady Honglin felt impending disaster as a terrifying force surged from the ground, knocking her away. What? A giant stone hand suddenly appears, and T clenches her neck tightly. The hand clenched so tightly that Madame Hong's face kept turning red, and gradually more fragments of her old memories appeared in her mind. After a moment, she spat out a weak stream of blood and asked, "What have you done to me?" So Nian, with a gleam of joy in her eyes as she watches Madame Hong's distressed state, mockingly says, "Helping you recall your youth, how adorable you are right now? This is what truly frightens others. Traumatic memories forcibly taken, draining vitality and transforming negative fragments into mental shocks against the target." In utter despair, Lady Hong nearly goes insane, crying out, searching for the hidden memories within her mind, destroying my brain. She can't resist the mental torture any longer. Lady Hong screams wildly, pretending to be innocent. What a joke. The bloodthirsty demon is truly a monster among monsters. If the little guy you care about saw your true face. Hearing those poisonous words, So Nian was not intimidated at all and even wanted to end this game quickly with her next move, the Death Abyss Demon Sword. A strange energy suddenly surged, spreading and constricting Lady Hong in an invisible trap. Lady Hong's face turned pale, her eyes widened in horror, showing utter shock. Seeing her opponent's terrified expression, So Nian couldn't help but let out a sneering laugh of amusement. Hearing Madame Hong's meaningless provocation, she smirked and replied, "What good is it to keep saying things to provoke me? In my domain, I call that character. Finish it." The power. So Nian unleashes grows more and more intense, overwhelming everything around her and shattering into pieces. And then, on Lady Hong's face, the traces of time began to show, with her youthful beauty gradually fading to make room for wrinkles. In just a moment, her skin suddenly became covered with deep cracks, like an ancient porcelain statue about to shatter, looking battered and completely lifeless. It turns out the one who just collapsed was only a sacrificial pawn of Lady Hong. She still sat there calmly, leisurely smoking her pipe, exhaling a thin stream of smoke, then stretched and twisted her body gracefully to shake off the fatigue, softly muttering with a hint of amusement. Second Lord of the Demon Flame Dragon, the Chu family. Her scrutinizing gaze on the newcomers suddenly sparked an idea in Lady Hong. Could it be related to the Chu family Thien Lan? After a moment of contemplation, she ordered her subordinates to inform the old man that I will personally choose the items for this year. On the other side, So Nian still acted coquettishly, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out. Chungi and Chuvan immediately wanted to step forward when they sensed something was wrong. Brother Shen, Nian looks like something is wrong. Tom Lin Fong quickly stops her. Don't go over there. She's very dangerous right now. Soren, with a different appearance, stubbornly holding on to Chungi, says, You promised you would come find me. Nian Ni has been waiting for you for a long time. Chungi seemed not to hear, his gaze still indifferent as he softly asked, When did it start? So Nian stepped closer, signaling him to be quiet, then gently interrupted Chungi's words. So you will remember, right? A fleeting memory flashes through Chungi's mind of his closeness to So Nian. The image of their kiss appears clearly. He suddenly realizes that she was the one who was with him during the moment he almost turned into a demon. Chungi was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him, stammering. It was her at that moment, holding on to one last breath so I could resist the forbidden spell and subdue the void beast. So Nian's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled brightly. Brother Chungi, you remember me now? I'm so happy. Tam Lin Fong suddenly charged from behind with overwhelming force, roaring in fury as he released Chungi, and immediately So Nian countered with a lightning-fast punch. Are you really that angry, little fire dragon? We are teammates. Even though I was knocked senseless, I still tried to respond with a voice full of indignation. Stop pretending in front of me. You're not Kuang So Nahayan at all, even though you both possess bloodline power. Do you think I don't know you're a monster or what? As they argued, he suddenly froze, his eyes dazed as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. He was terrified as he saw So Nian raise her fist filled with destructive power, ready to strike down. Her voice was cold enough to send shivers down his spine. Do you believe I will tear out your tongue to use as bait or not? Chungi panicked and shouted urgently, Wait a moment, Xiao Nian. Luckily, Tom Lin Fong dodged that deadly attack in time. So, Nian seems determined not to let Tom Lin Fong go, chasing him at a terrifying speed. This time, he braced for the blow, his body echoing loudly with an expression of extreme pain. Did I make you so angry that you lost control? Monster. Chumangi watched as the two of them were so frightened they couldn't control their coughing. Sonin, chutkon giandubang, hunkudam liet tiep vaumat. Tamlin fong kiengata huat tonmat. Kanang fan kang. Anmat goaidan chat vaotham. Lin fong humut kontusan moi, dang rein dap komoa kuamini. Unaware of it, her hand clenched even tighter, twisting Tam Lin Fong's hair, so Nian glanced at the strange thing hiding behind him, unable to hide her sarcasm. Your claws are so dull that they didn't even scratch Lady Hong's skin. And now you want to hurt me. Fiamlong still remains as arrogant and proud as ever. From behind, Chungi shouted loudly and threw something he was holding forward, stopping his hand. A dazzling golden halo suddenly shone brightly, which was the holy energy shield that could be recharged without consuming demonic energy. In an instant, he deployed the holy power shield to counter the demonic energy and physical attacks. After using it once, he needed to recharge it with the source energy given by Principal Wang Hui. Chunungi struggled to stand up from the wheelchair, his tone incredibly gentle, almost begging. Xiaoran, don't hurt him. Chununghi, I did all of this to save you. If you fall under the demon's spell, the mission the principal gave me will fail. I'm telling you, she's not the Kuang So Nian you know, but a consciousness that has merged with the bloodline and taken control. If she doesn't disappear, Kuang So Nian will truly be in danger of losing her life. A worthless person like her can't even protect herself when begging me to go out and save you, crying like a dog. Hearing such venomous words, Chunyi gritted his teeth, clenched her wrist, and firmly told her to shut up. More than anyone, his heart understands Soru more than anyone else. Chunugu roared. She only dared to laugh at me because she risked everything to save me and ignored her bloodline power. You are not allowed to insult her. Xiaonian is the most resilient girl I have ever met. I support and understand all of her choices. After his words were filled with emotion, Chunyi slowly let go of her. His eyes were full of complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the new student tournament secret realm, and once just now. If I can, I will repay you 3 times. But can you let Xiaonian come back? Without hesitation, Chunyi wholeheartedly expresses his heartfelt desire. Tell me how I can make her return to where she needs to go." Hearing him say that, the girl paused for a moment, then softly said, "You're the lucky guy." Suddenly, Sonien gave Chunongi a gentle kiss on the cheek. "This is the first time you have repaid me." Shen Lingfeng witnessed the scene and quickly covered Chu Van's innocent eyes. At that moment, she gradually disappeared into nothingness, but before she vanished completely, a cold voice echoed, directed at Chungi. "The price to summon me. She cannot pay." Hearing that, Chungi slightly frowned, a vague worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But in the end, what was the cost? A moment later, So Nian, looking normal again, was safely in Chungi's hands. He held her in his arms and whispered, "Tam Lin Fong." Hearing his voice called out, Tam Lin Fong was startled. "What is going on? Can't you see that the old man's face is about to be destroyed? Following your group of assassins to form a team, the old man will eventually be tricked into the cremation place." Chungi didn't care much about his annoyed attitude and continued, "What exactly do you mean by the mixed consciousness of the bloodline?" Tam Lin Fong adjusted his tight shoulder as he responded, "I don't really understand the details either. My family head said that high-level bloodlines are like sealed old demons with strong hosts. They are helpers, main hosts, and they are evil spirits of the soul snatcher." This term made Chungi feel very unfamiliar. Demon of death. Tam Lin Fong didn't hesitate and confirmed, "Yes, Doatsa, if you don't believe why Kuang So Nien turned into a different person." People speculate that some believe this mixed consciousness is the emergence of a second, insane personality, while others say that within the bloodline there is a hidden remnant of an ancient ancestor's soul, taking the opportunity to seize the body and reincarnate. The specific situation is hard to say, but it can be confirmed that repeatedly using bloodline power beyond one's level can either drive a person insane, turn them into someone else, or cause the powers within the body to repel each other, tormenting the individual to death. He pondered, then continued, "So recently, you haven't been focused because you couldn't suppress the conflicting consciousness, right?" Still, Chungi still wants to ask Tam Lin Fong if he knows any way to resolve the conflicting consciousness. And the answer, as expected, is that if I knew how to save her, I would have acted earlier. But suddenly, Chu Van, standing behind him, asked, "Big brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Ning, right?" Her words left Tam Lin Fong at a loss for what to do. "I am no different." Questioned intensely by his two cousins, Shen Lingfeng felt dizzy and annoyed as he replied. He returned to the Chu family to ask the head of the Chu clan, "Those old men have lived half their lives. What strange things haven't they seen? Moreover, if the Chu family can't handle it, go to the Kuang family. The Kuang family is big and powerful. They can settle her small problem in just a minute." At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from outside echoed, as a team of spaceship guards with anxious expressions quickly rushed toward the scene of the dispute. As soon as they arrived, they charged straight in, a serious voice ringing out, "Who is still fighting here and disturbing the order of the sky effect?" The guard shouted loudly, "You better tell me the truth. The Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want." Both Chungi and Chu Van remained silent, as neither of them knew how to respond properly. They both simultaneously pointed at Tam Lin Fong, each having the same thought. He was the one chosen to take the blame. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed in to escort him out. Shen Lingfeng struggled and shouted, "Do I really deserve to be blamed for this?" On the lower floor of the skyship, Shen Lingfeng was crying tears of frustration. "I am so wronged. On what basis does Mo Kuang So Naiyan think I should take the blame? When I get out, I'll even remove her wheelchair." Time quietly passes, and finally the familiar announcement sounds. "Tiankong Pavilion has arrived at Tiankong Port. Please line up in order." The person who was arrested a few days ago is now standing very neatly in front of everyone, clearly showing that he is someone who paid a large sum to be released. Tam Lin Fong looked at the crowd below and said in a low voice to Chungi, "Tuhang is a well-known figure of the Chu family after all, yet he was sent to pick you up. Your face is quite impressive." Indeed, there were already a few people waiting for them at the dock, including a young girl enthusiastically waving to greet them. Seeing that Hyobak beside him was acting too wildly, Chu Hong quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Hyobak, be modest. Director Vuong entrusted this matter as top secret. You must not let others find out." As the figure from the boat became clearer, Chu Hong stepped forward to greet him with a warm smile and said, "Finally, you're here, second young master. You've worked hard. Get in the car and rest first." Hearing Chu Hong's familiar way of addressing him, Chungi was a bit surprised, shyly scratching his head and replying, "Inyi, are we really that close? Sorry to bother you." Soon the luxury car started moving at an extremely fast speed. Behind it, only a cloud of dust remained, gradually dispersing into the distance. Lady Hong, unexpectedly chasing all the way here, her eyes flashing with greed, muttered, Chun-hee, the top freshman at Tuhang University, Wang Hui's direct disciple. So it turns out the Chu family secretly hid such a genius. If I could use him, my position in the business guild would surely rise another level. Sun Hien carefully examined the scene inside and immediately recognized what it was, softly exclaiming, "This is an Esther-level ice spider artifact." Tuhang chuckled and said, "Miss Kuang really has good judgment. What President Vuong said is true. This shield can block all mental eavesdropping." Chu Meng-yi politely replied, "You're wasting your effort." Tuhang also politely waved his hand and said, "No need, it's what I should do." Another hand of his kept signaling to the person beside him, as if saying, "Don't be slow, act now." Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Van with a smile. "Little Van, I am Chu Hyubok's older cousin, and this is a first meeting gift for you. I hope you will like it." Chu Hong sat quietly on the side, secretly calculating. Although Chun-Yi was unwilling to reveal his hidden ice-cold system, allowing Chu Van to practice within the Chu family was a good sign. As long as he can win her over, Chun-Yi will naturally be drawn in. Chu Van politely responded after receiving the gift. "Hello, cousin. Thank you, cousin." Seeing Chu Van's joyful expression when opening the gift, Chu Hong couldn't help but feel proud, and deep plans formed in his mind. With Chun-Yi's exceptional talent, backed by Principal Wang Hui and the Tianyu Guild, frequent visits to support the family could surely help Chu family regain their top position. Ningyin-he. I've already told you that the power of the Chu family mainly consists of the clan leader and the Long Ice Tower Elder Council, which the clan leader presides over, and they also hold the inner inheritance and central resources. The Elder Council is led by the third Elder Chu Fong, who oversees the cultivation resources for external disciples. The old clan leader and the Elder Council often clash, as the clan leader fears someone coveting your talent and ruining things. He lowered his voice, his expression serious. "So, the only people who can assist you are me and Understand White. The secret path we take is unknown, even to the guards." After hearing this, Chun-Yi just smirked and casually asked, "It's pointless, Chu Hong. What kind of place is the Ice Dragon Abyss that you mentioned?" Hearing your question, Chu Hong quickly replied, "That is the Chu family ancestors' resting place, where Chuang Na is buried." Not stopping there, he continued to tell, his tone full of pride. "Our ancestor in his youth met an ice dragon named Chuang Na in the far north ice field, and Chuang Na's entire body is even harder than mysterious iron, capable of cracking glaciers. The first ancestor spent a year fighting it in the ice, with 49 battles, and finally sealed a contract with his own blood to tame it as a mount. Then the demon clan attacked, and Zhuang Na, carrying the ancestor, charged forward. In the final snow demon battle, Zhuang Na retreated to protect the clan members, using its dragon body to block the entrance of the demon mound. Waiting for the ancestor to bring the person back, Zhuang Na's body was dead, but its soul still remained. But this was a difficult problem. The ancestor was afraid that its soul would disperse, so it used the dragon spear sword to seal the inscription and imprisoned Zhuang Na's soul inside its own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to rescue Zhuang Na after finding a way to revive itself. Who could have known that in the chaos afterward, the celestial ancestor's whereabouts would be lost, and Zhuang Na's body and soul would also transform into a mysterious realm? The conversation on the carriage continued until the wheels crushed through the first thin layer of ice, signaling that the vehicle had entered the snow-covered path. Chu Hong slowly continued, his gaze distant. Banglong Uyen now has outer walls made of dragon scales from Huangha. The ice pillar in the middle is his bones, and the ice lake is his blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels, and all descendants of the Chu family can enter the Ice Dragon Abyss to face the trials. If they reach the central area or the 3rd level, they can directly enter the inner sanctum. Hearing this, Chun-Yi immediately interrupted him. "Is Zhuang Na's remnant soul still actively checking the human race now?" Hearing his question, Chu Hong responded without hesitation. Of course, in previous years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter Banglong Uyen for training, but their bloodline concentration of cold ice was not enough. So most of the Chu family members could only go to the outer area of Banglong Uyen. When I was 30 and entered the 3rd level, Zhuang Na's remnant soul broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. After the wound healed, the concentration of my bloodline increased by 15%. Chu Hong also made it clear to Chun-Yi that as long as he could reach the 3rd level, he would gain enormous benefits, but it also came with risks. Zhuang Na was unaware of the Chu family's bloodline, and 50 years ago, a 3rd-tier elder once charged into the 3rd level and was instantly frozen into an ice pillar by Zhuang Na's dragon breath. Tuhang carefully explained, Ing he ni, you need to reach the third level where Zhuangha's remnant soul is, and if you want to subdue it, you must summon the unstoppable strength of the old ancestor from that year. Only then can Zhuangha bow its head. Tuhang continued to ask Han, when do you plan to enter Banglong Uyen? If you don't feel well right now? There is a secret base near Banglong Uyen where you can rest temporarily. Chungi did not rush to reply, silently observing the system panel, his divine power status depleted, all attributes reset to last for only 10 days. With 3 minutes and 52 seconds on the countdown, Chungi silently calculated that it was enough time. The car stopped somewhere. Chungi calmly said, no need, we can now enter Banglong Uyen. He and everyone else got out of the car, the cold atmosphere enveloping everything. So Nian approached Chunhee, feeling very worried for him, and shyly asked, can I go with you, Chunhee? Wait outside for me, trust me. And then he turned to Lin Fong, understanding his meaning before Chunhee could speak. All right, I understand. I will take good care of this little girl. Chunhee looked at Chu Hang, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Hang. Then he walked away alone, seriously preparing for what's to come. System notification, innate exceptional dry accumulation is recovering all attributes. Name Chu Mingyi, profession, talent strategist, level 30, 12,000 Hamshausen. A faint shape of a sword gradually appears in Chungi's hand. It is called the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Lamin Truk Futs, a gift from the gods. Chungi firmly grasps the sword in his hand, walking forward with confidence and emanating a powerful aura. There are butterflies fluttering around a block of ice, and coiled around it is a serpent-like monster with shimmering blue scales. It also has 2 hands holding a sharp dagger. There are not just one, but many such creatures gathered here. They are called level 25 ice serpent humans with golden talent, ice and earth spirit skills, and a coordinated ice lance assault. Chungi has now arrived, swinging his sword to warm up, and calmly speaks. 10 days without freedom of movement, my bones are almost shattered. The ice snakes saw Chungi and rushed to attack, their fierce teeth and tongues like hungry beasts after years of starvation. Chunhee, fearless, said with interest, let's see what you can do to get me started. Chunhee swiftly cut through parts of the ice snakes. His attack was very fast, creating a dazzling flash of lightning amidst the thick smoke and dust. The ice snakes still charged forward relentlessly. Chungi unleashes his ultimate move, the Divine Windstorm, creating a massive tornado that engulfs the ice snakes in one place. On this side, a block of ice shows signs of cracking. In the cold, snowy space, there is a monster with its head frozen, its body coiled like a dragon, motionless. It is a level 55 gold talent ice abyss snake, with skills in ice and earth and ice spike chain distortion. Chungi's tornado is approaching it. Chungi shouts loudly with a determined look, unleashing his divine punishment. The power of the light erupts, engulfing the monster in its glow. Its massive body falls behind Chungi. He showed no emotion, simply walking away, calmly. By morning, the snow had stopped falling, and the space became brighter and more open. Chungi is still here, walking and observing, feeling a sense of familiarity with this place. The Void Beast appears and explains, it's because of the bloodline of ice within your body. The ordinary ice-type profession has long been frozen here. Chungi cheerfully greets, long time no see. He expresses his gratitude. Last time you went to call the master, I still haven't thanked you. Void Beast straightforwardly replied, don't torment me anymore, consider it my thanks, if you die before fulfilling the 1-year promise. Seeing that it was not to their liking, both sides fell silent and looked at each other. Just then, a swarm of monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Chungi and the Void Beast continue to stare at each other as the Void Beast unleashes its attack, and Void Iron Sand appears with beams of light cutting through the monsters, destroying them all. Knowing the Void Beast is protecting him, Chungi remains calm and cooperative. Thank you, the Void Beast coldly replied, just a bunch of trash. But the danger isn't over yet. The monsters from earlier haven't been completely defeated, and they break the ice trail with their massive bodies, causing the spot where Chungi stands to crack open, and he struggles to keep his balance to avoid falling. It seemed Chungi would fall, but he managed to jump onto another falling ice chunk. In this situation, Chungi decided to plunge into the abyss, wondering at the scene before him. Under the ice are countless figures standing there, holding swords and shields, seeming to be warriors. Lamhan saw a skull wearing a crown glow with a blue light. It sits there with an air of majesty and dignity, seeming to be the leader here. Chungi secretly admires the demon race. The ice blocks then fell all around the demon clan, revealing skeletons of armored warriors known as Ice Abyssal Demonic Corpses, level 35, with legendary talent, core skills, violent aura, encased in ice, containing the remains of the great demon army that perished beneath the ice dragonbone fortress during the demon invasion. Awakening as they sensed movement, their bodies glowing blue as Chun-Yi stepped out of the ice, using his power to activate a diagnostic spell, a small circle appearing before him to assess the situation. At least 200,000 Demon Clan members risking their lives, almost suicidal, and you have only reached the second level of the secret realm, so you must conserve your strength. While the skeletons searched for something, a voice spoke out and someone rushed in. Shu Ngi, undeterred, unleashes divine power, blessing Lemin, with dangerous beams of light emanating from his hands and a formidable aura radiating from his body. Chungi confidently said, "The ice element concentration here is 10 times higher than outside, enough to bury them all." Then he unleashed his power, causing the beams of light to flicker across the gloomy sky, sensing the danger. The leader shouted a warning to everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, the combined power formed a tornado, from which a giant hand appeared. The hand pressed down hard on the group of monsters, crushing them. Under the thick fog of snow and ice, some remaining skeletons continue to charge forward. Chungi keeps attacking without stopping, his eyes shining brightly, shouting, "Freeze!" as a powerful vortex rapidly forms around him, with a sparkling light at the center from which countless sharp ice shards grow and encircle the demon tribe. Chungi waved his hand, continuing to control the divine wind and storm. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept up shards of ice, splitting the demon clan into pieces and forming tornadoes that carried away many skeletons. The chieftain saw this and was furious, shouting, "You sneaky rats hiding your heads and tails! Our clan's battle spirit can never be extinguished. How can we let your ants provoke us?" The skeletons then kept smashing into their stretcher, and the more they hit, the more strange soul fragments flew out. On the tall, sturdy walls, a row of skeletons stands emitting a blue glow. Chungi looks at the mysterious skeletons with puzzled eyes, wondering what has happened to them. The skeletal demons suddenly reassembled into a huge, terrifying skeleton. The parasitic skeleton army of the demon race, which had died many years ago, developed its own skills, channeling power into fallen comrades, resonating life force, and rebirthing alongside them. He was a bit shocked by the enormous creature before him and muttered a few words, the fragments pieced together. Could these bone spirits be immortal? But it really didn't receive any news reminding that killing the ice-origin skeleton demon would increase experience. The large eye in the middle of the forehead of the fused skeleton glowed brightly, and it suddenly spoke. "Found it." Zhongnao showed some skill, bravely drew his sword, and said, "The legendary level isn't simple, but I don't believe it." His sword pointed straight at the symbiotic skeleton, emitting a blinding golden light. Junao struggled to continue, saying, "Cannot kill the person." The light on the bone tower remained steady, shining like the sun, illuminating all the lands together. The small skeletons start to jump chaotically downwards as if they were instructed to do so, each wearing armor and wielding different weapons. The small skeleton falls freely over the central node. He swings his sword a few times, creating a crackling pattern, his gaze always maintaining a serious, cold expression. The symbiotic skeleton watches everything unfold attentively as Chungi jumps into the air to land his foot on the wooden bridge. He moves with lightning speed, his cold face rushing toward the living corpse. Chungi stops right in front of its wide eyes. He raised his sword, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide as if planning some dark scheme. Chungi paid no attention to what it was doing and immediately jumped up, sword in hand, determined to kill the symbiotic corpse. Suddenly he paused for a moment, cold sweat starting to flow. Chungi recalled the days gone by, his eyes filled with sadness and a hint of regret as he looked aimlessly at everything around him. The continuous cries nearby are ringing out. Tatu is about to be overwhelmed. Hurry and come to the rescue. Chungi walks forward absent-mindedly, a tall man behind him trying to catch up quickly. He walked up, tapped Chungi on the shoulder, and said something. Chungon hesitated, confused, and looked back to see what. Chungi's gaze was once again drawn to a young man shooting a bow, whose stomach was knocked out of the way as he passed by. The loud voice of the big man still did not stop, taking the opportunity to buy time for Lord Zhuangna. A pink and purple vortex appears before everyone's surprised eyes. It is the demon race's interdimensional teleportation gate. The skeletons in armor-wielding hammers rush down from that vortex. The scribes also face no hesitation, ready to fight bravely through the hardships and challenges ahead. The descendants of the Chu family fight to the death on command. We absolutely cannot let the demon race escape from my heavenly orchid territory. A knight was knocked back by a grenade hammer into the stomach and was thrown far away. The huge man continued fighting fiercely while speaking, sacrificing himself with Thian Lan as a massive white and blue dragon appeared in the sky. His voice still echoed loudly as he perished with Tian Lan. The dragon opened its mouth to reveal a blue object, shaped like a gem. It spewed the blue beam of light straight down to the ground. Everything returned to its original state. Everyone around cheered happily. "Seongna, the Great One has arrived. We are saved." "Ah, Seongna," Chungi said with a slightly stunned and disappointed look in his eyes, expressing what was in his heart. "So, now am I not still on the battlefield of the demon race invasion from 100 years ago?" Seongna curled up amidst the surrounding light. It angrily swoops down to the ground and looks closely at the knights. Suddenly several swords fly out of nowhere and strike Seongna's stomach. It roared in pain and suffering. Seongna twisted in agony, causing the knights to be thrown into disarray. The people in the distance looked on in panic as the armored skeleton waved its longsword that stretched dozens of meters. It has begun to strike with that sword, piercing through several knights in a row. Chungi now looks like a wolf, his eyes full of resentment as he screams. The chaotic demon race. The armored skeleton riding a black crow soars swiftly, and the voice in English echoes again. "Go die." Before reaching the destination, it was bitten by Huang Na on the raven's wing, causing the skeleton to fall. The remaining raven was useless. Shuangna immediately struck down mercilessly. It glanced at the bleeding wounds from the earlier sword slashes. Shuangna's gaze turns upward to the sky, where a pink vortex with a skeleton in the middle appears, each face peeking out. Suna observes intently, as if sensing something, and then thinks, that breath is from the heavenly demon. His thoughts echoed repeatedly. If they rushed in, the entire Tianlan territory would become a demon realm, and all living beings would become nourishment for the demon race. Furious, Shuangna stomped his foot, causing the floor to shatter into pieces, thinking, I can't let them break through. If the demon tide is hard to stop, it will fly away swiftly. Still contemplating, it uses the dragon altar for sacrifice. Shuangna flies straight to the armored skeleton sitting peacefully in the center of the vortex. It flew straight into the pit, engulfing both it and the corpse inside. The whirlpool closed its door, releasing a dazzling pink light. Chungi stood there, raising his elbow to shield his eyes from the bright light. His immense power caused the ground to collapse and shatter into pieces. The door flickered and began to shrink, everyone waiting and watching it intently without blinking. After a while, the door faded away and disappeared, and everyone cheered softly, saying, "The teleportation door is gone." They all rejoiced. "The demon race has been repelled by Lord Zhuangna. That's great. We've held the Tianlan defense line. Only Chuangyi remains lost in thought. He just threw the dragon core into the teleportation door, causing an explosion." The cheers continued to ring out around us. Long live Lord Zhuangna. As long as Zhuangna remains, Tianlan will endure. He looked at the chaos after the battle and secretly rejoiced. Everything went well. I haven't broken my promise to you. Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Chuningyi quickly turn around. Shuangna, a handsome man running over, makes him think he is the ancestor of the Chu family. Chungi snapped out of his memories. As he regained consciousness, a huge sharp sword swung toward him. Chungi quickly grabbed his weapon to block its powerful attack, then darted away to dodge and landed on the ice surface. The light from the monster's side made him uncomfortable, prompting him to speak. What is inside this place? A blue light sphere lies among the bones, revealing something that leaves him in awe. Longlan. Chungi chuckled dismissively, a confident smile on his face. Why didn't I notice earlier that these skeletons moved so perfectly and attacked in such a uniform way? Chunyi looked at the loose bones of the monster. He pondered for a long time before Chunyi confidently smiled and confirmed that they were indeed the masterminds behind Shuangha's tragic death. How could Chu family's ancestors let the enemy die easily? The sunlight shone on the motionless skeleton, and his voice still echoed steadily. After destroying the main body, it was a cyclic curse. Endless resurrection was achieved by using Wang Ha's dragon scales as energy to control and forge them into tomb guardians for Wang Ha. Once someone uses force to break in, they will be attacked, and these bone spirits will recombine after being shattered. Chungi muttered as he walked. Even a second-tier expert would find it hard to withstand such a draining battle. No wonder the descendants of the Chu family often stop at the second barrier. By abandoning their attack and appearing harmless, these mindless creatures naturally lose their target. He walks step by step on the thick snow, thinking that this is truly a very clever and complex way of revenge, using the enemy's body as a barrier and their most despicable dying state as punishment. This revenge is even more brutal than killing. The cold wind blows, making Chunai close one eye, but it can't stop the thought from surfacing. The ancestor of the Chu family stands firm in the freezing snow. Someday I will definitely become stronger than you. Chunengi stood on the snowy mountaintop, looking down at Shuangha's massive skeleton, then suddenly threw himself straight down, only to be unexpectedly pushed back by an invisible force. Chunungi was repeatedly slammed against the rocks, painfully trying to regain his breath, and bewildered by what was happening, he thought to himself, "What just happened? Who are you? Why did you rush into this place? Is it the chaos imprisoning me in this crack of ice that sent you here?" Chunungi struggled to his feet and called out twice. Suangna, with her anger and bared fangs, threatened him. "Are you here to mock me? A level 30-foot soldier isn't even worthy of giving me a demon claw. You bunch of parasites, only knowing how to absorb the power of the Dragon Clan, your blood is boiling red like those murderers." The more it's angered, the wider it opens its mouth to insult. "You all want to see me go crazy. Tumnam selfishly does whatever he pleases, ignoring my body, trying to turn me into a weapon. Wait a moment, I am a bloodline of the Chu family, I am here to—" Xiongna's anger grew even more intense as he started to attack. "How much longer do you plan to keep fooling me? You trash, I want to cut you into 100 pieces." Its attack made it difficult for him to dodge. Chungi silently sighed. "Shuangna, do you still remember? That year, you destroyed the Dragon Core to close the teleportation gate of the Demon Clan. You were the hero of the Chu family." However, Qiangsha still refused to listen and immediately criticized, saying, "Nonsense. The Dragon Core is the heart of our long race. How could you have extracted it yourself? It's obvious that you guys stole my Dragon Core and are here deceiving me, pretending, lying. Everything is just a lie." The attacks grow faster and shoot straight down onto the ice, shattering it. It screams, "I want to tear apart everyone who betrayed me." Chungi, despite the pain, tries to comfort it. "Yang, calm down and listen to me. Do you still remember?" It swings its large tail toward him. "Go away." Chunungi was thrown back quite a distance, but still remained standing. He silently thought to himself that the Shuangha had lost its memory, and that the long imprisonment had caused it suffering, blaming everything on the nearby person. Its mind was completely in chaos, truly worthy of being the ancestral contract demon pet. 100 years later, the remaining dragon soul power still makes others tremble with fear. He frowned, injured but unyielding, believing that his rank and strength were inferior to Shuangna. "The only thing I want is to give up here is impossible. If I have reached Banglong Uyen, I will definitely not return empty-handed." Chungi reveals a glowing cross-shaped mark on his forehead and tries to shout loudly to provoke. "Do you want to be angry? Then come and fight until you remember. That's enough." He cast a spell, unleashing a blinding golden energy as the immense power of Chungi and Zhongna collided head-on. It unleashes a powerful blast of energy, charging straight at him and causing a cloud of white snow to rise. From the white mist, Chungi rushes forward with his sword. "Come here. The ancestors of the Chu family can make a contract with you, and I can also let you acknowledge your roots." Lin Feng kept sneaking bites of Chu family's exclusive ice cream, saying she's been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights, almost becoming a stone lover. So Nian glared annoyedly at her through the glass, threatening, "You don't need your tongue anymore, do you?" Lin Feng's face darkened, his teeth gritting as he continued to speak nonsense. "So now you are Kuang So Nian, right?" Suddenly, Hyobak Hot Hai hurriedly ran over, pushed open the door and shouted, "This is bad. You all need to leave quickly." They looked at each other confused and asked what had happened, but she didn't answer, and instead stormed inside, rambling on nonstop. "Since she hasn't arrived here yet, my father told me to get you out of here quickly. Where is Xiaoyuan right now?" Lin Feng, losing patience, kept asking repeatedly, "What does this mean? Tell me clearly." Understanding Bai tightly held Sonian's hand, showing a worried face, and said, "This can't be explained. Follow me immediately." She calmly responded to the plea. If she hadn't spoken, we simply wouldn't be able to provide a solution. Moreover, Chungi is still in Banglong Uyen, so I absolutely cannot leave here easily. The man agreed with So Nian and then spoke up. "That's right, Xin Lingfeng. I'm not someone useless either. Tell me what's happening, and if I can help, I definitely will." Hui Bai panicked, waving his hands and explaining, "No, I didn't mean anything else. This isn't something you can control. If you don't leave here soon, it really will be too late." Chu Hong's attack struck directly, passing by Lady Hong and catching her off guard. He said seriously, "Madam Hong, the territory of the Thian Lan Chu family does not allow you to act arrogantly." Lin Feng and So Nian transformed their forms and powers, with thin, sharp threads wrapping skillfully around Lady Hong's fingers. She sneers, "Chu Hong, to suppress the bloodline freezing, your strength is only 1/3 of what a level 40 can muster, and you still want to stop me?" Chu Hong shields Chu Van from behind, trying to speak calmly. "The Chu family, even in difficulties, does not allow outsiders to harm our guests." He thought that Chungi was still in a critical breakthrough period at Long Yuan Ice, and he absolutely couldn't let Madame Hong ruin things. At most, he would risk damaging his meridians to buy time until Chungi came out. In a different scene, she murmured her lips. Where is she trying to go? Lady Hong casually leans her shoulder against the doorframe and speaks again. It's been a long time, girl. All three understood Bach. Lin Feng and So Nian were so shocked they froze in place and exclaimed, She is still alive. Half an hour ago in a spacious, luxurious room with a somewhat traditional style. Lady Hong and a few others, along with the elder patriarch of the Chu family, are sitting and chatting. Lady Hong speaks first. This is Han Yu Tin from this year. Another voice called out, Please, Madam Hong, just say the word, and I will send someone to fetch it. Next to them are shining treasure chests containing rare consumable items of energy crystallization level tier, and another elder, Chu Feng, the third elder of the Chu family, calls out, Where is everyone? Bring it up here, and the person sitting next to him is Chu Hang. A group of people carried up treasures one after another, the mysterious snow silkworm TI, which when used to create equipment can be integrated to enhance the item's hidden effect. The mystic ice jade can temper weapons and also inflict the frozen paralysis effect. He continued to tell her that, according to last year's promise, the celestial treasures and earthly treasures have also been fully prepared. Lady Hong chuckled softly and, having already anticipated this, replied sarcastically, These are not enough. Mrs. Hong, what do you mean by that? Our Chu family dedicates all our efforts each year to collect valuable items for exchange with you. The item she holds is a treasure, the frozen icebreaker, requiring level 30 with a base attack attribute of 350. He thought to himself that the ice attribute attack bonus was Bao 120. Lady Hong is greedy, her demands keep increasing every year. What trick is she up to this year? She breaks the treasure and says, I'm tired of this kind of flashy-looking item. This year, the exchange will be for a different kind. If the Chu family head agrees, a whole year's worth of Han Tui Xing will be enough. The elder of the Chu family still kindly asked, What does Lady Hong want to exchange? Chu Hang beside him doubted silently. Something feels off. Madam Hong said softly, One living person. He asked again, Who is the living person? She calmly replied, Chu Ningi. Hearing that, Chu Hang lost his composure. What? Calm down and continue, Lady Hong is joking. How can a living person be traded? But inside Chu Hang's heart, he was worried. Why would Lady Hong care about Chungi? She shamelessly replied, Just joking, you're really funny. Saving your clan's life and making a good deal, isn't that right? The clan leader of the Chu family immediately insisted, Hong Funan, please go back. Chungi is a junior of the Chu family and must not be traded. Lady Hong coldly ignored him and simply fiddled with her nails before replying, If you refuse to hand him over, can your Chu family last 2 months? The elder then turned to speak to the clan leader. Last year, 3 children died prematurely because their bloodlines froze. Chief, if the supply of Han Yu Tin is cut off, the old man worries that the Mamet Trading Guild has a mineral vein producing Han Yu Tin. The Chu family's bloodline curse of freezing is growing weaker, and they not only need Han Yu Tin to quickly strengthen their bloodline for faster cultivation, but also to improve the freezing condition of their bloodline. Therefore, the Chu family cannot afford to keep exchanging large amounts of resources from the Mamet Trading Guild every year. In the end, he revealed, Don't say any more. If the bloodline is cut off, the Chu family will definitely not resort to selling people to save themselves. The elder of the Chu family, hearing this, refused to accept it and said, Troop leader, even if you don't think of us old folks, you have to consider the children in the clan. Chungi is indeed a genius, but he is still too young, and he can't save the entire Chu family. Hearing that, he was displeased and stood up shouting, Our Chu family can only rise again if we survive. If someone dies, there's nothing left. The old man still spoke in a calm voice. Chungi has never been protected by the clan. He shouldn't be a burden to it. The elder still shouted, Clan leader, the children can't wait any longer. But the old man firmly said, Lady Hong, please go back. He thought to himself, Stupid fool, Lady Hong is forcing me to choose between Chungi and the Chu family, clearly seeing Chungi's bright future ahead. If I cannot protect Chungi, the Chu family won't be able to support me anymore, Hong Funan said coldly with a changed attitude. Very well, if the Chu family wants to protect Chungi, starting today, she stands up and leaves with her attendants, uttering cruel words to cut off the supply of Han Tui Tin, causing both the Chu family and your old man to perish. The thick silk threads of Lady Hong tightly wrapped around Hyobok's neck, causing her to gag and lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor, recalling the wicked things that had happened before, and said, The head of the Chu family dares to signal Tuhang in front of me. Does he think I am blind? So Nyan hurriedly ran over in worry, and Hyobok Lin Fong, refusing to give up, quickly shouted, I will let you die at my hands this time. Her followers charged forward. bodies entangled like silk threads, but Lin Fong remained undeterred, launching continuous attacks. The others rushed toward So Nian, and with just a few strikes she shattered them into hundreds of pieces. The fragments scattered across the floor. Lin Fong begins to cast a spell. He transforms into a wall of fire to protect the other two, and she smugly says, 3 days apart, and you've actually learned to coordinate your attacks. Looks like you've trained, and it's a bit interesting. I like you more and more. Madame Hong thought to herself that the enchanting girl and Flame Dragon both showed signs of breakthrough. She said, well, they are quite talented, but now that the treasure is right in front of you, you will ultimately become dust. So Nian helped Hubok up and silently thought that she had to focus on protecting Hubok, which limited her movements. Wasn't this woman already eliminated before? Why is she appearing at the Chu family now? She kept thinking without noticing a cord gradually approaching her. Hubok can't be said to be her. The cords are getting closer, but So Nian still doesn't notice. So Chungi from the Chu family isn't the cords wrapping around her. Lady Hong's voice sounded sharp. It's just that her combat experience is a bit lacking. Even Lin Fong was caught tightly by the cords from the ground. She continued speaking. I am young Lady Tik Theojia, a genius but also useless from your families, and now I will personally deal with you. The rope pulls So Nian out, and she keeps speaking. Where has the enchanting girl's power gone since last time? Lin Fong was slammed against the wall. I really like your fiery spirit, little fire dragon. Both of you are dragged up to the high above and can't move. Lady Hong sneers, if you want to surpass my Hu Qian level, you're still a bit short. She asked seriously, where is Chungi now? He ignored her and shouted, let me go or I'll burn you to death. Madame Hong slowly approached the curtain and continued. I heard that he single-handedly charged into the furious Wind Mountain range to save Chungi's sister. With her there, I don't believe Chungi won't come out. The man shouted angrily, you are not allowed to touch her. Behind the curtain, Chu Yun is hiding, but Hong Hoon Han has already discovered him. Can you still see your brother from afar? Soren refuses to stand still, and still tries her best to shout out, give me more power one more time. Red threads are wrapped around Hong Lady's hand. This time she is truly angry, so let you see what real suppression looks like. Immediately, a series of puppets controlled by Lady Hong stand up all at once, with giant bodies rushing forward in a frenzy. A blue-tinged sweat appeared on Chu Hong's face as he admitted it had been really tough, since Chungi didn't hesitate to use so many puppets. As the puppets approach, Chu Hong jumps up holding a chain and shouts, Kuang So Nian, Tham Lin Fong, go take Chu Van and Hu Bak away, I will hold them off here. Lady Hong sees him trying to escape and screams to leave the living behind. So Nian is holding Chu Van in her arms, and Lin Fong is tightly embracing Hio Bak while shouting. At this moment, Chungi is holding a sphere of power in his hand, looking at the monster in front of him, then shouting, give me, Holy Book Chain Attack. Then Chungi quickly dodged to the side. Another wave of energy immediately swept past. Holy Light Cross, he shouted, defend Ta. Before being struck, only the approaching figure of Chungi remained in the monster's eyes. It weakly called out, Master. A punch with enormous power was then delivered. After the Divine Shield's attack, everything around fell completely silent, only dust swirling in the air. Chungi stood up and coldly said, finally, it is quiet. The giant beast asked him, who are you? Chungi did not hide anything and honestly revealed his identity. I am Chuingi, the descendant of Chu Pam. I sit down to let my body recover gradually, then begin to recount the crimes committed by the monster. 100 years ago, you destroyed the teleportation gate of the demon race with your life in exchange for peace in Tianlan, and my ancestor was your master. Chu Pham, who sealed your body and soul here alone, is searching for a way to save you, but he has also disappeared. Follow me, and from now on I will make you happy. Your soul is trapped here and gradually losing its reason, so I have no choice but to use some tricks to help you recover. After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes and sadly replied, so that's how it is. If the dragon core is shattered, it can't be revived? He didn't believe it. It's been 100 years, and the owner as well. Now it looks directly at Chungi and asks, are you here to find me because of the dragon soul? Xiongna explains that your foundation is damaged and needs pure energy to restore it. Merging with the dragon soul will make you experience the suffering of Van He Fei Tam. With your body torn apart countless times, are you willing to accept that? Chunagi responded without hesitation. I am willing because physical pain, helplessness, and weakness that prevent me from protecting the one I love are the greatest suffering. After hearing this, Zhuangna couldn't help but admire. Chu family's young master has real skill. It sends a surge of power to Chungi and Gielen. Let's go. An orange vortex swirling with tiny blue sparks suddenly appears, as the frozen blood vessels seem to be gradually restored. Chungi's entire body is emitting a stream of green smoke as the ice covering his blood vessels inside begins to break apart. Chungi clenched his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and showed clear signs of pain. Seong Naha immediately calmed him down and urged him to hold on, saying, "Your meridians are shattered. If you don't find me, you won't survive for a month." The green spots are also moving in to reconstruct Chungi's bones, gradually healing the deep cracks and wounds inside. But Chungi had to endure terrible pain, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth. That blue light is continuously flowing in to heal Chungi's heart. Chuyun smiles, a look of joy on his face. The entire group, including Halen, also did the same. Sonyeon squinted one eye, surprised as she looked behind. The pitch-black night seems to be tearing apart as a faint figure stands before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appear. Long soul band 100% merged, foundation fully restored, and fire elemental body power increased by 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Chungi's head, congratulating him on perfectly completing the hidden second transformation mission and awarding the dragon god's domain skill. Yang Ya instructed him to replace her and protect Tianlan. Mrs. Hong used the tangled ropes on her hands to bind the girl's body. She stepped forward, loosening the ropes so that the girl fell straight to the ground. Madame Hong flicked the red silk in her hand toward Chuyun and softly coaxed her. "Good girl, come here. I won't hurt you." Chuyun's body was tightly bound by the red silk. Madame Hong ordered, "Be a good girl and take me to see your brother." At that moment, a dirty hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. "Get out!" Little Viam Long was about to die but still so stubborn, trying to act as a messenger to protect Hoa. Lin Fong used his last bit of strength to stop Madame Hong from taking Chuvan away. No one is allowed to touch her. Lady Hong disdainfully ordered, "You now look like a mourning dog who can't even protect yourself, let alone others. It's truly laughable." Despite being exhausted, Lin Fong still resolutely protected Chuvan. "What the hell do you understand? Tam Lin Fong, even if I die, I will not let you touch a single hair of her." Madame Hong ordered coldly, "Release him," but Lin Fong shouted and refused to let go. Seeing him keep blinking like that, Madame Hong stomped her foot down hard on the hand holding her leg. So what? Despite the pain, Lin Fong still clenched tightly and refused to let go, while tears streamed down Chuvan's face. She tearfully said, "Mr. Shen, let go. Don't worry about me. Please let go quickly. My brother won't blame you." Lin Fong opened her mouth and shouted, then bit down hard on Madame Hong's leg, not letting go. Chuvan shouted, "Tam, Madame Hong has truly gone mad." She forcefully kicked Ling Fong backward. Crazy person. Lin Fong supported himself on the ground to stop after that kick. Chuvan anxiously shouted. Mr. Tom Hong ponders, "This young man is even tougher than I imagined, capable of making the proud bloodline of the Flame Dragon wholeheartedly submit. This Chungi truly is a person of great worth." Lady Hong flicked her fingers dismissively. "I have no interest in those who don't know life or death. If she hurried to reincarnate, she would wrap the rope around Lin Fong's neck, then goodbye forever." The rope begins to tighten around Lin Fong's neck, his eyes bulging, mouth agape, face showing clear pain. Chuvan shouted in fear, "Brother Tam, run quickly." Seeing that Lin Fong seemed to be unconscious, Chuvan cried out loudly, turning to beg Hong Madam not to hurt him. "I will go with you." At that moment, a huge pressure suddenly appeared. Lady Hong was also affected by that oppressive aura. She fearfully said, "That's a terrifying pressure." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of power struck Hong Funan directly. Chungi, with golden wings and dragon horns, suddenly appeared to save Chuvan. Chuvan, in disbelief, calls out, "Brother." Chungi gazes at Lin Fong's battered, wound-covered body and whispers to himself. Tom Lin Fong and So Nian are also pierced through with many tangled cords. Little Nian Chungi looks at Hugh Bach and Tuhang lying unconscious on the ground. "Hugh Bach, Uncle Hang." He gently blows out a puff of smoke. Immediately, Chungi's eyes changed, one yellow and one blue. He used his power to transform into an iron chain, divine thunder, and heavenly prison light. Lady Hong's eyes widen. She licks her lips, a look of excitement on her face as she sees Chungi appear. Many puppets emerge from her hands. All those puppets look just like Lady Hong. "Chungi, you finally came out." All the puppets that approached were easily destroyed by Chungi. Madame Hong appeared behind Chungi without her knowing. She advises him to obediently go home with her. Chungi didn't respond, using his strength to stomp the ground until it shattered beneath him. Immediately, a surge of power cut across Lady Hong's neck. Chungi, holding his sister in his arms, used his strength to push the opponent away. Mrs. Hong thought to herself in fear, her power truly terrifying. Besides the destroyed puppets, a few of her high-level puppets still remained, but they were struggling to dodge Chungi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are fine, but the level 30 elite puppet and the level 40 guardian puppet are crafted with great effort. Yet he let my soldiers be unable to fight back. Thinking quickly, she immediately leapt forward. Lady Hong threw out a series of tangled ropes, her eyes wide with madness, shouting, "This is impossible! You just reached level 30. You absolutely can't surpass the level 15 gap. It really makes people want it even more." She ordered one of her puppets to imprison him, and the tangled ropes formed a giant red sphere, trapping Chunungi and Chuvan inside. Lady Hong still remains confident in her move, holding an item to block, and says, "Even if you can fight above your level, so what?" Then she and her puppet rush forward to strike the red sphere with great force. Although trapped inside, Chunungi was not afraid, and calmly shouted, "Divine wind and thunder." An immediate explosion erupted, shattering the giant sphere. The aftershock of the explosion kept spreading, but the area where Chunungi was standing remained calm. Lady Hong quickly devised another plan. This was no longer a power that could be compared to their rank. "The situation is unstable. I'll retreat first." Chunungi coldly approached her and shouted, "Yang Na!" Sensing the danger, Lady Hong urgently shouted, "Wait a moment." She issued a threat to Chunungi. "Chunungi, if you dare to hurt me, the Mercantile Guild will definitely not forgive you. This is the highest wanted order from the guild. As soon as I tear it apart, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted to death." Lady Hong was sure Chunungi would be frightened, so she continued to threaten him. "I guess you don't want the Chu family to get involved, right?" The dragon's eyes full of killing intent stared straight at her. Lady Hong shivered, thinking, what kind of demon is this? Knowing she had encountered a strong opponent this time, she clasped her hands and forced a smile, hurriedly begging for mercy. Chunungi misunderstood. It was all a misunderstanding. When the dragon's grip tightened, Madame Hong quickly explained, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Kuang, So Nian, or anyone else. I shouldn't have confronted you. If you spare my life, I am willing to give you all the Han Tui Tin. I am willing to share the Han Tui Tin mineral vein of the Merchant Guild with Chuga." Chunungi asked suspiciously again about the mineral vein. Madame Hong affirmed that the mineral vein produces enough Han Yu Tin once every 1,000 years for the Chu family to use for 100 years. Just think about it. With this mineral vein, the Chu family wouldn't have to suffer from bloodline freezing, and you can focus on cultivation, so there's no need to compete with someone as insignificant as me. To stay alive, Madame Hong even said I could become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I would climb mountains of swords and cross seas of fire without hesitation. But in her heart, she secretly thought that as long as the puppet string touched her, she could move and change in an instant to return to the Trade Guild's residence. Just a little more time, just a little longer. After hearing what she said, Chunungi clenched his lips tightly, secretly thinking how someone like Hong Fu Nu could suddenly beg for forgiveness, unless there was a trap. After thinking, he immediately refused her offer. No need, true powerhouses are not afraid of threats or temptations. Madame Hong froze in disbelief and exclaimed. Then Chunungi swung his hand to unleash a massive wave of power. She quickly used the ropes to create a shield in front of herself, but Chunungi's power easily shattered it. Madame Hong stared in disbelief at what was happening before her eyes. Before being struck, she could only think that this was no ordinary holy knight, clearly a divine being cloaked in holy light, truly unbelievable. After finishing, Madame Hong and Chunungi put Chuvan down on the ground, then used their strength to break the ropes holding her and gently embraced her. Looking at the unconscious girl, Chunungi softly said, "I'm back." Lin Fong couldn't believe that even with all his effort, he still couldn't win. Chunungi only used a few moves to defeat her, so what exactly did he do? The man looked confused until Chunungi approached him. Then he could finally resemble him. Chunungi bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest in gratitude and saying, "Thank you." He sincerely thanked Lin Fong, thanking him for risking everything to protect my sister. After hearing that, Lin Fong suddenly smiled and then burst out laughing. "Then hurry up and treat me. My blood is almost completely drained." Meanwhile, Chu clan leader is standing in front of a huge painting, lost in thought. The painting in front of him is a portrait of Chunungi. Just then, someone called Chu Tak Truong. Chief Chu looked at Chunungi behind him and said, "You're here now. This is our first official meeting, and for you to see this disaster, I, the clan leader, am incompetent and truly ashamed." Not caring about the polite words of Chief Chu, Chunungi directly asked the main question. "No need for polite words. I want to ask why the Chu family needs Han Yue Ting." The Chu family must have absolute strength to protect Chu Van, otherwise I won't let her return to the Chu family. Do you think Chu Tok Truong that Chu Hang told you this? Chung-hee replied that Chu Hang had mentioned this before, but didn't explain clearly. He secretly observed Chung-hee and felt extremely surprised. This child had just gone through a fierce battle, yet his aura remained steady like a deep lake. The coldness in his eyes was 100 times stronger than that of the children raised in warm homes. The head of the Chu clan said that this not only greatly reduced the rate of awakening the Chu family's ice bloodline, but also caused the descendants of the Chu family to be physically too weak to withstand the backlash of their bloodline's freezing ability. Every year, someone in the Chu family dies from bloodline freezing. Chung-gee's younger sister, Chu Yun, once fell ill with the mildest form of bloodline freezing, so she was able to be treated with extreme cold ice chain. Most of the Chu family descendants can only suppress their bloodline freezing with cold dew spirit. The clan leader continued. Hong Fu Han relies on this weakness to increase offerings every year, and this time she's even more overbearing, trying to exchange your life for cold tuning spirit. His cold voice continued to echo. Before the old man could finish speaking, Chung-gi interrupted, saying from today on, there's no need to submit anymore. Chief Chu, leaning on his cane, looked in a direction and began explaining to Chung-gi that banishing Madame Hong could only solve the immediate problem. The powerful business alliance behind Lady Hong is holding Kwang Han Tuiting, and we must beg for help. Chung-gi announced an important news. Lady Hong is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Tok Truong Chu's face immediately changed. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "What did you say?" Faced with this shocking news, the clan leader Chu trembled and blinked, claiming she was a second-tier Koi Loi master, level 45, with hundreds of puppet guards, making it impossible even if you broke through at Banglong Uyen. Chung-gi calmly explained that she was too arrogant, bringing no reinforcements, and moreover, Banglong Uyen allowed my ice skill to level up 3 times. Chung-gi gathered his strength and presented it to Chief Chu. More importantly, I awakened Swang-na in Banglong Uyen. Chief Chu's eyes widened with joy as he asked, Swang-na has awakened. Does it still remember the ancestors? Chu-ang-hee, on behalf of Swang-na, replied, It remembers that it restored my body and helped me defeat Lady Hong, but its dragon soul is extremely weak. So I sealed it inside my body and won't wake it unless necessary. He was so happy that he threw the empty staff on his hand to the ground, then suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands in a salute to the portrait in front of him. Ancestor, can you hear me? Even at a young age, he gained Shuang-ha's recognition. This spirit and opportunity are even beyond what the ancestors could compare to. The younger generation is promising, thought Tok Truong Chu with pride, initially believing he was just exceptionally talented, but now realizing he could truly reach this level. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted happily, Heaven is not against the Chu family. Chung-gi, holding the staff, nervously said, Clan leader, maybe we should get up first. After he helped me up, the clan leader Chu smiled and said, Sorry for laughing at you, I was too excited earlier. Then Chung-gi suddenly asked, Please tell me the inside story of the trade guild. He thought to himself that the demonic sect had taken notice of Chu Yun, and he couldn't always keep Chu Yun by his side. If he could help the Chu family resolve the trade guild issue, that would be the safest place for Chu Yun. Chief Chu no longer concealed anything from Chung-gi now. He stroked his beard and began to reveal what he knew. The trade guild is just a small shop on the corner, run by a low-level martial artist named Liu Yuan, who makes a living smuggling ore. The turning point was the winter of 10 years ago. He said that Hak Fong Kok experienced a 100-year snowstorm that year, and all trade routes were frozen. Liu Tuyen went into the mountain with a few accomplices, and half a month later, only he came out from inside. Since then, he suddenly had endless Han Tui crystal, Huyan Bing jade, Liu Shuang stone, and even 100-year-old rare Quang Tin silver, all of which he could produce at will. Clan leader Chu took out a wooden box for Chunungi to see. Liu Yuan claimed to have found a mineral vein, but didn't know how he gained the right to exploit it. Over the years, some people have tried to sneak into the cave to explore, not because they got lost, but because they froze outside the cave. No one has ever seen the so-called entrance to the cave. After hearing this, Chung-gi realized there was a problem. It was too much of a coincidence. The chief's face grew very serious. He continued, It still happens to be at the back. 3 years ago, we could still buy a steady supply of Han Yujing from Du Shang. Though a bit expensive, it was enough for emergencies within the clan. But that spring, Du Shang suddenly disappeared entirely, and there was no place on the market selling Han Yujing. It was at that moment, just as we were worried, that Madame Hong came directly to their door and made them an offer. Madame Hong said they have mineral veins and Binglong supplies at half price, with the main condition that the Chu family must help them deal with a few minor troubles. Chung-gi hesitated and said, Small trouble. Clan leader Chu recalled past memories and explained plainly that it was to have the Chu family suppress the smaller clans that refused to submit to the trade union in Tianlan province. He continued, most of these small clans have bloodline flaws, and the trade union, to supply them with cultivation resources, pays the price of handing over the most talented children in their clans. But those children never return home after they leave. Those families hate the trade union but are afraid it will cut off their resources, so they can only vent their anger on the Chu family, the trade union's pawns. Over the past 2 years, Chu family's descendants who go outside often face covert trouble from others. This move by the trade guild is to completely isolate us without any help. After hearing this, Chungi stroked his chin and began to speculate about the true conspiracy behind this story. First, destabilize the route, then use low prices to show goodwill, and finally have the Chu family wipe out the alien clans with Chu family's help, turning them into a target for criticism. Clan leader Chu confirmed, yes, every time the trade guild delivers goods, there will be new conditions. We clearly know it's a trap, but the children in the clan waiting for Han Yujing to save them can only close their eyes and accept it. He takes out a Han Yujing and shows it to Chunungi. Look at this. This is the Hanyu crystal from last year's trade fair. The Hanyu crystal from 3 years ago was still a pure blue, but over the past 2 years it has gradually taken on a bit of black. Chunungi reached out and took the Hantui. Clan leader Chu continued, Madam Hong says this is natural impurities deep within the mineral veins, but our healer believes these Hantui tina have been corroded by something. When Chungi touched the cold jade, a golden mist suddenly appeared and wrapped around his finger, spreading continuously outward. Strangely, behind the golden aura there was also a thick black aura, but soon after, the black aura was also dispersed by the golden one. Chungi thought to himself, the demonic energy is very faint, giving me a very familiar feeling. I must have encountered a similar breath somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered something. There was one thing, Lady Hong once said. A sentence to me. Clan leader Chu interrupted him. Wait for the Lord to wake up. Your Chu family's words are just empty talk. Chungi guessed that the Lord was not Lu Tu-yen, but Tok Truong Chu immediately denied it. Being able to produce so many rare items and making Lady Hong, a level 45 repair master, willingly become a pawn, there must be someone truly in control behind the scenes. Liu Tu-yen still doesn't deserve it. Chungi clenched his fists and said, I know it now. Madam Hong is dead, the guild won't let this go. The consequences I caused, I will bear them myself. After hearing this, clan leader Chu shouted emotionally, Why do you say that? You are a bloodline of the Chu family, with a bloodline like your ancestors. The old man patted Chungi's shoulder and affirmed, Your matter is the Chu family's matter, and in times of great trouble, the Chu family will stand with you. I understand the chief's intentions, but you turned your back and walked away to your teammates. I've never been alone. Lin Fang closed his eyes and complained. Truly slow, Thea Tam told him. Nika, the principal said there's something at your place, so just pack up our bags and throw them over here. Chungi's teammates are all level 23 spiritual mages, level 24 sorcerers, and level 24 warriors. Seeing this, Chungi couldn't help but be surprised. It's been 2 months and you've made quite a bit of progress. Shietam laughed heartily and patted his chest, saying, Of course, we follow second brother, so we can't cause any trouble. Halan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes seeming to hide something, and said, On the way here, Lin Hai also said she wanted to ask for your expertise in ice magic. So why are you so afraid now that you've just met? Lin Hai clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking shy and hesitant. He, standing amidst the lush green grounds with your flawless handsome face, you look even more striking with your gentle smile. You lead the way, urging us forward as the situation becomes urgent. The group behind continues to follow, while an old man leaning on a cane quietly observes from behind the lively crowd. Mister's eyes looked gently at Chungi's group and softly said, Chungi, you really resemble your ancestors. The crowd is chatting loudly. I want to bring some snacks to eat on the way. Is Hakfong Mountain cold or not? I have a pair of very beautiful shoes that are perfect for snowy areas. The young master is not afraid of the cold. Our family has a very strong ability to resist the cold. Chungi stood outside lost in thought, suddenly feeling useless, but then his eyes seemed to brighten a little, a look of contemplation appearing in them. If it had been before, he would definitely have sneaked in alone. The map appears with the route clearly marked. After all, the demonic energy of Black Wind Cave is ineffective against me. If I encounter an enemy several times stronger than myself, I can also use the full power of the Void Beast to retreat. The image of a man holding a girl in his arms appears after defeating Madam Hong, and apart from the usual mission notification, the system's activity has been absent for a long time, as if a forced order has sealed off this path of self-action entirely. The bright yellow system panel appears before my eyes, reminding me to activate the mission deadline. Together with his teammates, they uncovered the secret of the Trading Guild. Each participating member would earn an S+ level skill book for one. Suryunnuo Shen-chan lay in his underwear, panting heavily. The system in front of me is glowing. It's called the Strongest Support System. Its representative won't make meaningless arrangements. This time, what it wants might not be the mission itself. The common point with my teammates. In my mind, I see images of my teammates covered in injuries and unconscious. My teammates always think they are strong enough to protect everyone they love, but forget that being truly strong is the real key. His eyes flash with danger, and the appearance of Lady Hong makes him realize that even a powerful master like Hung can sometimes doze off. At that moment, if there had been no one left by his side, even a dog would come to bite him a few times. Trushin shouted, pulling him back to reality. If Ungi doesn't go, it will really get dark soon. Seeing his condition, Sonian worriedly stepped closer. Brother Chungi, are you okay? Chungi closed his eyes and replied, I'm fine, let's go. He turned to everyone and said loudly, let's go to the teleportation array. Before the door closed, someone responded, it should have been like this earlier, but now someone else is interfering. Shouldn't we have a meal first? I'm hungry. The image of his teammates marching forward but still turning back to smile at him. He feels proud that Wei Zhetong is brave and courageous. Tong Halan boasts but is meticulous. Shen Lin Feng is speechless, his heart full of passion. Daolin Hai is ashamed but resilient. Xiaonian is gentle and persistent. They are all good teammates of mine, the backbone that allows Commander Hong to sleep soundly. Teammates are not a burden. Time passes quickly, and a day later the scene has changed. The mountains are covered in white snow, but in stark contrast, the ground is engulfed in a sea of blood-red bones. Black Wind Gorge. By the end of the year, it will be covered in snow, with thick blood mist inside, and few who enter can retreat unscathed. A military-style vehicle speeds across the snow-covered road, but what's even stranger is the den of the Rainstorm Merchant Guild. There are no guards here again. Liu Yuan doesn't seem to be worried about the secret inside the canyon being discovered. Chunigi's team gathered together, each wearing thick coats, so Nian said, this is the place. The public map only marks the inside of the cup, and the structure inside is empty. He calmly puts his hands in his pockets and figures it out. Chunyi reached out and summoned a blue butterfly, giving it a command to locate the stubborn one quickly. Yes, the skill information panel appears. The positioning skill uses your own magic power to create a magic array that marks the coordinates of space. Void beasts can use their sensing ability to perform positioning. Tear apart the void and arrive instantly at the designated location. He deliberately raised his hands to his face to breathe in the hot air. This strange place seems to have wind that carries thorns. Hearing that, Chungi thought to himself, yes, that's right, but it's 3 times colder than Banglong Uyen. He activated a skill that made himself and everyone glow with a golden light. Blessed be the weapon of courage, the bamboo blessing. Blessings from the gods, blessings of protection. He reminds everyone to stay alert. Lin Feng gazed at the light on his body and silently marveled. This was the first time he received his skill enhancement. As expected, just like they said, his information panel appeared, showing his name as Tam Lin Feng, level 22 Berserker, with strength 204 plus 61 increased by 30%. Speed 190 plus 57 increased by 30%, Physique 27 plus 63 increased by 30%, and Willpower 170 plus 51 increased by 30%. When someone is discussing skills, their combat power directly increases. It might be a good opportunity to test it later. The small, seemingly soulful strands of rope are gradually approaching the leg of someone in the back team, and Lin Hai is pulled away in panic, raising her hand to call for help. What's going on? Wei Peng Chungi tightly embraces Lin Hai, his other hand cutting the strands into a beautiful golden line. He lifts her up like Princess Q from the ground. Lin Hai awkwardly said, Thank you, Ngi. Lin Feng looked at the wires growing out of the cliff, constantly wriggling with suspicion. What kind of monster is this? It looks a bit like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could she still be alive? Chungi stepped forward with a serious expression, channeling some of his spiritual power into the wire in front of him. The cords, covered in spiritual energy and sparking with electricity, contract. They're not puppet strings, but the tentacles of a living creature. Chungi turned around as Halan used her spiritual technique to pass through the wall a bit. Halan activates her technique, her body soaring upward, surrounded by floating glowing talismans, the essence of heaven and earth, the foundation of all things, as she clasps her hands together and pushes forward. The talismans flying in that direction stick to the mountain wall ahead, forming rows after rows. The talismans arranged in a bagua pattern emit a dazzling golden light. Halan shouted loudly as the formation activated, her whole body levitating below, creating gusts of wind. Everyone's faces showed concern. They share the same thought: could this entire snow mountain be? The mountain disappears, and in front of Halan are tentacles intertwined with hundreds of eyes, looking truly terrifying. These things suddenly had tentacles flying around in circles like forming arrows. Seeing that, Halan waved her hand in the air to draw a talisman, with thunder rumbling faintly, summoning spells to suppress the evil, protecting the formation from collapse. A giant talisman appears before her, blocking the attack of the tentacles, the Spirit Path Talisman to suppress evil. After blocking the attack, the talisman shows black streaks. From those black streaks, the talisman gradually eroded and vaporized. The talisman was destroyed. Halan soared into the air, dodging the tentacles that were constantly attacking. Their sticky substance could absorb spiritual energy. She thought to herself that spiritual techniques are based on spiritual power to control, and this thing greatly restricts her actions. Chungi was momentarily startled when he saw the scene before him. The tentacles surrounded Chungi's group. Everyone stayed alert and prepared, while Lin Feng was caught off guard by this. Lin Feng angrily creates a fireball, his hair changing color and billowing like flames ready to burn everything. Disgusting. The flames like waves rush toward the tentacles, reaching out fiercely. It seems the flames have no effect as the tentacles continue to reach out. Lin Feng clicked his tongue at the sight. Among the tentacles, terrifying eyes and shadowy figures like puppets, resembling humans, surround from all directions. Their bodies are covered in writhing tentacles, with black faces and glowing white eyes, advancing mindlessly in a truly frightening way. Tam Thiet eagerly prepares to fight, just in time with So Nien beside him, her cold face holding her sword ready to draw at any moment. Chungji intervened, and a golden light appeared along his hand with a notification displaying the divine talent, Sword Heart S+. Holy light. Guardian, I will handle this. Stay still and do not move. It seems they are afraid of the holy light. With his sword in hand, he charged like a storm, swiftly taking down each one before they could react. Chunungi concludes, after eliminating most of the enemies, that the weapon has no reaction and is effective against physical attacks. He calls out loudly for Thiet Tam and So Nien. Thiet Tam charges forward with So Nien after hearing Chunungi's call, assigning them roles. Thiet Tam to break through the defenses head-on, and So Nien to follow behind. The three of us will hold the three corners of the formation. Thiet Tam is excited. Now it's my turn to shine. Chungi orders the others to stay inside the light. You three are not allowed to go outside. Lin Feng was dissatisfied. He looked a bit annoyed and pointed at himself, eager to join the fight. Wait a moment, I am a battle fanatic, not just someone who uses fire. Lin Feng summoned a sharp red spear surrounded by sparks, smiling with excitement. Chengdenggi approaches Lin He and Ha Lan, Tam Lin Feng and our group together. Lin Hai and Ha Lan observe the enemy's weak points from the rear. Lin Hai and Ha Lan both turn around and reply in unison clearly. Lin Feng jumps back quickly, creating dazzling golden rings. The young master has arrived too. Thiet Tam jumps up, raising the large axe in his hand high towards the eye inside the black tentacles, breaking the wall. After the spear tip sliced into the tentacles and gradually disappeared, she smiled with satisfaction, proving this move was effective. Next to Lin Feng and So Nien, he also fought fiercely, using his spear to stab at the monsters like chunks of meat and shouting loudly. How strong is the young master, while she keeps swinging her sword to cut the monsters in half. Chunyi brandishes his golden sword fiercely, causing the monsters to vanish, as Lin Feng and Thiet Tam continue their relentless attack. The black tentacles writhing and entwined, Chunyi quietly observed and realized that the monster and the cords seemed uncuttable. Cutting one would only cause a new monster to jump out or crawl out from the mountainside. Lin Hai quickly saw a dark object fly past her like a gust of wind, but with her agility she quickly glanced and noticed her momentarily stunned. It was Lin Hai returning to Chungi's side, waving her hand and shouting, "Brother Ungi!" Chungi approached and Lin Hai held out the token in her hand. Ungi. On the monster's body, he saw the token from the Thinlan Khan family, and next to Ha Lan, he picked up a piece of cloth with carved characters, analyzing in his mind that most likely these are from small clans, probably sent to find someone from the Black Wind sect. Therefore, these silver cords not only absorb demonic and spiritual energy, but also seem to drain life force, eventually even transforming the remains. Realizing this, he took a stance, swung his sword back fiercely, and the source of the silver cords was located in the mountain, each creature's cord connected to the wall. From that stance, Chungi swung his sword to carve a path ahead, not to attack the monster, but to cut the cords, splitting the ground open to reveal what might be hidden inside. The surface of the broken stones with symbols crumbled and collapsed rapidly, while Chunungi's team stood unharmed inside the protective barrier amidst the falling hail directly above them. The smoke gradually dissipated after the collapse, revealing the scene behind it more and more clearly. Lin Fong and Thiet Tam suddenly froze, their pupils dilating, and she gasped. This is the dissipating smoke, and beneath their feet are half-buried, half-floating skeletons on the ground. Around them are massive ice blocks, each reflecting their images inside. Tief Tom slung his weapon over his shoulder, puzzled, as the previous image was just an illusion. Chungi walked away, his reflection mirrored on the ice blocks. He denies that it is an illusion. Standing in front of the ice block, he states his conclusion. It is a disguise for the entrance to the dungeon. Chungi explained, Blackwind Gorge is not a natural mountain range, but a hidden instance that combines with the Blue Spirit. And it's so well integrated that no one has discovered this secret. Everyone is focused and listening intently. Chungi thoughtfully raised his hand and analyzed. No, Lu Tuyen discovered this secret, and the Thuanghoi dared to leave Blackwind Gorge unguarded because they knew that the instance itself was the best protection, capable of turning intruders into nourishment. Lin Hai realized that all the monsters we encountered earlier were actually people who had entered here and turned into monsters. Chungi does not deny, gently touching the ice to create ripples. The monster from the first door is a mountain, and those who enter and die become part of the mountain. A flash of light flickers from where he touched. He warns everyone to prepare, the second monster is coming soon. The shattered glass above their heads sparkled as everyone backed into a circle, ready for battle. Lin Fong shouted, This broken mirror is a sneaky trap. Chungi ordered Lin Hai to add 2 layers of earth and ice defenses to prevent them from taking the bait. She quickly responded, on each shard of broken glass reflecting the team full of worry and vigilance. Chungi looked ahead with a worried expression, waiting to see what was coming as the mist gradually dissipated. From the fog, a figure is gradually approaching him. In another area, Lin Hai is surrounded by towering trees. She looked around in confusion and called out loudly, Ningyi, Xiaolan, where is everyone? Lin Hai anxiously held her staff tightly, cautiously observing her surroundings, and the scene shifted to Lin Fong. His upper body is bare, fists clenched in anger. What kind of disgusting monster is this? Then he goes to Halan, who is hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand, the divine and mysterious sect, the fundamental of all energies. Moving to So Nian's location, she stands on a transparent surface, gripping her sword tightly and shouting loudly. On Thiet Tom's side, she swings her blade among the broken tombs and mountain-shattering stones. The move drops on someone identical to Thiet Tam, who braces against the shock, causing the ground to crack and shake violently. She yells angrily, Illusion magic? The reassembler even learned my strength. The person facing me, with a face identical to mine but with a vacant gaze, repeated exactly what I just said. Magic? Even the skills of my father's recreator are something I've learned. Tam Thiet said with a look of disgust and contempt. So disgusting. She pulls her axe back from the similar axe, and her remaining hand clenches into a fist and strikes fiercely. The clone quickly throws a punch again, but she kicks hard from behind, catching the clone off guard. Dragged by the powerful force, the clone was thrown violently into the tombstones, shattering them into pieces. Thiet Tam stepped forward, sneering in contempt. Stupid fool, unable to understand fake moves. The clone lies among the wreckage, still unconscious, repeating foolishly, clueless about fake moves. Thiet Tam looks down from above, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow in frustration. She only knows how to buy complete moves. She doesn't know how to borrow strength or change techniques. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, and Thiet Tam stood defensively, covering her face with her hands as the clone launched an attack from the smoke, but was blocked by her. While fighting the clone, Thiet Tam realized she could sense her learning speed increasing, so she had to fight fast and win quickly. The scene shifts to Lin Fong, where a blinding light pierces the ground. Long, Lin Fong's dragon-scale arm is being pushed away. Why not learn anymore and start throwing a tantrum over the fire dragon strike of the young master? His clone jumps in, but Lin Fong quickly leaps away. Lin Fong now looks like a half-dragon with his weapon blazing like fire. Today I will show you the difference between the original and the counterfeit. He swung a powerful strike, but the clone quickly dodged. Suddenly, a spear similar to his appeared in the clone's hand. Lin Fong sneered contemptuously, but the replica responded quite quickly as he approached the spear in his hand like a blazing drill. If you're going to learn the technique, then I'll let you learn it all. The fiery drill grows larger and more powerful, heading straight for the heavenly strike. The two spears clash with a blinding flash of light, causing the surrounding ground to crack and shatter in all directions. From the pile of broken items, the clone launched an attack sideways, but Lin Fong ducked to avoid it. Lin Fong firmly grasped his spear, preparing for the next strike. Following the momentum, his spear spun in a circle, creating a ring of fire to block the clone's attack. The clone approached slowly, bringing the spear tip to touch the fire ring. He skillfully dodged each ring of fire with an expressionless face. The spear thrust straight into Lin Fong's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Lin Fong's whole body is glowing brightly, his face darkening with glowing eyes. You can also recover the techniques you've completed, but you can't keep up with the transformation of the flame dragon force within my body. As if he didn't feel any pain, he clenched his hand around the spear tip embedded in his chest. The clone still had that expressionless face, staring intently at him. Lin Fong shouted, "You foolish idiot!" Behind him, the golden tornado grew even brighter, the image of the dragon clearly visible, making him look like a god ready to punish the wicked. Elsewhere, the talismans fly swiftly like sharp blades, causing a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke that obscures everything. Harlan, wounded and clutching a talisman hidden under her clothes, looked cautiously at the smoke when suddenly 3 talismans formed into shapes rushed toward her, startling her into turning away quickly as they caused a massive explosion, her clone's face still expressionless. Harlan sneered as she ran around, saying, "I thought you had some real skill, but Taoist charms aren't for someone like you." Harlan kept moving, biting her hand hard enough to bleed. Taoist talismans require the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. You can imitate the form but not the spirit. Around her, the raindrops condensed and glowed as they floated in the air. "Look at this rain, this wind. Both are part of the Tao heart." She shouted loudly, "You have no heart and do not understand the reverence and authority of the way, so you cannot use the natural order of heaven and earth. Many imitation talismans exist, but they are just hollow shells," and the raindrops quickly fly towards the clone. The clone also bit her hand to copy her move, but only tentacles emerged from the bite mark. The clone's eyes widened in horror. This was impossible. The entire clone's body was pierced through, with tentacles horrifyingly emerging along the way. "Lin Hai, little sister, stop struggling. Even if I restore you, you won't be able to fight back against me." She looked down at her injured legs and silently analyzed that in just 10 minutes, you went from restoring your voice, appearance, and basic skills to being able to actively attack, even setting traps just for me. Your growth rate is astonishing, but if you are a dungeon boss, there's no way you wouldn't have a way to counterattack. The clone launched a series of attacks, and Lin Hai could only dodge quickly for now. The clone was smug. "See? You're still dodging?" They launch attacks like ice spikes combined with temptation. "Sister Lin Hai, come to my side so we can become one." Lin Hai looked at those ice spikes and realized there were no bone patterns. She suddenly jerked as if she had just remembered something. "I see now." The clone boldly steps forward. Lin Hai, holding her staff with both hands, said loudly, "I have been suspicious from the start. How powerful must a skill be to fully replicate someone else's strength after decades? Turns out you only replicated the outer shell, but couldn't reproduce my precise control over the elements." Blood kept dripping from her body. The confused clone asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai places her hand on the tree trunk, creating patterns that run along it. Behind the tree, a blazing blue flame erupts, resembling ice element. Novices can only summon water orbs, experts can condense water needles, but you use ice elements so primitively that even the basic bone pattern is missing, showing how crude your understanding of the element is. But you won't learn, it's not about the details. From that crack, the ice extends straight to the face of the clone? Lin Hai shouted. "The power of a full element mage is to make the elements cooperate." Lin Hai furrowed her brow and gaped at the scene before her. There are many different types of magic arrays in front of her. A faint voice echoed, "Magic is not a fixed technique. It is the element of understanding. I believe I can give you time. You can also recreate these spells." Then a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you time?" The imposter Lin Hai was instantly erased by that beam of light. Nearby, Chunki is also confronting the imposter of himself, the holy wind and storm. Their swords clashed directly. Because of that collision, a huge explosion occurred. From within the smoke, 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly flashed. Chungi was surprised to think that using the Holy Cross skill together with the previous skill, only half a second apart, with a slight deviation of 0.1 degrees from the previous move, his accuracy simulation kept improving. When facing his opponent, he noticed a point where the movement no longer had mechanical flaws, but more interestingly, engaging with him allowed him to sense that he was still exploiting his weaknesses. Thinking quickly, Chungi drew his sword and charged forward. As they trained and grew stronger at such a rapid pace, it was impossible to ignore their confrontation. The two continued to clash in the air, their strength seemingly equal, neither willing to admit defeat. Why is this simulation half a second slower? So it turns out that delaying when reproducing attribute skills will increase more. Will your data files merge with other information and cause chaos? Chuangi clenched his teeth in anger and coldly looked at the person who looked exactly like him in front of him. Chuangi fake drew his sword and put it down. Chuangi coldly said, "You don't like talking, so you just repeat like a machine." He asked coldly, "What do you want to take from me?" The fake Chuangi stroked his chin, dazed, and spoke out loud, roughly smiling a wicked smile just to see how far you could go with body replication. In the face of Chuangi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chuangi responded with disdain. "Is that so? The country I was born in has an ancient saying." He raises his hand forward, with golden threads wrapping around his talk, as Chuangi continues his boastful words, risking biting his tongue. By now, a large hole has appeared in the fake's stomach, and his entire body is starting to crack and break. "You knew all along." Chuangi calmly explains that from the start of the fight, this mirror has been reflecting on him, and every delay on your part causes a reaction to the reflected by the mirror. Therefore, everything you have learned comes from my actual observation of this mirror. Although you hide it extremely well, using continuous attack skills to distract me and weaken its existence. But don't forget that you come from me. I know everything about you. Lin Hai looked to the side in shock as Chuangi slowly stepped out of the smoke. Lin Hai hurriedly ran over to him. "Ngi, you finally came out." Lin Hai was extremely anxious and hurriedly urged Chuangi to go and save Sister Nguyen. Chuangi asked anxiously what happened to little Nian, as So Nian was now confronting the demon within herself. She smiled and said she's still holding back, constantly provoking So Nian to the point that even her own bloodline power dares not fully activate. "Are you really a female genius if you're this afraid?" So Nian clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "I can feel the demonic consciousness inside my body pounding relentlessly, like countless hands trying to tear me apart and break free." But another voice echoed in her mind, "Let me help you." Soren thought to herself, "I absolutely cannot lose control again." But the mysterious voice said that you can't avoid her next attack. So Nahian tries to suppress her desire, at least to stay alert and complete this mission with Chuangi. The mysterious voice continues to echo. Chuangi sees that you being defeated will disappoint him. He keeps tempting So Nian, claiming that I am your true strength. So Nian clenched her eyes shut and shouted, "Get out of here, my strength, I say it's my nature." The demon's sword in front of her charged forward and said, "Then you should try blocking me with your hands that dare not unleash this bloodline." She swung her sword, but So Nian managed to dodge, and the demon's blade was avoided. Although that attack failed, the demon continued to attack without giving up. "Look how close we are now," she said with a smile, listing all the secret fears that So Nian is hiding. "The things you fear too much, Chuangi's gaze, the fear of losing control, but I fear nothing at all." Another sword is swung, and So Nian jumps up, continuing to dodge. "The swordsmanship you practice, no matter how skilled and powerful magic, you dare not use your bloodline, fundamentally making you no different from an ordinary fake profession. That demonic pressure constantly tests So Nian's limits. That's right, in your memories, your Chuangi told you that kindness is not a weakness. She asks, but your kindness is still being suppressed by me. When I crush you completely, will he still remember the innocent fool you once were?" So Nian muttered, "I am not. I can't," and the mysterious voice rang out once more. "Look, this is the result of you oppressing me to let me out. But it's just a clone that doesn't understand anything, thinking that holding a bit of demonic power makes it bold enough to cause chaos. I can tear her apart or protect her," Lin Hai said worriedly to Chuangi. "After killing the clone, we return to the original place, and then discover that these mirrors can show each person's fight with the clone. Clearly Nian is stronger than us, so why is she still being suppressed by the clone?" Halan explains that the longer the time, the stronger the reconstruction becomes, and it will also develop its own consciousness. Nian is still in great danger. Lin Fong felt very confused, unable to hear their conversation, but from the situation it seemed off. Why was she enduring without using her bloodline power? Chuangi silently thought he knew better than anyone else. Xiaonian is still struggling with herself. Xiaonian is not suppressed because of insufficient strength, but because she has lost control many times before and is afraid to use her bloodline power. The advantage of the recovery form is only one. There are no taboos. It might unleash all its power without any restraint. Lin Fong angrily smashed the mirror in front of him, releasing his attack. Why bother being polite to that fake? Thiet Tam is feeling more and more worried. What should Nungi do now? Can he smash this mirror? Chuangi didn't answer, and thought to himself that the world inside the mirror might invade Zhao Nian's consciousness, and forcibly breaking the mirror could harm her. He stepped forward and said that normally they couldn't save her, only able to forcefully break the barrier. Chungi warned the others to stay as far away as possible, and then began transforming before smashing the mirror in front of him. Lin Hai and the others were also stunned by the scene. He thought this was an enforced destruction of the second body's energy node, using the method of destroying the copy to save Nian outside. The demon pressed down hard on So Nian and contemptuously said, "Look at how miserable you look." So Nian weakly coughed and looked fearfully to the side as if something was flashing in front of her. The beam of light shot straight at them, and then the demon disappeared. So Nian squinted, tiredly sitting up. Chunyi reaches out his hand from outside the mirror, smiling gently to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Hearing this, So Nian bites her lip, her face full of sadness. At this moment, the space around her suddenly changed as if something was cracking open. So Nian stared in horror at the scene before her, desperately stabbing her sword to break the wall that was trapping her. But when she finally escaped, So Nian attacked Chungi with her sword. Chungi was stunned by everything happening before his eyes and silently called out to So Nian. To prevent So Nian from getting hurt, Chungi could only raise his fist to block her attack, but with just the one strike, she was easily knocked back. The others were also stunned, open-mouthed in disbelief. After the collision, So Nian fell straight to the ground, causing the ground behind her to shatter completely. Chungi seriously thought that holy light would burn her. What is happening? Her physique shouldn't be afraid of holy light, so Nian once again draws her sword and charges forward to attack. Chungi uses holy light to deal with her. He withdraws holy light, realizing lading and holy light could harm Xiaonian. Then he raised his hand and released a stream of blue smoke. The smoke formed into small cords that tightly bound So Nian's hands and then continued to restrain her legs. At this moment, So Nian's body is tightly bound. This is the only way I can think of to limit her movements without hurting him. Chungi stepped closer and called out, "Xiaonian, look at me." Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to dissolve again. This scene left Chungi's group puzzled as the broken pieces of the wall gradually reformed into the face of a stranger. Then a voice filled with anger rang out, disrupting the rules of the instance and initiating the process to erase the middle core. That face belonged to the Silver Nyanjiji, level 20, with a cursed talent, silver spit skill, a clone image killing with thorns, the Manhwa bin, level 30, with a golden talent, lava clash skill, hardening the collision, trampling war. The puppet Kot Dang at level 34 with gold talent and spine-piercing thorn skills, entwined vines, and a level 23 corpse warrior with death talent, possesses skills to shatter, plunder will, and freeze water monsters. Level 33 gold quality skill spews acid for regeneration. Lin Hai jumps in to hold off the monsters and easily cuts them in half with her sword. But after being cut apart, their bodies are gradually being stitched back together. Lin Hai shouted, "They're still merging, only silver is still forcing them to be sewn back." Halan takes out a talisman and begins to cast a spell. Bing Ding commands fire, dispersing evil spirits and breaking illusions, summoning protective charms to dispel curses. Immediately, the monsters started to burn. Thiet Tam ran forward with his axe. She swung her weapon directly at her opponent's head. Thiet Tam threw his axe, turning it into an arrow that swept through all the monsters it passed. Lin Fong sneered coldly and caught the monster with his bare hands. Chungi secretly thought that these silver threads were also being manipulated by something. He looked directly at So Nian, and the core logic of all the dungeons was that the strongest were chosen, just like the first door, where the loser would be controlled by silver threads and turned into monsters. Although he forcibly destroyed the energy shutdown of the second door, Teo Nian's mental check still couldn't completely escape. There are many silver threads around So Nian's body, and the bloodline of the Demon Lord is unstable, which just so happens to allow the instance to take advantage of the situation and control her consciousness with the silver threads. The manipulator sees themselves as the greatest threat and cannot release all the monsters to clear the final boss of the instance. Chungi summons his power, determined to capture the mastermind behind everything. The type of person who manipulates everything through mental strength, often hiding their true form carefully, won't appear easily, but to completely free Zhao Nian, he must force the final boss out. He looked at So Nian and said, "Sorry, Zhao Nian, what I'm about to do might make you a little unhappy for a while." A wall suddenly plunged into the ground, and then another wall appeared beside it. The walls come together to form a box surrounding So Nian in the middle. Chungi stands outside, coldly watching the box, then turns to Halan and says, Halan uses a dispersing talisman to cover the energy around Teo Nian. Halan shouted, "It's coming." She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to follow Chungi's instructions. Heaven and earth have boundaries. The flow of energy has limits, external evil spirits gather, internal chaos reigns. The 3 talismans are arranged in 3 directions to form a protective barrier in the middle. This is the boundary of the Prohibition Order. Second brother, there are too many monsters. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Linfeng also starts to feel uneasy. The number keeps increasing. He continued, "This can devour and evolve each other." Chungi thought to himself, "We can't kill them all. The dungeon releases all the monsters. If we fight back, we won't last half an hour before running out of energy, and I also have to split my focus to protect them." After thinking, he closed his eyes tightly and gathered a surge of power in front of his chest. So now is not the time to preserve his strength. To resolve this, he must use the most direct and powerful method. Chumengi warns the others to step back, use everyone's strongest windshield to protect themselves, and not to be distracted no matter what they see. The Spirit Wind, Spirit High, Halan, and Thiet Tam all shouted loudly in unison. Spirit Wind then said, "Little brother, I understand. Just focus on doing your thing." At this moment, Chungi is surrounded by a massive surge of power. From inside the box, Son Hien looks out as the surrounding energy continues to expand outward around Chungu. Before that enormous pressure, the monsters suddenly froze, then gradually disappeared. Their outer bodies dissolved to reveal the threads inside. Tifan exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell is that? It's not the monsters disappearing, but gradually merging into one. Is this dungeon trying to merge all the monsters into one entity?" Lin Hai said, "My magic of perception. Its energy is like a whirlpool, still at the center of the silver ring, twice as strong as all the monsters combined before." Chunai takes a deep breath as a series of dazzling beams suddenly appear from the sky. Summoning a divine level S skill, a pair of enormous white wings spread across the sky, and a figure in silver armor holding a bow aims directly at the enemy. There are many silver-armored knights standing behind Chungi. Linfeng pointed in that direction and asked in surprise, "This young guy Chungi can even summon such high-level allies?" Tifan asked, "Is this the ultimate skill of a holy knight?" Lin Hai thought to herself, "The power is truly terrifying, even causing space in chaotic dungeons to freeze in an instant." After being stunted by Chungi's power, the giant monster roars again. Chungi clenched his jaw, thinking to himself that summoning angels for a moment would cost him 30% of his life force, and each second the angel exists, it drains his mental energy. After this is over, I must upgrade the summoning god skill and lower its cost. I shout orders for the holy knights to eliminate all monsters. Immediately, a barrage of arrows was shot out, all targeting a single arrow, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows, but under that immense power it was quickly defeated. The beam of light still showed no sign of stopping and continued rushing forward. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Too powerful. Such strength has exceeded the limits of the dungeon." Halan felt worried, but Brother Ungi couldn't hold on much longer. Summoning this level of power consumes mental energy destructively. After dealing with the monster, Chungi breathes a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Sonyin. "Leaving those to the angels is enough. I have only one target." After thinking, he walked straight toward her and unleashed a burst of power before giving an order. "Count to 3 and then come out. If you're a second late, I'll destroy this place." So Nyan coldly pursed her lips and looked at him. Chungi begins counting. 1, 2. When the countdown reached the last number, a giant shadow appeared behind Son Hien. "Ah, Chungi, are you sure the boss you mentioned finally revealed his true face?" "You were right. When you saw the boss's body turn black, Chungi realized it had been contaminated by a shadow creature. The Mind Devourer is now contaminated at level 50, with a legendary talent, and its skills are unknown. Chunai coldly eyes the boss of the dungeon as the Mind Devourer observes and assesses him with some interest. "It says that after so many years of people rushing in here, you are the youngest among the strong, but your aura is even more formidable than those older ones. The Shadow Manipulator uses a lot of silver to control Suniyan." Chungi grit his teeth and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The Psycho Heart Expert leaned in close, reassuring Chungi. "Don't be so tense. I'm not here to fight you." He looked behind him and then said, "On the contrary, I want to give you a choice." Hearing this, Chuno widened his eyes in disbelief as many treasures appeared before him all at once. Purification Spirit Crystal contains pure cleansing energy that can remove all curse states, calm the mind and suppress the violent bloodline power, stabilize abnormal physiques, and the Crimson Dragon Spirit Crystal contains fiery violent energy that can be directly infused into weapons. It increases fire damage by 50%, and the high-density Space Wave Metal Mineral Mystic Iron Core can create protective barriers, reducing skill cooldowns by 15%. Tuklin Ngoc contains a Breath of Life, engraved with defensive tools that can automatically recover health points. For healing professions, its effectiveness doubles, and after summoning a protective barrier within a 10-meter radius, it lasts for 10 seconds. It reveals enemy weaknesses within an hour and can see through their level and vulnerabilities. Lin Hai excitedly said, "If the dragon spirit wants to resonate with my ancient dragon pattern armor, one punch won't be enough to blow those monsters apart." Halan was also very happy when seeing the item she wanted. The healing and defensive systems are truly impressive. Chungi coldly thought that the Chu family's eternal purification crystal was just a trivial item. He was somewhat tempted by that object before, but Tin Tam Da was entirely created by chance. Wei Tenja put her arm around Chungi's shoulder and was moved. You see how uncomfortable she is. A drop of Tin Tam Da can let her sleep peacefully for several nights, so she no longer has to fear her bloodline exploding. It tried to persuade Chunghu. These are just appetizers. You can come closer to me. Prove that you have passed the dungeon challenge. This is your reward. Take the reward and leave here. In the face of temptation, Chungi realized it was a trap. If I choose to stop here, I could indeed immediately gain substantial benefits, but I remember the battles risking our lives with my teammates, the mission constraints, and uncovering the secrets of the Moment Trading Guild with my comrades. These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood something. He drew his sword and struck his enemy with a single blow. I didn't come to Blackwind Gorge for the reward. As I attack, I say, the system's mission is fine, my teammate's enemy is okay, and even the Chu family's curse can't be solved by your charity. Are you planning to give up the reward so easily? Chungi's body begins to transform as he mutters, I want you both, Tin Hua Tin and Tin Tam Da. I declare coldly, you must die. After the long divine realm spoke, Chungi charged forward with his sword and cut Wei Tamjia in half. Then the ground beneath suddenly shattered. Wei Tamjia stretches out his arms and merges with the ground below. A giant stone monster appears in front of Chungi. Wei Tamjia didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch at the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shake and shatter instantly. In an instant, everything seemed to be engulfed in chaos. Chungi also quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the deep abyss, but it seemed that So Nian was not as lucky as him. She fell without any warning, and in her panic, So Nian shouted, Mr. Chungi, Chungi, losing her composure even as she was called. So, I and Chungi quickly rushed towards her, grabbing her swiftly, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into the void. Seeing this, he immediately understood. Was she trying to use illusions to confuse him? Furious, Chungi immediately struck the Fei Tamjia, but he saw that it was not panicked at all. In fact, it was mocking him. Just this little skill. Chungi heard that and responded in a low voice, You'll find out if you try. The heart demon began a new move, and a flash of white lightning-like light appeared in its eyes. I originally wanted to reward you and let you leave, but I truly cannot see through this illusion. Different faces appeared in the mind devourer as he erased the sequence, saying, I have finished learning, try with them. Then it suddenly lunged forward, causing those images to shatter. But suddenly, the malevolent spirit detected something. What was it? Chungi appears with his friends from behind him. I have never fought you one-on-one before. As soon as the words finished, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Chungi also kept firing arrows. Shuangna also bravely advances to attack with the soldiers, all aiming at the shadowy monster, fighting it through the thick smoke. In an instant, its image gradually disappeared. No, an explosion followed, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter completely. The dust before him suddenly obscured everything, and unexpectedly shards of glass appeared, leaving Chungi extremely surprised. These shards of glass still haven't disappeared. Through a piece of glass, Chungi sees the image of a man kneeling down. This image reminds him of someone. As Chungi tries to touch it, a golden energy suddenly envelops him. The timeline begins to reset. 10 years ago, a man was kneeling before something at Blackwind Cave. The black tentacles covering the man then echo with a voice saying, You want to save your daughter. The man, though afraid, still tries to respond. The best priest of Tianlan said, Without the 1,000-year Huyan Bangoch, it won't survive until spring. I heard your story in the black market and specially invited you to the blessing committee. The monster was very pleased. This blessing token is excellent. I can give you enough assets to buy herbs throughout the city, but you must help me with 3 tasks. Hearing that, the man trembled and clenched his trembling hand, trying to speak again. What is it? Suddenly, countless gems fell from above, along with the monster's demand to use these assets to attract more people to Blackwind Cave. The vitality of the weak is the nourishment that feeds me, and the soul of the strong can become my gatekeeper. The man, with a look of disbelief upon hearing this, wants to kill them. The monster laughed loudly at this, bringing its sharp teeth close to his face. Don't worry, they came here voluntarily, isn't that right? Anyway, who can resist the temptation of a night of wealth? So when he returned, he told his friend that in Blackwind Gorge they had unearthed a mysterious crystal that could exchange for 1,000 mid-tier disciples. The friend wondered if there would be no more shadows once they entered there. Last year, Old Wang V led a team here and not even bones remained. The man then tried to persuade them, saying, "They didn't find the right path. I found a mineral vein and still need more people. Join me. The mind ore will be divided into 3 parts for your benefit." As a result, more and more people were killed by monsters with the man's help, and this made him so terrified that he kept vomiting. Tears kept falling from his eyes along with regret. This is karma. Creating karma means they are greedy themselves. The monsters see nothing wrong with this. But do you think they came to Blackwind Valley for nothing? To help you, he only wanted to step on others' bones to make a profit. And it didn't stop there, he kept trying to lure others. Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. I just need your help to spread the word. Soon after, chaos erupted in his house. What happened, boss? The Beicheng Guild said that if we can't deliver at least 80% of the profits, they won't let us continue. We have no support. Relying only on these thugs could get us all killed. The man was furious upon hearing this. This only made him more ruthless, despite the pleas of others. Boss Liu, I was blind to your true nature. Please forgive me. From now on, whatever you say the North City Guild will do. I was wrong, Boss Liu. From now on, whatever you say, I will do. He listened to the terrified screams of the others. Please forgive me, and I will no longer feel regret. The way he stands before the monster no longer shows fear. Lord Liu Wen clearly states his opinion. I want to establish a trading guild, mainly involved in mining and ore trading. Silently, they also chose the person who met the standards to enter the cave, and of course, the monster did not refuse. All right then, what should I name it? The name he gave was Mermaid Dream Beauty. This time the monster was a bit puzzled after hearing it, wondering why it was called that. Liu Wen didn't think much and replied, I have been to the sea and met some sea demons. They look like fairies and sing beautifully but can also hypnotize people into jumping into the sea, causing the boat to hit the rocks. That time, I was the only one left alive holding the boat. The monster immediately spat out something that looked like human bones after hearing him. That guy is also quite lucky. Not long after, his business started to make a lot of progress. Boss, this is the list of products harvested over the past month. Han Tuitin has enough offerings for the Chu family, plus an additional 17 sets of nutrient residues in the cup. Lu Tuyen, very satisfied, took the list and replied, I see he has carefully examined it and judged the quality of this nutritional order to be a bit poor. Next time, let Madame Hong choose more carefully and don't let any of those messy things be submitted again. The assistant responded very respectfully after hearing this. Yes, and it didn't stop there. Liu Yuan also increased the price by 2% this year. These are all the things Chunungi has experienced during this period. This surprises me a bit. These shards actually record the karma of 10 years so clearly. The shards of glass kept falling more and more, swirling into a vortex in Chuni's hand, and soon a purple stone appeared in his palm. The blue dragon that appeared earlier also told you that this is the core of the dungeon. Owning it is equivalent to owning the entire dungeon. Even many guilds don't necessarily have a dungeon. Now you have a huge benefit from this, obtaining the Prison Eye Crystal, unlocking 30% of the dungeon's control rights, and being able to manipulate the fundamental rules of the space. Swang also told me more useful information, so you won't have to worry about resources in the future. The dungeon is like a gold mine, a money-making machine. Kid, your luck is very good. Now try using your mental power to sense the dungeon and its connection. Surrounding him are circles of energy, creating an astonishing scene. Lin Hai is carefully supporting So Nien, who is also affected by this energy. The circle of power grows bigger and spreads wider, and Chungi also concentrates more, seeing even more. I feel like I can see every blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can control everything inside the dungeon. As the power erupts, a small figure appears nearby. Chungi's eyes gradually close tighter, as if lost in his thoughts. But what he saw next was Chu Van right in front of him. Why are you here already? Chu Van turned to him gently and said, I was worried about you, so I looked up the spiritual path online and came here. Chungi, hearing this, was angry and helpless, speechless. Chu Van nervously apologized to him, saying sorry. Suna also came to join the fun, saying, your courage is impressive for a young girl and your luck is quite good. Now you can control the dungeon, and even if you leave her here, nothing will happen. In this situation, I don't know what else to say except to remind you to behave, or I will take you back. As soon as the announcement was made, they were immediately transported, with the mission deadline and teammates revealing the secret of Merchant Guild M, and each participant receiving an S-rank skill book as their reward. The task is now complete, and the system's reward has been granted. Chungi's friends were also very surprised to see Chu Yuan. Why are you here? Tam Lin Fong still sternly warned her. It's dangerous here. What are you doing following me? This is not a place to play. As he finished speaking, Chungi threw the notice over and handed his sister to him. Tam Lin Fong, protect my sister well. Tam Lin Fong caught it quickly and agreed immediately without hesitation. Do I even need to say more? What is this? Before Chungi could answer, all the information appeared on the screen. The Bloodthirst Rage Level 1 gathers the blood energy from the enemy's body to form a blood condensation pearl, which then collects into a soul blood sphere and is thrown at the enemy, causing intense blood energy to explode. Tam Lin Fong saw this as if a catastrophe was about to happen. An S-rank skill book, and Ha Lan, standing from afar, was also extremely surprised to hear this. What? Chunai also quickly handed her another book, one belonging to everyone. Ha Lan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. This really is a level sin high, and even he is hiding his surprise. Such a valuable item, why would he give it to us? Is this also what Ha Lan wanted to ask? Chungi, do you know how much this is worth? The black market price for one is also around 7 million mid-tier coins, and you have to fight for it. Chungi considers this matter insignificant. The reward is hidden and divided according to your class to pass through the dungeon. Shen Lingfeng immediately asked in confusion, You're giving us this much? Even our Shen family only owns 3 S-rank skill books. Ha Lan thought this reward was too great and precious for her. We went in with you to do some chores. How could we take such a valuable item? Clearly this is extremely powerful. The level 1's triple absolute formation summons the triple absolute formation, causing all enemies inside to enter a cursed state. Even if the value of life is halved, Chungi still tries to persuade her to accept this gift, because the dungeon is a team effort, and the credit can't be claimed by just one person. Lin Hai still feels she doesn't deserve to have this, but it's too precious. Even with the limitations of her class, she could sell it for a lot of money. The item she's holding is a level 1 Forbidden Zone element that creates a space barrier. Anu, summoning the crystallized element, causes a second explosion, inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. Chungi gently pats her head and smiles, saying, Money isn't more important than life, and the road ahead will only get harder, so I can't let everyone risk everything with me empty-handed. DM Shen Lin Feng, he happily accepted this gift. Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you face, I'll go in alone. After hearing that, Chungi could only cough and say nothing. Tiet Tam happily hugged the book in his hands. This is my first S-rank skill book. In future dungeons, I will lead the charge. Xiaolan is very excited on the side. I will master the 3 absolutes formation, and I definitely won't cause any trouble. Lin Hai naturally feels the same way as the other two. I do too. Tam Lin Fong couldn't help but boast to Theat Tam. Watch her absorb the enemy's blood energy and then use it to create an explosion. How cool is that? Theat Tam couldn't help but retort back at him. I can directly eliminate low-level enemies. You still need to save your blood. You're too weak. What she is holding is the level 1 Frenzy Orchid that creates tremors on the ground, causing significant damage to enemies within its range, with lower-level opponents directly disarmed. Chuangyi, hearing their constant bickering, couldn't help but speak up to stop them. Fine, we've agreed. Let's first strengthen our skills and then go meet the big shot hiding deep inside. Tam Lin Fong, upon hearing this, started to boast. Watch me learn everything in just 10 minutes. Theat Tam immediately retorted, Are you bragging? I can master the basics in 5 minutes. Halan beside me also chimed in. Let's get ready too. Don't let them compare us. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chungi's shirt. So Nian looked at him and smiled happily, praising him as someone who always manages to bring everyone together. Seeing her praise, Chungi forced a smile and said, Maybe because we are teammates, I almost forgot about this. The item I brought out is the Tin Tam Dich, a calming agent that suppresses bloodline power and stabilizes unusual physical conditions. This is what I want to give to So Nian. Since your bloodline issue can't be fully resolved for now, take this as a precaution for when you need it. And not stopping there, he looked into So Nian's eyes and said in a stern tone, Little Nian, I will do everything I can to prevent you from falling into danger. So Nian, hearing his words, was so moved that tears kept falling. Chungi was extremely panicked and confused, asking, Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong or not? So Nian looked up at him with teary eyes and gently replied, I trust you, Chunungi. But at the headquarters of the trading guild on the rooftop, many researchers are gathered around a huge stone emitting strange energy. This energy suddenly attacks the researchers, but they seem unaware of their situation and still move closer to the energy source. Boss, look at this, the man calmly replied. The core dungeon of the Crystal Stone and the Black Wind Gorge have been linked for 10 years, and this kind of chaos has never happened before. The person is Chungi's acquaintance. and the man he met is Lu Tuyen. The great master guarding Hak Fong Kok is as solid as a wall of steel. Those who rush in are just nutrients delivered right to Lu Tuyen's doorstep. But now there's chaotic energy. Could something have gone wrong inside? Suddenly his eyes widened in horror as he witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was thrown against the wall by that energy source, suffering immense pain. The people around were also knocked down in the chaos, and one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "It's over." Lu Tuyen also sensed that something was about to happen and immediately ordered his subordinates to send a message to Lady Hong, telling her to go to Blackwind Gorge right away to investigate what exactly was still causing the chaos. The subordinate, hearing this, dared not say more. "Yes, boss." Lady Hong was still disheveled and disoriented, clutching her wound in pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't been cautious all along and spent a lot of money on a resurrection device long ago, I would have definitely died this time. Unfortunately, the resurrection tool can only recreate the body and cannot bring me to full strength. Now, not to mention controlling the golem formation, I can't even manipulate 100 corpses. My power isn't enough. For the past 6 months, I've only been healing at this stronghold and no one is allowed to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she thought of this, a message was sent to her immediately. The boss ordered her to investigate the abnormal energy of Blackwind Cave and report the results quickly. This news hit Lady Hong like a thunderbolt. Going to Blackwind Peak now, this matter might already be beyond her capacity. The abnormal energy at Blackwind Peak, could it be Chu still causing trouble? If my current state is discovered by the Trade Guild, those who are watching my position will pounce like bloodhounds, eager to tear apart the power I've struggled to build. I have to admit how much effort it took me to reach this position. I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she also can't ignore Lu Tuyen's orders. Carrying her anger, she could only force herself to get up and follow his instructions. Like a drifting reed, her life was not in her own hands, and she was about to get in the car. On Chungi's side, he is still trying to absorb the power. Strange details keep appearing in his mind, and the prison remains vigilant over the dark creatures. The inner secrets of the dark creature must be hidden within these shards. Finding it means knowing the enemy's fate, but there was something inside that caught his attention. Chungi slowly reached out to touch it because he was extremely curious. As soon as he touched it, he felt himself falling into an abyss of demons, with countless evil hands grabbing at him. Chungi's image began to appear through shards of glass, the scene becoming hazy with everything surrounding him. Chungi opens his eyes, purses his lips in worry, overwhelmed by the chaos of the news, and something is still blocking him. His eyes are as sharp as a dagger, glowing with an emerald blue, focused and alert, trying to listen and observe if he can find a signal in the storm, while Chungi senses the noise filter is too cluttered. The image shows a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around his body, even crawling into his mouth on fragments of sacrificial ritual memories. A large shard in front of him reveals an image of a gate like a black hole, pulling giant stones from the ground into a passage. On another shard, a horde of monsters with various shapes and snarling teeth emerges, with fragments rushing toward them non-stop. They rush forward with blinding light, forcing Chungi to cover his face, his eyes wide open, gasping as if he has encountered something terrifying. Cold sweat keeps dripping down his face as he holds the stone, his eyes filled with contemplation. Songha next to him saw his condition and asked, "What did you see? Why do you look so grim?" "The passage. I understand now." Blaming the demonic aura in Han Tuitin for making me feel strangely familiar, Swangna didn't quite understand and looked back asking, "What do you mean?" "A few months ago, I fought with the demon race and secretly entered the central fissure in the Windstorm mountain range. The breathing here is exactly the same as theirs. Is that why you think the demon race saw something in this crystal core?" A picture of a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and surrounding tentacles, smiling eerily as it glares at the earth. "Yes, and it's even worse than you imagined. Through observing the memories of the prison core, I discovered that the dark creature is an embryonic interdimensional door, destined to take the resources of the other world to the Bright Star, allowing the Merchant Guild to willingly offer living sacrifices, what is called providing life, actually a ritual to open a true passage. A horde of monsters covering the entire space, waiting for prey. Once they absorb enough life energy, a complete door can be opened, allowing a large influx of demons to pass through." Swangna gently lowered her head and, like 100 years ago, turned to ask Chungi, "Are you afraid?" Chungi's eyes stayed on the gem in his hand, not out of fear, but caution. Excitement cannot solve problems. They just went through a fierce battle, and the strength they gained is still unfamiliar, so their condition is not at its best. His face is full of determination as he clenches his fist and ventures forward on his own, not with bravery, but with foolishness. It's not that it's unbeatable, just that both I and they need time to become stronger than we are now. Suna agrees with his thinking, but still has some doubts. Caution is the first important step for hunters to survive. So how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still won't develop your skills. Chungi raised the gem to eye level, his eyes full of danger and a knowing smile. Of course, sitting still isn't the answer. Don't you think this prison itself is the perfect training ground? Images appeared one after another as he spoke, saying I could initially manipulate it or even spawn some opponents to simulate, allowing everyone to safely experience the power and techniques of S-rank skills. He also suggested additional possibilities and even applying some pressure to test. Master Na listened to the plan and chuckled, "This is interesting." Chungi stepped closer to his teammates and loudly announced, "The plan has changed. We will not go deeper inside for now." Lin Feng looked confused and asked back why Chungi explained his reason. "The items inside are very powerful, even more so than any enemy we've faced before. I don't want anyone to get hurt or worse because of inadequate preparation." He also shared his plans before the upcoming battle. "Before the final move, you all need to undergo special training." Thiet Tam, with his hands behind his head, looked confused. What kind of special training is this strange place even doing? On the contrary, hearing this, Lin Feng became even more excited, his eyes shining, fists clenched. "Special training, how will it be conducted?" An imagined scene appears, Chunyi with a blank face, controlling a puppet to attack. "I will use the dungeon energy to generate a simulated opponent with strength equal to or even greater than yours. Aiming for endless battles that feel real, pushing your full potential, and fully mastering the power you've just gained." The more Lin Feng listened, the more excited he became, jumping up and down with a big smile, saying, "I want to be the first to fight the simulation." Lin Hai nervously raised her hand to stop him. "Tam Lin Feng, your wound has just healed, and it seems you're very eager for the training." Lin Feng's appearance shows he's completely healthy, and the small injury is already gone. Chungi solemnly reaffirmed, "Tam Lin Feng, this is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulated battle are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your reactions, and you may die many times." Chungi breathes a sigh of relief and smiles with satisfaction as he sees his teammate unshaken and eagerly awaiting the plan he devised. He activates his power. The gem rises with swirling golden lights converging before everyone's eyes. The light envelops Lin Feng entirely. He stands there without any confusion or change in expression, as the purple smoke dissolves to reveal his silhouette in a cavern-like space. From behind a figure wrapped in bandages holding a sword, the agile warrior charged forward. Lin Feng, with his sharp senses, immediately spun around. A notification appears, simulating a haunting obsession, level 35 with a golden talent and an obsessional skill, blocking a critical hit. All of his hair turns into flames, with long, pointed ears like a demon's, and large horns growing on his head. With a half-beast appearance, Lin Feng conjured a fireball in his hand and launched a fiery punch at the previous enemy. The fire punch hit, but the opponent vanished like a wave, dodging his attack. Seeing that, Lin Feng's eyes briefly showed surprise. He launched continuous attacks in all directions, but the enemy dodged so quickly that he spun around in a daze. Lin Feng clearly sees the enemy's strength, furious as he lands a powerful punch, obsessive and annoying. Suddenly, a sword slashes across his neck, causing it to bleed. Lin Feng was suddenly stunned by that incredible speed. Could it really be that fast? Lin Feng throws a powerful punch again, but is quickly dodged by the bandaged arrow. Outside, Chungi Taidan channels his energy to maintain the formation. His eyes carefully observe the reflected images of Lin Feng's battle, realizing he can sense the remnants of the fight, allowing him to adjust the simulation and scene accordingly. Tam Lin Feng is not familiar with the obsession system, so he must first lower the environmental interference, wait for him to adapt, then increase the difficulty. During the battle, when the enemy tries to get close, Lin Feng breathes fire like a dragon to burn him. After being burned by the dragon's flames, the ice-wrapped enemy disintegrated into ashes, but it's not over yet. Behind Lin Feng, he cast a contemptuous glance, still having to lead to form a team. Outside, Chungi asked everyone around as the energy poured into the gem grew stronger. "Are you ready?" Halan, Lin Hai, and Thiet Tam So Nian are enveloped by that source of power, each showing determination. They are transported away, leaving Chuvan holding the puppy on that path. Chuvan's face looked a bit dazed as she turned her head side to side. Her eyes, along with the wolf cub, looked at Chungi with anticipation. Understanding her thoughts, he straightforwardly said, "Don't even dream about it." Rejected without mercy, her face showed disappointment and her mouth trembled. Since she couldn't be transported away, Chuvan sat down to make a snowman. Master Na asked Chungi, who was observing, "Kid, how does it feel to manipulate this crystal core?" The images of everyone's battles appeared clearly before his eyes from the jade on his hand, very miraculous, like holding a key that was both heavy and perfectly fitting. He looked at the object in his hand and expressed his feeling after using it. It was faint, but he could truly sense a connection deepening. Each time you build and maintain it, the connection of this space will become clearer, and the power to manipulate seems to increase a bit more. Swangna is satisfied but keeps a stiff mouth, so you do have some talent. Remember, this is like a new arm growing out of you. The more you use and train it, the easier it will be to control. Wait until you can master it completely, then every plant and grass in this prison copy will be controlled by your will. While they were talking, Chuvan nearby was bowing in worship to the snow person who just responded. Chuvan looked up with eyes no longer innocent but full of murderous intent as she cut off the snowman's head. The person beside her continued talking. That was the true power of the dungeon master. Chuningi confidently declared before the majestic blue dragon, "I will do it." Chuvan here gasped for breath as she ran toward the spot where the snowman's head had fallen. She crouched down, hugging a large snowball the size of her body close to a wall of ice, which reflected the image of a group of people approaching. Chuvan's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat dripping down her face as she fell backward, trembling with fear. The little wolf beside her growls threateningly. She screams, "Kaka!" Chungi quickly sliced through the ice wall in front of her without any wasted movement. After shattering what was before him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chuvan stood up, clutching his arm tightly, unable to hide her fear, and pointed ahead. "It's her. She's coming. The evil woman in red is in the bed." Both of them looked at the ice block ahead, and she confirmed that she was inside the mirror. The scene shifts to the entrance of Blackwind Gorge. A woman in a floral red silk dress with tired eyes behind her are strong-built people, wrapped tightly in red cloth. She ordered, "6 of you go ahead and scout. Be careful to hide your figures and avoid detection." The path ahead is foggy with snow, looking dangerous as if something is lurking behind. Perhaps sensing something strange, Lady Hong suddenly raised her hand to stop. "Wait a moment." The two from the front entered the cave while the other two circled around to sneak in through a crack at the back, her tired and worried gaze looking down. "The other two will protect me." Chungi silently observes everything, thinking that his mental power connected with the depth of the prison core, and his sensing ability could extend all the way to Blackwind Cave. It's like Hak Fong Kok has installed all the cameras. No matter how many ways she tries, she can't escape from our grasp. His eyes are cold, reflecting the intruders. She still hasn't died. Her breathing is extremely chaotic, probably using a secret technique to revive, but she hasn't fully recovered yet. He turned to pat his sister's head to comfort her, her condition so bad it was hard to believe, completely falling into the trap himself. "Chuvan, don't be afraid. I'll show you a game." Chuvan felt somewhat reassured and asked back, "What kind of game are you playing?" Chungi, with a thoughtful expression, said, "Cat catching mice." On Lady Hong's side, she was hiding and observing, sensing that something was off, too quiet. With her intuition, she seemed to realize something, and she had the feeling of being watched from all directions, as if the entire canyon was monitoring her. "We must find the unusual source before we can report back to the boss." She ordered the 2 red-banded men to move forward. "You guys go ahead and watch your surroundings." The 2 with red bandages quickly run along the ice wall while Madame Hong below sighs. The first door was completely destroyed. Standing and looking at the split in the ice surface, she guessed it was like being cut in half by a sword, with some familiar energy fluctuations still remaining. The tentacles emitted a faint golden glow. They struggle and twist as if hoping to be saved. She suddenly breaks on the ground so hard that it billows smoke when she sees what's in front of her. Vines covered in golden light sprouted from the ground. Hongtai gritted her teeth and said, "Holy light, it's indeed him causing trouble." She looked at the ring on her hand, contemplating her options. Should she report to the boss first for him to handle it? No, doing that would reveal my status, and I wouldn't be able to complete the mission either. It's better to contact the hidden surveillance point inside the canyon to check the situation first. If I could find Chungi's location, it would be better. But unexpectedly, her bracelet kept turning red, signaling a failed connection. A failed connection, she couldn't believe it. Could the highest-level secret message from the Merchant Guild be blocked by interference space? No way. Lady Hong closed her eyes, and 2 strings of red appeared in her hands like a puppeteer trying to control the puppets. The puppet strings rely on soul energy connections and are unaffected by abnormal energy barriers, although since entering the cave, a certain pressure has constantly hindered the connection. The red cords cover everything. and the two bandaged figures flicker faintly, but are still perceptible. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light makes the two bandaged figures turn to look. At the same time, she suddenly spat blood in suspicion, and the connection disappeared. The two red-banded figures continued to climb over mountain cliffs until suddenly two powerful forces pushed them apart like loose, unsticky threads. Her face darkened in fear, and the other two also wondered if Chungi truly possessed spatial abilities, or if the intruder was more than one person. Lady Hong clenched her teeth in anger, her fist tight, instantly taking down 4 combat puppets without even giving her reaction time. With my current state, I definitely can't be sure to win against him. Suddenly, a girl with 2 braids looked down from above. "Why does your face look so pale, Sister Hong?" Lady Hong quickly turned to question her. "What are you doing here?" The person beside her quickly stepped down to the ground. "The temple attendants from the sect are passing by here." Anne Keech looked sympathetic. "In the past, you were bedridden due to illness, and all the offerings from the sect were helped and collected by me. My task this time will also be taken over by me, right, Lady Hong?" Lady Hong is angry and suspicious. "Did you kill my puppet?" Anne Keech is unhappy, gently stroking his braid. "What is Lady Hong saying that I can't understand? Looks like you've run into big trouble, huh? Hurry back to recover. Maybe only one intruder is involved. Don't die here." Lady Hong grew paler, but her sharp tongue remained unchanged. Anne Keech grinned mischievously, saying, "It might be because you've been following me for too long and you're used to my voice." Madame Hong and a few puppets ran in the opposite direction. "All right, you go ahead and continue investigating." Suddenly, a block of ice fell right in front of Lady Hong, causing her to stumble back. She quickly retreated in panic, while Anne Keech looked up at the sky with surprise and suspicion. From the sky, dozens of people like her are falling down. Are there that many clones? When the clone attacks, she quickly dodges and shouts, "Why do you still have a puppet like that?" "Hey, Lady Hong, explain yourself a little." Lady Hong stood there dazed, looking at her reflection in the ice, appearing exhausted and fragile, as screams echoed within the ice, and her face looked dazed. "Lady Hong, Lady Hong, I beg you to spare me. We are best friends. Why are you pushing me away?" "Lady Hong, you have even killed your own people for the sake of your position." Over here, the image still has to fight against increasingly powerful copies that are screaming and becoming stronger. Unlike the dead puppet in front of her, what kind of expert did Madame Hong use to craft this one? The girl kept using various techniques to block the attacks of the puppets, but in a short time, they quickly learned the skills and fought back. Provoked to anger, powerful energy radiates around her as she stares fiercely at the puppets, grinding out each word. "I was defeated by you imposters. How can I still have a place in the guild then?" Then she raised both hands, releasing a tremendous burst of power. "I've suffered just as much as you, Lady Hong." Hong, don't let those gold and silver treasures deceive you. Do you forget the corn cake we had in the poor district? Please, I beg you, spare me." "I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Tinland Province. Your subordinates have kidnapped my fiancée, and if I don't cooperate, they'll strip her and parade her through the streets. You strike lightly but with force. I will reveal everything I know. Don't be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me in the mansion. If you kill me, he will be an orphan. Please have mercy on the child's feelings and let me keep my life. Even if I have to become a courtesan, I just want to see him grow up. Even if you keep my body intact so I can bow to my mother and die, is that okay? Lady Hong, you would kill even your own people for the sake of status. Lord Liu offers you wealth and honor, but is that more important than our 20 years of friendship? Are you reaching out? The little one is hungry, right? Wipe the blood off your face and follow me. From now on, you will have a name. Hong." Tears streamed down Madame Hong's face as her voice choked, and in an instant, the woman's expression changed, her eyes filled with hatred, charging straight at Madame Hong. "When you were young, you thought it was just stubbornness, that you could keep all the good food and fine clothes for yourself? I never expected that ungrateful person would even harm me. I taught you, but everything was used against me." Lady Hong immediately raised her hand to block the strike and pushed him away. She threw out red cloths tightly wrapped around a giant skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked, shouting back at the words of the people just now. "Now I can live in a house with a gold tile floor where others kneel to offer me bird's nest." Hong, who was given corn cakes, has already died in the cold wind of the poor district. I've invested so much effort to secure the business in Tianlan Province. How could I leave hidden dangers outside? If I could still keep my body intact to let you fulfill your filial duties, then wouldn't all my years of reputation in Tianlan be nothing but a joke? Instead of trusting your momentary sincerity and clinging to Buddha, better for you to see her pay the price for your stubbornness, so you will remember. Confronting me has always involved innocent people. You think you deserve this just for becoming a courtesan. My place is not a charity. I won't let you pay the price. You're already dead. He became an orphan, and it was someone like you who personally harmed him as a mother. What does that have to do with me? Lord Liu granted me wealth and honor, but it wasn't given freely. I used my brains and strategies to earn it, which is much more real than the 20 years of meaningless, fleeting affection you speak of. Calling me ungrateful is also something you nurtured yourself. If you truly cared about me, you would have worked with me to find a way up back then, instead of just protecting your pitiful, peaceful life. Tell me not to have illusions. Clearly, you can't keep up with my pace and still want to drag me down into the mud. She shouted her final words and controlled the skull to unleash a massive burst of energy that shattered the illusions and the nightmare-like images haunting her. The burst of energy shot through the mirror and flew outward, but the mirror also reflected the light back, causing it to rebound. The shadow figure suddenly appeared behind her, almost killed by those reanimated enemies. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, isn't it? Lady Hong wrapped her tightly with cloth. The previous energy source shot out earlier has now returned. A flash of light, and she steps into another illusion. This place is desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How could I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its enormous mouth as if to swallow her whole. She angrily turned back. Damn it, it still won't stop, right? But the monster from before has disappeared, leaving only a mirror behind. The maze statue also has illusion magic. It's just a trick to trap me. Strands of red thread gradually emerge from her arms, her eyes cold. You think I'll admit defeat that easily? Gradually, the puppets created by Lady Hong began to appear, with the Guardian appearing as a level 35 protector puppet. She orders to smash these mirrors before the puppet can cut into the mirror. The mirror reflects its image, creating a black clone of the puppet that appears from its shadow. The puppet seems to sense something and glances behind, and a fierce battle erupts on both sides. The sounds of fists and weapons clashing make even outsiders feel chills down their spines. On the other side, Lady Hong panic-stricken as she watches her puppets suddenly turn on each other and start fighting. Stop! Stop fighting! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets. Listen to my command and stop. Seeing the armor on the puppets gradually shattering, she shouted loudly, Stop! I said stop. No matter what she says, they keep fighting wildly. In the end, they finally stopped, but they were covered in wounds. Lady Hong tremblingly asked, What do you all really want to do? Suddenly, a puppet looked at Madame Hong with a strange smile, and then everything disappeared. Her mind was tense like a stretched string, and she looked around in fear. This wasn't illusion magic, it was control. He could even control her puppets. What kind of power was this? Mrs. Hong was sweating with worry, desperately trying to think. Chungi's master control ability over Black Wind Cave far exceeded her understanding, and now she was completely alone. The only thing she could do now was run. She had to escape immediately and report the information from this place to her boss, who would find a way. Lady Hong ran quickly back to the old path. He must have a way. The ground beneath her feet cracked into many fissures. She looked down in shock and saw that the path had disappeared, replaced by an icy bridge. The slick surface caused Lady Hong to slip and fall straight down, fearing even the control cord had snapped. After a while, she finally stopped, but she crashed straight into a solid wall. Lady Hong helplessly looked up, the puppet strings disturbed, and he was still not done playing with me. Now I am a bug crawling into your web, a toy in your hand. Do whatever you want. Chunungi, if you're brave, come out and kill me. Don't hide like a coward. Outside, he used his illusion control to see Madame Hong's miserable face. Chunyi called out loud enough for her to hear, struggling like those you once saw as sacrifices. Feel this despair. He manipulates the mirrors so she can see her current appearance. This school was specially designed for you. Madame Hong begins to negotiate with Chunungi. Chunungi. The power of the Merchant Guild is beyond your imagination, and the boss still has a trump card in hand. Let me go, and I can help you plead with Boss Liu. He responded indifferently, showing no interest. Losing his initial calm, she shouted, Chungi, the Thuanghoi's army is already on its way. You can't lock me up. The entire trade alliance is just one entity. Chungi, you can't control everything. Let's see how you plan to stop me. She unleashed a great surge of power, shouting loud enough for the outside to hear. Even if I die, I will destroy this place. The explosion left Lady Hong battered in the smoke and dust, feeling as if she had lost something and appearing dazed. When she regained her senses, she looked down and immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Chungi's cold voice then rang out. Want to die? I haven't agreed to that yet. Madame Hong gently stroked her head, helplessly smiling as tears streamed down her face. Are you really a demon? Just kill me directly, he replied calmly. Isn't watching the prey struggle in despair your favorite thing to do? Why is it that when it comes to yourself you actually want to die? Your kind of person has double standards. If you can control Blackwind Valley, then the woman earlier was also killed by you, right? She lowered her head and muttered, "You want to take my place just like she did." Are Tuhang and Chu Hyobak still at the Chu family? She suddenly looked up to the sky as if she could see the person outside with a determined tone. Yes. An assertive statement directed at Chuvan makes her flinch slightly, feeling uneasy. And your sister is also here. At this moment, chains shining with a blue light appeared all around, rushing straight toward Lady Hong, making her quite tense. The chains immediately lifted Madame Hong's battered body, forming a tight web that held her in place. Chungi's tone softened, but his face remained expressionless. Then he glanced at the sister standing behind. Xiaoyun, don't look anymore. I will handle it very quickly. Chuvan hesitated for a moment before turning her head, then bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, "Leave it to me." Chunyi looked back with a surprised expression. Xiaoyun. She clenched her fists tightly. I was afraid of her because she wanted to kidnap me and harm my brother and sister Xiaoyan. But if I keep being afraid of her, she will always be my nightmare. I can't keep living in fear. Let me go. Chungi gently stroked Chuvan's hair and softly said to her, comforting her with a head pat that made Chuvan a bit shy. All right, I will be by your side. After saying that, he immediately teleported both of them in front of Madame Hong, who was chained up and bound all over her body. She looked excited as if she had foreseen this. Are the little girl here? Lady Hong sneered as she looked at the two brothers in front of her, feeling well protected by others. Do you also want to come and kill me? Her face twisted into a crazed smile as she shouted loudly, Do you dare not? Mrs. Hong struggled fiercely, causing the chains to tighten around her and burst blood vessels. Her leg wound was bleeding continuously from being chained too tightly. A few drops of blood splattered onto Chuvan's face. She brushed away the blood on her face as if also brushing away her own fear. Ugly woman. Chuvan quickly creates an ice crystal to declare, I'm not afraid of you. Lady Hong smirked, relying only on this old, broken thing. Back then, you hid behind Chungi, crying like a child. I still remember. Now you dare to point a weapon at me. Chuvan was unaffected by her words. She controlled the ice crystal from her hand to pierce through her, causing the chain to shatter as well. Despite her severe injuries, she still frantically declared, I am Lady Hong Chungi, and the Chu family originally belonged to me. Madame Hong just smiled as she held a shard of ice crystal in her hand. How could she possibly lose to your little girl? Madame Hong throws the sharp ice crystal directly at Chu Yuan. Drop dead. Chungi watched as Bang Huang shouted loudly, Little Van! A surge of power emanated from Chu Van. She was not afraid and immediately shrank the ice crystal, not allowing you to appear in front of my brother again. After finishing, Chu Van directly shattered the 1,000 ice crystals into fragments. Immediately after, countless ice crystals pierced through Madame Hong's body, blood splattering everywhere, her eyes rolled back white, and then small shards of glass followed, rushing toward her body, quickly absorbing her blood. Brother, from now on, I don't want others to use me to threaten you anymore. Feeling my sister's fear, I gently hugged her from behind. Everything is over now. You did very well, Xiaoyun. You have grown up. Hearing her brother's comforting words, Chuvan's eyes welled with tears as she held his hand tightly. Chunyi continued to softly praise his sister. While she still could, Madame Hong quietly disappeared, no longer the young girl who was always protected. On another side, there was a map covered with red dots, and a man sitting on a chair was observing it. At the same time, a girl stepped out of the shadows and quietly stood behind Liu Yuan. His tone was indifferent. I know, her value is gone anyway. The intruder this time isn't an ordinary one. Liu Yuan frowned as he looked at the compass in his hand. The secret there had already been exposed. The Dark Compass is a level artifact forged from the remains of the demon race and the Deep Abyss's crystal. Hach Tam contains a fragment of the Demon Lord's soul. Whoever possesses it can use a fusion artifact with the Demon Lord's energy, greatly increasing their own dark energy level. Looking at the thick lightning bolts on the compass, Liu Yuan called out, Dark Deer. Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee, waiting for his command. Their eyes seem willing to do anything he commands. The members of the Shadow Deer include Black Dark level 41, Ghostbone Sorcerer level 42, Dark Warrior level 43, Dark Blood Swordsman level 42, and the Stimulating Assassin level 40. Liu Wen sat on the chair. His cold eyes propped his chin and said, The chaos at Black Wind Cave must be dealt with quickly. Our master is still sleeping and must not be disturbed. Use the fastest speed to eliminate the intruders. Liu Tuyen raised his hand, and in mid-air appeared red pills for each person, which could be used with blood elixir pills to activate their potential when needed. A blond man stood up with his hands clasped together. Rest assured, boss, the assassin will make sure the intruder never returns. Suddenly, he shouted, "Useless trash." Liu Yuan stood up and waved his hand, a stream of purple energy enveloping those people. Go. His voice deepened as he ordered to find and eliminate the troublemakers. A blurry image appeared in a place resembling an endless hell beneath the underworld, where the flames burning and sizzling suddenly erupt with a complaint, "It's too noisy." Behind Madame Hong, dozens of others are tied up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs and unable to move. The next scene shows her kneeling humbly before a man. This month, 177 people have been offered to the master, then all the fragments of memory shattered as if they never existed. Chungi, full of anger, cursed, "The trade guild is damnable." His cold blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, and a sudden surge of murderous intent rose from his gaze like a tide. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The information about Lady Hong's death must have been known by the trade guild. I suspect Lu Tuyen is still on his way here to kill us. As for the trade of using living people to sacrifice and deal with demons, these pieces of evidence are best handed over to the master. He waved his hand to open his screen, as only he could mobilize his power the fastest to stop Liu Yuan and completely eliminate the trade guild. Wang Hui quickly answered on the other side. "Chunyi, is something happening now that you contacted me at this time?" Chunyi reports the situation without hiding anything. "Master, it's an urgent matter. I discovered a secret at the heart of the Mamet Guild while in Blackwind Cave. Be careful and recount everything. The Mamet Guild uses living people to nurture the dark creatures in Blackwind Valley, but still secretly hides some things. I can't tell the truth about the Kin Nguch Hachtam for now, so I have to pass the information I found out to Madame Hong." Thinking this, Chunyi lied without hesitation and recounted everything. "The information I obtained from Lady Hong confirms that this dark creature is a still-growing interdimensional gate. The sacrificial purpose is to accelerate the gate's formation. Once it matures, the demons behind it will pour out endlessly, and Zhangzhe country will face the same threat as 100 years ago." Wang Hui, after hearing this, showed no expression and coldly crossed his arms, continuing to ask, "What is the current situation of the otherworldly door?" Trung honestly reported that it had absorbed too much energy and was now in a hibernation digestion period. This digestion process is our final limit. Once completed, the door will be thoroughly reinforced. After understanding the full situation there, Wang Hui immediately nodded and ordered his team. "Got it. I will use my highest authority to contact the military side right away. They will send the Tinhui troops to block Blackwind Gorge as quickly as possible, and all of you must immediately retreat now. This is an order." Chungi still hesitated slightly but hadn't finished speaking when streaks of blood-red lightning began to appear in the sky. Duang Truyen immediately encountered a problem, and the connection device between him and Wang Hui was completely cut off. Lu Tuyen has arrived, and much faster than expected. The others in the team reacted very quickly to this strange phenomenon, and soon they appeared following Chungi's call. So Nian looked up, a bit doubtful but still wanting him to confirm again. "Angji here. You're not answering her questions but turning away to call everyone over to see the Lang Kin. Come here now. There's an emergency." In the lens, there is an image of Liu Wan's group approaching from afar. Chungi carefully speaks to arrange for everyone to escape. "Listen carefully, everyone. He brought 5 subordinates above level 40, himself at level 46. The gap is too big. Direct confrontation would be futile. I will get you out of here first. I'll wait for the army to arrive." Before I could finish speaking, Lin Feng shouted, "No, I won't go. If you want to go, then take them and leave. I am a man. Training is not about turning around and running away. Besides, leaving you here alone to be a hero." Dream on. Chungi isn't grateful at all. Instead, he's seriously scolding. "Shen Linfeng, this is not the time to be angry. The gap between level 40 and 26. But not only Lin Feng, even a gentle girl like So Nian usually would object. "Chungi, I will stay too." Not just her, but everyone else firmly spoke up, determined to do their part to help. "We are a team. No one should bear the danger alone. We also want to help, and we can't keep relying on you to protect us every time. We all have S-rank skills. Staying here will definitely help. Yes." Chu Ungi, surprisingly, shows no signs of being moved. His dead fish face stretches out in a look of utter boredom as he gazes at them. This brave group with low ranks but courage is really a headache. I won't stop them anymore, but I still gave a long speech and many warnings before agreeing. "All right. If everyone has decided to stay, I will adjust the plan. I will forcibly distort space to separate Liu Yuan and his subordinates, splitting the 5 of you into different areas, each facing one person. Even though I am here to help, you must remember this is not a drill, but real combat. You must use all your strength. The most important thing is not to fight to the death. Your first goal is to buy enough time until the army arrives. If you feel you can't take it anymore, immediately call for my help and I will move you out, understood?" Even if your stamina is low, it won't make their team lose hope. Instead, it will boost their fighting spirit. It should have been like this from the start. Yes, I understand, rest assured, we will handle it. At this moment, Liu Tuaning slowly stepped forward, glancing at the crowd still standing there indifferently, then suddenly went berserk, a dense death aura erupting behind him. Whatever dares to defy death, get out of my way. Chungyui spread his hand and began to open his own cubic space. At almost the same time, the group on Liu Tuyen's side was surrounded by golden beams of light. A strange formation pattern gradually appeared beneath them. Sensing that the aura of his subordinates was fading, Liu Yuan only needed a glance to understand its true nature. The space distorted. Soon after, the shadow clone was teleported to a ruined dimension. Suonayan had been waiting in advance, and upon seeing the enemy appear, she immediately jumped up and swung her great sword high, but her strike could only damage an intangible illusion, while the true form of the image remained completely safe. So, this little one is a girl. She smirks, her face showing no fear or worry, only arrogance from her level 40 status. Unfortunately, a mere level 26 is no match for me. Sun Hian didn't reply. Her massive sword spun around, the tip shooting forward like a bullet, but it only pierced through another layer of illusion. But she remains completely undeterred, her violet eyes growing even colder with determination as she swiftly spins her wrist and lunges forward for another strike. Can you see through my chaos image technique? Just like before, Sonian didn't say a word but simply turned her sword hilt, then swung both hands to strike with the blade, chopping into her opponent's sleeve like an axe, while the shadow clone safely stood on the flat ground, causing Sonian to start losing her composure despite trying to stay calm. Even though she wasn't a master assassin relying on strength, the power of a level 40 was still astonishing, but fighting her wouldn't be easy. Chungyi watched the entire battle from afar, closed his eyes, and silently gave her directions. Xiaonian, you can't fight back. Her speed and strength are far beyond yours, but you can use your Mingan Ganjor to lock her position and then force her to reveal herself with your sword formation. The advantage of an assassin lies in stealth. Once she can't hide herself, her strength will be greatly diminished. The illusion was relentlessly attacked by So Nian in a furious rage. This time she no longer dodged but directly launched a deadly attack. Facing the sharp steel fragments thrown at her, So Nian simply forcefully drove her sword straight into the ground. Everything around seemed to slow down to the extreme. The steel fragments struck her sword and were pushed back again. A circle of talismans expanded beneath So Nian's feet. The U-spirit in her own form began to disrupt the battle. This move is the Soul Phantom Sword formation. To explain a bit about this sword technique, the Soul Phantom Sword level 1 summons a sword spirit to attack enemies and can also create a ratio of restraint to deal with opponents, putting them into a poisoned state. When the sword spirit disappears, it will unleash a final strike, so no matter how many illusions of a fake body the shadow attack creates, they are all cut down by the ghostly sword image and do not return anything. She still arrogantly opened her mouth, but her level 26 formation was already cut vertically by her sword shadow. The illusion was stunned, unable to believe the sharp pain in her chest. What? Only now is she starting to feel fear as she looks at the strange formation in front of her. Every second I stay inside the battle, my speed drops lower and lower, and I can't maintain the perfect stealth state. Moreover, feeling my wound being gradually corroded, her face suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This damn girl actually applied poison on her sword. But then, the shadow strike suddenly burrowed underground, as if she could pass through any terrain. She quickly resurfaced again, with a perfect body untouched by any wounds. Although my level is high, my assassination skills are suppressed and can only be used in this direct formation, leaving me trapped and risking my life. Shadow Strike speaks to herself as her body keeps rushing toward So Nian. This central formation must belong to that damn girl. Kill her, and the formation will collapse. She swung her hand to stab into her stomach, shouting cruelly as if she was sure of victory. By this point, the Shadow Killer still hadn't realized the situation, and was still arrogantly looking down on the level difference. Look, being lower level isn't everything, because then, So Nian suddenly gripped the girl's wrist tightly and pulled it out of her stomach, causing her to be shocked. What are you doing? So Nian held her tightly, ignoring the blood soaking through her clothes. At this moment, the sword on her head seems to be grasped by dozens of hands at once, pointing straight up to the sky. So Nian stares intently at her, ending this game with a final move to checkmate, the Soul Sword of Ultimate Victory. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was now full of long, deep holes, as if it had just been turned over by someone, and a deafening roar echoed as Lin Feng's fierce dragon claws were completely blocked by the opponent's sturdy steel shield. But he remained undaunted. In fact, he seemed to be injecting chicken blood and growing more and more fierce. My old man's flaming dragon kneel. I want to see how many of your shields this can block. His two hidden states immediately activate: Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist. Lin Feng's opponent is a blonde-haired man, holding his shield tightly in one hand and gripping his spear with the other as he charges forward, cursing. Deep Ant. Lin Feng quickly uses dragon energy to create a barrier blocking its spear tip. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two distinct levels of power, but Thach Kai's spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Feng thought. Even though he tried to block it, the attack only prolonged rather than ended. Instead, he was gradually pushed back. Long Tuan's spear tip had already begun to show cracks where it had been struck. Chunghi Lin Eng from afar quickly transmitted a warning. Lin Feng. He's a level 43 Dark Warrior with strong physical defense and strength. Fighting him head-on will definitely lead to defeat. Use your Dragon Claw to burn him, drain him, provoke him. Your chance lies in the opening after he goes berserk. Thach Kai, confident of victory, smirked and began to act superior, pretending to regret. This was the first time he faced someone with movements even more clumsy than mine. His powerful and decisive move concealed any weakness, and despite his young age, he had already reached level 26. Unfortunately, Thach Kai gathered his strength again and thrust his spear forward. If it's a matter of strength, I won't lose. Remembering Chungyi's warning, Lin Feng begins to change his attack direction. As soon as he withdrew Long Thuan, he immediately punched hard into the ground and said, "I won't risk my life with you." Thach Kai was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's seemingly impulsive action, combined with the thick dust rising, and saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so Lin Feng charged forward without hesitation, exposing a gap. He opened his mouth, attacking as Chungyi advised, and Long Tuk sensed the danger, prompting Thach Kai to quickly thrust his spear, forcing him to dodge. Long Tuk also disappeared because of that. Thach Kai, however, became even more frantic, stomping his foot on the ground and then forcefully turning around, using the power from his heels to launch himself forward. Do you think a level 43 fight will be that simple? Thach Kai. Kamnhan duot ngue hiem tu Lin Feng. Voivang dam mui thuong tat manve phia han, chet di. Chitiechrang Lin Feng mangiai honka tiu quang, Lin hoat, netran tung kudam mavan kung kothe mang lai. Tan ho, kon ruasat kongangoan goan, suit nualabingoi choi roy. But that was only on the surface. Several times he almost couldn't dodge that spear thrust and secretly worried more. Over time, the absolute gap in rank and strength became apparent. If this keeps up, my blood will eventually run dry. At last, the unlucky moment arrived, and Lin Feng, no longer agile enough, was knocked back by Thach Kai. But unexpectedly, Chungyi had been waiting for this moment all along, and now his strength had leveled up, though his defenses had become fragmented. Lin Feng heard those warnings, struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed loudly. Seeing Thach Kai rushing forward without letting anyone breathe, he still challenged him with a big smile, saying, "The harder you hit, the more excited I get." Lin Feng's hand reaches out. This is the moment for him to return all these wounds. Didn't you say you liked using strength to force me? Today, I will let you taste what it means to settle a blood debt with Blood Thach Kai. After entering a berserk state, he was no longer rational enough to see this attack coming. Immediately, the entire battlefield turned into a pool of dark crimson blood. Blood seemed to pour down from the sky or rise up from the ground, covering everything. After Lin Feng's shout, blood droplets as big as buns began to rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge them, or rather, he was completely unable to avoid being covered by these blood droplets. Feeling his strength gradually being drained, his pupils began to contract in panic. They are still draining his life force and power. What kind of evil technique is this? Lin Feng didn't bother explaining, and just stood there laughing in satisfaction. Iron Turtle, even your tough shell is useless. Go ahead and taste the flavor of your own power. Then he muttered and read out the 4 characters, Duk Huyet Shi No, briefly explaining this power, Duk Huyet Shi No. Level 1 absorbs blood ki to form blood mirror beads from the enemy's body. The blood pearl spheres gather and form soul blood spheres that are thrown at the enemy, capable of causing a fierce blood energy explosion. So all the soul blood spheres attached to Thach Kai's body simultaneously explode, creating a thick layer of red bones covering the entire area. Outside the original space, Chungyi was busy constantly observing everyone's situation in each separate space through a telescope. The first 4 space fragments, with his help, were gradually progressing smoothly. However, something started happening on Ha Lan's side. A skeleton broke through her protective barrier and rushed quickly to tear Ha Lan apart. Fortunately, Chungai outside detected this in time. Halan is in danger. He channels his power into his polyhedral orb, beginning to protect her from afar. Guardian light. Immediately, a powerful radiant barrier appeared around Halan, blocking the terrifying hand of the skeleton, and with the power of holy light, it could easily purify the white skeleton, making it scream in pain. In the end, that unfortunate skeleton could only turn into scattered bones beside the protective barrier that Chungi casually created. Halan was filled with gratitude, but still didn't want to give up and continued fighting for her friends. Thanks, I can still hold on. Chungi didn't reply, quickly scanning the situation of his teammates in the remaining 4 directions and maintaining control of the 5 battlegrounds. The consumption of mental energy is even greater than expected. Luckily, others are temporarily not in life-threatening danger. In the 6th space zone, your sister Chuvan is extremely safe, playing happily with the puppy. That makes Chungi feel more at ease. It's still very safe here. Now it's time to deal with the biggest problem. The biggest trouble, of course, is the content inside the largest viewing crystal in front of him, where Liu Yuan fights more fiercely, cutting down 10,000 enemies with ease. To stop him from advancing and buy time for his allies to defeat the enemy, Chuningyi had no choice but to call Pei out to assist the summoned guardians. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of various sizes and species began to roar. They stretched their long, twisted arms to break through the earth and rocks, like a writhing swarm coming to life. The number of guardians keeps increasing, and within a radius of thousands of meters, there is no place where they do not appear. And those guards now have only one task, to stop him as you commanded. In the midst of that dangerous land, one foot still calmly steps forward, without any fear. Lu Tuyen put his hands in his pockets, his sharp gaze disdainfully scanning the writhing tentacles on the ground as a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and the air to grow thick with tension. As the dust begins to settle, the figure of Lady Hong gradually appears there, her eyes flashing with a deadly crimson glow. Well done, Madam Hong. He raised his hand to shoulder level, his cold eyes narrowing as he said sharply, "You won't die peacefully." Purple spiritual energy shot out, quickly controlling Lady Hong and pushing her back, forcefully knocking her down to the ground. Liu Yuan continued, "Stop hiding behind and come out to die." As he finished, a strange compass appeared in his hand, and bloody red spiritual energy surged up before Liu Yuan's indifferent face. They gathered together to form a giant blood-red magic avatar right behind him. Lu Tuyen raises his arm to shoulder level, and the magic avatar's arm lifts in unison. Liu Yuan then struck directly with his palm, shouting loudly, "Ah!" The demon avatar unleashed a powerful palm strike, destroying a vast area in front of him with loud explosions. As everything shattered, Chungi's body suddenly floated in midair, and a strike was launched at him, with a dazzling golden light suddenly emanating from his forehead. Then, a barrier appeared in front of Chungi, blocking the attack. Lu Tuyen looked up and said, "A level 30 little beast can withstand 50% of my power. The secret on your body is even more interesting than I imagined." The barrier in front of him gradually dissipated after blocking a fairly strong palm strike, and in the blink of an eye he leapt into the air and appeared right in front of Chungi. As soon as Lu Tuyen launched his attack, he instantly shifted his figure behind him. Lu Tuyen frowned, turned his head, and said with suspicion, "You stole the prison eye and used it to this extent. Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century genius, or call you a fool who doesn't know life or death?" Chungi replied calmly, "Lu tuong kwa khenroi, so voi sung hiep vidai, ngai dong ngoi song de hiente, noi duong kan kwa digioi, chut tu duon ne kwa takong dang den hastoi." He thought to himself that if he had known those monsters couldn't stop Lu Tuyen, sending them out was just a way to buy some time. He replied, "That useless woman, before she died, revealed quite a few things to you." Chungi responds, "You are close to death, and always try to exchange secrets for a chance to survive. It seems he doesn't know how to hold the prison key, which can reveal past memories." Liu Yuan raises his hand to gather energy, his face excited and threatening. "Hand him over. I can make your death easier, even give you a chance to fight for me. A talent like you, dying is a pity. Having long since become a dog, have you even forgotten how to be a human now? If I am willing, I can let the demon race awaken sooner, and then Hak Fong Kok will be seized and you won't survive. You won't dare. Isn't everything the Thuong Society does just to spread false rumors before the master wakes up to hide the secret?" Chungi's voice continued to echo. "The master isn't ready yet, and a lackey like you has no internal strength to see the light." After hearing that, Lu Tuyen's face was full of veins bulging with anger. His brow furrowed fiercely, he swung his hand and shouted loudly, "I will definitely extract your soul and make you taste the feeling of living worse than dying." Just before Lu Tuyen could make his move, a blazing golden formation appeared above his head. Then the dazzling beam of light shot straight down, Lu Tuyin quickly raised his hand, using his power to try to block it. The golden magic avatar appears, raising its hand to summon a sword, then lifts it high, ready to strike down. The target of this enormous blade is Lu Tuyin, who is inside the red barrier. Liu Tuyen, with glowing red eyes, shouted, "Hellfire Red Flow," using the dark energy of an extremely large area to form a device with a built-in flow of destructive energy and corrosive properties. Chunungi stood observing as a bright spot appeared and spread inside the red sphere, activating level 5 Righteous Judgment, opening the divine magic array, with a luminous blade descending from the sky to ambush enemies inside the formation. Finally, a righteous angel launched a long spear of light attribute, creating a devastating wound. Liu Yuan's voice echoes deep in the space, taking the initiative with instinctive combat prowess. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, this bit of cleverness is meaningless. Just before the attack hits his body, Chungi clasped his hands in front of him. Shards of mirror-like glass appeared, with Lu Tuyen's face reflected on them. Then the shards were shattered by a blazing red spiritual energy. The deadly attack approaches. Chungi is forced to jump up and step back to dodge, finally landing at a safe distance from the impact. Chungi clutching his chest in pain, a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lu Tuyen and his compass coldly declare, "Very well, a level 30 ant. Yet you managed to hurt me. Let's end it here." He used the fusion technique to temporarily seize the Demon Clan Lord's energy, greatly increasing all attributes. With his fiery red mage behind him, Lu Tuyen exclaimed, "You can force me to use the power of the original compass. You should be proud of that." He raised his hand and declared destruction. Chunungi widened his eyes in shock, looking over as a powerful wave of energy surged forward, creating an immense pressure. Liu Tuyen's palm force directly hits his target, causing devastating destruction. Chungi's body is forcefully pushed back and sent flying helplessly. As the surge of power subsides and the dust clears, he slides across the ground, leaning on his hand to keep from falling. Zhang Yingai looks up and thinks to himself, level 46 combined with the death ritual artifact, the nature of the power has already begun to mutate. Even though my profession counters his dark energy with such a level difference, I can't be sure of winning. He frowned deeply, then shouted with determination, "Iron Heart!" So it turns out that in that other dimension, she is on the verge of defeat, with a sword heading towards her neck. Chungi quickly intervened, knocking the sword away and neutralizing the threat. "So you've always used the glass prison to maintain the 5 space mirrors. I thought the signal was just a bluff, but it turns out you couldn't break through your own home turf's defenses. They want to go out, but it will take time. However, since you're distracted, how can you possibly defeat me?" Chungi stood up and replied coldly, "You don't need to worry." He silently thought to himself, while maintaining the 5 space-time illusion spheres and fighting Lu Tuyen. His mental energy was drained too much, so he had no choice but to gamble, retract some of his mental strength from the illusion spheres, and fully control the prison cage. Liu Yuan jumped to the red axe and swung it high, saying, "Today I will show you that the gap between level 30 and level 46 is worlds apart." He struck down, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. Chunchi quickly retreated and immediately counterattacked, unleashing a strike of golden lightning aimed directly at Lu Tuyen. He furrowed his sharp brows, eyes fixed on the target. Chuangi's iron chains are embedded into the ground, locking down the entire area around Lu Tuyen. The Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Radiance, S-Purge, Level 3, manipulates the Divine Thunder to form a prison, trapping the enemy on the spot. He created enough distance to be safe, then pressed his whole body against the large stone behind him. Chunai used it as a foothold and pushed off powerfully, rushing forward. But at the center of the sharp iron chains, a blazing red light was aiming precisely, a fierce blast shattering the prison he had painstakingly created, causing his sword in hand to break apart. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, his hand still outstretched in the divine gesture. The giant hand reached out to block Lu Tuyen's dark red light, but its destructive power was so strong that even the divine hand was shattered. Chungi grit his teeth and endured the pain that spread through him, ignoring the blood mixing into the air as Na opened his mouth wide and reached out from behind to support him. "I will come to help you." The 3 great powers clash, causing a massive explosion that sweeps across the ground. Shuangna and Chungi fall to the ground, their bodies reverting to their original forms after transformation, while Shuangna gradually disappears. He struggles to sit up, trembling as he looks at Shuangna before him. Shuangna returns. Chungi waits for him to successfully withdraw, then Liu Tuyen also flies over. "A dying soul about to vanish, you really are seeking your own death. You're not bad, but it's a pity you met me. All your trump cards are nothing in front of me." He glanced at the floating shards of glass in the middle of the scene with suspicion. Humph. On each piece of glass, images from different dimensions appear, some with feathers piercing the bodies, others showing Lin Fong beaten and collapsed on the ground, unable to lift his head. Halan is no better than her teammates, being beaten and grabbed by the dry corpses. In the fourth dimension, Lin Dong is pinned to the wall by countless arrows like a target, while Tiet Tam is stabbed with a sword and collapsed among the wreckage, seemingly unconscious. Liu Yuan chuckled mockingly, unable to even protect himself and still wanting to protect others. It's truly laughable. Just a flick of his hand was enough to crush Chungi under the weight of gravity. You now have no right even to save them. Your hand clenched tightly, gripping the ground to withstand that 1,000-pound weight. You shout defiantly, your eyes refusing to submit. Thunder of the Gods, Divine Wrath, Level 3. Assuming the stance of the Divine Revelation, the resistance to abnormal states increases by 60%. The damage of the lightning-based skill increases by 60%, lasting for 15 seconds, as he once again dons the magnificent armor and leaps to strike at Lu Tuyan. A strike from you sends him stumbling back, avoiding the attack. The destructive power of the move shatters the surrounding earth and rocks, but Lu Tuyan easily grabs your wrist. He casually lands a blow that causes your weapon to fall, and a triumphant smile spreads across his face. Lu Tuyan suddenly attacked directly at Chungi's face, crushing the mask he was wearing with one hand, then held up the shard of glass reflecting Lin Dong, pierced by countless arrows, in front of his face. Listen here, look here, feel each of your comrades heading towards destruction. Experience the helplessness deep in your bones. Lu Tuyan finished speaking, then shattered the glass with a loud crack, countless cracks spreading across its surface. Chungi's eyes were bloodshot with anger, veins bulging on his face, but he couldn't escape from his grasp. A screeching noise rang out, and the atmosphere grew even more terrifying. Lu Tuyan was startled, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. A tall door with mysterious dragon carvings appears in the space, and he looks over with a worried expression. This disturbance isn't right. Chungi looked at the glass panels shaking violently. The energy of the prison glass had become extremely unstable. At this moment, a dark red beam of light burst out from the void, twisting like a whirlpool rushing straight into the sky. The new energy source attacked them, causing Liu Yuan to quickly let go of him to shield himself. Chuningqi collapsed on the ground, his wrist turned terrifyingly black from Lu Tuyan's earlier grip. The terrifyingly pure and primitive mental attack made spirits tremble, at least for those above level 60. Lu Tuyan, panicked, looked at the newly appeared gate and said, "No, this can't be. Obviously the digestion period isn't over yet, so how could I wake up earlier? Is it because of the energy just now? Great One, please be patient. I haven't finished preparing the offering for you yet." That red gate just creaked open, but there was no response except for a rush of thick black air pouring out. The tentacles also began to extend as if eager to escape from inside. Chuningqi gasped, tending to the wound on his right wrist while looking at the shattered glass. The space shield of the prison core couldn't withstand this level of disruptive energy. All the spaces are in chaos, and everyone inside has fallen into the same dark void. The space has been erased. Has your side also finished dealing with it? Blood recognition. At the same time, those black tentacles stabbed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open into large fissures. That thing grew everywhere like mushrooms after rain, trapping a group of people on the ground. Its fierce tentacles shattered large rocks, and its screeching voice was deafening, hungry for food, energy, food. The girls hiding behind each other looked up at the creature covering the sky above them, as debris was scattered by its blows, and its massive body struggled to emerge from the crack like a deep abyss. Huyet Nan was both terrified and amazed as he watched the huge creature destroying everything. Han Tui Tin's tentacle had already wrapped around a girl, lifting her up and pulling her towards the sky. She screams in panic, "Save me, Captain!" He was terrified by the scene, shouting her name loudly. Feng Hui and Liu Tuyan also looked on and muttered to herself, "Thach Kai." He returned to his normal state, his indifferent eyes showing no emotion. "If the Master sees us, he will consider us his lucky stars." He turns around and leaves this place in the hands of his servants. "You stay here and protect the Master. I will go back to get a batch of supplies and offerings." Lam Zhuang blocked his way and asked, exposing his treacherous face. "Boss, are you abandoning us?" he shouted loudly from the teleportation array. "I am going to get more food to comfort the Master." The tentacles of that thing are getting thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire ground, and it needs even more food. He coldly ordered them to kill those people and raise them for the Master, but the other guy, entangled by the tentacles, resisted and refused to obey. "No, let me go." The whole group of blood followers frantically ran away, escaping from the influence of that thing. Quickly use the blood talisman. He hurriedly throws the blood talisman into his mouth. the dark red pill wedged between his teeth. He just swallowed it down, and his power immediately erupted, his pupils turning blood red as he spun around and raised his spear to strike directly. The 5 Chungi stood beneath the shadow cast by that enormous body, all silent, when suddenly countless eyes opened, each with a different expression, hungry, craving delicacies, pure, and suddenly, a tentacle-sensing Sonian attacked her. Almost immediately, Chungi was the first to react and step back. He held Son Hyen in his arms and carried her away from the attack. Chungi turns around, holding her tightly, using his strong back to absorb all attacks and protect her in his arms. Brother Chungi. Chungi clenched his teeth to prevent the foul blood from rushing into his mouth. He turned his head to look at what had just shattered his shield. The corrosive power is really strong, and the holy power is still depleting rapidly. What Liu Tuyen calls the master seems to be going crazy. It growled and snarled, kicking up dust as it stole food. Its tentacles struck again at Chungi and So Nien. Deserve to die. Jushin and Xiaolan are both panicking, but the distance is too great and they can only call out names in helplessness. Brother Engi Chungi. Chungi is exhausted. He tried to hold back his eyelids about to close, muttering some fragmented divine words. At that moment, a blue beam of light appeared. Its powerful light illuminates the entire area. 5 beams from above pierce through the tentacles, forcefully and decisively destroying a part of its body. Then countless blue beams of light shot down, smashing the dark monster's body and breaking the wall. Chungi looked up in surprise at the magnificent scene before him, finally seeing some light shining on his desperate face. A large ship disperses the fog and approaches. This is the western northwest war zone of the Demon Hunter City in Zhongxia country. All non-military units immediately put down their weapons and surrendered. Teacher Vuong and Ham Sun, standing high on the spaceship, arrived just in time to assist. The side door of the spaceship gradually opens, releasing white smoke into the air as the engine sounds echo. 2 rows of people in white armor with advanced weapons step forward on command. They quickly jumped down from the spaceship, all appearing remarkably professional and calm. The landing team begins fighting the monsters, with more troops landing to support. The captain separates and heads straight for Chungi's group, pulling out a crystal ball with a worried look in his eyes. Chungi's classmate is in danger here. Please immediately cooperate with me to withdraw to a safe location. As he finishes speaking, he throws the crystal ball rapidly toward them, leaving a faint blue streak of light. The crystal ball shattered, engulfing the 5 of Chungi's group in light, with 4 orbs forming around them to lift them into 4 separate groups. Chungi holds So Nien in his arms, but still anxiously warns those remaining. It's not good. The energy reaction of that thing is still increasing. It's already angered. As your words finished, the monster's tentacles wildly swept through, making it hard for the fighter jets to approach, with each one exploding in the narrow space. After the thick smoke of the explosion clears, the strange-looking monsters stand up and look toward the rescuers. Their numbers strangely keep increasing, and they all rush forward wildly, one after another being shot down by laser guns. The bullets pierce through their bodies and turn them to dust. The reinforcement team remains steadfast in their defense, with no one retreating or panicking despite the overwhelming numbers. Fighter jets are deployed again, raining down bullets like a storm, plunging everything into a sea of fire. Hamsun stands commanding the battle, sternly saying, Squad 1 and 2, cover the monsters with firepower, hold the gate shut. 3rd Squad, sweep around and disperse the monsters. 4th Squad, set up the barrier to block the space. As his orders were just issued, Teacher Vuong arrived. Hamsun, the situation is more complicated than we thought, and its level of awakening is extremely high. He turned to look at him and said, It's okay. Even if the door is fully formed, it must be closed today. After speaking, he turned his head and looked straight ahead. Your good student has arrived. As expected, Chungi, carrying So Nien and the others, safely landed on the boat, and as soon as he was safe, he anxiously called out to Teacher Vuong. The medical team leader arrived to assist, and everyone immediately got to work, treating wounds and restoring strength for the team members. A person kneeling to check on So Nien's condition frowns in worry. Don't move. She's severely poisoned. The toxin has already entered her bloodstream. His teammate holding the staff both supported and commented, This poison will take at least half an hour to completely eradicate. Chungi looked at Ruo Nian, weakly opening her eyes and saying to him, Chungi, I'm fine. You should focus on your own task first. At this moment, Master Vuong approached them, clasping his hands behind his back and calmly said, Don't try to force it anymore. Follow the treatment plan. We will take over the battlefield. Chungi looked at him. Master, that door is still absorbing energy from the attack. If it continues to explode like this, something will happen. I can see clearly from below that every time the fireballs hit it, the black smoke outside the door thickens. Hamsun calmly speaks to reassure Chungi. Kid, I understand your concern. He remained expressionless, only his eyebrows furrowing deeper. But in my dictionary, there's nothing a single cannon can't solve. If there is one, it would be to add another cannon. Chungi tried to stop him, saying, wait a moment, it's not an ordinary portal, but Hamsun has returned to command the battle. All units pay attention. The artillery will switch to a chaotic saturation attack mode with random elemental energy changes every 30 seconds. The barrier formation locks the space again for us. Not a single mosquito is allowed to fly out. The firepower team decisively obeyed his command. Understood. The members of the barrier team also shouted loudly like thunder. Understood. Each person is filled with fighting spirit, determined to go all the way. Yes, sir. The fighter jets keep unleashing their fire. The bullets rained down relentlessly like an unending storm, all targeting a single point, causing it to explode, and the firepower kept changing every second and minute on Sun's command, followed by grenades that extended the explosion endlessly. A group of officials holding scepters lined up in a straight row, each walking with a serious and commanding presence. Following Sun's orders, they began to set up formations, with numerous barrier arrays of various colors covering the sky, all of elemental cannon systems. Fires of various colors shoot at the monsters, exploding one after another and tearing apart their formation. They were pushed back by the powerful explosion. The blast grew larger and larger, obscuring their vision more or less. A series of fighter jets bombarding the large and small red engines collided, causing chaos in the entire space. Those fighters seemed to detach from the server, all falling uncontrollably at once. Then everything exploded again, shaking a vast area with blinding light. Suddenly, amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, Tuhang appeared with his sword techniques. He charged to fight the black tentacles of that thing, slicing them to pieces. Tuhang landed on the ground, and as his feet touched down, the debris also fell around him. He stood there, tense, staring ahead, too afraid to blink. But at this moment, he probably realized how tiny he was compared to that strange creature. Tuhang's pupils turned purple, and in his eyes was the reflection of a vortex that seemed to swallow his soul. He stood there, stunned, turning himself into a target for the crazed, hungry monster, clawing wildly. A series of blue lights shot out chaotically from that mouth-like thing, but all their targets were Hamsun's high-altitude fighter jets. And on the ground, the white-armored soldiers are no different from Tuhang, as Hamsun anxiously watches the screen turn red before his eyes. This old door actually reflected all of our attacks back out. A team member urgently reports the battle situation. General New, the target's rate of evolution is far beyond expectations. Its resistance to physical and energy attacks continues to increase. Master Wang saw the situation was not good and said, Hamsun cannot use normal firepower. We need to quickly destroy its core. He also pondered deeply, in the past, dealing with the alien door was always tested by the lives of soldiers. Each time we attack a region and observe its reaction, only by killing thousands can we pinpoint the exact location of the core. His voice ringing in Chunyi's ears makes him startle. Squad 9, please prepare. The search for the core will begin in 1 minute. I won't let go of Sonian, but I worry as I look up at the two of them. Teacher, the core you mentioned is the one with intense energy fluctuations and the most unstable point, right? Teacher Vuong quickly explained, yes, the core is the energy center of the dimensional gate and also its weakest point. As long as the core is destroyed, the door will automatically collapse. This is the experience summarized by the military over the past 100 years. After his explanation, Chungi said something that made both of them stare in shock. Could you tell where the core is located? He took out a cube and let it hover in his hand. The core of the prison had previously absorbed the dark energy from this door. Within the core, there are remaining energy seals and a source. Through it, I can vaguely sense that there is a convergence point of energy in the door which reacts to all attacks. Hamsun knelt in front of him, realizing that the vague position of the core was not enough, and the space around the door contained a distorted force field, causing all attacks to be deflected, and never hitting the core. Chu Nungi silently looked at his own prison core, as if contemplating his words, then clenched his fist and withdrew the item, a look of determination in his eyes. I might try to open a shortcut, temporarily, directly entering the door to find and mark the core, but the army's firepower must focus all attacks to distract it, preventing it from noticing my movements. Master Vuong immediately frowned and objected. Too dangerous. No way. Teacher, there are no other options now. This door is still evolving, and if we delay any longer, more people will have to sacrifice. I am determined and surprisingly calm. Teacher, some paths must be taken by someone first. But behind, Ling Feng and Tiet Tam stepped forward boldly saying, Including me and second brother, we will charge together. One more person means more strength. He angrily scolded. Nonsense, I don't agree. The amount of people like you who are allowed in is just asking for death. Stay there and wait for me. Hamsun looked at Chungi. Do you know the risk of doing that? The dark energy inside the door could cause you to lose your consciousness and turn into a monster that only knows how to slaughter. Chungi is more serious than ever. I know, but I have to try. He saw that you were determined to stick to your opinion, so he patted your shoulder and smiled happily. Very brave. If you can survive and come back, I will treat you to the best wine. With that, Hamsun turned around, prompting the battle with countless screens showing warning alerts before him. All troops follow orders. Activate the highest firepower project. All main cannons on the fighter jets fire at that door for me. All illusionists with light attribute eyes move forward, using magic to purify and suppress its demonic energy, drawing its attention. Everyone united and followed his command to summon a giant sphere. The formation changed, with the light mage still gathering in front, purifying all darkness in the name of holy light, ready to strike together. The artillery team quickly recharges, preparing to fire. The main cannon has finished charging, locking onto the core of the alien gate, waiting for my command to unleash a full-scale attack. As the defenses of the professional team's barrier are repeatedly attacked and nearly overwhelmed, the water mage adds to the defense. Don't let the breakthrough beams pierce through. At this moment, Teacher Wang stands behind, supporting Chungi as he concentrates energy into his prison core. I will supplement and stabilize the holy power for you, so just let go and do your part. Tightening his jaw, Chungi's teeth clenched as the immense pressure bore down on his body and mind. His eyes suddenly snapped open, the light in them turning golden like pure gold, as he transformed into a blazing beam of light, rushing past elite soldiers and heading straight for the gate. Chungi transformed his consciousness into that wise light to find the core and stop it. The fake professionals all tried their best, each bravely attracting its attention toward themselves. Forbidden spell of the earth, giant shield. From the opening of the interdimensional gate, a tall figure with long horns on his head is trying to break through and come out. It clings tightly to the door with its claws, trying to break free. Chungi is now just a humanoid light figure floating in the smoky sky. You arc through the air above the monsters' heads, moving deeper inside. In the end, you find a huge sphere connected below by countless cords and surrounded by a dense swarm of monsters. The monster stands there. That sphere seems to have a consciousness. As Chungi's golden beam of light prepares to strike, it suddenly opens its eye. Chungi startles, his body tensing up as the eye glares directly at him. It's not good if we're detected. The eye detects the intruder and switches to combat mode to deal with the outsider. It shot out countless black tentacles attacking Chungi, making it difficult for him to dodge due to the relentless assault. Its tentacles stab into the ground, destroying the space where the monsters below are standing. They also begin to realize that a stranger has entered this place, and they rush wildly to catch and tear him apart. At the same time, the prison cell in front of Chungi's chest emitted an even brighter blinding light, forming a fragile shield to protect him from the flames spat out by the monsters. Chungi, after that shield, is temporarily safe, but layer after layer is about to be torn apart by them. He doesn't wait for death. Calmly, he aims precisely at the main target. His whole body like a golden arrow charging at the glaring eye, striking through the center of the sphere and into the eye inside the gate. At the same time, the gate begins to close, a column of golden light tearing through the air, rushing outward. Master Vuong, who has been watching and saw you escape, immediately shouts, Hamsun, Chungi succeeded. Hamsun quickly adjusts the screen to keep up with the rapid progress, activating the highest authority, and in 10 seconds, marks and fires. His finger is placed right on the starting symbol as the countdown numbers shrink. The eye inside the gate seems to go mad, and a wave of shockwave erupts outward, expressing its fury. Everything was pulled inside the gate. Everyone hurriedly held each other tightly to stay safe. Attention, soldiers, the portal suddenly loses control. Hold your ground. The entire formation is thrown into disarray by the shockwave. Radar is down. Urgently descend. The propulsion system is ineffective and the steering system is also malfunctioning. The soldiers lowered their spear tips to the ground, using them as reference points. The preacher arrived, the injured retreated behind, soldiers keep their position on the front left. The mage gathers magical energy for the main attack. Hamsun is tense, his eyes wide as he watches the countdown to 0. All the main ship's firepower, following his command, opened fire as a destructive beam tore through the sky. It charged through the gate like a fierce storm, tearing up the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. The target of the artillery fire was the eye Chungi had marked earlier. The strange demons could only watch helplessly as the core of the gate absorbed their own power to resist. Chunungi was terrified by this scene. He is still devouring demons to block the attack. Hamsun clenched his teeth and shouted, "Fire all weapons now, while it's weakened, take its life." He finished speaking, and the firepower of the small ships concentrated to support and fire a barrage toward the core. The professional team also exerted their limited strength, each trying to stand firm. All their firepower is focused on this strike, aiming directly at that eye to break it open. Master Vuong also steps forward, with his hands forming seals and his beautiful eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, they had turned into a cold, golden hue, like the power of a saint, and a layer of golden clouds spread from the void, with Vuong's sword tip emerging before that immense pressure. But that core still distorts everything to patch the damaged spot. Is he still repairing the demon goat now? At this moment, Chungi finally looked up, drawn by the light of the sword technique called by Master Vuong Triu, which is the legendary weapon of Master Thuong Tai Quiet. He is a celestial immortal floating in the sky, surrounded by golden sacred light. I am the guardian of order, the divine sword of the evil and chaos, using the name of light to grant you power. His great sword struck the ground, cracking the earth and filling the sky with dust and smoke, purifying everything completely, the sacred weapon punishing the guilty. It seemed to be the strongest blow, piercing through the core, trying to mend itself. At the same time, Chunungi also spat blood, red blood splattering all over the prison core in front of him. So Nian, who had recovered a bit, sat by his side, panic-stricken as she watched Chunungi collapse. Brother Chungi Hamsun looked at you, realizing that your consciousness had been destroyed by the alien door, and now your spirit was severely wounded, requiring urgent and deeper treatment. He immediately ordered the spellcasters to assist Chunungi and quickly prepare the spaceship to sustain life at the highest standard. Chunungi persisted a little longer. Hamsun did not waste time. He immediately announced and coordinated everyone. "Attention all troops, the interdimensional gate has been destroyed. Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded." Just as Han Shan said, the core was indeed destroyed, with a large, deep hole in the middle, but they underestimated it. Tiny red, silk-like strands were extending out from the core, full of rage. The invaders are shameless once again as the portal turns red, and countless red threads stretch out, wrapping around it. The door can't open. Chunungi, hearing that voice, forced himself to hold his trembling body and spoke to Hamsun. It is still exploiting the blood and flesh of the demon race to reconnect the new interdimensional gate. Master Vuong sensed the danger and immediately acted, expanding the punishment field to purify. The golden purification light in the shape of a lotus circle by circle swept across a vast area. He closed his eyes, but his furrowed brow tightly controlled his magic power. Following Master Vuong's orders, the purification domain expands and sends its rays downward. The monsters from the other world scream and struggle as that light pierces through everything, turning the core into a sieve amid furious sounds. Lamtin people, do you think destroying it is enough? The more cracks appear everywhere, the more we will reclaim everything that belongs to us. The core explodes, everything turns to nothingness, and you will ultimately pay the price. Even the monsters following it cannot escape their fate of being purified, as they all scramble to run, but none escape. In the end, only a deep pit and a blazing red sphere swirling inside remained. Chungi was placed in a treatment chamber. So Nian anxiously watched him from the side, and seeing Master Vuong enter, she looked up and asked. Master Vuong guessed what Chunungi wanted to ask, so he interrupted to encourage him. "Don't worry. With the reinforcement of holy light and healing spells, he will wake up very soon." Chunungi is finally regaining consciousness, his tired eyes slowly lifting, and he struggles to speak through his breathing mask, each word difficult. "Teacher, say it. We are the ones Teacher Vuong suspects." Repeating the last words plainly, the thief who stole from him transforms into a golden light in his hand, still speaking kindly, closing his eyes, maintaining his composure. "Leave the rest to me." The warm light from Teacher Vuong's palm envelops the incubator right above Chungi's face. After everything is settled, Teacher Vuong looks at So Nian and says, "You stay here and keep watch." The master goes to check the cleanup status of the battlefield. She looks at him worriedly. "I will always be by his side." Meanwhile, outside, the cleanup was almost done. The injured were resting and recuperating while others divided into work and rest. Hamsun reviewed the information eagerly as he watched Master Vuong approach. "Old friend, this time we're lucky to have you. Mainly Chungi found the location of the core. I was just doing my duty. How are the casualties and injuries on the battlefield?" He showed everything to Master Vuong, over 30 dead and more than 120 wounded, mostly mages. Luckily, the portal was thoroughly destroyed to prevent the monsters from escaping, which was a kind of luck and misfortune. Master Vuong looked at the list of the fallen and reminded Hamsun to record the names of the fallen soldiers. Then he would personally visit their families to offer condolences. As soon as they finished speaking, the screen displayed a call from Squad Leader Wang and Squad Leader Niu. An emergency situation. We are checking the abandoned Mado mine area and detected energy fluctuations from a wormhole crack. Is there a monster spilling out? How is the initial situation of the civilians? Hamsun slightly furrowed his brow. There are no monsters to report for now. The mine area has been abandoned. A 5-kilometer radius has already been sealed off as an emergency measure by the headquarters. Please have the 2 team leaders immediately lead Tin Yu to assess and handle the situation. He immediately agreed. All right, we will set out right away. But Hamsun hesitated slightly. Old Master Wang, the urgent situation with that young Chungi regarding dark energy treatment is something we have never encountered before. If he can do it, Teacher Wang would strongly oppose his opinion. No, you can't. He looked at him, wanting to say something but not knowing how to put it right. Why are the soldiers of the Hamsun army dressed in military uniforms and armed for battle? Isn't it so that it's to give the children a chance to grow up peacefully? They shouldn't have to carry the burdens that we are supposed to bear at the age of 19. The entire weight of this world, the memories of the young people in those military uniforms flashed through his mind. 20 years ago, I led a student like him who could clearly sense the dark energy. That child was only 25 years old, and back then we saw him as a test machine. But in the end, we couldn't even find a complete corpse. Teacher Vuong's tone was firm, cold air emanating with each word. Chunagi is not a tool. He is someone who can change the course of war. That is why we can't treat him like a consumable product when his wings haven't fully grown yet. Now, even if the sky falls, it's up to us tall guys to hold it up. Originally serious, Hamsun suddenly laughed and punched him. Damn it, you're right, I'm just too impatient. Let's go and crush that damn thing first. Master Vuong tilted his head back and tidied up his clothes neatly. Don't use such force. Announce to everyone below that all members able to act have 5 minutes to gather and resupply here for the logistics team. The two of them, with determined and cold eyes like hunting tigers, looked in the same direction. The next battle has begun. Outside, a new battle has begun, while inside the treatment room a silent figure stands there. The slender fingers with black rings gently touch the glass, eyes closed, looking much more obedient than usual, as if the whole body is covered in thorns. Kotin leaned close to the incubator, observing Chungi's peaceful face. This mischievous look actually makes many girls very fond of him. Even my niece is eager to get to know him. She was so focused on talking that she didn't notice Chungi's arm reaching up. But I had already advised the girl to give up. When Kotin saw the boy slowly wake up, she panicked and turned away quickly, one hand covering her small mouth to hide her embarrassment. She turned around and pretended to smile. Classmate Chunungi, are you awake now? Chuengi looked at her, puzzled, the little officer. Did the teacher give you any instructions? How do you know? You mischievously looked at her, smiling as you jumped out of the treatment cage. The teacher isn't here. Instead, it's Sister Tin, who isn't in the military and is waiting for me to wake up. I guess the teacher must have run into something urgent, right? I'm used to it. Tin Ngoy crossed her legs on the chair. Now the chairman was on his way to the Krakmau. The Hak Fong Kok incident far exceeded the chairman's expectations. The original intention of the hall leader was to let you borrow the Long Yuyan sword from the Chu family to strengthen the foundation of the second transmission. Never expecting to drag you into a war of such scale. The hall leader feels very guilty about this. He hopes you can rest temporarily at the Chu family, and the rest can wait until the leader returns to discuss. She continued casually. And by the way, the leader specifically asked me to tell you that Liu Tuyen has been taken by the military and will be brought to a military court another day. The Mingyin forces under his command have been dealt with by the military. Although a few peripheral factions escaped, they achieved nothing, so there's no need to worry about revenge. She then produced a token, and this time you must save Van Tin, who has outstanding merits. The military has decided that all rights and usage of the other areas of Fengkeng are officially under your management. This is the land deed, and the guild leader also said that the items from this place might solve the immediate danger for the Chu family. Chungi took the land deed that she handed to him. The teachers are those lost Han Tin Tui. As expected, the teachers know everything. She approached Chunhi, looked at him and the talisman in his hand. Both words and object had been passed on. Farewell. As she brushed past Chungi, her flirtatious gaze looked at him. Classmate Chungi asked him one last time, "Are you really not considering joining the Heavenly Vu Guild?" He coldly and decisively turned away without hesitation as she stepped out the door, her high heels clicking over the threshold and leaving. Chuni crossed his arms and let out a sigh of annoyance as she disappeared from sight. He took out the celestial prison core to check. The power of the second transformation in the face of real war is still too small. Yang Na appears beside him. On the way to Dingfeng, the last lonely wolf will finally run out of energy, and borrowing strength is not cowardice. Suangnya. The path I walk is extraordinary and difficult. I need one. My gaze is firm and resolute as I look into that emerald green light. The country is absolutely under control. Chungi is welcomed home by the entire family. The corridor of the Chu family. Your older brother suddenly let little Kuru take you home. Did you think something happened to me? He gently hugs Chuvan. I'm afraid that the fighting at Black Wind Sect might involve you. Chungi looked at the two with a grateful expression. Thank you both. Taking care of Van Ni is what we should do. Your letter arranging everything is also settled. Tuhang pointed behind and invited him. Follow me, you will definitely succeed. Chuvan, who is still young and naive, asked Chungi suspiciously what our brother is doing there. You gently stroke your sister's head and go to the heart of the Chu family's power to reclaim everything that belongs to her. Now, in the main room, many people are seated around a round table. Chief, why did you suddenly call us here? I heard today that Lady Hong has died. What? So what should our Hantuitin do? There are dozens of children in the clan waiting to suppress their bloodlines. Clan leader, this matter concerns the survival of the family, and we must quickly find a new path. The elder looks at the clan leader thoughtfully, the chair left empty, while the old man sits silently to the side. Is he waiting for someone? Something about this situation feels off. Just as he was doubting, a sound rang out, causing everyone at the table to turn their eyes in one direction. The large door opens and several figures enter amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, with Chungi leading Chuvan, followed by Chuhang and Hu Bach, senior elder. Tam frowned even more deeply when he saw the newcomer, his gaze fixed intently on the person who just entered. Chungi walks up to the clan leader, smiles, and bows to him. Chief, Ningi is here. Please take a seat. He followed the instructions, one hand pulling out the empty seat at the head of the table and sitting down. Chunungi sat upright, hands clasped, quietly observing the people around the round table. Elder Third's face twisted with anger at your indifferent attitude, and he slammed the table loudly, shouting, Do you think you can sit here too? Do you still have respect for your elders in your eyes? Second elder gently holds his shoulder and smiles softly. You are right. Chungi having a high bloodline is correct, but you can't overstep your authority like that. Chungi leans on the table, his eyes like a wolf leading the pack. And today, I am not here for small talk. I want the Chu family to promise me something. Every word you say surprises even the little girl. Chuvan will be the heir to the Chu family's next generation. The Chu family must invest all their best resources to nurture Chuvan, who will hold the priority authority over everything in the Chu family in the future. Reckless. How important is the heir? The Chu family has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can they be willing to let someone return to the main lineage and only be a mere pawn? Chief, you must uphold justice. This is truly a trap set by the cunning. With a bit of talent, they think they can challenge the heavens and earth, and they even want to hand over the centuries-old legacy of the Chu family to a mere girl. Chuhang calmly said, I can prove that the bloodline concentration of the Chu family is indeed 3 times higher than mine. With her here, the Chu family might even regain its glory. Bach also nodded in agreement. Chuvan's younger sister is very talented. Last week, the Hanbing Juai taught her, and she integrated into the body in just 1 day. Chungi's tension grew. Chuvan, being of the Hanbing bloodline, is a legitimate member of the Chu clan, but whether she can become the heir remains uncertain. The pressure emanating from him fills the room, silencing everyone. That power makes the third elder cover his face but still stubbornly scowl and act arrogantly, yet he dares to make a move during the council meeting. At that moment, a surge of internal energy quickly encircled the place where everyone was sitting. Chungi's eyes seemed shrouded in a foggy bone haze as he stared intently at his opponent. From within Chungi's body, that internal force burst out wildly, causing everyone to be momentarily terrified. No one dared to speak a word, and all sat silently in place. The overwhelming aura caused the third elder to be thrown back, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Chungi's power manifested as a fleeting blue dragon. The protective barrier in front of him gradually cracked open, and at this moment the fear in the eyes of the third elder could no longer be concealed. He quickly spoke loudly. Chuyun is still young, and he just recently returned to the clan, making him too careless to be appointed as heir. So where do we put the other talented disciples of the Chu family? I don't agree. Tam Elder's heart thought to himself, this pressure clearly just passed the second transformation, so why is it already on par with level 40? And there's also this ice dragon, with that appearance, that dragon aura. Chungi coldly said, ending the argument here. Without destroying the old rules, relying on survival, you will never understand. Sitting among the crowd, he confidently declared, I am the new rule. The clan leader sitting beside him fell into deep thought, his aura encompassing everything, expanding naturally. The growth rate of this young boy is truly astonishing. Chunungi continued. Every year, the Chu family pays a heavy price to the Mi Trading Guild for Han Yutin. Now that the Hak Fong Kok Trading Guild's stronghold is all mine, the amount of spirit stones inside far exceeds your imagination. I will grant the Chu family authority. A trusted member of the clan will go into Blackwind Cave to mine. With these resources, the bloodline of the Chu family can ensure that countless future generations have nothing to worry about. But this is only the beginning. I will definitely find a way to break the curse. The clan leader then instructed, just as Chungi said, Hangni, today you choose 100 clan members to go to Hak Fong Kok to station and be sure to transport the spirit stones quickly. Yes, sir, I am glad. Heaven will not destroy the Chu family and neither will I. The entire Chu family must remember this great favor you have done. The second elder was a bit confused, but isn't this just another form of submission? Relying on strength to forcefully seize power, Chunungi's eyes turned cold as he asked again. Submission is something I will never grant to any of you in this world. Then he said again, Master Third, every year the Chu family spends a lot of money to buy dungeons for the disciples, fighting for entry into the secret realm, paying a heavy price and sacrifice. This is the normal state of a family. All noble families are like this. What is the point of asking this? Chungi then said, if the Chu family owns a fully mature instance of their own from now on, and can gain recognition of the eternal rule after passing through it, what then? Then everyone suddenly fell silent at the same time. Elder Tam suddenly burst into loud laughter, seemingly disagreeing with you. Then he stood up abruptly and said, I think you're still young and mentally ill. 9 out of 10 dungeons in Zhangji are controlled by the 3 major guilds and the army. The families with their own copies, counted on one hand, are all top ancient clans. Are you trying to tell me that you have one too? Whether Chungi is truly using inner strength or not is obvious at a glance. As soon as he finished speaking, those small blocks immediately gathered into a large mass. The spherical armor flies up, surrounded by dazzling rainbow lights, then transforms into a large block of ice. According to Chunungi, it's a prison-grade gold strength, normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35, with 1 to 10 players. I have established a permanent dungeon entrance in the center of the Chu family so that the descendants can train there any time. This is my second promise. Jibai was so surprised she covered her mouth. It's truly a private instance. This is an imperial resource that even major clans might not possess. Tuhang added, That's right. Every month, to allow the clan leader's disciples to train in the instance, my Chu family spends more than half of our profits. If we had a private instance, it would mean Chu Yun secretly. Han Yudiong has been helping in times of trouble. This private dungeon truly provides our Chu family with an endless path of cultivation. Before he even finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. No need to look at anyone's face. No need to spend another penny. He stared intently at those people. Does the third elder dare to test the quality of someone like me who has a mental disorder? Now he finally thinks that the door can't be fake. It must be real. He not only obtained resources but also changed the fate of the Chu family. The young man in front of us is truly deep and unpredictable in strength. Beyond my understanding, everyone immediately said, No need, we were blind before. Chuvan will be the heir, and I agree 100,000 times. Nungu is truly talented, a genius with a generous heart, truly blessed by heaven for our Chu family. Of course, that's only right and fully deserved. The clan leader then said that if no one else objected, from today on, Chuvan would be the sole young master of the Chu family. Chuni added that meeting her was like meeting me, and the command was supreme. Switching to this side, the aura keeps emanating. Chungi sits there practicing internal energy idly, with Chu family descendants generally ranked from level 13 to 20. Then the basic parameters for such simple demon beast types are not too high. The best environment for the dungeon is set in the ice crossing area suitable for the Chu family. The level of the ice demon wolf in the first checkpoint is set at 10, with low intelligence and a large number. Upon death, it self-destructs, creating a small, icy bone zone that slows movement. And based on evaluation, it will be directly linked by the number of icy bones. To score high, you must learn to control the distance and keep the rhythm without standing still. The second gate's environment will turn into a constantly changing ice maze. The monster adopts the characteristics of the ice crystal armor. Attacking only from the front is very ineffective, so they are forced to find its weakness and learn to observe. This is the best place, and there's another spot too. The boy told himself that if the boss is too tricky, he can use the Scarlet Mist illusion after Lady Hong's death. Absorbed by the prison crystal core to be reborn. She has exploited the Chu family for so many years, now using her entire image to train the Chu family's descendants as her final contribution. Then, the crystal shard in front of him immediately glowed, as if all the power of heaven and earth was pouring into it, emitting a cool light that even the spiritual beast roared with delight, accompanied by brilliant golden streaks of light. Saying, with only 35% control level, can it be this accurate? Chungi couldn't hide his satisfaction. 35% allows me to resemble the main creature in the dungeon. If I had full control at 100%, could I change the dungeon's low-level increase rules? Even the demon beasts, the power and the real area inside become reality. Suddenly, something struck his head hard, causing Chungi to scream in pain. So, it was Yongya who hit you. You designed the instance dungeon to help the Chu family become stronger, not to satisfy your own primal desires. Remember, a true powerhouse controls their strength. They are not consumed by it. Chungi wipes his sweat. I understand. You are always right. At this moment, the figure of the big cat slowly stepped out. Chuvan looked at him coldly, her eyes deep and intense. Her brother immediately approached upon seeing her. Venni, this outfit suits you very well. Tomorrow is the ceremony. Why do you seem so energetic? Chuvan quickly told Sungi that lately wherever they went, people would smile and greet her as young mistress, asking her to take care of herself. She paused briefly before continuing, but then asked, do I really have what it takes to carry the responsibility of representing the title young mistress? Hearing that, Chungi couldn't hide his surprise. Silly girl, you have never and will never make me disappointed. Venni, do you know what the Chu family is like? She reached out to hold Chuvan's hand and asked again what she resembled. Chunungi coldly replied, like a giant boat trapped in an old dream, shining on the outside but broken inside, even begging Han Tuitin to reluctantly save her from the enemy. But we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family because we are also passengers on the boat. Without this boat, there would be others. If the storm passes peacefully, we can still live a calm life. But in Blackwind Valley, I saw real war. If I compare it to the previous competition, the trial I went through was just a game in Wunchi. When the waves truly hit, everyone on the old boat will run away. He patiently advised the girl to wait and begged the strong for protection. Fate is always in the hands of others. Venni, we can't just be passengers on the boat. We need to be the ones steering it. The strength of an individual ultimately has its limits. You need power that belongs to yourself. Chuvan also expressed her thoughts, but building a new force requires too much time and resources. But the Chu family already has a solid foundation, making it the most ideal starting point. She is now somewhat confused, so her brother's choice to help the Chu family is to turn it into our vessel. Chuni also didn't hide it, that's right, but if he wanted this ancient ship to be reborn and follow his command, it needed a key point. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, a yellow seal appeared on Chungi's forehead as he gently touched Chuvan's forehead, her gaze seeming a little hazy. Looking at the mark on her forehead, Chungi then said, "Your high purity bloodline of ice coldness." And he seriously told Chuvan, "I will not pass on the position for the Chu family. The clan leader and elders trusting you will also worry about outsiders taking power. Venni, you are the perfect and only link connecting me to the Chu family. You are the legitimate heir recognized by everyone in the Chu family, holding the power to fully gather the strength of the Chu family, forming the strongest alliance with you." Hearing this, tears streamed down Chuvan's face uncontrollably. "I understand, brother. If I am forever the little sister you protect from behind, needing you to go back to Boba, then what is the point of awakening this bloodline? Don't worry, I will become your most reliable and capable right hand. I can bear this responsibility." Chungi reached out and stroked her cheek. "All right, from now on, we will stand shoulder to shoulder in battle." Chuvan pouting, "I am now the young lady boss, so you can't pinch my face anymore." Chungi chuckled softly. "Fine, fine, fine. The young lady boss says so." Yang Ya secretly admired. Does this young guy have a skill to enchant people's hearts? Just a few words to stir up the young lady's passionate enthusiasm, ready to expand his territory. The scene shifts elsewhere. A loud voice announces, "Chuvan, descendant of the Chu family, step onto the stage for the ceremony." Two girls stand below, one nervous and shy, the other appearing a bit proud. From outside, Chuvan, who is pregnant, slowly walks inside. Everyone quickly starts whispering, "Is she the one about to become our young lady?" She looks so delicate, but even though she's young, her aura is extraordinary. Haven't you heard? Her purity level of the ice-cold bloodline is up to 70%. What does a high purity level of the bloodline mean? Managing the family clan doesn't rely on bloodline. Just a little secret, her biological older brother is the top scorer in this year's nationwide university entrance exam and is still standing there watching the outsiders. And she discovered an unclaimed dungeon presented to the newly established family to become the young master. An unclaimed dungeon. No wonder if I had one. I would go to the army to demand a position. That's just your little scheme. Lin Feng was annoyed. These people dare to talk behind my back, you cowards. Halan stood beside him and added, "Tam Lin Feng, I've noticed you protect little Van Ni even more than Ningi does." The girl then stepped forward and said, "Chu Van greets the clan leader." He then said, "I hereby declare in the name of the clan leader that Chu Van is appointed as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader. Everything within the clan will obey the young master's command." He turned around and said to Chu Van, "Kneel and worship the goddess. Bowing respectfully is enough. Quickly follow his words and kneel down." Chu Van, the descendant of the Chu family, respectfully worships the goddess Han Bang and declares Chu Van as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader. Everything within the clan will obey his command. Here I vow to accept the wisdom of my ancestors, not to shame my bloodline's duty, not to betray the trust of my people, to fear no future danger, to seek no personal glory, but to strive for the prosperity of the Chu family and the goddess above. This heart and mind are witnesses to heaven and earth. If I betray this oath, I vow to be reborn by Han Bang and forever lose my bloodline power." Seeing the surrounding seals on Chu Van, he immediately asked, "What is this?" Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. Is there a problem with the ritual? The goddess does not acknowledge her. She has no clear background and has angered the goddess. Seeing Chungi go up, So Nian stepped forward and said, "Second brother, don't worry. This isn't a bad thing. It's the divine blessing caused by Xiao Van Ni's pure bloodline resonance." Then she pointed over and said to him, "Look over here, Chu Van is truly safe." She knelt before the goddess statue, still unharmed and unscathed. Suddenly, the statue spoke. "Use this bloodline to freeze everything that obstructs. To protect your vow, Han Bing will become your power." Chu Van immediately raised her hand, the source of power wrapping around her arm, the snowflake mark on her body enlarging, and her body soaring into the air. The clan leader was surprised by the divine mark. This is the awakening of a S-rank extraordinary talent. The divine blessing ritual is recorded in the book. Then he looked at Chu Van with curiosity and asked, "Young master, what is your current talent level?" At the same time, the system panel quickly announced the inheritance of the S-rank ice goddess, and hearing this, he was overjoyed. Yes, this is the same innate talent as my ancestor when he first established the Chu family. The ancestral hero's glory restores the Chu family. Everyone is cheering. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family with a legendary S-rank talent. My Chu family has hope for revival. At this moment, Chu Van finally regained her courage and slowly stepped forward. "Fellow clansmen, I am Chu Van. I know I am still young and limited in ability. Suddenly finding myself in this position, I feel a bit afraid. Today, the goddess's blessing is not because I am special, but because my Chu family needs hope, change, and a completely new future. Starting today, I am willing to walk alongside you all. The resources we have and the strength we possess, our path to becoming stronger is right beneath our feet." Everyone now shouted and accepted her. Young lady, young Miss So Nian is happy. Xiao Van Ni has grown up. Chungi is pleased. She has always been brave. She just needed a chance. Above, Chu Van then paused to gather her energy before striking it forcefully forward. A majestic scene quickly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The crowd watched in silence, truly in awe. This is the Diamond Level Challenge, with normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35 and ranks 11 to 10. Pointing at the ice sheet she just created, Chu Van then said, "Beyond this door is one of the foundations of the Chu family's future, the Trial of the Abyss, which will become our strongest sharpening stone." The young master, with a serious and stern expression, nodded in response. Starting today, the glass prison will establish an accumulation score table for the top 3 in the monthly ranking, regardless of background or origin, allowing entry into the treasure vault to select any valuable item. Those ranked in the top 10 will prioritize using the purest Hanyu spirit essence for cultivation. I, Chuyun, promise here that all resources will belong to those who work hard for the family. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and she had completely convinced everyone. After these words, everyone cheered again. The noise below was loud, whether inside or outside the sect. I didn't hear wrong, did I? In the past, you had to give gifts to the elders to be chosen for the trial dungeon, but now everyone can do it. Finally, you don't need connections. I will rely on strength to obtain resources. I still remember last year when we risked our lives in the dungeon of our evil wolf guild, and 7 parts of the harvest were taken away. Now we have our own diamond-level dungeon. The third elder then continued. First, there is the divine blessing ritual to establish legitimacy, then revealing the dungeon to win people's hearts. Especially this accumulated score table is amazing. directly breaking the internal faction's control over the low-level resources. The active mobilization of everyone, Chungi pondered deeply. This young girl definitely is not an ordinary person. He thought to himself with satisfaction. Chu family, a real transformation, is coming. Chu Yun stood up and loudly declared, anyone willing to be the vanguard for the Chu family, the first to step into this new journey. Everyone started to discuss excitedly. You go ahead first. I still don't know if it will be safe or not. What do we do if we go in and can't come out? Just as the young men hesitated, a girl volunteered. I will scout ahead for you. Chu Yun was surprised that she was the first to volunteer, so her eyes also showed some astonishment. Hyobak immediately leapt forward and stood in front of Chu Van, then turned to walk in, saying, Young master, the Chu family has been suppressed for so many years. I don't want to be destroyed in our era, so keep the top 10 rewards for me. At this point, everyone was no longer confused. Young master, I also want to enter the dungeon to prove myself. Young master, let me. We should go too. Forming a team would be even safer. In front of Chungi's contemplative gaze, everyone said, I want to show that little brat from the Lin family how I find him. At the same time, he quietly gathered his internal energy. From the sky, a large screen gradually appeared, and a gasp of amazement sounded again. Could it really be possible to observe inside? Watching live? Isn't this a high-level technique from the military side? In the future, we can learn skills from experts without worrying about dying unexpectedly. What exactly is our young master's Macadrine? And everyone begins to enter the Royal Mage profession at level 18 difficulty, with a 4-person team for the simple challenge. Ju Ruxin is a level 18 mage specializing in simple challenges with a 4-person team. Mo, an assassin at level 18 difficulty, team of 4. Chu Dongni, a level 18 level priest, team of 4. Inside, thick fog surrounds the mountain, and the monsters are already waiting there. It seems they are also preparing to attack. Niunian said, there are many of them. Moving very fast in the fog, the wolves have no intention of stopping. They are heading towards everyone and gradually passing by. Xiaobai hurriedly, Huang Fam uses Earthquake Fist to restrict their charge, while Nianbang's spell covers the rear of the wolf pack, disrupting their vision. Mac, wait for the skull to be lifted, then escape. Prioritize taking down the slowed wolf, Huang Fam quickly responds. Immediately after Hyobak's words, everyone began channeling their internal energy, and Huang Fam simultaneously used the Earthquake Fist to shake the ground ahead, causing minor damage and significantly slowing down the enemies. Everyone is fighting fiercely, and the snow inside is starting to break apart. Mac also refuses to fall behind, and she immediately steps forward. Mac's gaze was even colder than the snow wolf's. She looked at it and simultaneously observed its weak spot. But even when the deep cut was made, the wolf remained unharmed, which surprised her. How could that be? A loud explosion sounded, and she was thrown back like that. Mac's blood kept flowing out, and a long strip of her leg was torn open. Just as Mac was about to fall, a voice rang out. Holy Light Shield. Now Mac realizes that the guardian wolf cannot be pierced, and the explosion will also bring negative effects. Everyone, be careful. The system is warning that the bone chill is affecting movement speed, reducing it by 30% for 10 seconds. Understand Bach is directing from behind to change tactics. Huang Pam uses pushback and control to dominate, creating a solo environment by using ice chains to extend attacks on the wolves' legs, restricting their movement while Mac swims into control, prioritizing dealing with the bloodthirsty wolves about to self-destruct. Everyone outside was excited, only understanding that Bai, although a preacher, has a very powerful control ability, reacts too quickly, and the self-destruction is terrifying, covering such a large area and with such a strong slowdown. Watching Mac's movement after suffering a loss once, her attack route can be fully predicted. The coordination of the 4 of them really leaves no room for error. The clan leader is also quite satisfied. I understand now. This challenge is a test of control and teamwork. One person alone cannot succeed. He silently looked at Chungi, thinking, with the protective armor, self-destruction. This dungeon is extremely sophisticated. It's not just leveling up. It's clearly about learning how to become a true warrior on the edge of a blade. Chu Mengqi is truly as carefree as he seems, sacrificing such an important treasure just for the heir's position. Am I really just judging him with a villain's heart while expecting a noble's mind? Senior Elder Tam doesn't believe it. No way, he must have other motives that I haven't seen yet. Inside, only 10 minutes had passed, and the wolves had all been wiped out. The system then notified that after defeating a few beasts, their rewards also increased. Xiaobai looked at the system panel and was quite surprised. Everyone cheered. Well done, Xiaobai. You leveled up directly. I still need 1,000 more experience to reach level 9. I will need to spend more at the next door to coordinate well with everyone. Without them, I wouldn't have gained so much experience at all. Finally, Ayubak regained her confidence. Let's go to the second door and make sure everyone levels up. The crowd is excited. That's the level up light. Miss Hyobak actually leveled up directly inside the dungeon. I see it. I leveled up. Might as well go in for another upgrade. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. I'm also going in to level up. I need a team, looking for a powerful tank capable of causing explosive damage. The bishop is recruiting teammates to guarantee a sure win. Saint Father, what do you want? The kindness cannot be fulfilled by the Chu family. We have our own dungeon, so there's no need to worry about experience anymore. In the future, Chu family's strength will surely increase rapidly. Young master, this level up of Hubok speaks louder than 1,000 words, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. The ceremony ends here. Those who want to enter the dungeon should register for a team first, and in half an hour, the first group will appear, with everyone cheering excitedly. Okay, thank you, young master, and young master himself. I think the priority when dealing with the Ice Spirit Wolf is to control its strongest skill. High-level mages should find the most stable position at the front, while others look for teammates and can attack from behind. Chu Nungui stood behind, watching everyone discuss intensely, then focused his internal energy, handing over the spirit stones to the third elder, managing the dungeon to the clan leader, and transferring control of the supernal prison's core to Van Ni. Benefits and power are separated and balanced. Only by supporting Yunhee together can they obtain the resources each desires, while holding ultimate authority and the absolute strength of the prison. Overseer continues to observe supernaturally. Only Xiaovan's awakening of the S-level Ice Goddess inheritance was beyond my expectations. The resources required for S-level talent are enormous, so next time I meet the master, I need to get some benefits. I remember seeing a 10,000-year ice pill in his secret chamber last time. After returning, Chunyi sat on the bed and circulated his internal energy. The system then announced that the daily SSS level mission was completed, awarding 20 free attribute points and 10 level A recovery potions. After a moment, he sighed and took out his personal panel. So a series of information appeared. Chungi calculated that after so many days in Tianla, his experience value had only increased by 200,000, still far from the next level. He raised his hand to the system panel, swiping through and looking at a series of other information. Chungi quietly calculated that these A, B, and C+ level basic equipment medicines were already confusing enough for him, and he could just save them for the family's reward vault. The stronger they are, the more solid Van Ni's foundation in the Chu family will become. Duangha appeared at the same time, puzzled, and asked, "The brotherly bond is so deep, I thought you were giving Van Ni the real core. Swangha, have you noticed that I have become stronger myself?" The control level shows no reaction at all, but initially the devouring red lady increased by 50%. At this point, I feel a bit awkward and have a hypothesis. Perhaps the glass prison itself is an incomplete product, needing to devour strong opponents and merge their power to fully mature. So it may look like I increased control externally, but actually I upgraded its completion level. According to your reasoning, the previous signals from Blackwind Cave didn't let the prison tower swallow the hatch, which is unfortunate. Shuangna replied, "Yes, and Lu Tuyen is the strongest opponent I have ever faced. If the prison could devour him, the harvest would be truly remarkable." Stop for a moment, then he added, "Kid, don't forget that although Liu Tuyen's rank isn't high, he can borrow the power of the Demon Lord. If it weren't for the military's interference this time, the outcome would still be uncertain. You can pursue strength, but don't let greed cloud your judgment. And quickly take a deep breath and calm yourself." Yang Ha coldly said right after, "That arrogant little brat." Chunungi glanced over and then added, "At the final boundary gate of Blackwind Cave, before you finish speaking, someone is knocking on the door from outside. Young master, the Kuang family has a butler here. Miss Kuang. Sonayan asks you to go over there." You secretly wondered why the Kuang family's steward was so late. As soon as the door opened, Chungi immediately asked, "Uncle Fuchu, why are you here?" Old servant Fuchs just entered and said, "I, the servant, greet the young lady. You are quite diligent despite being in this small Chu family. Perhaps you just finished training, right?" Sorn Nian continued, "Your daily practice is quite good, Fuchs. You've had a hard journey, haven't you? Maybe we should go rest and have a cup of tea for a bit." He took out a handkerchief, his movements very skillful. Shu Fuk just wiped away his tears. The lady of the house remembers the young lady, and with the upcoming internal family competition, there are many matters that require the young lady to return to the family for preparation, especially ordering the old servant to come here to pick her up to go back to the residence. So Nian quickly said, "I certainly remember the family competition, but I just spoke with my mother on the phone yesterday, and she didn't mention anything about me returning." As soon as So Nian finished speaking, Chupuk also stopped crying. He smiled brightly and said, "Perhaps the lady of the house wants to give the young lady a surprise. With the mountain of affairs in the clan, please forgive us and quickly set out with me." At the same time, Chungi stepped forward and asked, "Xiao Nian, is this senior from your clan?" So Nian quickly responded, Uncle Fuck has watched me grow up since I was little." Chungi smiled warmly and shook hands. "Hello, Uncle Fuck. I am Chungi. Is there something you need to discuss this time?" He also secretly admired how strong he was. Uncle Fu kept a smile on his face, but he was also quietly contemplating. So Nian quickly responded, "Chun-hee, I need to go back for a while to visit my mother." Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. "Mom?" Chungi smiled brightly and hugged her. "Yes, good news, just follow me and I'll get to this place and that to ask about Auntie for you." Shupuk respectfully bowed his head. Young Master Chu truly understands people's hearts. Then Chungi secretly transmitted his inner strength to her, saying, "Little Nian, thank you for always being by my side." Shufuk's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he looked at him, frowning in displeasure. So Nian also sensed something was different. She looked blankly at her body emitting a golden light and then said, "Only Chunungi can use holy light to dry my hair. You also don't refuse to be cautious. If you encounter any difficulties, call me immediately." Uncle Fuck, standing nearby, grew impatient. "Miss, we should set off now." Soren blushed with embarrassment. "Okay, I've changed clothes and we're leaving now." Before leaving immediately afterwards, she said, "Chunhee, wait for me to come back with Tintu's special spicy rabbit head dish. I guarantee it will make you so spicy you'll spit fire." At that moment, Shuangha appeared. "What's wrong? Do you feel like something's off?" The smile on his face immediately disappeared, and Chungi looked serious but couldn't say why, only feeling that the hurried departure from Tintu Suyen and Tian Lan via the state teleportation arrays was unusual. That evening, the place where Chungi stayed remained very quiet. You look at Wang Na and then say, "Right, I wanted to ask you earlier, before that demonic gate was destroyed, did it say that the Dark Star was the thief? You've lived 100 years. Do you know what really happened?" He said, "My memories before the eternal descent are all a mess, filled with crying and anger, with no clear who is who." At the same time, a voice rang out. "We've been searching for this problem for decades." Seeing Teacher Vuong approaching, Chungi immediately said, "Teacher, you're injured." He replied softly, "Yes." He recounted that the crack in the Demon City had temporarily closed, but the cost we paid far exceeded expectations. The illusion of a light mage is the heaviest, their holy light countering magic energy and making them prime targets for attack. Teacher Vuong then threw another object. This is the core of the level 48 Demon Lord within the Madu Rift. Feel the energy inside it for a moment. Looking at what was in his hand, Chungi hesitated for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up with a bright gleam. Inside the monsters standing tall above, a dark light quickly shoots out from within that thing. Chungi stared blankly as that thing surged straight onto his face, and it didn't stop there. 2 beams of light rose up like that. He just stood there, his expression full of disbelief. In the end, Chungi couldn't hold back and threw it to the ground. Teacher Wang said, "The same energy as the demons of Blackwind Mountain's Stormy Mountain means they come from the same other world, and possibly the same power." He looked up, meaning that the demon from another world was using unprecedented strength and scale to try to enter our world. The scene shifts to the army and the top guild, who have repeatedly ventured into the demon world, discovering some ruins, not of the demon's architecture, but abandoned city sites. His civilization's remnants are connected to the ancient lost civilization of Lamtin. The combined intelligence from hundreds of alien relics makes it almost certain. Master Wang told Chungi about a distant era beyond imagination when a super-ancient civilization of Lamtin launched a colonial war. Chungi asked, "So, what exactly is the eternal game? Is our current world an accident or a long-standing conspiracy?" Then Master Vuong added, "Why did the eternal game descend? With our strength, we still cannot know for sure. The only thing we can be certain of is that we have inherited a heavy and dangerous legacy. A beginning filled with sin and hatred." He gazes intently at you, making sure you're well prepared. "Chunungi, this world needs you." Master Wang summoned a green planet again and told you to look. He explained that medium-sized cracks are opposed by the army and the guild, but we basically have no time to pay attention to small cracks. Last week, a small village in the south was attacked by a demon dog emerging from 3 small rifts. These small ones killed more than half of the people. Our defenses are gradually being taken over. If this continues, without waiting for the medium-sized cracks to break through, ordinary people will fall into fear. This is why the teacher came to find you. Chungi cut straight to the point, asking what he needs you to do. Vuong smiled faintly. Those on the TM-Long platform who have achieved great feats or possess potential not yet recognized by the highest authorities are not entitled to receive it. You and your team at Blackwind Valley proved you already have the ability to destroy small cracks. The military decided to open the Hidden Dragon for you, which includes a mission to handle small cracks. Looking directly at him, Master Vuong asked straightforwardly, "Do you dare to accept it?" Chunyi confidently replied, "What's there to be afraid of?" He told you I already helped you take a break at school and just need to return before the final exam. Remember, if you encounter a crack you can't handle, contact the military immediately. Chunyi smiled brightly, saying, "Don't worry, we won't let you down." That night, Chunyi returned to his room alone. Teacher Vuong proudly texted him that they had obtained the 5,000-year drug tape. Chunyi quickly clenched his fists, and the 2 blocks of ice immediately disappeared. The system then announced that Hoan's identity verification was successful for login, and he silently looked at the system screen, which prompted him to enter his own data. Following the instructions, Chunyi immediately entered the data into the above table and slowly sat down on the bed, continuing to watch a series of system screens displaying a series of characters. He silently thought that small cracks are even more dangerous than dungeons and have their own value, making them the perfect sharpening stone. More importantly, these cracks might hide surprises to give the prison a good feast, so he calculated and entered the data himself. Then the special hell training officially begins. It is now late at night, the full moon hangs high in the sky, and deep in the forest, a group of people are moving forward from an unfathomable mystery. At the same time, the ground cracked open and dust billowed up, startling them. Seeing the beast emerge, they nervously asked each other, "What is that?" "Monster. A monster." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast lunged at everyone with a greedy look, and immediately a powerful beam of light shot straight at its body. One of them was so scared that they fell to the ground, but luckily the creature was taken down immediately. He quickly looked around to see who had saved them. The atmosphere has eased up a bit now. Chunyi descends from above and says, "Don't be greedy for battle. Pay attention to coordination." "Not yet," those beasts quickly charged because they saw their comrades fall. Lingfeng swiftly flew over, already prepared for this moment. Can a puppet in the prison mirror compare to a real demon's pleasure? Blood frenzy and violence, Long's body, he strikes fiercely with the red flame fist at the beast, shouting joyfully, "Die for me!" Everyone has started to get drunk. The power of the Great Hall, follow my orders and tear them apart with relentless attacks. Halan also has a beast here. From the Heavenly Earth mystical sect. Its aura is evil and chaotic. There's no time left. As it lunged, luckily a shield appeared to block it. "Yes, Captain." "Lingfeng, as you tear apart the monsters, I see that your energy flow of the red flame fist is at 17%. After 2 pointless and wasteful efforts, you have trained for an hour to condense your strength." Hearing this, Lingfeng couldn't help but smile brightly. And finally, just 15 minutes later, the monsters had fallen, their bodies scattered all over the ground. Immediately, they quickly absorbed it back, the dungeon absorbing the energy of the Hellhound. The control authority of the prison Ichor has increased to 36%. Checking reveals new guards have been added, and the hellish demon dog has been moved into the data storage of the instance. Chuangji seems satisfied that the mission was accomplished. The next crack is located 50 km away from the starting point. Those people kept staring in amazement at Chungi's back. Who are they? Maybe he's from the army, right? That's impressive. Those are all 3rd-level demon dogs. Over here, Lingfeng suddenly looked stunned, his eyes wide with shock as if he was about to faint. He fell back and said, "Not even a drop, I can't even force out a fire spirit seed." Everyone quickly told him, "Brother 2, there are too many people hiding poison, we can't kill them all, it's basically impossible." My mental energy is about to run out, I agree. My hands are trembling and I can't draw the sad scene anymore. Then everyone was suddenly bathed in a healing light. Lingfeng's expression gradually softened as he felt his breathing becoming easier. He then stretched contentedly. The fatigue gone. "That feels great." Chungi said his stamina and magic power recovered to 85%, with 27 poison seals remaining. The deadline to clear everything is 1 minute, and the entire prison training will be intensified for 2 hours. Hearing Chungi speak, everyone was stunned and asked again. 1 minute, watching the monsters, Lingfeng shouted loudly. Then Liu Halan followed and said, "Captain, the breeding team's beast can't be used like this." Unwilling, Halan shouted loudly, "This is exploitation. Exploitation." Chunyi urgently warned Tong Halao that if her current movement trajectory was off by just 15 millimeters, she would be hit in the back by the ambusher's acid spray. Immediately afterward, Halao quickly obeyed and dodged to the side. The acid there has corroded the ground into a large pink hole. Halan looked and also jumped back in fright, but it didn't stop there. as some acid splashed onto her upper back. Chungi's gaze was as cold as ice. He looked at her intently. Halan was also frightened by that gaze. Thanks to the captain's reminder, those last monsters from behind have finally been defeated by you. Chungi quickly ran over. The success rate of this battle team's skills continues to fall below 40%. He quickly heals everyone. His determination has blocked 17 attacks that could be dodged, relying too much on defense and wasting stamina. Chungi said, Lin Hai, you released magic 3 times in poor positions, risking harming teammate Halan. When Lin Fong was surrounded from multiple sides, her control was too late, causing him to exhaust too much stamina. Only when Lin Feng's magic power was nearly depleted, he forcibly used Vientiane's body to kill the only mutated creature alone, avoiding the team from being dragged into a longer and more dangerous battle. He was extremely serious in remembering this feeling of exploiting potential in this desperate situation, and this instant was the key to the second transformation. Everyone takes a 5-minute break, then we'll proceed to today's special prison training. The group lies on the ground. Yes, Captain, time flies quickly. Haven't you seen the 1-month mark yet? That outer disciple of the Chu family is actually going to support level B demons. It's really extravagant. Everyone is buzzing. I heard they have a diamond level dungeon both inner and outer disciples can enter. This time, my clearance time was shortened by a minute, and the clan leader rewarded me with this short-range demonic auxiliary band. Every day spent inside will also attract a bunch of experts. With this situation, Chu is here to make a comeback. Chuanghui continued, if we surrender 50 of what we get from the dungeon, outsiders like us can also enter the dungeon. This is even more advantageous than the evil wolf guild. Let's go register. At the same time, a strong aura quickly rose up, making everyone alert. A large vehicle rumbled in, thick dust billowing up behind it, as if the driver had no regard at all. The Chungi group was momentarily stunned. Then soon a person slowly stepped down from the vehicle below, swaggering, where is the steward of the Chu family? Get out of here for me. Understand, Bach stepped forward. Evil Wolf Guild, what are you doing at the Chu family? Are you all just here to cause trouble? Pretending to be clueless? The dungeon operations in Tianlan province have always been decided by our Evil Wolf Guild. After finishing, he knocked down a Chu family member nearby. You Chu family don't understand the rules, stealing our business. He sneered and said, why should we give you an explanation for this? Huibai frowned and said, the dungeon is our Chu family's private property, so why should we have to explain anything to you? When the Evil Wolf Guild dominates the instance and exploits other forces, why would they talk about morality? Hearing her words, they sneer, and he laughs loudly. Morality. Girl from Tianlan province, the fist of our Evil Wolf Guild is the true morality. Today, either we take over the guild instance or we will wipe out the Chu family. Understand, Bach began to channel her internal energy. It seems she had been tolerating for the guild instance before, causing him to forget who the real king is. At the same time, a hand quickly reached out and gently pushed Heibai aside. Lingfeng sneered arrogantly. Where did this stray dog come from, barking loudly at someone else's door? Look at him, you fool. Your fur isn't even grown enough, and you dare to interfere with my affairs. Do you even know who I am? Little hero. Lingfeng smiled and held up 3 fingers, saying, my young master will count to 3, and then you and your dog get out of my sight. Finally, they were furious. Come and die for me to destroy this brat first. Then he swung his weapon fiercely at Lin Fong. You're not so innocent either. I already gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Determined, she immediately struck the 2 guys with a powerful blow. They froze in place, and with a single strike, both of them who had rushed forward immediately fell to the ground. The furious ones glared angrily and charged forward together. According to him, the 2 behind immediately rushed toward Lin Fong. Halan stared intently at her opponent, then quickly cast 2 talismans, the Heaven and Earth technique, the 5-element stabilization, the gravity cover, and the delay cover. Both of them charged forward angrily, ignoring the flying talismans, but now the words from the talismans shot out and tightly bound both of them. The next 2 guys were knocked down by Halan and fell straight to the ground. Standing there in shock, they watched their comrades be taken down so easily, and now they were secretly afraid. What? Who are these people anyway? But it didn't end there. A fleeting figure appeared from behind, and then it was Lin Fong. He didn't hesitate to strike directly at the bewildered eyes, his voice trembling with fear. Level 27. After saying that, he was immediately punched so hard he saw stars. Lin Fong scoffs disdainfully. Level 27 is enough for someone to drink a potion. So Hyobach cover his face with his hand as one punch, just one punch, defeats a vice president of the level 33 guild. At the same time, they instantly transformed into a white wolf. He lunged forward, growling, and swung a punch. This little bit of damage is just enough to scratch me. Keep your mouth open so I can see if I want to tear it apart. But as he lunged forward, he was immediately blocked by two talismans, trapped by the lines of writing and furious. It's too heavy. Seeing that Understand Baige hasn't given up, he roars and keeps going. I still have teeth. Lin Hai immediately blocked and said, raise the stone wall. A small mountain suddenly erupted, causing him pain as if his mouth was about to be torn apart. Lin Feng sneered, you really are a bully. Even as a rich young master, I look down on someone like you. Ha Lan and Lin Hai join forces, boosting fire attributes and 5 thunder protection. Lin Feng angrily slams him hard in the face while despising the beast. As he finishes, fresh blood sprays from his face, and he can only close his eyes and endure, lying scattered on the ground in panic. Monster? These people are definitely monsters. Lin Feng looked at him with only this much ability, yet dared to come to the Chu family and act arrogantly. Should I praise you for being naive? Or foolish? He lowered his face to the ground, secretly afraid. These people are definitely not just level 27, their combat skills and fighting awareness must have been honed through countless battles. The benefits this dungeon offers are truly significant. The next day, this brat still refused to accept it. 4 against 1 barely managed to tie with me. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He won't let you off easily. After finishing, someone quickly spins their weapon from afar and obediently brings out the dungeon to prevent our boss from killing the Chu family members. After that, the spear is stuck right at the intersection where the Ling Feng is, who calmly looks at him, then quickly asks, do you want to die? Chungi calmly replied from above, no need. Then he said to him, go back and tell your guild leader to guard his land carefully. If you dare to bother us again, it won't be me who acts, but our captain. The scene shifts to a large building, illuminated brightly like a castle. Inside, a constant buzz of noise from a group of people. We risked our lives, almost wiped out the entire army just to get this. You guys talk about 80% like it's nothing. Isn't that just like stealing? Big brother, according to the previous rules, we will pay 70% and the rest will be used to buy medicine and equipment for the brothers. Fote forcefully kicks him in the chest and then shouts loudly, hey, watch your attitude, everyone is startled. Captain, Fote said coldly, the dungeon is our guild's territory and we must follow our rules. Either pay 80% or stay here forever. Now everyone was beaten badly and looked at him with a look of hatred. His teammate immediately stepped in to stop them. Forget about the captain. Last week someone rebelled and was directly imprisoned in the instance, never to come out again. Both of them were smiling brightly. That crazy guy with fire had torn everything apart. And when the time came, Chu family's men would kill them all. The women and the instance would belong to us. But as soon as the yellow butterfly passed by, those two immediately spat blood and collapsed. They moved to another direction, and 2 men were standing guard at the entrance. But as soon as that golden light appeared, they were both thrown back. That screaming guy is the leader of the Evil Wolf Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. How dare he embarrass the Evil Wolf Guild? This cannot be overlooked. Nganjia nearby said, based on Vice President Cap's description, we can't underestimate the opponent's strength, especially Chu Ningyi. I think Baingan also agreed, as news came from the Blood Ring's side that they refused to accept the mission because the risk was too high. Both are level 32 Curse Summoners and Thief class. I scorn Lei Hai, a bunch of useless cowardly leaders. As I see it, gather your brothers and attack the Chu family at night. Leave no one alive. He holds his position. The heavy armor warrior at level 33, Flamelight, refused to accept defeat lightly. The Blood Ring lacked courage, so he contacted the people from Poison Hound and Iron Fist, telling them, Chu family's fat piece of meat, my evil wolf is willing to share some benefits. I want everyone to know. Offending the Evil Wolf Guild, he licked his fingers. Chairman, just killing them would be too easy for them. After destroying the Chu family, we'll tie up that girl Chu Yabai first. That's right, next to Chunungi there are also a girl surnamed Tang and a girl surnamed Dung. They are all tied up. I want to leave them alive. Before he could finish speaking, a golden light immediately constricted around his neck. The older man's eyes widened as he roared in fury. Who is it? But immediately afterward, he spat out a large mouthful of blood like a fountain. They hurriedly covered their necks with their hands. At this moment, Chungi appeared and coldly said, it seems the lessons from earlier today were too gentle. Chungi slowly steps forward and coldly says, the core members outside have been dealt with thoroughly. These low-level fish, if they don't resist, just knock them out. As for these people, I'll take care of them. Lin Feng was pleased, just waiting for this statement. Ngongia is now staring intently at you. You are Chungi, just a small third-year student, yet you dare to barge into my territory. Vo Taesung Fong charges forward, channeling his inner strength into the angel's body. Ngonjia also activates his inner power, but he remains in a state of constant amazement. My curse has been suppressed. How can this divine power be so strong? And the next attack strikes directly at him. The punishment of light. In less than 5 seconds, the Ngan family was reduced to a blackened corpse, causing those people to tremble in fear. Loi Hai quickly blocks in front of himself, a fortress of steel, charging wildly. Damn it, die for me. But at this moment, Chungi casually pushes him aside, sending him flying away. At the same time, Bai Yin secretly struck from behind Chungi, but just like the others, she was immediately sent flying. Chungi soared into the air and struck back with a holy cross attack. Despite trying to defend, it was clear that Lei Hai was no match for him. Chungi, I want you to pay with your life for another domain's curse. Seeing his comrades fall, Wiem Kwang couldn't help but shudder and stared intently at you, shouting loudly, Chungi, I want you to pay with your life. A devil-faced fish charges forward and he roars loudly. Die. The soul of Tu Liet is cut down. Looking at the big fish in front of him, Chungi couldn't help but disdainfully struggle in vain. After finishing, he used his internal strength to strike toward the opponent. Vem Kwang's weapon shattered, and he looked stunned with fear, but he still refused to give up. No way. Your strength, you can't possibly be a level 3. Chungi coldly looked at him and said, Do I allow you to leave now? After finishing, Wiem Kwang was tightly bound. Chungi used a righteous judgment move. Tears streamed down his face as Wiem Kwang shouted loudly, No, no. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light like the sun immediately descended upon him. Watching Wiem Kwang fall, Chungi still looked at him with a cold face. At this moment, you quickly stop accumulating internal energy, absorb high-level energy, upgrade the control level of the prison crystal 38%, gain a new defensive instance, Dark Knight, Obsessed Stalker, Cursed Mage, Heavy Armor Warrior. Do you want to merge with the unclaimed instance core? Chungi quickly said, Merge! But at the same time, a powerful light burst out from inside the underground cage. Seeing that thing flying straight toward him, Chungi was stunned. What does it want to do? Staring at it intently, he was a bit surprised. This is what Chungi thought to himself. If it becomes a stray object, its consciousness resisting won't disappear. A flash of golden light sparkled in your eyes. Chungi widened his eyes and felt it, and at the same time, the golden light and the green energy merged together. In no time at all, the two began to photosynthesize. The system immediately announced success, merging to obtain the raging forest dungeon. He silently thought that the prison core could only summon one instance. Having a second instance would give him more options, but the content of the available instance was unique. If I release it for the Chu family to use, other forces will definitely think that the Chu family is framing the evil guild. So for now, I can't make it public to prevent others from watching the Chu family rise up and cause chaos. Before he could finish his thoughts, cracks suddenly appeared where he stood, and Chungi found himself falling completely. Looking at the objects below, Chungi was slightly surprised, quickly using his appraisal technique. Chungi could see everything inside those boxes. Chungi quickly deduced that this amount far exceeds the usual accumulation of an ordinary guild, indicating that low-level professional imposters are often exploited to such a devastating extent. With that, he quickly raised his voice. Then Chungi took a leisurely walk around here, looking very relaxed. As he accidentally stepped on a stone slab, a magnificent scene suddenly unfolded. Chungi looked momentarily stunned, as if hypnotized. At the same time, a yellow figure suddenly rushed past, startling him. Chungi silently marveled, wondering what that armor was. Now, the armors immediately looked ahead, and the smaller armors around them also began to prepare, all aiming their weapons. At this moment, the monsters were all defeated, their limbs cut off. The system then sounded, asking if you wanted to undergo the inheritance test of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight, personally experience the power of war, and face the nightmare of destruction. Chungi silently pondered that no matter what the inheritance of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight was, he couldn't ignore it. Then he said, I accept. Immediately after, a surge of aura appeared, causing him to squint involuntarily. Chungi felt as if he had been infused with power. Is this the strength of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight? And now the system immediately appears, assigning the mission to kill the Demon King. Chungi prepared for battle. Come on! At that moment, the beast charged forward and bit down hard on the bone. Its tentacles extend and wrap around the opponent's body. Now, a shining weapon appears in Chungi's hand, and he boldly charges forward, fiercely striking the monster like a brave general. Chungi swung his sword repeatedly, and under that pressure the demon beast seemed a bit stunned as its tendrils were cut into pieces. With a bright gaze, Chungi skillfully shouts to summon. The dragon roars, obeying his command, while Yang Na immediately blows out a powerful internal force. That beast was suppressed at the same time and couldn't even resist. Not stopping there, Yu and Shuangna immediately charged at it, raising your swords high above Chungi's head and shouting to strike. Immediately after, the mission was successful, and Chungi returned to the present. Picking up the stone at his feet, he silently pondered the destructive power of this heaven-shattering force. He silently thought that during his fight with Liu Tuyen, he also once unleashed the form of the heavenly revelation armor. Chungi looked grim. The armor worn by knights of different classes was all crafted by armor mages and was completely different from his situation. He frowned thoughtfully. Then, no matter what method he used to force himself to unleash his potential, he couldn't enter that state again. The system sounded, activating the hidden inheritance mission of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight. He frowned, so it was a hidden quest. The hidden quest from the system had already been activated, and the reward was top-tier resources. Whether it's for this inheritance or the reward from the Soul War system, I must get that badge. Now, you calmly walk out of the room. Below are the scattered corpses. The Spirit Wind group had been waiting outside for a while, everyone chatting happily. As soon as they saw you finish, they were delighted to find that all the central members had been eliminated, none escaped, and they even found quite a few equipment and potions. Chungi said to keep these guys for the outsiders and the imposters. He was surprised that these equipment and medicines weren't bad at all. You reply, better to share the small benefits with these people to dispel the remaining influence of the evil wolf. If there's something more important than this, you should go see it. Ting Tam was surprised. What is this? Chungi said, this is something I found in the treasure. I feel like there's something wrong with it. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Halan looked intently, as if she had realized something. I have seen something similar before. Where did you see it? Halan wondered silently. Maybe when I was about 6 years old, a fireball suddenly fell behind our Sex Mountain with a huge force, burning down more than half of the forest. When the fireball was burned out, only this iron hat remained inside, and the shape and patterns on the stone table were exactly the same. The elders in the clan all thought it was a treasure and took turns to examine it, but none of them could figure out how to use it. According to what Halan said, putting it on doesn't increase attributes or activate any skills, making it look like an ordinary piece of jewelry. Although it seems useless because of its special appearance, the elders still believe it's an unrevealed treasure and keep it stored in the family's 10,000 images treasure vault. He silently thought about the Van Tong Tang Bao Tsuch. If Halan was right, this iron hat was the hidden target of the War Spirit mission. But how to enter the Van Tong Tang Baokuk of the great clans and sects was not easy. Unlike the secret vault of the evil guild, Halan smiled brightly. Brother Nengi, do you want to enter the Van Tuong Tang Baokuk with these iron hats? He quickly replied, yes, it is related to a very important mission. Ling Feng quickly added, is it the mission of the Hidden Dragon platform again? I think it's only a small crack mission there, he replied while pondering silently. Yeah, I can't tell them I have a system. A misunderstanding like this is also fine. Halan chuckled. So, your luck is really good. Our sect holds a tournament every 3 years, and the champion can choose any treasure they want. Chungi asked eagerly, when will it be held? She then calmly said, tomorrow. Chungi's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, tomorrow! The scene shifts to another location where the teleportation array is continuously operating, as Chungi's group quickly emerges from the teleportation. Lin Fong turned pale and covered his face with both hands, saying, this is the 5th teleportation formation already. I've vomited up all my dinner. Xixin, standing beside him, added, the timing is too tight. Sham Lin Feng, please hold on a little longer. Lin Hai also looks like she can't take it anymore. Lan Lan, and I feel like everyone I see is still caught in a cycle. Halan comforted beside me. It's almost there. The next teleportation array is the Holy Spirit Gorge Temple. Halan stood happily beside him, then activated 3 more teleportation arrays before arriving. Chungi looked back and coldly ordered, taking the opportunity to continue on his way. Everyone obediently responded immediately, yes, Captain, obeying the captain's orders. Chudich was secretly thinking that in order to arrive in time for the upcoming sect competition tomorrow, we had to constantly use the teleportation array to cover extremely long distances within a limited time, causing multiple space fractures, which greatly exceeded expectations in terms of mental and physical strain. It seems that in the future we need to start resisting interference during training. A green light quickly spread out on this side, moving diagonally around in a very mysterious way. As soon as he arrived, Ling Feng couldn't hold it anymore and clutched his face, feeling extremely nauseous. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and vomited, while Halan happily stretched. All right, everyone, the teleportation array ends here. Let's go to Tiandao sect. A renowned reputation. This is the great protective formation of the Heavenly Path sect, separating inside and outside, forming its own heaven and earth. There is no teleportation array in the world that can directly reach the mountain gate. Halan said, according to the sect's rules, to show respect for the protective formation, we just need to sincerely climb the final path. Lin Feng looked confused and asked what he was talking about. Chungi silently thought that maybe he could reach the arena within 100 kilometers if he sped up. Now Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Is there a mistake?" Halan covered her mouth, smiling cunningly, and held up the card in her hand, saying, "Just fooling you. Look how scared you are. Of course, our spiritual master has a special way to enter." Then she paused to gather her internal energy and said, "Look carefully. The clouds are the path. The wind is an ally, the talisman is the guide, the energy is the reliance, riding the wings of heaven and earth, commanding the 6QI's barrier." The paper seed quickly appeared, as Halan described. It soared high into the sky. Lin Hai watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. "It's so beautiful." "Hurry up. The duration of the magic bird charm is limited, so we will fly directly into the central hub. This is the VIP passage of the Spirit Master." As soon as I got on, the paper soared straight into the central hub. Everyone was delighted. Bua Phi Hak flew even faster than spiritual beasts. The Spirit Master is truly convenient, able to conjure anything they want, which is really not bad, and much more comfortable than teleportation arrays. Chuenhe looked at Halan with a gentle gaze, and couldn't help but ask directly, "Halan, do you not want to return to the sect?" Halan quickly turned away. "Why would I not want to go back to the place I grew up? Since we set out, you've been more open than usual, but your smile has been forced, and every time we mention the sect competition, your eyes instinctively avoid it." Leaning close to Halan, he asked, her expression seeming to always cheer herself on. "Halan, is there something inside that she fears?" She felt her face turning red, and she knew he had noticed. Chungi. Halan secretly admired her quick wit. Lin Feng then said, "The ultimate winner of the match can enter the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion to choose any treasure they want." Halan replied, and she was able to obtain the Nine Flames Thunder technique, the most powerful secret method passed down by the ancestral master. He asked in surprise, "The Nine Flames Thunder technique sounds very formidable," and she explained it as extremely powerful. Even if the level is not high, mastering this thunder technique allows the Spirit Master to craft high-grade talismans and pills. With these secret treasures, we can easily obtain large amounts of resources from the outside world, enabling self-sufficiency and focused pursuit of the heavenly way. This is also the reason why Spirit Masters are respected within major forces. Chunagi secretly marvels, self-sufficient and not relying on outsiders. No wonder Halan was so sad. At 12 years old, she won first place in the competition. According to her, everyone in the sect was surrounding her at that time. The elders personally led her to the ancestral statue to inherit the secret technique, and everyone believed that Halan would be the pillar of the next generation of the Heavenly Path sect. And this also surprised all the elders present there. Everyone was stunned. She recalls that year, but during the final inheritance ritual, in front of everyone, the ancestor god statue refused her, and Halan couldn't inherit the Nine Flames Thunder decision. As she spoke, Halan couldn't help but feel sad, and all the elders came to investigate but couldn't find any reason, as if her very existence was not recognized by the ancestors' inheritance. So, in just one night, I went from being a highly praised genius to the most peculiar disciple in the sect. As she spoke, Halan didn't cry, but her eyes grew vacant and distant. At the same time, a loud cry rang out, startling Halan as she looked over. Seeing her teammate sobbing, Halan was at a loss. Lin Hai couldn't help but rush over and hug Halan. "We've lived together for so long, I just realized she hasn't had an easy life before. Lan, from now on I will treat you twice as well. Maybe the statue of the ancestor is just confused. You can't see that she's a good seed. She's the best person." Halan had to comfort that sensitive girl. "It's been so long now. I've already moved on. Don't you think I'm doing pretty well now?" Chungi happily said it was because the path of the heavenly way had to be cut off that she left to participate in the college entrance exam. Entering Tuhang University, Halan smiled brightly and said, "There, I will have new opportunities and meet everyone. You are satisfied and very pleased, so let the disciples of the Heavenly Path sect see clearly how brightly the person they abandoned back then is shining now." After a while of talking, the paper ball finally moved into the next teleportation array. The scenery here is like a fairyland, and everyone has been here for a while. Chungi's paper bead is still moving forward, and everyone is excited. At the same time, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, startling Halan. Well, who do I think it is? The figure riding the phoenix flew past. Isn't that the genius of our Heavenly Way sect whom we haven't seen in 100 years, who was personally rejected by the ancestor outside the gate? Tong Halan? Sister Tong, right? He is Tranloy, the second disciple of the headmaster. What's wrong? Can't you study at university abroad anymore? Although Halan seemed not to like him, she still maintained courtesy. Second senior brother Tran, it's been a long time since we last met. But Tranloy looked down on him and said, don't call me that affectionately. Even the founding ancestor doesn't acknowledge you. I don't accept it either. Tell me, are you unable to stand being outside anymore and want to come back here to find resources? Lin Fong couldn't hold back and made his move, immediately causing flames to erupt and startling Tranloy. My phoenix wing. Realizing the problem, Tranloy immediately shouted, Holy Spring return! So the water quickly poured down onto that phoenix. Lin Fong chuckled happily, watching your miserable state, truly like a chicken falling into water, perfectly matching your earlier wings. Tranloy was annoyed. You. Ling Feng kept teasing. Wrong. Maybe it's just, ha 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 ha. Not you. He secretly frowned, annoying, except for the guy on the left whose strength is unclear. Everyone else is just second-tier trash and deserves to provoke me. If it weren't for the match, soon they would all realize how powerful I am. Tranloy then mocked. Tong Halan, it looks like you're planning to visit your stubborn master, huh? But I advise you not to waste your energy. If you go now, you probably won't even find a shadow. Halan was startled and quickly asked nervously, What happened to my master? Tell me clearly, he chuckled happily. Isn't it obvious that you should go see for yourself? Young master, I don't have time to waste on you, Halan shouted. Tranloy quickly stepped in front of Halan and asked, Do I allow you to leave now? Tranloy was momentarily startled, his eyes fixed intently on Chung-hee, looking somewhat surprised. At the same time, golden chains quickly shot out, tightening around him and pulling him close to the boy before releasing him in front of him. Chung-hee slowly stepped forward. Tranloy slowly raised his face and threatened, You dare to attack in the Heavenly Path sect and seek death? But after those words, cold, fierce eyes looked at him like wolves. Are you joking? This pressure is actually even more terrifying than the sectmaster losing his temper. Who exactly is he? Chung-hee said coldly, staring intently at him. What are you looking for? Tranloy trembled, immediately lowering his head without any doubt that if he moved even a little, he would turn into a corpse in the next second, and the aura of the three people behind him would suddenly change. Damn it, where did Tong Halan find these monsters? Fine, he won't suffer any losses now. I'll just hold back this anger for the moment, and I must report this to the headmaster to punish her. Then he carefully said, Find Tu Li Vien. If you make a move inside Tien Dao Phi Tu Li Vien, they won't spare you. Tranloy then turned to disdain. Tong Halan, if you want to know, I might as well tell you. After she left the mountain, the sect master allowed her master to take in more disciples to pass on the teachings, but her master refused point blank, and every time he spoke, her face would turn pale. In addition, over the years, because of her matters, he has always been involved in unlawful activities, neither practicing qi nor alchemy, with no progress in cultivation, and spends all day studying useless ancient books. The sect master, furious, punished him 3 months ago to work as a gatekeeper at the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion, forbidden from practicing alchemy, qi, or cultivation, and all sect offerings were halted. I only know this much. Lin Hai quickly went up to comfort her. Halan Chuningyi coldly said, Get out! Unwilling, but he had no choice but to turn away. Halan added, After I was rejected by the ancestral deity statue that year, the entire sect considered me an outsider, only my master never gave up and traveled everywhere to study ancient texts to find the cause. In the end, it was my master who advised me to leave and seek my destiny in the outside world. My master is the only burden in my sect. Tranloy left the words behind. Song Halan, I can't believe you would tolerate outsiders attacking your fellow disciples just because of your pitiful master's mercy. Lin Fong shouted loudly. Kid, don't even think about running away. With that, he threw a powerful attack towards Tranloy. He shouted immediately, Oh no, Than Tuen Lai Hoat Tui Chio Lai Fu. Using water magic? Halan began to lose composure. Eungi, I have to go to the treasure vault immediately. Please, agree quickly. Understood. Then everyone changed direction. Hajie speeds to the scene, and the scene shifts to the Heavenly Way sect and the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion. Halan immediately shouted, 12 Origin Spirits, Spirit Array, and the head of the sect actually used the Internal Affairs protective spell. I fear my master's situation is even more dangerous than I imagined. Master, you must stay safe. I am here to save you. The intruder stopped and Halan arrived, saying, I am looking for the elder. If you block my way, Don't blame me for being rude. Lam Huyen shouted from below. This is a treasure vault. Anyone who breaks in will be killed without mercy. According to him, everyone took out talismans with thunder and lightning, earthfire, Bagua leading the aura of heaven and earth, Phoenix in 3 shades of green, and the 12 Yang mighty thunderfire forming a net. Following Lam Huyen's command, those talismans all flew up, and so a large net quickly spread out toward the paper pellet. Chungi looked at Halan. Is she sure? She is determined. After finishing, she quickly raised her hand to the middle of the knot. Halan's hand moved with great skill, and her internal energy enveloped her entire body, and immediately several red talismans appeared in the air. They were quickly summoned, and the net began to be pulled in. Halan shouted loudly, absorbing. Lam Huyen was sweating. It was a divine, spell-breaking shield, not something that only the hereditary elders could cultivate. Could she be? His eyes showed a hint of confusion as sweat broke out on his forehead. Halan flew over from the other side. We've made an enemy. As she finished speaking, her hand shot straight at Lam Huyen's face. The others saw this and immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly, Suloi! And just like that, a loud explosion erupted, and Halan flew towards him. Halan pressed the talisman firmly onto the opponent, using Suloi. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and at the same time, a sword swiftly slashed towards her temple. Lam Huyen, from behind Halan, wielding a sword aimed at her, but immediately after, Halan held the sword tightly with just 2 fingers. She kicked fiercely with her foot, sending Lam Huyen flying into the air. Lam Huyen keeps attacking Halan, but she easily dodges every strike. Then Halan tightly grips her sword and leaps into the air, ready to strike. She bit her thumb, a small stream of bright red blood flowing out as Halan spoke, dripping onto her sword. Senior brother, may I borrow your sword for a moment? She swiftly brandished her sword, attacking Lam Huyen, leaving him unable to defend himself. Halan paused calmly and said, Brothers, I am eager to visit the master and do not want my fellow disciples to be harmed. Please do not stop me. Lam Huyen summoned many swords with his inner strength, ready to attack Halan. Then it's not allowed. The headmaster warned that no one is to be involved. She stepped onto the ladder and said, Heavy pressure first. Lam Huyen sweatfully looked at the coin on his shoulder, activating the spell's power by shouting loudly, It's the 8 trigrams defensive formation. Everyone get out now. The coins had also appeared on the others' bodies. The talisman in Halan's hand burst into flames as she coldly recited the spell, Kaodong Kunlon, Spirit Vein, Open. Huyenfu guides the energy to dispel danger. Immediately, a dazzling force surged down, enveloping everyone. Halan coldly said, Sonnak. She solemnly placed her hand on the wall, staring inside as if contemplating something. Lam Huyen shouted loudly to warn. There is a 12 primordial spirit guardian formation set by the headmaster at the entrance. Even if you control them, we won't be able to dispel it. Halan skillfully pressed 2 fingers against the wall, and after a moment, the dazzling golden wall gradually disappeared. She coldly glanced at them and said, I passed the 12 primordial gods selection when I was 8 years old, and I only had a bad relationship with the 11 senior brothers and sisters back then. Lam Huyen sweatily lies on the ground, secretly terrified. Monster. Master. Amidst the clutter, Tuyet Nguyen lazily nibbles on a cake while looking at the chicken leg on the paper roll. She glances at the source of the lazy sound and asks, Who is that? My good disciple. Why are you only coming back now? Halan Duang looked at her with tears in his eyes. Master, they say you've been punished here and are suffering from serving. I still think, Tuyet Nguyen chuckled happily and scolded. Silly child, do you think your master looks like he's suffering? Here in the quiet place, no one disturbs, and I happen to be studying something I find interesting, she continued. As for offerings, your master sketches some talismans and crafts a few more items. Isn't that enough to exchange for some snacks? Lin Hai watched the scene quietly and whispered, Brother Ngi, do you think Lan's master resembles Chunungi? He responded softly, A cultivator who rejuvenates might not be like us. Master, these are my friends I met outside, whom I can entrust with life and death. Chungi and the others clasped their hands together. I am Chungi, Shen Linfeng, Tang Lingxi, Wei Tan. Bowing to the 3 elders. Tuyet Ning couldn't help but praise, with a level 32 tactical decision, a level 29 berserker, level 28 warrior, and level 28 mage. Young but already so accomplished, truly impressive, all are diligent children moving forward. Then she patted Halan's shoulder repeatedly, praising her, and Lan Ni also leveled up to 29 in a short time. That's amazing. You must have endured a lot outside, right? Halan modestly said, It's all thanks to Captain Yingi, who has always trained us to level up. This time we want to help Captain Yingi get an item from the treasure vault. Tuyet-9 continued. The treasury of the treasure pavilion is sealed by the headmaster's decree. No one can open it. It's a strict rule, she replied. I understand, so I want to participate in this sect competition. They entered the treasure pavilion openly and legitimately. After hearing Halan's words, Tuyet-Nin immediately took a bite of the cake in her hand. She confidently declared with her hands on her hips, Master will help me. The scene shifts to the sky with dark clouds mixed with faint light. Below is the Heavenly Way sect, a grand and vast martial arts arena in the central martial arts field, led by Yang Zi, who stands with his hands behind his back, looking down from above. Master Nguyen sternly orders, The time has come. Close the 8 trigram seal. As he finishes speaking, he clasped his hands together and channeled his internal energy. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Wait a moment, that person shouted, and a surge of spiritual energy shot towards the heavenly word pond. That person quickly registered on the heavenly self-pavilion using spiritual power. Tuyet Nge crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Registering, I will have my disciple Tong Holland register. The master paused, pointing up in surprise, and said, Third elder, that is the heavenly autograph pavilion. Oh my God, they threw him into the heavenly word retreat? That's the arena for second-tier experts. Yue Ying was stunned as she listened to everyone around her talking. Tam Elder always surprises people with his actions. Elder Bao, are you pretending to be confused? She suddenly panicked. Oh dear, you're old. Your hands are trembling. How did you throw it wrong? This time I failed. Forget it. Forget it, Chancellor. Hurry up and help me retrieve it. I want to throw it again. Chung-Yi crossed his arms and told Halan that when the token entered the mysterious self-pond, a spiritual force struck it to allow it to enter the heavenly self-pond. She was startled and secretly amazed. Does someone want to use the heavenly self-pond to eliminate her? Halan looked at him and asked, Do you clearly see the source of the linked energy, Ngi? He replied, Coming from the high platform, the technique is very secret. I understand. Yangzi calmly stepped forward and said, Bao Su Moi, many people are watching. You, as an elder, how can you treat the rules of the sect like a child's game? Senior brother, the rules only say the card drops where it lands. It doesn't say you can't slip. I slipped. It was an accident. How can an accident be counted? I want to throw again, and the 3 elders hurriedly stepped in to stop me. Senior Sister Bao, the rules cannot be broken, so Tong Su Chat should be allowed to withdraw from the match. Inside Tiantu Tree are all second-tier experts above level 30. If she goes up, she is just seeking death, Junior Sister. Powerhouses of the second tier can harness the support of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. She has no chance of winning. Yes, it's still possible to take out the card and withdraw from the match now. Yang Zi coldly said, If you are afraid to continue now, I can allow you to leave this meaningless match. Shuani looked at her worriedly. Lan He, we, the Halan, bow our hands and speak seriously. Master and senior monks. She calmly said, If the card has fallen into the heavenly word temple, then that is fate. I, as a disciple, am willing to accept this outcome. Entering the heavenly word retreat to participate in the match, Halan secretly wondered who, among the 2nd, 4th, and 5th senior uncles and 6th senior uncle, wanted to harm her now that she had just returned to the sect. She continued, saying, And I also invite the sect master and the senior uncles to witness whether the years I spent outside the sect have been a waste of time. The onlookers started to murmur and criticize, saying she was crazy for truly accepting it, risking her life just to show off, not caring about her dignity, a person abandoned by her ancestor who now sought shame for herself. Yang Zi spread his arms wide and declared, If your mind is made up, then I will follow your wishes. The match officially begins. As he finished speaking, the fight also officially started. The first match at Tiantu Tree begins, with Tong Halan facing Leijia in the opening duel. The disciples around started to whisper, Loi Trak senior brother, the main disciple of the sect master, is doomed. She's definitely dead. If Loi senior brother fights, he won't kill her, but maim her. She's seeking death herself. She can't blame others. This match is meaningless now. Tran Loi smirked maliciously, secretly pleased. Tong Halan, let's see how you'll handle this time. Is he really that powerful? Halan smiled and replied, Just the top of the new students. Not enough to scare me. Tuyet Ngen gently patted her head. Go on, kid. Halan smiled and responded softly, quickly stepping onto the arena, ready to face the challenge. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. Loi Trak sneered from the lightning bolt and said, Sister Tong Su, you can still save face if you admit defeat now. Halan unleashed her talismans flying around her. No more words. Let's begin. Immediately, Loi Trak launched an attack at Halan, but she quickly dodged to the back. He watched her movements intently, directing his purple lightning strike towards her. Halan jumps high, attacking with talismans, but Loi Trak uses his lightning whip to block it. Below the arena, Chungi rests his chin and quietly analyzes the battle. He is still using a confined attack range to restrict Halan's space to fight back. But the spiritual energy released is too violent, far exceeding what is necessary, wasting at least 1/3 of his power on this show of force and pointless cover. He is already level 35, his control over spiritual power shouldn't be so rough. Could it be that Tong Ha-lan has caused his heart to become confused? Lin Hai secretly cheers. Lan, be careful. Tuyet Ngen, clutching her face in panic, breaks the protective talisman. Loi Trak, holding his weapon, wonders why her speed has doubled, but she still hasn't attacked her. This lightning transformation consumes too much energy for the mind to sustain for long. Bright blue sparks appear at Leiji's feet. He leapt into the air and shouted, "I want to see where you can dodge to." The disciples below watched in shock. Here it comes, the deadly technique of senior brother Lei, the thunder prison of the frenzied lightning. Its power, speed, angle, and level are textbook perfect. Yangzi silently thought that the spiritual energy was fierce and the holy power astonishing, but the loss of concentration at least 30% of its power. At this moment, Halan raised a talisman and focused on the purple spiritual current surrounding Loi Trak, engulfing him completely. Immediately afterward, a large, dazzling yellow flower appeared beneath Halan's feet. Tuyetngen couldn't help but be surprised, transforming into a whirlpool of energy, and said, "This girl has become more open-minded after going out once." Loi Trak's lightning bolt shot toward the golden lotus. Yukineng raised her voice to analyze. Within the lightning, the sturdy electric energy was guided by the surrounding petals, splitting into smaller lightning bolts and dispersing outward. The lightning strikes without any effect on the golden lotus as the four elders and the second elder praise and coordinate, using their spiritual power and techniques to break the force. Very impressive. What kind of opportunity did young Halan encounter outside? Loi Trak shouted angrily. It's all tricks. Hard to reach a noble place. Kunyuan, follow my command. Poling releases her formation beneath Halan, causing the ground to crack and shatter violently into large pieces. Suddenly, a giant, sharp stone pillar appeared in front of Halan, suddenly piercing through the ground at an extremely fast speed, forming a massive fist full of power ready to attack her. Halan immediately used her magic, causing the spiritual energy to halt, but the gap was too large. Tuyetngen crossed her arms and asked, "What is the basic spirit-gathering talisman drawing for right now?" Halan quickly drew a talisman, causing the myriad images to reverse the spiritual energy flow, making the fist face the talisman and halt in place. In the next instant, her fist shattered and fell to the ground, causing debris to scatter everywhere. The onlookers exclaimed in shock. That girl used the spirit-converging talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth-blessing array. What's she joking about? Isn't the spirit-gathering talisman only used to gently gather spiritual energy to assist cultivation? Can it still be used like this? Tuyetnin coughs and explains, it's not about using the energy of heaven and earth, it's a superb formation technique. This skill, truly lives up to the reputation of Bao Tuyet's disciple. The second elder's face showed panic as she used the spirit-gathering talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth fortune array. Loi Trak's face twisted as he shouted, "Evil sect, let's see how you can withstand this move." He recited many talismans to attack. Nine-tailed Thunderlord, obey my command, and on the sky, talismans and thunderclaps will appear. A bolt of lightning strikes down, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack and scatter everywhere. Lightning surrounds Halan, who stands still within the circle. Halan begins to channel her inner strength, preparing to attack. The heaven and earth positioning, mountain and river energy flow, and the spirit's harmony brew together, and suddenly an explosion erupts, scattering rocks and dust everywhere. Loi Trak looked on in confusion, wondering how such a formation could be arranged. Behind him, Halan appeared, her lightning domain unable to shape sword aura easily, lacking moisture to be smooth, only retaining the wild, destructive fury of lightning and fire. The five elements are out of balance, and the foundation has been disrupted. Leijia immediately unleashed a lightning strike at her, rambling incoherently, but Halan easily dodged away. She immediately released talismans and formations based on mutual generation and restraint, rooted in their intrinsic nature of observation. The talismans seemed to have consciousness and flew straight up. They directly attacked Loi Trak's formation, and a continuous series of loud explosions echoed out. Loi Trak looked up in horror, saying, "Loi Vuk's magic is broken." "No way. What kind of evil magic are you using?" Halan stood still, looking at him. "Senior brother Loi Trak, your lightning magic only has form but no spirit. You only see the fury of power but have never understood the array formations. Loi Trak bitterly clenched his lips, glaring at Halan with discontent, recalling his past when at 12 he defeated a level 15 opponent at the Thunder platform of the Imperial Court, with talent far beyond his peers. A promising future that everyone watched since you joined the Heavenly Tao sect. I have trained for 5 years in hardship, yet you appeared in an instant and shattered the pillar of the future of the Heavenly Tao sect. Yes, limitless potential. You easily take away everything that belongs to me. At that moment, I even thanked the ancestor because he finally revealed your true fake face as a genius. You left, and finally the world is at peace. But I became the only focus of the Heavenly Tao sect, the only genius I fought desperately for, seized every opportunity to stand here. But why did you come back? Loi Trash crazily opened his mouth and shouted, Tong Ha Lan, you shouldn't come back and you definitely shouldn't look at me like that. Ha Lan coldly glanced at him from above. Loi Trax shouted loudly, and his clothes were torn apart. 9 flames, divine thunder, burn my bloodline, help me. The disciples were stunned by the scene. This was the final move of the 9 flames thunder technique. Destroying the world thunder dragon, Brother Leja, has Master Loi Trax reached this level? He's gone crazy. This will lead to a murder. Halan still remains unfazed, standing still and watching the situation unfold. Tuyet Ngen crossed his arms, secretly mocking, forcing an upgrade when injured has damaged his foundation. After this battle, he will need a long time to recover from his hidden wounds. Elder Second, panic-stricken, shouted, Loitrak, immediately disperse your spiritual power. Do you want to destroy your Tao root forever? Loitrak thought to himself. This is my ultimate move. I never intended to use it, but now I just want to completely destroy Tong Halan. Halan raised one finger and said coldly, stubborn. Below, the talismans shone brightly in response to her command. Immediately, the talismans flew up at the command of their master. She closed her eyes, raised her hand to control the talismans, dispersing the spirits, gathering them into formations, and summoning myriad images. Thousands of talismans intersected and intertwined, floating in the sky. Loitrak's face twisted in madness as he laughed maniacally, thinking to himself, let it all vanish into smoke. The dragon immediately charged forward to attack its opponent. Halan concentrates deeply, forming a seal with her inner strength, creating a spiritual net. A net made of thousands of talismans immediately traps the dragon. After a moment, the net captured the dragon, forming a sphere. Halan made a sealing gesture with her hand and softly said, disperse. The sphere then glowed with flashes from within. She stared intently at the sphere before raising her hand and reciting the spell. Inside the sphere, multiple streams of spiritual energy burst forth to attack the dragon. Halan's hands form 5 calming petals, and the dragon inside the sphere gradually dissolves into nothingness. The people below watched the battle intently, not even bothering to close their eyes. Halan raised her hand and looked directly at the sphere, shouting loudly. The 5 elements cycle in reverse, reversing the original order. A powerful explosion erupts violently. Loitrak desperately shouted, my dragon of thunder cannot be lost. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, probably reaching Loitrak's limit. The dragon destroying you isn't because of some mysterious formation, but because you haven't bothered to use your true foundation. Loitrak still kept his head bowed and softly said, I lost Duwang Tu stood on the high steps, hands clasped behind his back, staring down, silently. He looked down coldly and said slowly, this battle Duwang Tu declares, Tong Halan wins. The group of Chungi below couldn't hide their joy, but then he continued speaking. Yet winning is useless, causing Chungi's group to quickly force a smile. Yang's cold gaze looked down and said, Tong's Halalan, you are the founder of our sect, and under the watch of many people you refuse the inheritance with thunder. This is the destiny not given. If destiny does not grant you, you are not fated for the Heavenly Tao sect. If it weren't for the compassion of the third elder, you would have been expelled from the sect for your severed head back then. Lan clenched his fists and explained, the sect leader, the truth about that year still remains unclear. Today the disciple was lucky to win. Perhaps this can be explained. The great way of the 3,000 heavens may not only be the path handed down by the ancestor. He coldly said, you talk nonsense. Today everything you used is just a ploy to profit by destroying the foundation of the Heavenly Gate technique, which proves you are on the wrong path. The founder rejected you because he saw through your true nature. Yangzi straightforwardly declares, your victory is not recognized by the Heavenly Tao sect, but considering your master, I will not strip you of your cultivation. But from now on, you and the Heavenly Tao sect are sworn enemies. From this moment on, you are forever forbidden to enter the mountain gate. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power descended, causing Halan to spit out a mouthful of blood under this oppressive force. Tuyet Ngi is worried and rushes over, her disciples Lin Fong and Lin Hai shouting in panic, "Ha Lan." Tuyet Ngi tremblingly asks, "What are you doing?" The fourth elder advised, "Do not cause trouble. Follow the headmaster's brother's instructions. Song Ha Lan will be fine." She summoned countless talismans ready to fight. You dare. A level 55 bullying a level 29 child and wasting her time, causing her cultivation to be damaged and making it hard to recover in her lifetime. If your junior brother doesn't step aside, don't blame me for acting. Lin Hai sweat and stared ahead, shouting, "It's Ngi." Chunungi channels his spiritual power to create a shield and stand in front of Ha Lan, who kneels on one knee and calls out, "Brother Ngi." He coldly scoffs, "What a heavenly Tao sect you are, who appointed the heavenly decree you speak of." "Is it you or that silent statue of a god?" Chunyi asked coldly. "What is the righteous way you mentioned? Is it the Loi Quiet that is conservative, doing a docton, or the great way of thousands of practitioners in this world?" He pointed directly at Duang Tu and said loudly, "Tong Halan used level 29 to defeat level 35, relying on your foundation based on the principle that she comprehended, with countless eyes watching. You use a wrong path and claim to have heaven's mandate lightly, wanting to kill everyone? Your loved one is the sect master, but you don't value talent, don't reason, and instead oppress others. Are you truly protecting the teachings of the ancestors or just defending the highest authority and power?" "There is no longer any doubt about your sect master," Duang Tu shouted loudly and launched an attack. How rude, arrogant junior, daring to insult the head of the sect and the founding master. Chunungi scoffs in disdain, puzzled. Did I hit the mark and turn shame into anger? You stare at him coldly and say, "It seems that the Heavenly Way sect is all about injustice, breaking promises, and bullying the weak." Tuyet Ngen suddenly opens her mouth and loudly praises. Well said. She suddenly jumped and held 2 talismans in her hands, ready to attack. That's enough swearing. My disciple went outside through hardships, found her own path, and returned. You stubborn old men don't ask why, and now you want to cut off her head. She threw punches and cursed. The divine mandate is bullshit. Back then, no one dared to claim they investigated the ancestors' statue thoroughly. You only follow the rules of the ancestors, but forget that their rules were made to understand the truth and teach, not to oppress and seize power. Yangzi said coldly, "Bao Tuyet Ngen, you have repeatedly violated the sect's rules, disrespected elders, defamed the ancestor, and shown clear signs of rebellion. Today I will use the 9 transformation spirit, furnace to execute you in the name of Thanli's sect." The 2 elders behind shouted loudly, "Master Senior Brother, think carefully." But Duang Tu didn't hesitate and sealed Xiu Chuyan Dung, which then expanded rapidly, about to crush the 3 below. Tuyet Nye gritted her teeth and thought to herself that the 9 transformation Dung refining tower was Huyan Duang Tu's life-saving treasure, capable of transforming metal into iron, refining everything, and burning the soul. Yet this old man was actually willing to kill. She raised her hand and used her inner strength to send Halan away. "Let's go." As Halan and Chungi landed, she shouted, "Master, speak up. Trust your master. Don't let her distract you." Tuyet Nan clasped her hands and shouted, "It's not that easy to suppress me." She immediately formed hand seals, arranged the formation, heaven and earth, Tun and Can. The 4 symbols. Seal rises. A huge wall appears to block 9 transformations from retreating. Yangzi sneers disdainfully, just a few mediocre talents. As he finishes speaking, a dragon-shaped flame appears around 9 transformations, and the fire dragon and 9 transformations launch a fierce attack against the wall. A blinding light flashes, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Tuyet Nan bit her thumb and said, "Still not over yet." She used her inner strength to perform the Lai Kum Dai Tran and Van Tuong Hoa Sin commands. Dozens of dazzling phoenixes soared up, clashing with the fire dragon, which fiercely cut into the phoenixes, tipping the battle in favor of the fire dragon. Your Tao of Talismans has indeed reached the stage of transforming the 5 elements into different forms. This technique of transforming all things is as easy as flipping a hand. Perfectly harmonious. If you focus solely on the orthodox path, one day you might even surpass me. He raised his hand and continued, "Unfortunately, the 9 transformation spirit, refining tower is a treasure of the sect, containing some pure yang laws. Even if your myriad spells are quick and flexible, in front of the primal power, they are ultimately just eggs against a stone." The 9 transformations immediately crush it down, causing the phoenixes to scatter in chaos, and the raging fire dragon bites fiercely at the phoenix. The 9 transformations successfully flattened Tuyet Ngen, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks into pieces. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body helplessly falling backward. Halan couldn't hold back her tears, crying out painfully, "Master." Tuyet Ngen turned her head, smiling through tears and scolding, Stop crying, you fool. My master, no matter good or bad, is a third-tier spirit talisman. This old tower is far from capable of refining me. I throw an object towards Halan and say, over the years, my master has read all forbidden scriptures in the treasure vault, used every method to test, and discovered the only item that resonates with you contains a secret. It is definitely not an ordinary object. You must keep it safe and take your friends away from the Heavenly Path sect and never come back here. Halan hurriedly ran away, shouting in protest, No, I won't leave, master. 9 revolutions. Dung forcefully presses down on the ground, causing dirt and dust to scatter. Halantan's tears keep falling as she painfully witnesses the scene before her. Yangzi looked down with a satisfied smile. The object Tuyet Nin just threw lying in Chungi's hand. The system detected a war spirit and updated the mission progress, and he silently thought this was his main target for this trip. The war spirit. It is still trembling, not the desire of a master. Chungi frowned, holding the helmet in his hand, but a conduit capable of withstanding the will of war. He quickly put it on to prepare for battle as a surge of energy burst out from the helmet. Chungi continued, I am your conduit. A wave of power shot upward from it, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The onlookers were stunned and bewildered by what they saw. Halan, crying, also stopped and looked back in confusion at that power. At this moment, Chungi is fully armored. He charges straight at the fire dragons without fear. They open their mouths wide to swallow Chungi. A loud explosion erupts as he unleashes his inner strength, sending a wave of energy across the space. 9 revolutions. Beauty is shaken and nearly falls due to Chungi's power. Another loud explosion erupts, sending surrounding rocks and dirt flying away. Yangzi clutches her chest, coughing blood, unable to believe what kind of power that was. Xuanengheng slowly steps forward, telling Xuanengheng to come back again. Now, when I look at her, Halan hesitates. Master, as far as I remember a few years ago, I endured all the cold stares, ridicule, and gossip within our sect. After being rejected by the ancestor statue, countless nights I doubted myself alone, helpless and uncertain about the true path of the lightning law. All emotions and scenes converged in this moment, as if something had shattered them. It shatters. I understand now. The people over there are excited. Are you all right, sect master? Halan whispered to herself, What is thunder? Watching the snow as the crowd muttered among themselves, she refused to submit to the binding spell's shape-shifting magic. At this moment, Halan slowly charges forward, while Luke Tien resists the filth, upholds justice, and breaks free from chains. Lin Hai and Thiet Tam stand nearby, watching Halan. Now Halan's eyes turn cold as she says, If the founder above, when establishing this family, carried a heart of justice and protection, then please open your eyes and see for yourself how righteousness is blinded by desire, and how morality is distorted by power. Halan screams, Tell me and tell all the disciples below. Are they all stunned? Is she crazy? Halan continued to shout, What do you mean by the true way of thunder law? A golden light from beyond the horizon shone down, resembling a galaxy, and a strong wind began to rise. The surrounding trees also couldn't help but shake violently. Not only that, but the demon beast seemed to sense something. The magic treasures and weapons in the hands of the disciples also reacted, causing everyone to be startled. What is happening? My magic treasure is still trembling, and my Bagua mirror is the same. Immediately after, they all had to be taken aback. Oh my God, look quickly. It's the Grandmaster, truly a saint. As she gazed intently at Halan, Tuyet Nin also couldn't help but be stunned. The trembling disciple stammered and hesitated before saying, Grandmaster. The disciples below immediately knelt down and shouted, The Grandmaster is above. The old master doesn't seem pleased. He channels his internal energy towards Halan, who looks bewildered, her eyes still fixed straight ahead at Kao for a brief moment. Then the pain hit her, and Halan couldn't hold back and screamed loudly. Tuyetngen was frightened and also shouted out, La Ni! Sweat dripped down Halan's forehead as she couldn't hold back, feeling utterly powerless. The voice from the sky echoed, Fool, when faced with power, you speak of justice. Experiencing injustice reveals your true nature. Are you enlightened about the true essence of thunder law and true intent? At this moment, Halan felt as if she had been washed clean. Her hair grew longer, and her clothes tore apart. He added, The Heavenly Way sect inherits my lineage but gradually loses my soul. Today I will use the remaining divine power to prove to you to continue the lineage and wield the heavenly thunder authority and the destiny of heaven and earth. And with seeing Halan, she is incredibly enchanting. She stands in the sky with an awe-inspiring presence. The ground couldn't withstand this pressure and finally shattered into countless pieces. Even Chungi standing nearby couldn't help but marvel internally, worried that his teammates might be hurt by the tremor. Chungi quickly flew forward to block the attack. On this side, she respectfully is Taoist priest Loi Khan, disciple of Song Halan, bowing in gratitude to the ancestor. Duong Tu looked in astonishment, the remnants of the Grand Master's legacy allowing her to directly advance to the second stage, and even aligning with the hidden profession of the Grand Master. The Grand Master, a saintly figure, personally passed down the lineage. The voice of the Grand Master then echoed from the middle of the hall. Huyen Duong quickly knelt down respectfully and loudly declared, "I have a disciple." His voice then made Duong Tu fearfully realize that managing the sect was originally about protecting the way, but gradually power corrupted your heart and clouded your judgment. Obstinate conservatism suppresses geniuses, almost destroying the inheritance of the sect. This crime deserves punishment. Master, Before he could finish speaking, a burst of power struck him down and said, "I sentence you to a ban on cultivation that seals your strength at the lowest level of the extinction thunder abyss. Having been cleansed by the 10,000 lightning for 10 years, if he has not yet awakened, he will not be allowed to leave the abyss of annihilation." The lightning. Duong Tu was terrified, utterly terrified. "No, Master, please have mercy. I know I was wrong." Even the second elder was stunned. The senior brother, who is the head of the sect, is already at level 55, but in front of the Master's fading remnants, he is powerless like a child. Then he added, "The temporary position of sect leader will be discussed among the elders. Any major matter of the sect requires the approval of the Thunder Watch Taoist, Song Halan." Then the founder looked at Halan and said, "Your cultivation has reached level 50. Your mind is clear and bright. The day of the Great Thunder Alarm is when you will hold the heavenly way and bring glory to the sect." The second elder respectfully replied, "I will follow the founder's instructions." The Grand Master then turned his gaze to Chungi. "This young disciple carries many kinds of fate, triggering the war thunder, awakening my remnants into a manifestation, and this feat is truly extraordinary." As he finished speaking, the ancestor gradually disappeared, looking very satisfied, and before vanishing completely, he kept repeating himself, "Very impressive." After the master disappeared, everyone quietly looked intently at Ha Lan. Tuyet Nguyen happily rushed over and hugged Ha Lan. Good, my dear Lan. Even the Grand Master has acknowledged you. You are truly the legitimate one." Lin Hai's group is also delighted for her. Lan is amazing. Ha Lan just now looked so cool. Now it seems she has regained her usual confidence. Master, Lin Hai, Tuyet Tom. A tear falls, and Ha Lan smiles brightly. "It seems I have found my path." Chungi quickly descends from above to her side. The armor was removed, and the system interface appeared immediately afterward. He had successfully completed the mission to conceal the legacy of the Heavenly Triumph Dragon War Spirit Knight. Lin Feng quickly smiled and said, "This girl is also aiming to lead a major sect like that." Chungi calmly retorted, "Aren't you also someone who enjoys playing around?" He frowned and looked at what? Suddenly a fog of mist appeared from afar, surrounding everyone in a strange way. In front of them, a long-haired blonde girl was standing, facing forward. There are 2 children on each side helping her comb her hair. Sweat suddenly pours down the woman's face as she silently thinks to herself that this breath is her quick use of her skills to observe the situation. The Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight, the greatest war general I am most loyal to, died in the final battle, holding power across the 10,000 heavenly worlds. Then she said again, "I never thought that this 1,000-year-old inheritance would be restored on the body of this ordinary young man." And from the main hall, her power continued to radiate outward from her position. From the sky, the yellow light carried a voice saying, "Chungi, if you can find the second fragment of the war, prove that you truly have the qualification and destiny to bear this power. I will personally pass it on to you." Hearing this, Chungi's eyes suddenly froze, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing you standing there dazed, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Hues, what's wrong? Did bird droppings fall on your head?" Chungi also didn't hide his thoughts and quickly spoke them out, feeling as if he had been stared at intensely just now. Lin Feng then looked at the hat in Chungi's hand with a shocked expression. "Huh? Why is it cracked now?" He silently thought that resisting the 9 transformations Dung Refinement Tower, even with divine relics, would be damaged. The cracks on the helmet kept spreading more and more. Chungi was worried. The holy light power couldn't restore it and might cause further damage. The mission to hide the legacy of the Heavenly Triumph Dragon Knight was clearly ongoing. Why didn't the next stage activate automatically after finding the iron helmet? Then the system appeared and he immediately reached out to select. Now Chungi needs time to repair it before the mission can be reactivated. He understood the problem immediately. So that's how it is. The crack affected the activation mechanism, and the iron hat needs a little fixing. Ling Feng kept marveling, "This iron hat is really cool. It's just a bit cracked, but still, you have to say it as it is." Tian Dao Sect's leader, practices chi cultivation and talisman making. After Song Holland finishes handling the sect's affairs, we'll go ask her. Maybe she has a way to fix it. Staring at the hat in his hand, Chung-yi hesitated and hummed softly. Time quickly passed, and the deadline arrived. 3 days later, inside the Heavenly Domain Hall, everyone stood silently, the atmosphere extremely solemn. That founding ancestor exuded an imposing aura, his portrait silently watching over his disciples as they stared back with seriousness and intense focus, as if no one dared to breathe heavily. At this point, Halan loudly declared that since the founding of the Heavenly Path sect by the ancestor, all teachings have been gathered. Vanfap Kwaitong has existed for 100 years, but for nearly 30 years the sect has gradually gone astray. Today, the entire sect is convened for this purpose. The black seal left by the founder immediately appeared on her forehead, emanating a majestic aura. She ordered everyone to restore order and clean up the misconduct. Hearing this, the people below respectfully bow their heads and kneel to listen. At the same time, the second elder immediately takes out the scroll from his hand and looks inside as he reads aloud. After 3 days of thorough investigation by the disciplinary court, it has been confirmed that former sect leader Huyen Duong-tu committed a great crime. First, abuse of power and unauthorized transfer of resources. Huyen Duong-tu managed the sect for 37 years, producing over 70% of the elixirs and 60% of the talismans each year, which were used for consumption, testing, and other purposes. The secret transport to his family clan was the Lei family. He also continued to read the second one, changing the inheritance and severing the lineage. To strengthen the position of the Loi family in the outside world, Huyen Duong-tu used a mixed and disadvantageous spiritual technique as an excuse to ban 42 sets of inheritance scriptures of Phi Loi Fap, the alchemy and energy system leading to our Vanfap Kwaitong sect, which only exists in name. Hearing this, everyone couldn't stop discussing. Back then I wanted to learn feng shui and divination, but couldn't find any scriptures, so it turns out they were sealed away. No wonder for decades we've only known Loi magic and alchemy. Tuyet Nguyen immediately interjected, accusing the third of scheming, oppressing fellow disciples. She loudly declared that back then, Lan Ni's rejection by the ancestral deity's statue was not due to fate, but because this old thief had long since set his plans. He had already designated his grandson as the next patriarch forever. How could a true genius be allowed to block the way? Everyone was furious, each one speaking out. My father also once publicly questioned the unfair distribution of resources, and the next day was punished to go to the mountain to grow herbs, unable to return for 10 years. Yes, and the star student, she is the most sincere transfer. Her rare spiritual talent for summoning was accused of being an illegitimate sect's dark art, forcing her to pass on her thunder technique. At this moment, Halan added, the remaining charges of bribery, favoritism, false reporting of achievements, and disrespect to the ancestral altar have been recorded in the files and will be posted on the notice board for 3 days for the entire sect to review. I know many people were forced to participate, either remaining silent or complying. Today, the Law Institute has established the self-resignation path, where anyone who voluntarily surrenders or reports and exposes others will be judged based on circumstances for lighter punishment. As Han Lan spoke, she paused to gather her internal energy, and if anyone stubbornly resisted without reporting, she would start to threaten with severe punishment. The Spirit Wind group stood nearby, looking pleased, and Lan looked really cool, perfectly embodying the aura of a master, handling everything smoothly. Huyen Duong-tu has read enough of the main story at this sect leader's place, treating the sect as if it were their own treasure house to transfer. If it were in our Tam family, it would have been cut off and eaten by monsters long ago. After finishing with everyone in the sect, Halan quickly returned. I'm back. Lin Hai rushed over and hugged her tightly. Lan is so impressive, I truly admire her. I also want to look cool like Lan Lan. Lin Fong is a bit curious too. That's right. Where is Tran Loi? He's Huyen Duong-tu's second disciple, or should I go teach him a lesson? Halan then said that Tran Loi had admitted to doing many dirty deeds for Huyen Duong-tu over the years, and according to the sect rules he was expelled from the sect, and his memories related to it erased, and he is probably still carrying out his punishment now. Regarding the restoration of the Iron Hat, I found someone from the Heavenly Path sect, the highest level of smithing outside of Huyen Duong-tu, who has been suppressed. Elder McTrui, living in seclusion behind the mountain. He is there because he couldn't accept Huyen Duong-tu's methods and voluntarily resigned 20 years ago to become the chief of the smithing hall and retreat behind the mountain. At this point, Halan continued, 3 days ago I told Elder McTrui about the iron helmet. Today, Elder McTrui responded to the letter saying he could activate the Earth's core, Loi Hoa, for a test. She explained to everyone that the Thunderfire Furnace is in the forbidden courtyard behind the mountain and requires at least the spiritual power of 3 elder-level cultivators to maintain the formation. My master, second senior, and I can handle it. But Elder Motrui emphasized that during the restoration, the Iron Hat could produce a strong resonance with the Thunderfire, requiring someone with extremely strong mental strength, and the person connected to the Iron Hat must stand beside it to stabilize its spiritual consciousness. Who could this person be? Lin Feng wondered in surprise. What? She added. This will only cause extraordinary suffering, like putting a part of your consciousness into a furnace to burn. Now Chunyi's gaze turned serious as he asked, when does it start? Halan quickly advised, tomorrow, rest well today, the recovery process will take time and be very taxing on the spirit. And then, finally, the next day arrived quickly. Everyone, along with Halan, went out towards the back of the mountain to meet that person. As soon as he saw Chunyi, Motrui immediately stepped forward. You are Chunyi. Young man, do you understand the difference between restoring this item and restoring a normal magic treasure? You also humbly replied, please advise, Elder. McTrui then said, a normal magic weapon's flaw is in its form and its material is the supplement, but this one's flaw is in its intent and the supplement is in its mind. According to his words, the Earth Core lightning fire is both fierce and intense, capable of destroying everything or tempering the law, but its power is too strong and requires guidance and regulation. Hence, 4 steps are needed. The first step is the Dungfu array to block external disturbances. As soon as he finished speaking, McTrui immediately shouted loudly, opening the primordial formation. The second step, connecting the earth veins, ensuring a stable supply of spiritual power. Just arrived here, the second elder could no longer stand firm. Now, he continued, step 3, use the power of thunder to forge the crack. Stop for a moment, Ma Trui looked over, then shouted loudly to signal, young Miss Song, lead the lightning. According to McTrui's instructions, Halan quickly stopped accumulating internal energy. 9 Heaven's response origin, 10,000 Thunder's color leads. Then she charged fiercely toward the lotus flower. As soon as the power was transferred into the blossom, it immediately bloomed. McTrui quickly seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with the heavy hammer in hand, smashing it fiercely at the lotus flower while telling Chunyi, on the 4th day, you need to use the power of holy light as a mediator, to harmonize the lightning and fire and resolve the conflict of will inside the iron helmet. According to Motrui, as long as there is a slight mistake, the iron hat will not be destroyed, but the spiritual sense inside will be completely eliminated, turning it into a corpse. Inside, the Golden Knight's helmet is being continuously patched up by the combined efforts of all 3 people. But as soon as he saw it, Chunyi was momentarily confused. What's going on? The crack is getting bigger. McTrui is heading straight for you, then also shouting loudly, kid, don't move. With that, the large hammer in his hand struck Chunyi's head hard, leaving him stunned. Halan looked on anxiously. What are you doing? Quickly reassure him, this soul-guiding hammer of mine is meant to send 70% of his consciousness into the iron helmet. The spirit of this iron hat is still resisting recovery, so someone must enter its consciousness directly and subdue it head-on. Then a huge explosion immediately followed, erupting like a volcano. Tuyet Nguyen frowned and couldn't help but say, old crazy man, you're betting your life. If his consciousness gets swallowed, we'll all die together. Watching Chunyi from above, she secretly felt terrified. This is the inner boundary of the Iron Hat, shattered, chaotic, full of defiance. I speak to it like 2 true friends. I know you're not willing, but continuing to resist will only lead to your complete destruction. Let me fix you and make you whole again. At the same time, a huge warrior figure quickly emerges from the hat, and a deep voice from within also echoes. Do you, lowly insect, dare to look down on the authority of war and think you are worthy of controlling my body? As soon as he finished speaking, the figure immediately kicked fiercely toward Chunyi. The boy was startled, quickly raising both hands to block in front of him to avoid being crushed. Halan looked at him in horror as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ngi is bleeding. McTrui quickly stopped her and said, don't go there. Now cut in. His consciousness will be forever trapped inside, becoming a near-dead person. He needs to bear it himself. Inside, Chunyi tries to persuade it. Your war ended when your former master perished. You should have a new owner. The battle spirit could no longer contain its rage and roared wildly. At that moment, the system appeared, judging righteousness, opening a divine magic circle, and a blade of light descended from the sky, ambushing the enemy inside the formation. Finally, the righteous angel throws the spear to dispel the light attribute, causing a destructive blow. Now, the battle spirit still stubbornly wants to crush Chunyi underfoot. From above, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared, and Chunyi quickly dodged and narrowly escaped death. But it didn't stop there. The battle spirit continued to charge forward with unstoppable momentum. He glanced around, and his internal energy immediately manifested within his body. The system panel reappeared, and the Holy Light 10-sex level 5B ranked strike slashed through, causing the battle spirit to quickly dodge aside. Chungi was unafraid, swiftly gathering his inner strength once more. The flash of punishment can unleash a lightning bolt of light attribute magic onto the designated enemy, with its power affected by the user's own light attribute transformation. One person fights against a battle soul, and the battle is extremely fierce. Shortly after, he strikes another powerful blow at the battle soul. Chungi immediately vomited blood again, clearly injured quite badly this time, quickly kneeling down and gasping for air, wiping the blood from his mouth. Chungi's gaze turned cold once more, but it doesn't end there. A burning gaze suddenly appeared behind Chungi, and finally he manifested himself once again, with the battle spirit charging forward. He stared intently at the opponent and shouted loudly, "Then I will let you subdue my fighting spirit." The relentless attacks clash fiercely. Repentance, divine authority strikes again, holy storm rages, and skillful moves unfold. The golden crown of the battle spirit gradually emits immense power, as if reacting to this moment. Standing outside, Halan was amazed. How could the star be so wildly turbulent? McTrui immediately added, Chungi might still be using a special method to comfort it. The black light of the battle soul now dims, as if it has lost its momentum. At this moment, it gazes intently at you, praising, protecting, strategizing, purifying, and remaining unyielding, yet it can coexist, fierce as ever, with countless forms of fighting spirit. In the end, the battle spirit finally accepted you. I admit it, you truly have the right to carry us. And at this moment, everything quickly recovered. Chungi's wounds healed instantly, and inside the weapon forge, the hat was also repaired back to normal. The lotus flower in front of McTrui is also shining with a brilliant golden light. Seeing this scene, he was so amazed that he was speechless. McTrui was so pleased that he smiled brightly. It's a success, and it is actively cooperating to restore and maintain. The final step from the golden hat, a sharp, cold light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present watched intently, all of them stunned and speechless. One of the men couldn't help but speak out. The sky is showing a strange phenomenon. It seems our Heavenly Path sect witnesses another legendary event today, and in the end, the golden crown was completely repaired and gleaming like new. Now the golden crown immediately flew to Chungi's side as if seeking a master. The system interface also displayed that the war spirit crown had been fully restored, in perfect condition, with its spiritual consciousness restored, and now possessing the traits of lightning fire and body fire, greatly increasing resistance to lightning fire damage and capable of absorption and transformation, harmonizing with the host's will, enhancing the power and judgment of all offensive skills, and the concealment mission has been activated. The 2 inheritance missions of the Heavenly Revelation Long Night, with unyielding will buried deep in the earth vein, supported by the 1,000-ton dragon backbone, are to find the solid, unyielding foundation of the tiny armor. Remind him to go to the Black Rock mountain range, Longchi mining area, where rewards await. Master Mo is pleased, good kid. Not only did he restore it, but he can also have it accept him as its master. Are you okay? Chungi wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly added, It's nothing. My mental energy was a bit drained, but the gains are even greater. This time we succeeded, thanks to the full support of the elders. I humbly bow and thank you. As I am inexperienced in forging, keeping this item in my possession is like a pearl covered in dust, so today I present it to Elder Mo as a token of my sincerity. He was surprised, with a divine spirit shining in his eyes. McTrui held the large stone in his arms, his eyes almost bulging out. A divine-grade material for forging weapons, said to bestow fate and self-awareness in legends. Only an S-rank divine object could do that. He was amazed to have such a large piece, enough to become a legendary treasure. Chungi happily said, It's yours now. Master McTrui happily pats Baobao and says, From now on, if you have any matters regarding forging, just come to me. Chungi quickly responds, Thank you very much, Elder Mac. That's right, with this piece of divine crystal of yours, I can further strengthen the spirit of this iron helmet and connect it to you. But I need to inherit the thunderfire of my little sister song to refine it for half a month. He replied casually. Half a month later, Zelan stood beside him and said, Then you should stay at my Heavenly Path sect first. He turned to look at Zelan. After restoring the iron helmet, I received a piece of information that led me in the right direction. As for the other components, she hesitated. That's right. Many high-level divine weapons have sensing abilities that often lead to the whereabouts of other components. Don't worry. Leave your helmet to me. Chungi just smiled apologetically. Sorry to trouble you, Halan, but at this moment Halan only smiled happily. Anyway, my master wants me to straighten out the sect, so I can't go with you. Where is the next target? When he finished speaking, Chungi immediately said, the Blacknon Mountains and the Long Teach mining area. Halan was surprised. The Long Teach mining area? I remember that place produces black diorite and earth vein crystals. Lin Hai and the others have just arrived safely. That's great. Lin Fong glanced at the girl beside him and then asked, Thiet Tom, do you know about the Long Teach mine? Tiem Tom grinned slyly and said, the Long Tish mining area is where my adoptive father, the warlord of 10,000 towns, has taken refuge and oversees. Fai Long hesitated slightly and asked, the warlord of 10,000 towns has quite a reputation? Is your adoptive father very powerful? She quickly added, he is extremely powerful. 30 years ago, he was already a renowned martial arts master on the central continent. My stepfather, 30 years ago, lost his right arm due to a major incident and has since changed drastically, retreating completely and rarely meeting outsiders. He established strict rules. If the mine area is not at a critical moment of survival, anyone who enters without permission will be personally expelled by him. Lin Fong then asked, so we're not here to cause trouble, just to make a serious request. Isn't it enough to just explain clearly? Moreover, your daughter's friend also couldn't find him? Tia Tam said sadly. Lin Fong, you don't understand him. He's very stubborn. I don't want everyone to make a pointless trip or even cause conflict. Chungi then added, Tetam, thank you for thinking of me, but I have to go no matter what. If you can't get in, find a way to do so. If he doesn't want to meet, create a reason that makes it impossible for him not to meet. Tuyet Tam then said, yes, the rules are death, and the person is alive. Just go first and see what happens next. Hearing this, Thiet Tam's eyes suddenly softened and a bright smile appeared on her face. On this side, Chungi silently ponders that the Tran Hach Wu Huang, after losing his arm and retreating into seclusion, is difficult to read. Perhaps his temper is not the only thing that's strange. There must be a deeper reason behind it. But no matter what, the system's mission has arrived and cannot be abandoned. At this moment, Mo Chui speaks up, saying that the mineral deposits from his mining area are all top quality. But ever since he issued the ban, he has stopped producing and exporting outside. Halan quickly and urgently suggested, let's do this. I will take a few elders of the Heavenly Way sect there with you first. With the reputation of the Heavenly Way sect, maybe he will be willing to talk. Mak Chui waved his hand and said, it's useless. Huyen Duangtu had already led people over there and even offered to help him practice forging weapons for free. Chuangyi reassured her that the Heavenly Way sect needed her and that this was also a battlefield for her to prove herself, standing firm here so that in the future the entire sect could become her support. Everyone quickly agreed, saying, we will go ahead to the mine area to scout the way, and in half a month you bring the war spirit to join us. Halan was inspired. I understand now, Brother Ngi. Everyone go ahead with peace of mind. I will definitely protect this place well, learn what I should so that the Heavenly Way sect can become a support for Brother Ngi in the future. Half a month later, I will definitely bring the iron hat at the right time. Before leaving, Lin Hai couldn't help but shout loudly, Lan Lan, stay strong, we will miss you a lot. Remember to eat properly, don't just worry about the talismans. Halan also waved goodbye and wished him a safe journey, telling him to stay in touch if needed. Before leaving, Chungi glanced over and left a blue butterfly. It continued to fly forward and the green light was immediately blocked. Chungi glanced over, thinking to himself that the energy of the Great Mountain Protection Formation was abundant. But at the transition point, there would be a small gap, just enough for the guiding spirit to leave the next coordinate, which might not be used, but having it prepared wouldn't hurt. In the future, if the Heavenly Tao sect encounters any changes, or if we need to return urgently, there could be an additional path. At this moment, Halan also has her own thoughts. Ningyi, I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to face any challenge in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Longtish Mine. Please disembark. Before leaving, the driver reminded us to remember to rate us next year. Lin Hai at this moment feels a bit uneasy, sensing that the atmosphere here is very heavy and her breathing is becoming slightly strained. Chuningyi quietly considers that the mine is quite large, but strangely silent. No signs of miners working, and even the usual machinery sounds are absent. Tiet Tam led the way, and right ahead was my adoptive father's residence. Everyone stay close to me. Try to speak less so I can handle things. But just as she was about to leave, Chungi quickly grabbed her hand and pulled Tiet Tam back.